Greetings everyone, this is Rob Sanders from Simplilearn. Happy New Year, and today we're going to talk about digital marketing skills. So digital marketing allows business owners, regardless of the business, nonprofit, for-profit, large or small, national, local, international, to really expand their business. It allows them to personalize their content, they can save money, and most importantly, they can measure the results. And so that's what we're going to focus on today when we talk about digital marketing skills, focusing on measuring those results. Search engine marketing, also known as paid search, sponsored search, Google ads, Bing ads, pay-per-click, cost per click, a lot of acronyms, a lot of ways to describe it. At the end of the day, search engine marketing means that, hey, you as an advertiser have the ability and have the opportunity to rank at the very top of the Google search results. Now, it's different than SEO because you're actually paying for the placement. And so to be found at the top of the search engine results as a paid placement or sponsored ad means that if somebody clicks on your ad, you're going to pay Google X amount. Okay, so unlike SEO, SEM is very fast moving. And so when we talk about fast moving, we mean that you're collecting a lot of data very quickly. So sticking with the theme of what skills should I have for search engine marketing? Well, if you're going to collect data, then that means you need to measure the results of that data. And so sticking with our theme of measuring results, you need to understand first and foremost what all the different metrics mean related to search engine marketing. Okay, so I'm just going to rattle off, if you will, a few of the metrics, but the commonality here is, yes, you can learn what those metrics mean, but you have to act on those metrics. So one of the main metrics involved with search engine marketing is impressions. So impression is just basically how many people have seen your ad. Okay, so if your ad shows up on the search results page, regardless of whether somebody clicks on it or not, you're going to get an impression. Okay, so if you're getting a lot of impressions, that means a lot of people have seen your ad. What's a lot of impressions? Well, it's subjective. Okay, so it could be 1,000 impressions or 10,000 impressions. At the end of the day, that's how many people have seen your ad. Now, more importantly, you have another metric called clicks. Clicks means how many people actually saw your ad and then clicked on your ad. Okay, so if you have 100 people that have seen your ad and one person who clicked on your ad, then you have a click-through rate of 1%. Now, when it comes to Google ads and search engine marketing in general, you want to have a high click-through rate, especially on Google, because that does impact quality score. So quality score is another metric you need to be aware of. Okay, so quality score is simply a number between 1 and 10 that's assigned to each keyword. Okay. So what impacts quality score? Click-through rate is one of the factors that impact quality score. So if you have 200 or 300 or 500 or 1,000 impressions and very little clicks, that means your click-through rate is going to be low. And if your click-through rate is going to be low, then your quality score is going to be low. And in order to pay less to Google, you need to make sure that your quality score is good. So you need to understand the factors involved with quality score. You need to understand impressions, clicks, click-through rate. Because if you don't have a good click-through rate, then how do you improve that? So it's about measuring the results and acting upon the results. Those are the skills involved with search engine marketing. And that's just on the click side. You got the conversion side of the house. So you need to be able to understand how to get conversions and how to maintain a high conversion rate. So for example, if you have 100 clicks and only one conversion, that is a 1% conversion rate. Okay, fair enough. But what are you paying per conversion? What's the cost per conversion? Okay, and if that number is high, like say $20, and you're only selling a product that's say $10, well, then you got a problem. And so there's a lot of different metrics involved with search engine marketing. You're collecting this data very quickly, so you need to be able to react to the data that you see. So that's the skill set really involved with search engine marketing. if you're getting the data, if it's a low click-through rate or low conversion rate or high cost per conversion or very low impressions, you need to be able to understand how to react to what you're seeing and what your data you're collecting. That to me is the primary skill, bottom line, with search engine marketing. And there are other skill sets involved, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's nice to be able to write copy because with search engine marketing, typically the ads have very few characters involved, so you need to be able to write a compelling ad to convince somebody to click on your ad. And so writing copy, being able to understand your target audience, those are all things involved with managing search engine marketing, but really the key component here is, again, measuring the results.
Today, we are going to learn about paid marketing. Paid marketing is one of the easiest and quickest ways to help customers discover your brand and offerings. With paid marketing, you can purchase advertising that allows you to target an audience instead of waiting for them to find you organically. Paid advertising is measurable and is easier than SEO. In this video, we will learn how someone can make use of platforms such as Google, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram for advertising and growing their business. So let's begin with understanding how marketing works through Google Ads, YouTube Ads, Facebook Ads, and Instagram Ads.
When you're setting up your brand and you need to make sure it reaches the right audience and provide the best results, there's really only one place to turn to. It's one of the largest online advertising platforms really in the world, and that's on Google. And so today we're going to talk about how to advertise on Google. So thank you for joining. My name is Rob Sanders. I'm with Simplilearn, and we're going to talk about all things Google when it comes to advertising. So thanks for joining, and let's get right to it and talk about Google Ads and its effect with advertising. So we're going to start out with, what are Google Ads? Well, Google Ads used to be called Google AdWords, and it's been around a good while, almost 20 years now. So really, Google has grown at a really rapid pace. It's become one of Google's main sources of revenue. You could say probably in the 90th percentile of its revenue comes from Google Ads. And when we say Google Ads, we mean people who pay for advertising on Google.com. So Google Ads, really what it does is it provides services that fall under the category of PPC, which stands for pay-per-click. You also may hear Google Ads or PPC referred to as cost per click or CPC or sponsored search. Really what it comes down to, it's a model. So when you advertise on Google.com and somebody clicks on your ad, basically you're paying Google for the click. Okay, so it's just really a business model where an advertiser pays Google to have their advertisement on Google.com, but they only pay Google when they get the click. So that's really, in a nutshell, how it works for advertisers. If I want to advertise my business, I can go to Google Ads and say, Google, place my ad on Google.com. And then if my ad does get shown on Google.com, somebody clicks on it, it's just as simple as I pay Google a fee. So Google Ads is just an online advertising platform developed by Google with which advertisers can pay to display ads. They can offer up their services. There's video involved. There's obviously mobiles involved. So you got all the necessary devices and platforms available in Google's ecosystem. So for example, if I go to Google search, even if I type in, what is Google Ads? Here I could see a total of 1.8 billion results for what are Google Ads as my search query. So in search, you got a lot of different things going on here. You have organic results, you have videos that are being pulled from YouTube, you got a knowledge graph here, you got featured snippets, you got an organic listing, but really at the top, this is what we're going to focus on today. We're going to talk about sponsored search. So you can see here for this particular keyword query that I typed in, what are Google Ads? Really, two sponsored search or pay-per-click ads appeared. Now, if I happen to click on any one of these two and go to that particular advertisement's website, they're going to pay Google a specific cost per click. So that's how it looks on Google.com. It really depends on your query. and what ads show up. But the great thing about Google Ads is they make it known for the user who's doing the search query what the ad is. So here I can easily pick out what's an ad, a sponsored search or pay-per-click ad, and what's not. Because if it's a pay-per-click ad or an advertiser advertising on Google.com, I'm going to be able to see this little box here that says ad next to the listing. And so by displaying that little logo, their ad, it's letting the end user know, the person who's searching, know that, hey, this is an advertiser who is advertising their product or service on Google.com. Okay, so that's how you can differentiate between paid search and organic search. Organic search here, or even down here, doesn't have that little ad box next to the listing. So if it doesn't have the little ad box, it's a paid search ad. Now, why do we want to advertise on Google Ads? Because it increases visibility to high quality audience. So what I mean by that is, search is really a great place to advertise because you're meeting the consumer halfway, meaning somebody's typing something in and your ad is there to help them find what they're looking for. So Google Ads advertises your product or service to the relevant audience to ensure the users perform the action required of them. So it's really a great way to get quality audience to your website, because if somebody types in something and you happen to offer what they're looking for, basically your ad's going to show up, somebody clicks on it, you pay Google for the click, and you get quality traffic in return. So the other great benefit to being on Google Ads is increases brand awareness. So it's a great way to get your product and brand out there. Google has a vast network, also known as the display network, but even on Google.com, the search network itself, the search engine itself, millions of people use it every day. In fact, here in the United States, it's been said or studied that people over the age of 18 use search at least once a day here in the United States. So you can figure that's millions and millions of people. So it's a great way to get your brand in front of a large captive audience. Okay, so top of mind awareness refers to a brand or product being the first one that comes to a customer's mind when thinking about a particular industry or category. So it really does provide top of mind awareness. Another benefit to being on Google Ads is retargeting. So when we say the word retargeting in marketing, that means showing our ad to somebody who's already been to our website. So we can use Google's display network, or we can run remarketing lists for search ads right on Google.com to ensure that we're targeting those folks who have already been to our website and have not performed a function that we want them to perform, such as converting or buying something or downloading something or subscribing to a newsletter or visiting a certain page. Okay, so if somebody doesn't do what we want them to do, it's okay. Maybe they aren't ready to commit to our product or service. And that's why Google offers up retargeting. So it allows us to reach that audience a second time. So they're going to be familiar with our product. They're going to be familiar with our website because they've been there. And so we can offer up a very unique, specific ad to that audience. So that's a really good benefit to being on Google Ads. So some other benefits here: increased intelligence. So we can certainly get data about who is coming to our audience. So we can look at what device, what browser, etc. So we can really gain some information about who's coming to the website. We can certainly measure our performance. So with Google, we're paying cost per click, and so based on that model, we can certainly measure what keywords, what ads are generating traffic to the website and how much we're paying for that. Okay, and if that traffic turns out to be a lead, we can measure that against that specific keyword or ad or campaign. So we can certainly measure our performance all the way down to the keyword level. And we can measure up against how many conversions or what we're paying for those conversions. So Google Ads is a very highly quantitative approach to advertising. because there's lots of numbers involved, and you're constantly collecting information about your advertising on Google.com and its network. And another benefit really is its high flexibility. So Google Ads has a number of different options. So we can customize our ads based on an audience, based on a keyword, based on a specific website, based on retargeting. So we really have a lot of options, not to mention the number of options in terms of the ad format. Text ads, dynamic responsive ads, video ads, display ads. So Google Ads has very flexible options in terms of advertising, and we're going to talk about some of those as we move along here today. So another big benefit here, and this is what I always suggest, is if you're not ranking organically, then you might want to consider Google Ads, because as we shown here in our example, if I go back to our example a couple minutes ago, if you want to bid on the keyword, what are Google Ads? Why would you bid on that? Well, it's relevant to your business. Maybe you're in the digital marketing industry and you want to help folks who need help in advertising on Google Ads. But what if you want to be found for that organically? Well, if you're not found for it organically, then you could bid on it. So it definitely is a good option if you're not ranking for a particular keyword organically. So it serves as almost an option. I always say that search is like a fruit bowl. Okay, you have apples and oranges in that fruit bowl. Well, the orange is organic search and the apple is paid search. They're different approaches, but they share the same fruit bowl, the same real estate. So you can really help yourself by using Google Ads to complement what you're doing organically. So if you're not ranked organically for a keyword, you can certainly use Google Ads. If you are ranked for specific keywords and it's a highly competitive industry, then you can use Google Ads to help you leverage the amount of clicks you get from that ad. So it's okay to be organically listed and have a paid search listing at the same time. So if we go back to our example here, we could see wordstream.com has a paid ad, and here we could see just 2 spots below organically, they're showing up with an organic listing. So you could certainly be in both positions to try and maximize your clicks. So it's definitely a good strategy to run with Google Ads. On top of everything we mentioned in terms of measurement, flexibility, Google Ads does offer up a really good incentive to advertise. And let's not lose focus that, again, search is really the only medium in which you're meeting somebody halfway based on what they're looking for. And when I say halfway, meaning your ad is going to appear for somebody who's looking for something, whether that be food, a cafe, a plumber, a doctor, or directions. Search is there to serve that person's needs. There's no other advertisement platform or no other channel out there in terms of advertising that reacts the same way, whether that be TV or radio or email marketing or affiliate marketing. Search is unique in that regard. So search engine results pages are the pages that are displayed by search engines in response to an ad. So that's SERP. And so you could certainly, be listed in the SERPs, or also known as organic search. But the great thing is Google Ads is there to help you get your brand or product in front of that user looking for a specific need or service. So let's shift focus now and talk about the various formats in Google Ads. On Google Search, we have text ads. So text ads are the only ad format on Google Search. And so here you can see in this example, you have a headline. So not only do you have one headline, you have 3 headlines in one ad. So JBL headphones, 1 headline. Wide range of headphones, 2nd headline. Amazon.in, 3rd headline. So you have 3 headlines. And the great thing about Google Ads with its text format is that you can have up to 2 descriptions of 90 characters. So the headlines are up to 30 characters, the descriptions are up to 90 characters. And so you can really write some specific information about your ad, about your product, about your service. Okay, and the ad is also going to contain what we call ad extensions. So here you can see shop by category, in-ear headphones, on-ear headphones. Those are all site link extensions, meaning they're going to link to something on your website. And so the purpose of the extension is to help get the click. So The reason why you're running Google Ads is to get the click. You want to generate the click. You want to get that traffic to your website. So by writing 3 headlines and writing 2 description lines and adding extensions to your ad, all help you get that click. Yes, you're going to pay Google for the click, but that's the whole purpose, is to generate the click from search. Because remember, search is there to respond to somebody's need or query. And so if you get the click on your ad, chances are it's going to be a highly relevant visitor to your website. So Google offers up a lot of opportunity for you to write a lot of information in your text ad on Google for Google.com. So Google also has other formats, and so they also have responsive display ads. So when we say responsive, we mean Google can serve up a specific image from your website based on what somebody's looking for, based on the page that they went to. So these ads are responsive. They adjust their size, appearance, and format depending on the space available. So responsive can also be text and or image. And so the whole point of response is, if you have a large website, let's just say with a lot of different products and categories like Amazon, well, it's hard to write static ads for thousands of particular categories and products. So why not let Google do the heavy lifting? Why not let Google serve up the images and ads based on what somebody looked at on your website? And so that's the whole idea behind responsive ads, is it allows Google to, show the particular ad that's most relevant to that user. So it's really a great option when you're advertising on Google. You have image ads as well. So image ads are, as we mentioned, part of responsive, or they can just be static. And so here you can see an example from Slack. Okay, you can see just an image ad. But the great thing about image ads is you have a lot of different size options. So 468 by 60, 250 by 250, 160 by 600, all these are pixel sizes. So you have a lot of different size variations when you run image ads. Okay, so you don't have to run a small image ad, let's just say in comparison to Facebook, where you have a thumbnail, okay, and one size for a particular image ad on Facebook. Versus Google, you have multiple sizes that you can choose from in terms of running image ads. So image ads are really a great option if you're going to advertise on Google. Okay, you also have app promotional ads. These ads are used to drive app downloads and engagement. So here you can see an example for Uber. So that's another option too if you have an app and you really want to drive engagement for that app. And then you also have video. So Google owns YouTube. So you can run advertisements, video advertisements on YouTube. So they could be standalone, or they can be inserted into other streaming video content as, say, a pre-roll. Meaning people are going to look at your ad before actually watching the actual video they went to YouTube for. So you have a lot of different options with video advertisements on YouTube. So the other ad format you have on Google are shopping ads. And shopping ads are really a great way to get your product in front of the right user. So if somebody's looking for shoes or running shoes, it's an opportunity for you to run shopping ads, so you could put that particular shoe with a description, with the price, with your brand name in front of that user. And so with a cost per click model, if a user clicks on your shopping ad, then chances are they're probably going to convert, because they could see the product, they could see the price, they could see the product name, they could see the brand. And so it's an opportunity for you to really drive high quality traffic to your site with the opportunity to convert somebody at a very high rate. So shopping ads are really good because it prevents unwanted clicks. If somebody clicks on that ad, they're definitely interested. So let's take a look on search to see how that looks. So if I go to Google search and I just type in running shoes, so my search results are going to list not only some paid ads, but a lot of different options on shopping ads. So here I could certainly scroll around and see all the different brand names. I could see the price point. If I hover over it, I can actually see, some other information about it, like reviews, return policy. So if I actually click on this ad, chances are I'm going to buy it. Otherwise, why would I click on the ad as an end user? And so that's the great thing about shopping ads. It gives you, the advertiser, an opportunity to really get your products in front of people who are looking for your product or service. And given that you're listing the price, if they like the price and they click on your ad, they're probably going to go ahead and follow through with the conversion. So it doesn't necessarily have to be running shoes. It could be anything that you have to offer a user. So running shopping ads on Google is a good strategy if you have products. Okay, so you can showcase these shopping ads on Google search by certainly really giving Google access to your product inventory, connecting in some reviews, connecting in some information, connecting in the pricing points, and voila. It's really fairly easily to set up Google shopping ads within Google search. And the great thing about shopping ads is it also appears under images and also appears under shopping. So if I'm on Google search, I can go to shopping or I can go to images and I'll see those same image ads show up here at the top, and I will certainly see those under shopping as well. So shopping ads allow you to really showcase your products on Google search to those looking for that particular product. So it's really a great option with Google. You also have call ads. So when we say call ads, really call only ads are great for mobile. So when you run advertisements on Google, if you have a phone number associated with your business, you can certainly add that phone number to the ad. So if somebody's searching on their mobile device and your ad is displayed along with your number, if they click on your number, they're actually going to call your business, and Google can track that. They can track how many people click on your number and even turn that into a conversion for you. So if you have a phone number associated with your business, it's wise to go ahead and set up what we call a call extension as part of the ad, because if somebody sees that ad with that phone number on mobile, it allows them to easily just click on the number and call your business. And so Google can track calls as well. So keep that in mind if you have a phone number and you want to associate that phone number with an ad. Okay, so let's move over to where is Google showing your ads. I showed you an example of Google search. So we looked at text ads, we looked at shopping ads on Google Search Network. So Google Search Network really allows you to advertise on Google search. So with Google search, if I go back to Google search and I go to all, I typed in running shoes. Okay, here I can see shopping ads. Here I can see a couple of text ads. So you have the opportunity, if you're running only text ads, to show at the top, and if you're not at the top, then Google will place you at the bottom. So it really depends on the keyword that somebody's querying in Google search. So it really depends on how many people are advertising. And so what Google does, if I didn't have any shopping ads here, Google will list a maximum of 4 text ads at the top. And at the bottom, any other ads that weren't shown at the top will get placed at the bottom. So ideally, if you're running text ads on Google, you want to make sure you're always at the top. And I would say between positions 1 and 3. You always want to make sure you're at the top. Okay, so you can certainly measure that. Remember, Google has measured performance. So you can measure everything about your ad. So if you're going to advertise on Google with a text ad, you want to make sure you're always at the top. So let's have a look at the different types of search networks that Google Ads is affiliated with. So the first is Google Search. Okay, so let's focus on Google Search. And so basically when we say Google Search or search sites, we really mean Google.com or all Google search engines for that matter. So if you want to advertise to a mass audience, you want to probably start with Google.com because, again, millions of people use it on a daily basis. And so if you're advertising on Google.com, your ads will appear basically below or above the search results on a Google search. So if somebody searches for something, depending on the search query, they're going to see results. Now, depending on the device, also, so they could be on mobile or on desktop, they could see sponsored ads or paid ads, they could see local listings, and they could see organic search results. So for example, this is what an ad would look like. So let me show you what that looks like on Google search. So if we go, for example, to google.com and type in the keyword classes on digital marketing, we could see some search ads here. These ads appear above some featured snippets, and the organic search results. Okay, so depending on a lot of different factors. Again, I've mentioned this throughout the webinar. There are a lot of factors in showing up in the top position, second position, third position, and so forth. Okay, if I scroll all the way to the bottom, you may even see ads down here, depending on how many people are actually bidding on the keyword phrase, classes on digital marketing. So we could see Simplilearn here in the second position. Why? Because again, I can see the logo ad here. Okay, so I can see Simplilearn using 3 headlines. I can see Simplilearn using their 2 description lines here. And I can see Simplilearn using some other extensions with the ad. Now, all of this is geared towards getting the click. So when you're on Google search, the whole idea is somebody's looking for something, you're offering that up. And so it doesn't even matter if you're in the top position. Ideally, you want to be in these top 3 positions in order to get the click. Okay, so that's the whole idea behind being on Google search. If you're on Google search, you have the opportunity to be at the very top of the search result or in the top 3 above local listings and above organic results. Now, if I change my search query and typed in coffee in San Francisco, my search results are going to be completely different. I'm going to see local listings here. Okay, so this is tied to Google My Business, not Google Ads. Okay, so this is completely different. So don't mix this up with running ads on Google search. So Google My Business is tied to local listings or Google Maps. And again, with desktop, which is what I'm showing you the search result on, you're going to see likely Google local listings above organic results. Okay, and if I go back to my previous query of classes on digital marketing, I'm going to be able to see paid search results above local and organic listings. So in other words, if you're running ads, ads are going to trump any other type of result on Google search if you can be in positions 1 through 3. Now, in addition to Google.com, Google also has something called Google Search Partners. So if you set up an account and you set up a campaign in Google Ads, you have the option to choose Google Search as your network. And then as an alternative, or an additional option, you can advertise on Google Search Partners sites. And so some of their search partners can range. So basically these are sites that have partnered up with Google that's allowing Google to show ads on their site. So the sites can range anywhere between YouTube to Amazon to New York Times. Let's take a look at an example. It could even be another search engine. So if I go to, say, ask.com and type in classes on digital marketing, it's a completely different search engine, but I can see the same ad for Simplilearn. So I could see a different headline here actually, but I could see the description and I could see some site link extensions. And so notice the ad is still at the top. In this case, it's in position 1, and I can see multiple companies running advertisements. Why? Because I could see ad next to it, and I could see those over organic listings. So these are Google Search Partner listings. So you can opt in to be on other partner sites that Google, or other sites that Google has partnered up with. So you have options outside of Google search, and that option is the display network. So the display network allows you to advertise elsewhere, which is outside of Google search. And if you're going to advertise on Google's display network, you have more ad formats available to you, including image and including video. For example, your ad can be found on a specific website. If you choose to advertise on the NewYorkTimes.com or WebMD or Marriott.com, you could certainly do that. Okay, you just need to tell Google, hey, this is the site I want to advertise on. So some of the advantages of being on the display network. So if you don't want to advertise on Google search, okay, Google.com, you can certainly go to display, and on the display, if you're running display ads or even video ads, you're going to grab the attention of potential customers because of the format of the ad. Okay, so putting your ads in front of people early on in the buying cycle can have a very positive effect. So you're basically reaching out to a large number of people on Google's display network and giving them an opportunity to see who you are as a brand and giving them an opportunity to see what your product is all about. So for me, the display network is a good opportunity to get your product and service in front of a lot of people. Because the way the display network works is it's millions of websites who want to have advertising on their site. And so you can really pick and choose a specific site where your audience is going to be and get your ad in front of that audience. So you can really retarget to potential customers. So retargeting, as we said earlier, is really reaching out to people who have already been to your website and didn't perform a particular function that you wanted them to perform. Meaning, somebody came to your website from paid search on google.com and they went to page A and then they left. So you really wanted them to go to page B, add a product to a shopping cart, and check out and purchase that product. However, if they didn't do that, you could certainly run ads knowing that they've been to page A and page B. And you can offer up that specific ad to that person who's been to your website. And so that's what retargeting really is all about, and you can retarget on Google's display network. So remarketing your product to people who have previously visited your website or even your app allows you to really get your ad in front of a qualified audience. And so you could take advantage of analytics. So Google's ads has all the information you need. So let's actually take a look at some of these options in Google Ads for the display network. So if I actually go to Google Ads and I actually go to display campaigns, I can see I have a lot of different options available to me. So if I click on keywords, for example, okay, I can choose keywords for my display campaign. So what Google does, if you choose keywords, basically what they're doing is they're going to contextually place your ad based on the keyword. Okay, so that's an option for you. If you're not sure what websites to be on with the display network, you can certainly just add keywords, and based on those keywords, Google will place your ad on websites that they deem relevant to the keywords you choose. So you can also choose demographics. So on the display network, you can say, hey, Google, I only want to advertise to say 18 to 24-year-olds or 25 to 34-year-olds. And so based on that, Google is going to place your ads on websites related to that age demographic you're interested in. On the display network, you can also choose topics. So if there's a specific topic that you want your ad to be associated with, you can certainly do that. So Google has a number of different topics at their disposal. So here, if I just choose a particular ad group, now I have specific topics that I can choose, from arts and entertainment, food and drink, to news, to pets and animals. And so under each one of these topics, I can get really specific. So if I go under science, I can see subcategories under the topic science. I can see chemistry and physics and scientific institutions and equipment. So I can really pick and choose specific topics where I want my ads to be shown. As I mentioned already, you can pick and choose specific placements. Okay, so if you have a specific website that you want your ad to be shown on, you can certainly let Google know. Okay, you can also advertise on Gmail. You can also advertise on YouTube. So you can really pick and choose where you want your ads to be shown. So you have all these different options available to you. To me, one of the best options for advertising on the display network, because when you tell Google you have a specific audience you want to target, and that audience could be somebody who went to a specific page or somebody who went to your website and didn't convert. You can associate that audience with the campaign. And when you associate that audience with a campaign, you can retarget them with an ad. So the display campaign is very powerful with Google because you have all these different options available to you. So with Google Ads, you can also determine how well you're reaching your goals, which websites you're running your ads on, which ads are bringing in clicks, and which site gives you maximum value for the minimum cost. So you can see all that in Google Ads. So when I actually pick and choose how I want to target, I can certainly measure that. So for example, audiences or demographics. For example, if I go back to demographics, I have all this data that Google's collected on my advertising. So I can see, for example, by age range, based on my campaign, how many clicks, how many impressions. Impressions are how many times my ad's been seen. Click-through rate, meaning the rate at which people see my ad and are clicking on my ad. How much I'm paying per click. CPC is cost per click. Total cost. And conversions. How many conversions am I getting? So I could see all this data available to me in Google Ads. So it's a very powerful platform for measuring performance. Okay, let's talk about how you can create a Google ad. Okay, so first thing you want to do is you want to set up your campaign and you want to align a goal with that campaign. Just like we talked with ads related to Facebook, you always want to align a goal with your campaign. Just like we talked about there, we want to do the same thing here on Google. So we have a number of different options at our disposal. So when you run a campaign, why are you running the campaign? So if you're in just to drive traffic or you're trying to generate brand awareness, okay, great. You can still set up that campaign. You're just going to choose the display network. Okay, the display network allows you to get your ad out there on millions of websites so that people can actually see what your brand, product, or service is all about. Now, if you're into direct response, meaning you're in it for sales and leads, then you probably want to choose potentially Google Search Partners as a network. Okay, not display, but Google Search and the partner sites, okay, on Google Search. So by choosing Google Search as your network, it's direct to response. So somebody's typing in a keyword query and you're responding. So that's the whole idea behind Google Search, is we want to meet somebody halfway. We want to be able to offer up the product or service they're looking for. So if sales and leads are what your campaign goal is all about, then you want to go Search Network with the option to choose Google Search Partners. Okay, again, if you're into, driving brand awareness or product and brand consideration, then maybe you should choose the display network. The bottom line is you need to figure out what the goal is of the campaign. That's the very first step and most important step, is to figure out what the goal is of the campaign. And once you've decided that, then it's on to setting up the campaign. And in Google, you're always going to have at least one ad group. And what makes up an ad group? Keywords and ads. So ideally, when you set up a campaign on Google Search Network, you're going to choose keywords. And those keywords should be tightly knitted or tightly themed, or in other words, be all relevant to one another in an ad group. So that's what an ad group is. Keywords that are relevant to one another. Okay, in that ad group, you're also going to have an ad. So when you choose your keywords, you're going to write an ad for those keywords. So step 3 is after you set up the ad group and choose your keywords, you're going to create an ad. So let's take a look at how that looks in Google Ads. So if I go to Google Ads, I can see I already have an account set up. I have a couple of campaigns. So let's just say I have this campaign set up here. I'm just going to call it industrial campaign. Okay, and if I choose industrial campaign, okay, I'm going to then be asked to set up an ad group. Now, if I set up an ad group already, in that ad group should be keywords and ads. Okay, so remember, when you set up an ad group, you want to choose your keywords first. Okay, and those keywords should be all related to one another. So for example, I could see an ad group here called Fig Concentrate. Well, if I click on this ad group and I look at the keywords, they should all be related to Fig Concentrate. So here we go. We can see a few keywords in this ad group. In fact, I have 10 of them, all related to Fig Concentrate. So it's very, very important from a quality score perspective. If you remember, when we're talking about quality score is based on landing page experience, expected click-through, and the ad relevancy to the keyword. So if you can choose an ad group and have all your keywords related to one another, like I do here with Fig Concentrate, then it's easier to write an ad. Okay, so here I have 10 keywords all related to Fig Concentrate. So now, if I go to ads and extensions in the Google Ads platform, we can see here, I already have a couple of ads going. Okay, so ideally, if I wanted to, I can run more than just 2 ads. As a best practice, you want to have at least 2 ads. Why? Because these 2 ads are going to be served up against each other. And ideally, the whole idea of running more than one ad is what Google can do is start serving up the ad that is performing better in terms of click-through rate or in terms of conversions. Okay, so it doesn't hurt to even add one or two more ads. So here I'm going to go ahead and add one more ad here. Okay, so if I click on that plus button, I have a bunch of options here. I'm going to go ahead and choose text ad because I'm running this campaign on the search network. And my goal is to get sales, not leads, sales. So I want sales. I want somebody to click on my ad, go to my website, and purchase some fig concentrate. So that's my goal. And so if I'm on the search network, I can only have text ads. So I'm going to choose text ad. And once I choose text ad, then I have the option now to go through and create a new ad. Okay, so what Google actually does is they populate the ad from previous ads. And so this gives me an opportunity to tweak one of the ads I already have in place. So here you can see I have a final URL, and that's the URL that the traffic is going to go to when they click on your ad. Okay, so if somebody clicks on the ad, that's the page they're going to go to. Call that the final URL. Now I have an option to create up to 3 headlines. So here I can see headline 1, up to 30 characters. I have my brand name. Headline 2, I have something related to the keyword I'm bidding on. So what am I talking about? Fig concentrate. Okay, again, up to 30 characters. Now, that includes spaces. So if you happen to go over 30 characters, your ad's not going to get approved. So here you can see 32 over 30. I'm 2 characters over. If I just get rid of that, the ad is okay. So you got to be careful to stay within the boundaries of the character limits, including spaces. So here I got headline 2 is fig concentrate. Now I'm going to write headline 3. This is new. So this is recently implemented by Google, and I highly recommend that all the fields available to you, you use. Because the more information you can put in an ad, the better it is for not only your ad, but for the end user. Because if somebody's searching and looking for fig concentrate, and you provide them with as much information as possible, then the chances of them clicking on your ad are going to be greater. And that's what we want. If we're going to advertise, we want to advertise so that people can see our ad and click on our ad. That's the whole point, isn't it? To get people to click on our ad because they're looking for something that we're offering. In this example, fig concentrate. So here I have headline 3. I'm going to go ahead and put something in a headline 3, maybe a promotion. Let's just say I'm offering up 20%. So I can say up to 20% off through April and May. Now you see I'm running into the character count, so I'm just going to go ahead and keep it at April. So up to 20% off through April. Now I can create another ad and maybe change the headline to say up to 20% off through May. So you want to take advantage of all 3 headlines. Now notice when I added the headline here, I can see a preview of it on mobile, and I can see a preview of it on desktop. Now underneath that I have what they call the display path. So what Google does is they take your domain, in this case valleyfig.com, and you can basically customize that domain with what they call a path. So you have path 1, path 2, and the whole point of this is for you to customize it based on the keywords you are bidding on. So if I'm bidding on fig concentrate, I'm going to put fig concentrate in here. Now remember, when somebody actually clicks on my ad, they're not going to go to valleyfig.com/fig/concentrate. They're going to go to the URL up here under final URL. So you want to make sure you put a path in here. Ideally, what I would do is put in something related to the keyword I'm bidding on. In this case, fig concentrate. Now I have an opportunity to add a new description, a second description. This is new, and I have up to 90 characters. So I can go ahead and add some content. So remember, with description 2, I have up to 90 characters. So I'm just going to go ahead and borrow some copy from the website if I'm not actually sure what to write. And so here you can see fig concentrate is a natural product containing no preservatives or additives. So that's my second description. So now I can go ahead and save and create extensions. So I'm just going to go ahead and push the button save and create extensions. And when I do that, I'm going to be prompted to go ahead and create some ad extensions. And so ad extensions allow me to add in links, site links underneath the ad, just like you see here. So when you've added your site link extensions and other extensions, you save it, you'll be able to see your new ad here. Here we can see the ad we created. Okay, notice it's got the 3 headlines. Notice it's got the 2 descriptions. And if I want to edit, I can just click edit ad and go ahead and edit it. If I don't want to edit it, then I don't have to. I can always go back. So you can always edit an ad after it's been created. Okay, if not, no big deal. Notice when you actually create your ad, in some cases, Google's going to review it to make sure it fits within Google's guidelines and policies. But once it's approved, you'll see it under, you'll see approved under the status column. And that's pretty much how you would go ahead and create a text ad. Okay, so when it does get approved, it's going to be in the rotation with the other 2 ads. And so what Google's going to do is serve up each ad equally, and then eventually the ad that is performing best will get served up more. And that way you're putting your best ad always in front of the user who's looking for the product and service you're offering. So now let's talk about the metrics. So associated with these keywords, these ads, these ad groups and campaigns. So there are a lot of metrics in Google Ads, a lot of metrics. And we're not even going to cover most of these metrics. We're just going to cover what I deem the most common, the most important metrics to get you going. So if you find yourself advertising, whether that be on Google's search network or Google's display network, you're going to have some common metrics. And here are the metrics that we're going to focus on today. So you have impressions, cost, clicks, average CPC, conversions, cost per conversion, CTR or click-through rate, and quality score. So let's go through these metrics here and talk about what they are. So impressions, really it's the number of times your ad's been shown on that particular network, whether it's Google search or display. And so an impression is just how many times somebody actually seen your ad. Okay, whether they actually physically seen it or not, if your ad is shown up on that network, then an impression is going to get counted. So here, if we're looking at ads, we can see we have over a period of time certain amount of impressions. Okay, so that's how many times this particular ad has been shown. So this particular ad here, the first one at the top, has been shown 557 times over this period of time, which is year to date. Okay, so that's an impression, how many times your ad's been shown. So if we talk about cost, cost refers to the amount of money we've spent. So anytime your ad gets clicked, you're going to pay Google X amount. So if I go back to Google Ads, I can see what my total cost is. And not only can I see what my total cost is, I can see what my average cost per click is. And so there's a lot of factors that go into what you actually pay. And some of these factors are who else is advertising, where you're advertising, what network you're advertising on, what time of day, what particular keyword. And so there's a lot of factors. And so here I can see on average, year to date, I've spent $1.80 per click on this particular ad for a total of $32.33. So I can really see how much I've actually spent. And so clicks is just refers to how many times somebody clicked on your ad. So if your ad's been shown, you need an impression. And when somebody sees your ad, they're going to click on your ad. So the whole idea is to get the click. Remember, you want to be in positions 1 through 3. So I want to make sure that my average position is between 1 and 3. And so if you're looking in Google Ads at metrics and you don't see average position, well, you can always add that as a column. So if I click on columns here, and then I go to competitive metrics, and I click on average position, and I'm going to move average position all the way to the top here. So if I click move average position all the way at the top, I'm going to be able to see what my average position is over that particular period of time. So here I can see I'm in positions 1 through 3. And that's where you want to be. You want to be in positions 1 through 3. So if you're in positions 1 through 3, that means you're at the top if you're on Google search, or that means you're in a prominent position on the display network. So if your ad is shown, meaning it gets an impression, then likely somebody's going to click on that ad. And if somebody clicks on that ad, it's going to generate a click, which in turn is going to generate cost. And so ideally what you want to do is you want to measure the rate at which people click on your ad based on how many times it was shown. shown. So here I can see 28 clicks over 3,549 impressions. That's a 0.79% click-through rate. So ideally, the higher the click-through rate, the better the ad. And the higher the click-through rate, the chances are you're going to get more traffic to your site. So we want to be able to measure clicks, and we want to be able to measure click-through rate, and we also want to measure cost per click, which is really the total cost divided by the number of clicks. So if I go back to Google Ads, here I could see, $17.57 over 28 clicks. That averages out to about 63 cents per click. So that's how I get cost per click. Now your cost per click is going to vary a little bit. Okay, so it's going to vary based on keyword. It's going to be based on where you're advertising, what position, etc. So there's a lot of factors involved with cost per click. But that's how you would actually calculate it. But Google Ads actually does a calculation for you for click-through rate and cost per click. But in case you want to know, you can always divide clicks into cost. Okay, so conversions, probably one of the most important metrics you're going to use in Google Ads because you're paying Google. And if you're paying Google for advertising, you want to make sure you're getting return on your investment. So conversions are added when a user clicks on your ad and performs an action that you've defined, such as purchasing something, downloading something, viewing something, signing up for a newsletter, etc. So you want to make sure that if you're in Google Ads, that you're measuring conversions. And so you simply want to go to Tools. So if you go to Tools and then click on Conversions, you want to make sure that you're running conversions. Ideally, what you want to do is you want to run conversions from Google Analytics, but you can certainly set up conversions within Google Ads as well. Notice I also have call from ads as set up as a conversion. So you have an opportunity in Google Ads to add a number of different conversions. And the more conversions you add, really the better off you are because you want to measure up all your campaigns against conversions. If I go back to campaigns, I want to be able to see what campaigns are driving conversions. And if I can measure that, and I have a campaign that's really driving conversions, then I'm going to continue to advertise on Google. Okay, so here, over this particular period of time, I can see one campaign has driven 9 conversions at $128.67 cost per conversion. And so how do I get cost per conversion? Well, I get my total cost divided by the number of conversions. And then I could see my conversion rate, the rate at which people convert. So really, if I have 241 clicks and 9 conversions, that's 9 divided by 241, that's 3.77% conversion rate. So I can measure conversion rate, cost per conversion, and conversion just by setting up conversions in Google Ads. And so ideally, if you're going to pay Google for advertising, you want to be able to measure return on investment via conversions. So again, see, cost per conversion is just really the total cost divided by the number of conversions. And then click-through rate, again, just as a reminder, the total clicks divided by the total number of impressions. And then one other metric we're going to talk about here today is quality score. So quality score is really Google's way of measuring how well your keywords are compared to the ad associated with it, the expected click-through rate, and the landing page. So quality score is the backbone of Google Ads. So if I go back to Google Ads and I click on keywords, quality score is something you want to measure. And if you don't have it in your columns, you could certainly just click on columns and add it. And so here I can see my quality score. And quality score is a measurement between 1 and 10. And so if you have a good quality score, Google's going to score you higher because your keyword is relevant to your ad, it's relevant to the landing page, and you have a good expected click-through rate. If you don't have a good quality score, Google's going to let you know why you don't have a good quality score. So again, your 3 categories that make up quality score are landing page experience, which means really Google looking at the landing page you're sending people to, and they're seeing if the page loads well, fast, does it have ads, does it have good content, is it a good landing page? Will the end user have a good experience? They also look at the ad relevance. Okay, is the ad relevant to the keyword? and they'll also look at the expected click-through rate. Okay, so based on other advertisers and their click-through rate, are you achieving the same click-through rate? And so those three factors make up quality score. Quality score is a metric assigned to keywords. So if you don't have a good quality score, you need to fix it, because the repercussion is you're going to have to pay more. So having a good quality score likely means you're going to pay less per click. So you want to make sure that if you bid on a keyword, that the keyword goes to a relevant landing page, the ad itself is relevant, and you're getting a good click-through rate. So quality score is the backbone of Google Ads and how it works. So you want to make sure you have a good quality score. So optimizing your ads. So what if you don't have a good quality score? What if you're not getting conversions? Well, there's things you can do. So remember, we want to make sure that we're adding extensions, whether that be call, site link, review, app. Add extensions to your ads because it's going to increase the click-through rate. So you can also really hone your ad copy. If you're selling products and you're running promotion, maybe you want to add in a little sense of urgency to help people, realize, hey, if this promotion's ending, maybe I want to click on the ad and take action. Okay, with Google Ads, you can always run A/B testing on ads. And so what you could do is run 2 ads in one ad group and see what ad is performing best in terms of click-through rate or conversion rate. And whatever ad is running better, you can always run that ad and then continue more testing. So that way you're always putting your best forward in terms of advertising. In the ad copy, whether that be text or display, you always want to use call to action. You want to get people to click on your ad. When somebody clicks on your ad, it's going to improve click-through rate. Click-through rate improves quality score. So as I mentioned several times already, you want to make sure your ads are placed at the top between positions 1 and 3 on Google search. So you can measure ad position in Google Ads, and if you're not ranked between 1 and 3, you want to increase your bid. Okay? You can also optimize for local search. So local is an ad extension that you can add to your ad. You can also advertise at a time when your audience is online, or you can advertise during business hours only. So you can adjust when you advertise on Google. Ensure some of your ads, capitalize on some particular events that are related to your industry. So you can capitalize on that. Okay, you can certainly ask Google to accelerate your ads, okay, or you can do standard delivery so Google can spread out your clicks and show your ads throughout the day. Google search is all about keywords, so you want to be able to pick and choose the right keywords first. You can also add negative keywords. So if you're bidding on a specific industry, let's just say you have software and you want somebody to sign up for your particular piece of software, but you don't offer a free trial, then maybe you want to add free as a negative keyword. So if you don't offer anything for free, free should be a negative keyword. So if somebody actually does type in looking for free software, then your ad's not going to show up. So that's the whole idea behind negative keywords. Okay, you can use dynamic keyword insertion into your ads, meaning you can ask Google, hey, I want to dynamically insert a keyword into my ad that somebody uses to make your ad more relevant. So relevancy increases click-through rate and improves quality score. So as you can see, there's a lot of things you can do. Here's some more things. You can use branded keywords. You can use particular match types in Google. So let's talk about match types for a second. So you have different match types. If I go back to Google Ads, here I can see my keywords that I'm bidding on. So by default, if you actually bid on a keyword, it's going to be broad match. And so if I bid on the keyword medical computer, if somebody typed in something related to medical and included the keyword medical but not computer, then my ad may show up. However, I can make it exact match, so somebody can type in exactly only medical computer. So if I click edit and I can change the match type for that particular keyword to exact, then that means that somebody that types in only medical computer, my ad is going to show up. I can basically do phrase match. So if somebody types in looking for something that's going to help me with medical computers, Okay, that's a long tail phrase word keyword query, but the keyword medical computer is in that order, so my ad is going to show up. Okay, so with phrase match, your ad is going to show when somebody types in that keyword you're bidding on in that order. You also have broad match modifiers, so if you have a plus sign in front of the keyword, then that means that somebody actually has to use that keyword in the query in order for your ad to show up. Okay, so you could change the match type of any keyword. So if you use an exact phrase, then chances are you're going to have lower volume of queries, but probably higher relevancy. If you use a broad match, then your ad could show up for any combination of search queries. So you really want to be careful on the match type that you choose. So keep an eye on quality score. Remember, Google has quality score between 1 and 10. The higher your quality score, the better you are. So really, if you have a quality score, I would say anything below 4, you probably want to pause the keyword. Okay, so you can measure quality score at the keyword level. So if I go back to Google Ads and I have keywords that are, say, 3, chances are I'm going to have to pay more for the click and it might not be worth it. So I may want to end up pausing that keyword and try other keywords that are more relevant, that I can send traffic to a more relevant landing page, or I can have an ad that's more relevant to that keyword in order to help with the quality score. Okay, you can ensure that your landing pages are mobile friendly. So that's another thing you want to keep in mind, that most people start their search on mobile. So you certainly want to make sure that your landing pages are optimized, because if somebody starts the search on mobile, likes your product or service, chances are they're coming back via desktop or even going into the store. Most searches start on mobile, so you want to make sure those pages are optimized. And there's plenty more things you can do to optimize your ads. You want to make sure you group and organize your keywords into relevant ad groups. Why? Because you can write relevant ads for those keywords. So if I go back to Google Ads, I want to make sure if I go to ad groups that the keywords in that ad group are all relative to one another. So what's my ad group name? Well, if it's medical PC, if I click on medical PC, I want to make sure the keywords in that ad group are all relative to medical PC. I want to structure my campaigns and ad groups to target more ads effectively. So you want to be able to, organize your campaigns and ad groups. And the rule of thumb here is you should organize your campaigns and ad groups based on the site architecture of your site. So the way your website is laid out in the navigation is how you should likely structure your campaigns and ad groups. Focus on your budget. Okay, so you want to put more budget to campaigns that are converting. Okay, you can use automatic bidding for ads to maximize results. So meaning that Google has what they call artificial intelligence. So Google can do a lot of the bidding and a lot of the managing for you. That's really a great benefit to running your ads on Google. So their machines are learning behavior from your keywords that you're bidding on. And so ideally, when they learn what's converting, they're going to bid more and try and help you get the conversion for the keywords that have historically converted. And so ideally, you can use some of the automated bidding features that Google Ads has to offer in order to improve performance.
Now, Google is the dominant search engine of the web. Customers turn to Google when they want to find information about products and services. That means people are actively seeking information to show your ads to active searchers, or people looking for your products and services. You can use Google Ads, which is Google's advertising program. In this lesson, you'll learn how Google Ads connects your business with customers so you can reach your marketing goals. Now, by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to understand how Google Ads works, discuss the various targeting methods, and know the primary benefits of using Google Ads. That lets you connect your business with prospective customers. So for instance, let's say someone has a broken pipe in their house and they want to find a local plumber. They often turn to Google to search for their answers. Now, if you're buying a new house, you might search for real estate or mortgages or moving companies. All of these are searches that someone conducts every day. So to reach these searchers, you can use Google Ads. Now, Google Ads is a complex system made up of multiple networks, targeting options, ad formats, budget management, and so forth. So we need to take a look at how the system works to ensure you're targeting the users who can turn into customers. Now, it starts with picking targeting methods. This could be a user searching for a keyword in a specific geography on a specific device and operating systems. So we'll get more into targeting methods as we go through our lessons, so you can write effective ads for those targeting methods. You set a bid for how much you're willing to pay if someone clicks on your ad. Now, when someone does a search and it matches your targeting method, then your ad can be displayed. So if the user looks at your ad and says, "Yep, that's what I'm looking for," and the user clicks on the ad, they go to your site. Now, at that moment is when you pay for the click, or for any action that can happen from an ad directly, such as calling your company. Now, once users click on your ads, they go to your site. If they take an action, such as calling your company, or buying a product, or filling out a form, or just watching a video, then you can measure those actions. Now, this lets you see your data for each targeting method, keyword, and ad data to understand how each is performing. Now, we'll define this information as we go through our lessons, so you know what to look for to make data-driven decisions. Then, from those data-driven decisions, you can refine your targeting methods, test different ads, and set appropriate bids based upon how each click or interaction is worth to your business. Let's say that you're a plumbing company and you're only in Houston, Texas. So you could target only Houston, Texas with keywords such as broken pipes, remodeling kitchen, and other services that you conduct. Then for each of those keywords, you write an ad and set a bid. If someone is searching from within Houston for kitchen remodeling, they could see your ad. So if they were searching from Austin or California or Seattle and they're not in your targeting method, they can't see your ad. So it's important to think about, where are your customers? How are they searching? And then make sure your ads are compelling, and then you can turn those searchers into your next customers. Now, the first network is known as search. This is when someone inputs a keyword or a search query into a search engine and then sees results. There's more than 167 billion searches a month. Now, then there's another network that Google also supports, known as the display network. These are non-search places that can show ads. So Google Display Network is made up of more than 3 million websites and apps that encompass more than 1 trillion impressions a month. Now, these ad placements could be apps on your phone or a newspaper publisher site. With so many possible ad displays, your targeting methods help narrow down when your ad is displayed, so you can ensure only those who you want to see your ad will see your ad. The 3 primary targeting methods to think about initially are location, time of day or day of the week, and device. The location is where our ads are going to be displayed. This could be every country in the world, it could be a single state, it could be 10 states, it could be a radius around your business, or your PIN code. You have a lot of control and options over location targeting. And next we have time of day, and this could be time of day or even just day of the week. So let's say you have a call center that's only open from 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Then you could run your ads only during those times, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Now, most companies run their ads all the time, but you can adjust when they do run. There are other considerations, such as you're a small business where you really only answer your phone from 8 to 4. So you could only run your ads during that time. Now, if you're a restaurant, you might want to run your ads later in the evening to take reservations. You can also choose the device and operating systems where you want your ads to run, such as mobile devices, tablets, computers, or all 3. So, for example, if you're a pizza delivery place, most pizza orders are now on mobile devices. So while you may be on all devices, mobile is your primary one. Then you pick your location based upon your delivery area. And then finally, you choose the time of day for when your business is open and actively delivering pizzas. Now, if you're a large SaaS company and you're international, your locations might be worldwide. So we want to think about breaking down our ads and keywords by languages or regions. So we'll get more into how these breakdowns occur in the account. But our location could be worldwide, our time of day is 24/7, and our devices are just all devices. So you have a lot of control of your targeting methods and how people can see your ads, both when and where. Keyword is an object you put into your Google Ads account. Now, a search term or search query is what a user types into a search engine to see results. So when this search term matches your keyword, then your ad can be displayed. So if you're a modeling company and you do kitchens and bathrooms and room additions, but maybe you don't do basements, you could pick kitchen modeling keywords and bathroom modeling keywords, but ignore basement keywords because you don't do that type of remodeling work. Now, you can also choose demographics, such as age, gender, and income level. If you're a high-end art dealer, you might only sell to the top 30% of income levels. If you're selling female-only clothing, then you could target just females. Now, in addition, we can do things like behavioral targeting, which is based upon how people use our websites. This is sometimes known as remarketing. If someone came to your site and they added items to a shopping cart, but they didn't check out, we know they're almost ready to buy. Therefore, you could target those users differently than someone who's never been to your website. Let's say a user searches for accounting services on Google in Maryland in the US anytime during the week. They could see an ad for a local Maryland accountant. Now, let's say you run a call center for mortgage leads and you're only open on the weekdays. Then you could run your ad for the entire country only during Monday to Friday during the hours your call center is open, and only show an ad if someone searches for mortgage rates, mortgage quotes, and so forth. So as we think about our targeting, it's where our customers are located, what they are looking for, the devices they are on, and the types of people we want to serve ads to. Now, Google Ads is an auction-based system. You set a bid based upon what you believe a click is worth to you. And then Google looks at your bid and the relevancy of your ads. And they do this for all the other advertisers as well. Then they order the ads in the search results or across display properties based upon both the bid and the relevancy. Now, this is an important consideration, as useful ads are as important as your bids in determining position. So we'll get into this later when we look at organization. Now, it's not just who bids the most that will get you into position one. Is your ad relevant to the user? There's a lot of ways to make things relevant, and we'll walk through this later. Now, if a user sees your ad, you don't pay anything. Only if a user clicks on your ad do you pay the search engine. That's why it's called pay-per-click advertising, is you only pay when someone clicks on the ad. Now, you can then measure results, such as acquired customers, return on ad spend, revenue, and so forth. Now, based upon the results you're receiving from Google Ads, you can then refine your ads or change your bids based upon what those clicks are worth to you. When we think about the Google Ads benefits, we often call them the 3 R's: reach, relevance, ROI. Now, from a reach standpoint, Google Search and the displayed networks have tremendous reach. They can help you reach your target audience because your target audience is probably using Google, whether it's on search or display or both. So the advertising system has the reach that encompasses your potential customers. The next, think about relevance. This is a big thing in advertising. Are you relevant to the users? Right? Searches are often resistant to ads. That's why if you're watching TV and a commercial appears, you might hit the fast forward button or switch the channel. When the ad is relevant, users like ads. They'll interact with them if they're useful and they're relevant. So you can target users based upon many criteria, which means your ad should be relevant to users, especially on search when you pick keywords that represent your business. As someone is actively searching for that word, that means they're looking for a solution. So when users see relevant ads, they're more likely to click and do business with your company. Now finally we have ROI, known as return on investment, as our third benefit. Return on ad spend, ROAS or ROI, let us know how profitable a channel is. Now as you can measure results from your ad spend, you can make data-driven decisions based upon how users interact with your ads and how they're becoming customers. So Google Ads has the reach that encompasses your users. When you make good accounts and you have good account structure, which we'll get into later videos, you can ensure your ad is relevant to users. So they'll click on the ads and come to your website so you can turn them into customers. Now with analytics and conversion tracking, you can see exactly how much that person's worth to you. So then you can adjust your reach and your relevance data to ensure that your return on investment is fantastic from using Google Ads as a marketing channel. So Google Ads accounts have multiple levels of structure. In order for you to be able to control how users can view, interact with your ads, along with your budget and bid controls. Now in this lesson, we'll examine each level of hierarchy so you can understand how average accounts fit together and how data flows throughout your account. So by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to understand account level settings, understand campaign targeting options, and discuss the purpose of an ad group. So when we look at the overall account hierarchy, it starts where we have an account. Then an account can be made of one or more campaigns. Then each campaign can have one or more ad groups. And then finally, ad groups are a collection of ads and keywords. So as we look at accounts, campaigns, and ad groups, each level has different items you set with it. So we're going to look individually at each of these items to see how you can use various settings at each level. Now at the account level, we have several options that we can set. The first is account access. This is who can log in and access your data. So when you open an account, you'll use a Google account. Now this doesn't have to be a Gmail address. You can make your own email address for your company a Google account and then use that for login purposes. But then you can give others access to your account as well. From a security standpoint, it's useful just to have one administrator who gives access levels to other individuals. That way, if someone leaves your company or no longer needs access to your data, you can disable just that access point instead of using shared account logins. Now you'll also choose your time zone. Now some items such as time zone and currency cannot be changed once you open the account. So you'll pick your time zone, and when you think about it, it's useful to have your analytics, your server, and your marketing, such as your Google Ads account, on the same time zone. Now because if you've got an Ads account in Pacific time and your server's in Eastern time, there's a 3-hour period of time a day when your data doesn't agree with each other. So it's useful to sync servers, Google Ads account, analytics, so forth into a single time zone. Now you'll also choose your currency. Do you want to be billed in euros or dollars or pounds or Canadian dollars and so forth? Again, currency can't be changed once you've set up your account as well. And then you have billing. How are you going to pay for the clicks that you accrue? And then you can connect other accounts to your Google Ads account, such as Google Analytics, Google Merchant Center, Firebase, etc. So if you're using multiple systems, you can connect them all together at the account level so they can all use the same data. And then you have notification settings. How do you want to be notified of suggestions or disapproved ads and so forth? In some preferences, like display language, number formats, etc. So that when you open an account, the two most important options really to think about though are time zone and currency. They can't be changed. You can change your billing later on, or you can change who has account access and preferences, but time zone and currency are set once your account is open. Let's look at the campaign settings. You have an account. An account can be made up of one or more campaigns. So a campaign setting is where you're going to tell Google Ads how to show the ads and keywords within that campaign. So first we have the network. Do you want to be on search network, display network, or potentially both? And when you're first starting, search is the best place to start because users are actively looking for solutions. So you could have one campaign that's search and another campaign that is display. Now we choose our devices at the campaign level as well. So it might be on all devices. We could be on just mobile devices or just computers or just tablets. If we want to run our ads at certain times of day or day of the week, we also set those in the campaign settings. So if you only want your ads to run Monday to Friday, you can choose those options at the campaign level. Now, if say you want your brand terms to run all of the time, and then you have other keywords you only want to run Monday to Friday, then you can use two campaigns. Campaigns can have different settings from each other. So you could have one campaign for your lead gen keywords that runs Monday to Friday. Clicks go to a call center. And you can maybe have another campaign that's brand terms that runs all 7 days of the week and they're in another campaign. So that way you can segment out which items run when. Now locations are also set up at the campaign setting. So if you're a multi-location business, you've got one location in Houston, another in Seattle, another in New York, and you only want to run ads in those geographies. You could either put one campaign together and target all three of those locations for a single campaign. Now, all those locations would use the same ads and keywords. Or you can make a campaign for each location. And if you make a campaign by location, then any other settings such as time of day or budgets, which use campaign settings, can be customized for each location. Your bid method is also a campaign setting. So with bid methods at a high level, there's two types. One's manual, where you set the bid yourself, and another is automated, where you're setting a goal for the system and the system is bidding on your behalf. And then you have budget, how much you're willing to spend on a daily basis. So if you have one location and you want to spend $100 a day, and then you have another location where you want to spend $500 a day, that would be two different campaigns. So you can have different budgets for each of the campaigns. So when you want a campaign level setting to be different for some reason, a set of keywords, location, or something else, that's one of the reasons to make a different campaign. So if you want certain ads to run only in certain locations, only certain times a day, if you have budgets by product line, you need to use different campaigns to control those items. So when you think about budget management, if you want a different budget by product line, you make each product line its own campaign. So when we think about search, here's a couple examples of how we might set up campaigns. We might have one campaign, it's on search, it's on all devices, it's only set to the country of, say, the United States. It uses an automated bid system that can spend $100 a day. We might have another campaign. It's on search. It's only on desktops. It's set to France. It's based on manual bidding. It has a $50 a day budget. So when you want these campaign level settings to be different, that's one of the main reasons to create a new campaign for the ads and keywords that are inside of that campaign. Now, ad groups are a collection of keywords and ads, and only an ad from that ad group that contains the same keyword that matched to a search query, right, can be displayed. So ad groups should be closely related collections of keywords and ads. So when we think about the work involved in setting up a Google Ads account, it's really quick just to make an account. It can be very quick to make a campaign. But where you're going to slow down and spend your time is thinking about your ad groups. Someone did a search. They are looking for something. They're going to then see an ad. So that ad is going to take them to a page of your website. So you want that user experience to be very cohesive. So you may have one campaign. The campaign could have 20 or 50 or 1,000 ad groups in it, right, for each type of idea that you're advertising. So if you want to show a user a different ad based upon their search term changing, you want a different ad group. Let's say we sell shoes. Now we sell hiking boots, we sell running shoes, we sell dress shoes. Now what we don't want to do is put all of those in one ad group. Because if someone searches for hiking boots versus a running shoe versus a dress shoe, you want a different ad. There's not a good ad that explains all those concepts. So we could write an ad, shoes for sale, right? But shoes for sale doesn't really speak to the user. If someone's doing a search for hiking boots, right? And they see an ad that says shoes for sale and another ad that says hiking boots for sale, right? Walk on the trails comfortably, right? They're going to look at the one that says shoes for sale and say, it's not relevant to what I'm looking for. And the ad that mentioned the product they searched for, hiking boots, would be relevant. We get a lot more of those clicks and conversions. So why we may take some keywords like hiking boots, trail hiking boot, hiking boots for sale, best hiking boots, and put them in an ad group together, right? We make an ad only for those keywords. So we create an ad, hiking boots for sale, walk the trails in comfort. But then someone searches for running shoes. That ad would not be a good result for them, right? Hiking boots an ad that they're looking for running shoes. So you'd want a different ad group for running shoes. So you might have keywords, running shoes, best running shoes, shoes for running, marathon, long distance running shoes, right? And then we can make an ad that says running shoes for sale, maximize your performance. Now, if we really focus on running shoes and that was our core business, then we wouldn't want to run just a running shoe ad because that's very general. We want to get more specific. If someone's running a marathon, they want long distance running shoes. Others want minimalistic running shoes. You'll see people search for running shoes with high arches or better arch support, wide box shoes. And so you can even get into those very specific terms to create ads for them in the ad groups. When you think about ad group structure, only the keywords in that ad group can show for that ad. Right? If we have two ad groups and someone searches for running shoes, right, they can't see our hiking boots ad because it's in a different ad group. They'd only see the running shoes ad. So you can make multiple ads in an ad group and do some ad testing to see which is best. So if we look at an ad group and we say, here's another keyword that we really want to look at and the ads we have aren't great for that keyword, we can move it to a new ad group. So we may have one ad group that's dress shoes, another for high heels, and we can make new ad groups for all of these items so that the ad and then where the user goes on your website, right, is specific to each of those types, that idea of keywords. So you might have many ad groups, but the trick about ad groups is you have a core set of keywords in each ad group, and then you have multiple ads in an ad group. And so as long as all the ads and the keywords are reflective of each other, then you've got a good ad group. Now, if an ad does not represent a keyword, that keyword should be in a different ad group. Settings are inherited downwards across the account. So for instance, the account level you set billing, the billing method is used by all the campaigns in the account, and all the ad groups. So you set access level by account. So anyone with account access level can see all your campaigns and ad groups. So then at the campaign level, we enter settings like budgets, location. So that goes from the campaign level is inherited down to the ad groups. So any ad group in the campaign that can show to all the users and a location that's set at the campaign level or budgets and so forth. So then that goes from campaign is inherited to the ad groups. So any ad group in the campaign can show where it may reach the campaign settings, such as location, or it uses that same budget. Right? All the ad groups in that campaign use a budget. So if we have different campaigns, then only the ad groups in that campaign would use that campaign's budget and that campaign's targeting method. So when you create a setting at the account level, it's used at the campaign level. And then anything at the campaign level is used at the ad group level. So if you create ad group level settings for something, you can set at the ad group. They're only used by the ads and keywords in that specific ad group. Ad group data is never inherited to another ad group. So setting hierarchy flows downwards across the account, from account to campaign to ad group, and then the ads and keywords. So the first step to getting started with Google Ads is opening an account. Now once you open an account, then you can fill in your billing information, add additional users, and connect your analytics account to your Google Ads account. So in this lesson, we will look at how to create the initial account. Now by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to open a Google Ads account, set permission levels and user access data, and then connect additional accounts. Now before you begin creating a Google Ads account, You'll need a Google account to access it. If you use Gmail, then you can use your Gmail account. If you want to use your business email, then you can create an account and use your business email address. You'll need to verify your account through a text message code or through an email to the email address you're using to access your Google Ads account. Now, once you've established how to access your Google Ads account, proceed to setting up your first campaign. Each person who can access your data should have their own login. This lets you choose their permission level, remove someone when they should no longer have access, and see what changes were made in the Change History tool, which logs changes by user access. Before adding a user, you should consider the permission level that the user needs. So for instance, if you want someone to see information but not change anything, you can give them read-only access. If you want a user to be able to make any changes but not add or remove other users, they can have standard access. By giving each user access, you can maintain control over your data and also add and remove other users as your need for accessing your data changes. There are times when you will want your Google Ads account to connect with other applications so they can share data back and forth. This is really common with Google Analytics. By connecting Google Analytics and Google Ads, you can see a lot of data in both places. In addition, you can create conversions or audience lists in Google Analytics and have them imported into Google Ads. If you're an e-commerce company, then you want to create a Google Merchant Center account and link it to your Google Ads account so you can create shopping campaigns. A common problem you might come across is that one email is the admin for one account and another email is the admin for your Google Ads account. You might need to give someone permission to log into Google Ads to connect accounts, or they might need to give you permission to access the accounts that you want to link to Google Ads, so you have the necessary permission levels in both places to connect the data. Once you have the necessary permissions in place, it's easy to connect other accounts to your Google Ads account using the Linked Accounts tool inside of your Google Ads account.
So I want you to imagine having the world at your fingertips, especially when it comes to advertising. Imagine having the entire world at your fingertips for advertising. So just imagine you have the ability to advertise your brand to any website in the world. Can you imagine that? Well, imagine having that entirety at your fingertips, the entire world. So it's not really an imagination. So no need to imagine anymore because Google Ads has come to the rescue. So no need to imagine, the world is at your fingertips. And why is it at your fingertips? Because of Google, and specifically Google Display Network. Okay, so we're going to talk about what the Google Display Network is. So let's start out by asking the question or answering the question, what is the Google Display Network? So Google has two networks basically. One, the search network, one, the display network. So you as an advertiser, if you want to advertise on Google, you have a choice. Can I go with Google Search or can I go with the display network? Well, the search network is for Google Search only. So if you want to advertise when somebody types in a keyword query and you want your ad to show up, that's the search network. So it looks something like this. Somebody types in a keyword, data science, and lo and behold, ads show up. And here you can see the first ad from Simplilearn. Why did that ad show up? Because Simplilearn was bidding on the keyword data science. And so that's how the search network works. You bid on keywords, somebody types on those keywords, and your ads show up in the search engine results at the top above organic listings. So that's the search network, and it just simply comprises of ads that respond to what people are querying. Okay, the display network is a little bit different. So that's the search network. Today we're going to talk about the display network. Okay, the display network is a little bit different. So imagine you're on the lookout for a new shoe on Amazon as an example, but you don't end up buying the shoe. You're looking at shoes, you don't buy it. Well, You might have noticed in the past you've done something like that, whether it be shoes or shirts or coats or belts or cars or radios or headphones or phones. It doesn't really matter. You might have been looking at something and then notice an ad show up. It might have been exactly that same product, or might have been something similar to the product you were looking at but on the same website. So why does that happen? Well, it happens because Google's display network, specifically remarketing, which we'll talk about. So on Google's display network, you have the option to advertise that somebody's been on your website. So that's one of the powers and one of the features of Google's display network, and that's remarketing or retargeting somebody that's looked at your product. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into how the display network works. So if you're a customer, you go to a website and you leave that website, again, from a remarketing perspective, your product can appear on another site. Okay, so that's remarketing. So you can retarget that person who's been to your site. So that's, again, one great example of how to use the display network. In Google terms, we call it remarketing. And again, somebody goes to your website, they leave, in this example, not buying something. It could be a technology company where we want somebody to watch a video or download a PDF. Okay, whatever they do that you want them to do, but they don't actually do it, then you can go back and retarget them. So if they actually go to a page and look at your product but don't buy that product, then you have the opportunity to advertise to them again. So the whole idea is if you advertise them again, wow, that person can say, okay, I remember that. I was still interested in that product. Let me go back and purchase that product. So they go back to the site and make the purchase. So that's, again, the power of the display network. You can reach people who have been to your site before. So let's take another look here. So retargeting evolves around adding a piece of code or pixel on your website, which uses browser cookies to add website visitors to your audience. So let me just summarize that for you. So if you want to use the display network and you want to target people who have been to your website, well, you need to add a simple script or pixel, if you will, to your website. That's all. And so when somebody comes to your website, they're going to get cookied, and that cookie is stored in their browser. And so that's an important piece of the whole process because that's how Google determines who that visitor is. So without that cookie, then Google won't know to show your ad to them again. So that's the first piece in all this. So when somebody does get cookied, they're going to be added to that audience. And so when we say audience, we mean you as an advertiser defining who you want to retarget to. So in this example, we're talking about people who have looked at a product and didn't purchase. That could be a whole audience in itself. People who look at a product and don't purchase. It could be everyone who comes to your website. It could be only returning users. It could be only new users. You define the audience. But however you define that audience, they're going to get cookied and placed on a list. And when they're placed in that list, they're going to get shown the ad again. So past visitors will see your product ads when they're browsing the web, watching videos on YouTube, going through news sites, and so on. So if that's your audience list, past visitors, that's where they're going to be able to see your ad. Because Google's display network is much more than just websites. It's also YouTube. It's also news feeds. It's also social networking sites. So there's a lot involved with Google's display network. So the network involves several websites that are partnered up with Google, along with the likes of YouTube, along with the likes of millions of other websites. In fact, these websites together tally up to more than 2 million. That encompasses more than 90% of the internet. So you can imagine Google's display network is just made up of a bunch of websites, including YouTube. Okay, so you have the opportunity to really reach somebody that's been to your website before. So again, if they're past visitors and they looked at a product and they didn't purchase it, you have an opportunity to really put your ad in front of them on a lot of different websites. So that's just an intro about the display network. Remarketing is just one benefit. But let's take a step back. So we dove into the deep end with remarketing. Let's just separate out the two again, just so you're clear on what the display network is versus the search network. Well, let's go through some of the differences. So display network on the left, search network on the right. So the display network, as we just discussed, is great for retargeting people who have been to your website. Whether they're new users, returning users, users who looked at a product, users who added a product to your cart, users who looked at a specific page. Whatever that behavior is, you're defining that. Now, the search network is usually for top of funnel. Why do we say top of funnel? Because users are actively searching for something. They're looking for a product. They're being active. So they're going to search and seeing who has that product. Okay, the display network, we know remarketing is a benefit, but usually it's bottom of funnel, like brand awareness. So if nobody knows who your brand is, or what your brand is, or what you have to offer, what your services are, then the display network, remember, made up of millions of websites, you have the opportunity to put your ad out there. Okay, so display, bottom of funnel, search network, top of funnel. Somebody actively looking for something. Let's take a look at some other differences here. So display network, easier to advertise products that don't satisfy an immediate need. This is true because, again, if you have a new product, you want to get that product out there. You want people to just know about it. Some people may not be ready to buy that product, but at least they're going to know what the product's about. On the search network, on the other hand, if somebody's looking for something like a particular product that you're offering, then they could type in a keyword that describes that product, and wham, your ad can appear at the top. Okay, remember, top of funnel. So products and services usually fulfill a particular requirement. Now, the display network can be used to familiarize users to your brand. So again, going back to remarketing, somebody comes to your website, they really don't know who you are. Well, you can reach back out to them on the display network with another ad, retargeting. And that's how you can get users familiar with your brand. Where on the search network, users are shown ads based on what they search for. So it doesn't really matter if they know your brand or not. Hey, if they're looking for something and they're ready to buy and you have that product at the right price, then the chances of them converting are pretty good. So you're at the right place at the right time, where the display network's all about familiarity, retargeting to people with your brand, getting your brand out there, getting your product out there in front of millions of people. Now on the display network, users are shown these ads in over 1 million different websites. So with the display network, you have the opportunity to kind of hone in and pick and choose those websites. Where on the search network, users are shown ads in Google Apps and on the search engines. So you have the opportunity to place your ads not just on desktop search, but also on mobile and also on apps. Whereas, again, the display network is made up of much more. It's made up of websites, YouTube, apps, etc. Okay, the display network has a multitude of different formats. Okay, when we say different formats, we mean text ads, image ads, rich media ads, meaning ads that have some functionality to it, like movement, okay, and then video ads. Where the search network is really only text ads. And I say really only text ads, well, you can have image ads, those are called shopping ads, but mainly it's text ads. Where display network, you have an option between text, image, rich media, or video ads. So you can see the differences here, really. There are big differences between the two networks. Where search, you're just really responding what somebody's looking for. They're really active and ready to go. Display, hey, you're trying to reach out to these people. You're trying to introduce them to something. And in some cases with remarketing, you're reaching out to them again. Okay, you're trying to get them familiar with your product and brand, and you're trying to do that via video, via rich media, via regular image ad, via text ad. So you're trying to do it in a multitude of formats. So again, bottom of funnel for display, top of funnel for search. So that's an intro to the display network. Those are the differences between search and display. Now let's go through the steps of how to set up a campaign in Google Ads using the display network as our option. So here I am, I'm in Google Ads, I'm in an account, and I want to set up a campaign on the display network. So you can see here, if I'm in Google Ads, I've selected display campaigns. I can already see I have some display network campaigns set up. In fact, they're all remarketing campaigns. And so remarketing, remember, is targeting somebody who fits a list or description. Okay, so it could be somebody looking at a particular product. They get cookied, meaning that text file is going to sit on their browser, and then they're going to see your ad the next time they're on Google's display network, wherever site they may be. So we're reaching out to somebody who fits a particular description. Okay, so if we're going to set up a display campaign, meaning a campaign on Google's display network, we want to go to campaigns and we want to click on the plus button here. and we're just going to say new campaign. Now, we have the opportunity now to pick and choose what our goal is for that campaign. And so most of the time with display, you're going to choose brand awareness and reach. Okay, so here you can see the campaign types for brand awareness and reach, display and video. Usually when it comes to sales or leads or even just driving traffic, okay, you might go with the search network. But if you're just really trying to just promote your brand, you may go with display, because remember, you have the option to get your ad in front of millions of websites. We're going to choose brand awareness and reach, okay, and we're going to choose the campaign type. So here you have display. We want to run different kinds of ads, or we can run just video. Okay, we want to run, if we're running video, we can reach and engage viewers on YouTube and across the web, meaning other websites. Okay, let's choose display here. So we're going to go ahead and just put our website in there. So our business's website. And when that loads up, we're going to have a number of different options available to us. So here we can name our campaign. Okay, so here you can see brand awareness and reach is the name of our campaign. And for now, we're just going to put test. Now we have the opportunity to choose our location. Here, we're going to choose the United States. We have, just like a search campaign, we also have language as an option. So with search, you have locations and languages. Same thing on display. So we're going to target English as our language. And what are we trying to do? What are we focusing on? Well, we want to get our product out there. So we're going to choose impressions, viewable impressions. That's really what we want to focus on. We want people to see our ad. Okay, so an impression is the number of times somebody sees your ad. Okay, so we have viewable impressions. That's what we want people to do. We want them to see our ad. And if you take a peek over here on the right side, you can see your targeting's reach. So we can reach over 10 billion plus in impressions, meaning that's a lot of eyeballs. The number of people looking at our ad right now is over 10 billion plus. Okay, so that's just gives you the scope and some idea of how big Google's display network is. So just like search, we could set a budget. I'm just going to choose $100 for now, and I can choose how to deliver that budget. Just like on search, I have standard accelerated. I can ask Google to speed up the spend, or I could just do regular standard, which means they're going to spend my budget evenly over a period of time, over the course of the day. Now, remember, with display network, we have different options on ad types. We have text ads, rich media ads, regular image ads, and video. So we can rotate our ads how we like. So we could say, hey, look, I want to run my best performing ads. Okay, so that means I want Google to optimize for me. Meaning, if I have an ad that's performing better than some others, then I'm going to let Google run that one more. And that's the one I would recommend. But you do have other options here. You can just have them rotate evenly. You could say, hey, optimize for conversions. But it's really, remember, our goal here for the display is to get impressions, eyeballs. We're not interested in top of funnel conversions. In here, we could say rotate evenly, and that's not supported for display. So really our best option here is prefer best performing ads. We want our best performing ads to run. Okay, we have an option to schedule them. We have an option to start and end. Okay, and we have an option to set a cap. How many times we want somebody to look at that ad. So we can limit how many times our ad is shown to the same user. Okay, so we're going to let Google optimize how often your ads are shown. However, we do have the option to set that limit. Okay, so we could set the limit to X times per day for the entire campaign, or it could be for a particular ad or ad group. Okay, so we could set the limit ourselves, and we can let Google optimize for us. Here we have some exclusions. Okay, and then we have the opportunity to set up our ad group. Now, the ad group is the same as the search network. The ad group on display is where your settings are going to be. Your ads are going to be located in your ad group. And now the important part, we want to get to audiences. So if we're remarketing, we're going to choose our audience. And if we're not remarketing, we still have the opportunity to choose our audience. So if I'm a tech company and I just type in tech, then Google's going to give me some options here. So here I can choose some tech companies, technology products, new inventions, etc. Or I can choose some ideas that Google has in mind for audiences, like they have an in-market audience. So this is based on network systems and services, network management. So the bottom line is Google is giving me suggestions on who I can target my ad to. Okay, that's what this is. Choosing your audience. Now, you don't have to choose anything here. In fact, you can just clear all and be done with it. Now you can go down to demographics. Now I can pick and choose based on gender. I can pick and choose based on age, parental status, and household income. Really depending on who you're advertising to. That's really what it comes down to it. Okay, so you have demographics and you have audiences. Audiences are really for remarketing. So again, you can go with some of Google's recommended audiences, or you can create your own audience. Okay, and we're going to talk about that here in a minute. But this is all part of the setup for the campaign. So I'm saying, hey, these are the demographics and these are the audiences. But if you're not remarketing, you don't necessarily have to go with an audience. Okay, once that's done, you can set up a bid just like you would on the search network, and then you have the option to choose your ad. So that's part of the campaign setup. So when you actually choose your ad, again, you have different options. Image ad, okay, rich media ad, video, or text. Once you choose your ad, then you pretty much have your campaign set up. Now we're going to tweak it after we set it up, but that's pretty much the steps in terms of setting up a display campaign. Very similar to search. In fact, minor differences really are choosing your audience and choosing the ad type. That's really the main differences between setting up a campaign on display and setting up a campaign on search. The main differences. Now there are other subtle differences, but those are the main ones. So we talked about remarketing to people who have been on our website. So going and showing our ad to somebody who fits a particular description, meaning they looked at a product or they looked at a particular page. So if you're going to retarget to people, then as a best practice, I would set up the audience in Google Analytics. So Google Analytics talks to Google Ads. In fact, you can link up it in analytics. So regardless of whether you're creating a display campaign or search campaign, you want to link up analytics with Google Ads. So you can see we've done that here. Okay, now that we've linked the two up, we could set up an audience in Google Analytics for use on a remarketing campaign on Google's display network. So here you can see I have audiences set up. If you want to just create a new audience, you can do that. So if I click new audience here I can choose returning users or new users. These are audiences that Google has set up by default. I can create a new one if I want. So I could say, hey, I want to target, 18 to 24-year-old males who speak English, for example, and who came from mobile. So if I go here, technology, I'm going to say including mobile. So that could be my audience. So anybody who fits that description of 18 to 24-year-old coming to my website from mobile who speaks English, I'm going to retarget them. And you can go ahead and save this. So if I go ahead and click apply, I'm going to name my audience 18, 24-year-old male, English, mobile. One thing about remarketing on the display network is you can choose how long somebody stays on your list, meaning how long is that cookie going to live. So depending on your funnel, if they're buying a car, the funnel may be 6 months long. If they're buying a pair of shoes, then the funnel may be 7 days long, maybe even shorter. So it really depends on your business. The default is 30 days. So if you go with 30 days, then that means any 18 to 24-year-old male who speaks English and comes from mobile is going to get cookied, and that cookie is going to live for 30 days. So if I click next step, I can go ahead and publish it. I can say I want this to be available in my Google Ads account. So I'm going to go ahead and pick my account, and it'll be available in that account. So I'll choose my account and then go ahead and click publish. So now this audience list is going to be available for me to use in my display campaign when I go to choose my audience. So if I go back to Google Ads, so Google Ads and Google Analytics talk to one another. Why? Because they're linked. And so now when I go to actually set up my ad group and I'm choosing remarketing, I can go ahead and choose that audience list. So for example, this campaign that's already set up, I can go ahead and choose to set up another ad group with that particular audience list. So if I choose new ad group, and now I'm going to search for the audience I just set up. So here you go. I just did a search and here's my audience. I'm going to select my audience and I'm going to now use this audience in my ad group for my remarketing campaign. So now all I need to do is align the right ad with this audience. So that's how remarketing works. You choose your audience list. You set up your ads. Remember, you have different ad formats: video, rich media, image, and text. And the whole idea beyond remarketing is you know who your audience is, you know what you want to say to them, so your ads should really encompass that message, the message of what you want to say to that particular group. In this case, 18 to 24-year-old male who speak English, who came to your site from mobile. So if you don't really want to retarget somebody who's been to your website, you could certainly still use the display network to your advantage. Remember, bottom of the funnel, the goal of our campaign is just get our ad out there so that people recognize our brand, our services, our product. So when you actually go to set up an ad group, you don't have to choose an audience to retarget to. You do have other options. So if I look at this ad group here, you can see I have image ads already set up. So where do I want these image ads to appear? So I do have options available to me in the display network. So if I choose keywords, then that means if I go ahead and add a keyword, then what Google's going to do is contextually place my image ad on a website that fits the description or matches that keyword. So if I add 1 or 2 or 3 keywords, then what Google's going to do is going to look at that keyword and it's going to map a website on the display network using those keywords. So that's keywords. Now, you got to be careful here because it's a broad way of advertising, meaning your ads could appear on sites that you don't necessarily deem relevant to those keywords. So you're allowing Google to match the website with the keywords you choose. So that's choosing keywords. Audiences, again, audiences are there if you want to retarget. So if you're retargeting, you can set up your audience in analytics. In fact, that's the best practice. So again, if I go back to analytics and I go back to admin, under my property audiences, I can go ahead and choose my audience to be used in Google Ads. So that's using audiences on a display campaign on Google's display network. When we're setting up our campaign, we had an option to choose demographics. So we can exclude a demographic if we wanted to. We can always go back and exclude a demographic just by removing them from the ad group. Notice if we choose all demographics, we can actually then see over a period of time in Google Ads how many people based on this particular age group or gender or parental status or household income saw our ad, but not only saw our ad, that would be impressions, but clicked on our ad and how much they spent per click and how many conversions. So you have all that data available to you in the display network. Okay, so that's demographics. I can also use topics. So I can choose a particular topic to advertise on. So if I choose topics, I can choose a particular keyword, find a particular topic, or I can drill down on Google's topic categories and subcategories. So here you could see online communities. If I choose that one, I could see there are other subcategories under online communities. Okay, I can choose the whole category of science, or I can drill down to see what subcategories are under science. So I can do that for any one of these topic categories. And if I choose a category, notice that's where Google's going to place my ad, whatever I select. And again, notice upper right here, I can take a sneak peek at how many eyeballs Google is expecting to see my ad. So here, by choosing astronomy and science, I have 310 million impressions. That's how many potential eyeballs can look at my ad. So if you're setting up a display network campaign, you can choose keywords, you can choose demographics, or you can choose topics. Now, if you decide not to go with a topic, then your last option here is placements. So I can pick and choose a specific placement. If there's a particular website that I want to advertise on, let's just say NewYorkTimes.com or LATimes.com or WebMD.com, Remember, there are over 2 million websites on Google's display network. So I can pick and choose specifically where I want my ads to be displayed. Now, when you're done choosing your audience or your keywords or your demographics, your topics, or your specific placements, you can always then go to your placements and then click on where ads showed. And so now over this particular time frame, I'm going to be able to see where my ads have been shown. And so now I can see my ads have been shown on mobile apps and on particular websites. Now, if you don't like any of the particular websites that your ad is showing on, you can always select it and you can always exclude it. You can exclude it from the ad group or the campaign. Okay, so that's how you manage where your ads are showing up on Google's display network. Again, you can go ahead and go to where ads are shown under placements, and over that particular period of time, Google's going to show you where your ads have been shown. And if you don't like that placement, then you can always just exclude it. Or if you don't like the performance, meaning you're not getting many impressions or you're not getting many clicks or the click-through rate's very low, you can go ahead and exclude it. So this is an opportunity for you, the advertiser, to take control over where your ads are shown. So in summary, when you set up a display campaign on Google's display network, you have options. If you're remarketing, you're going to choose your audience. You're going to choose your audience using a list you created in Google Analytics. If you're on the display network, not remarketing, you have the option. You can choose a keyword and have Google place your ad on a website that fits the description of that keyword. You could choose specific demographics. You could choose a topic or subtopic category, or you could choose a specific placement. Okay, those are all the options available to you when you run your ad on Google's display network. Now, let's go back and take a look at some of the advantages of the Google display network. So I just went over with you how to actually create a campaign in an ad group. I actually went over how to set up a remarketing campaign and set up a remarketing list in analytics, and I went over all the differences between the search network and display, but let's really hone in on those advantages here. So with the display network, we can provide advanced targeting, meaning I can particularly point to a specific website that I want to advertise on. So that's what I mean by advanced targeting. Or if I don't want to advertise to 18 to 24-year-olds or 25 to 34-year-olds, I can exclude them. Or I can really pick and choose a specific audience that I want to remarket to. So those are all examples of advanced targeting, and that's all done within analytics or Google Ads. So advanced targeting enables you to target the people that didn't engage with previous campaigns and get in front of people with lookalike audiences that can be created based on the audience you usually advertise to. So in other words, we can really hone in and pick and choose who we want to advertise to. Another advantage is relatively low starting cost. So what we mean by low starting cost is normally on the search network, you're bidding on keywords, and some keywords can be very competitive. Whereas on the display network, you could pick and choose who you want to advertise to and pick and choose where you want to advertise. So you can really advertise on websites that get a lot of traffic, may not have a lot of competition, and therefore may not cost as much. So if you compare it to traditional forms of advertising like TV or radio, display advertising, reaching a large, broader audience is a lot cheaper. Okay, you can do advanced tracking, meaning when we talk about perform advanced tracking, we're talking about, again, remarketing. We can really pick and choose who we want to remarket to and cookie them and pick and choose how long they are going to be cookied. So when we talk about advanced tracking, that's what we're really talking about. So we can also talk about how many times our ad is shown to somebody. We really can pick and choose how many times we want somebody to actually see our ad on a site based on performance. Okay, let's take a look at some other advantages. The ability to advertise your brand to a broader audience. Okay, Google has over 2 million websites. So we can pick and choose where we want our ads to show up. Again, it can be by topic, it can be contextually via keywords, or it can be specific websites. So we can create demand for our product, and what we mean by that, we can create really cool ads. Remember, rich media ads, video ads, these are all engaging type of ads. Those are ad types on the display network. When we create engaging type of ads, it's going to appeal to somebody and they're going to engage. So we have that opportunity just based on the different ad types. Of course, increasing web traffic, we can't say that enough. If you're advertising on Google's display network, you have the opportunity to get your ad in front of millions of people. Get our ads in front of millions of people, we have the opportunity to get a lot of clicks. And we do have that wide range of formats. Search network only has text ads. Here we have text, we have rich media, we have image, we have video. So all these types of ad formats allow us to really get our ads out there in a number of different ways. Again, remarketing our product and services are the big advantage using Google's display network. That's how we started today's webinar. We started talking about remarketing because it's such a key feature. So if somebody comes to our website and doesn't do what we want them to do, we can cookie them and we can retarget them with a more specific ad tailored to that audience. Today, we're going to talk about Google Analytics. We're going to start out with how to set up a Google Analytics account. And so we're going to talk about everything that entails, including creating your Google Analytics account. We're going to talk about setting up a property in your account and what a property is. We're going to talk about setting up a reporting view in your property, and we're going to talk about installing the tracking code. So those are the series of steps we're going to go through today in terms of setting up a Google Analytics account. So let's get right to it. And so really the one prerequisite here when it comes to setting up a Google Analytics account is to have a Google login and ID. So when you actually go to Google Analytics, you need to be able to sign up or sign in. And so once you actually sign in, then you're going to go walk through a series of steps. But really, that's really all you need to get the account going is a Google ID and login. So if you have a Gmail account or another email account that you use for other Google products, then you're good to go. That's all you need to do. So when you actually go to sign up for Google Analytics, you're going to be asked to set up a new account. And these are the series of steps you're going to walk through or go through to set up a new Google Analytics account. So you're going to choose an account name. And then you're going to choose a property name. Okay, so the account name can be anything you want it to be. The name of your company, your name, whatever you want to name it. The property name is really the website name. So what website are we talking about? So here I'm going to set up a fictitious website name for now. It's called Demo Simplilearn. So the URL for this website, Demo Simplilearn, is going to be demo.simplilearn.com. So that's the property. When we talk about properties in analytics, we're really talking about what websites we want to measure. And then you're going to be asked to choose an industry category. And so for Simplilearn, we're in jobs and education. But you have a number of different industries that you could choose from. It's as important. Go ahead and choose the most relevant industry that your particular business is associated with. Okay, and I'm going to talk about why that's important here in a minute. And then you're going to choose your time zone. And the time zone is also important because that's when the day starts in analytics and the day ends based on that time zone. So the data that Google Analytics collects starts and ends with that time zone. So very important to choose the time zone your business is located in. Okay, and then you have some additional options here. Okay, so you have some settings. And so the first setting is to allow Google products and services. So if you opt into this, then basically what Google's going to do is share some products and services with you via email. I would go ahead and opt into that. That's of course recommended by Google. It doesn't hurt to hear from Google on related products and services that may enhance your business. The second is benchmarking. So benchmarking to me is something you should opt into. So going back to that industry and category, we chose jobs and education. So by opting into benchmarking, basically what Google's going to do is share your data that it collects on your website, in this case demo.simplilearn.com. It's going to share that data anonymously with others in the industry, in this case, jobs and education. And because you've opted in, it's going to do the same exact thing for you. It's going to share anonymous data on other websites in the same industry. And the benefit of that is we get to see what other websites or how other websites are performing compared to ours. What's the benchmark in our industry? And so the benchmarking to me is important. And I'm going to go over that in a few minutes when we go over the different reports. But to me, I would always opt into benchmarking because this is the only report Google provides in analytics about how others in your industry is performing versus your website. Okay, so it's a way to compare your website performance against others in the same industry. The other options here, technical support and account specialist, I would also recommend you opt into those because then it allows you to basically allow Google access to your account, and they'll be able to help you if you occur or run into any issues. So these are the options in setting up a Google Analytics account. It's very simple, very easy to do. You're just entering in a few fields. Note that we talking about a website right now, so I'm talking about demo.simplylearn.com. But just know that if you want to track a mobile app, Google Analytics will allow you to do that as well. You just choose the option mobile app. So we're tracking a website. We want to know how users behave when they get to my website. And that's what Google Analytics is going to allow us to measure and look at. We just need to do a couple more steps in the process. So once we fill out these fields here, we're going to click Get Tracking ID. Now, I'm going to accept the terms of service. I'm going to accept another terms of service in relation to data protection. I'm going to click accept. Once I accept, I'm going to be able to get some tracking code. The tracking ID is the ID associated with your account. And so this number is going to be associated with your account. So your account ID starts with UA, and it's going to be this number here. Now the -1 is the property you set up. So in this case, I set up demo.simplylearn.com. If I wanted to track multiple websites under that same account, then I can certainly set up multiple properties. Just know that every property I set up in that account is going to have a -1, -2, -3, -4, etc., depending on how many properties I set up. So by default, I set up one property, so my first property ID is -1. If I set up a second property, the same account number, it's just going to have a -2. And that's important because that ID, that account and property ID, is going to be associated with that particular property or website. So again, once you finish setting up the account settings, then you're going to be asked to add some tracking code to your site. And that tracking code is going to be related to the account and the property. So notice my tracking ID up here. Notice the tracking ID in the snippet of code. Now, this snippet of code needs to go on every page of your website that you want to track. And you don't have to put it on every page, but if you want to track website behavior on every page of your website, then it needs to go on every page of your website. So if you're using a platform like Drupal or Joomla or even more popular platform like WordPress, adding the tracking code site-wide is as easy as maybe adding a Google Analytics plugin to WordPress, for example, and then just simply plugging in the ID. Now, there's an alternative to adding the Google Analytics tracking code to your site, and that's Google Tag Manager. So Google Tag Manager is the way I would recommend going. So if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, I would recommend watching the YouTube video we have on Google Tag Manager. You can just go to YouTube, type in Simply Learn Google Tag Manager, and this will give you a nice overview of what Google Tag Manager is and how it works. But basically, this is the way I would go, and I would recommend that in addition to having Google Analytics, you set up a Google Tag Manager account. And then that way you can put the tracking code in Google Tag Manager. So if I go to Google Tag Manager and I just go into an account on Tag Manager, I can just simply put in the Google Analytics ID right into Tag Manager. And so if I have it in Tag Manager, then Tag Manager is going to be the place that holds the code and fires page view when somebody comes to my website. So that way I don't have to add the tracking code to my website if I do it in Tag Manager. So that's the recommended method for me, is to add the Google Analytics ID associated with Tag Manager. If you can associate it with Tag Manager, then that's the easier route to go versus putting code on your website. Okay, so again, take a look at the video we have on YouTube for Google Tag Manager. That's the route I would go. Now, once you do get the tracking code on your website, whether that be through Google Tag Manager or through a plugin, or just simply adding the script to your site, to pages on your site, then what's going to happen is you're going to start collecting data. So that's ideally the way it works. You need to add this code to your website. Now, if you're not ready to do that and you simply want to basically understand how Google Analytics works, then I would recommend getting access to Google Analytics demo account. And so if you just type in and search Google Analytics demo account, basically what you're going to do, you're going to choose the first listing there, and you're going to go to demo account. So if you have a Google Analytics or Google login, then all you need to do is click on access demo account. And so what Google's going to do is put this demo account into your account. And so it's going to look something like this. So if I click on demo account here, it's going to add to my Google Analytics account. So I'm going to have then access to the demo account from Google in Google Analytics. So I would recommend going this route here if you're not familiar, you're not sure what you're getting yourself into. So think of the demo account as kind of a test drive. You're test driving Google Analytics before you even add any code to your website. So again, all you need is a Google account. And if you have a Google account and you add the demo account to your Google Analytics account, you're going to be able to see how analytics works. Okay. And so that's what I would also recommend. So if you're not ready to start adding code to your website, then what you can do is just simply add the demo account. And then once you add the demo account, you're free to peruse around Google Analytics to see the different types of reports it has to offer. Now, when you do actually set up a Google Analytics account, you're going to have some settings that you're going to want to pay attention to. So when you set up the account, you have the account name, and then you have a property. So under each property, you have, by default, you're going to have one view. And so here you can see this view here. So if we look at the account we set up a demo Simplilearn account. Property is demo Simplilearn. So that's associated with the website we're going to track. And then again, by default, under each property, you're going to have a view. And so by default, the name of the view is going to be called All Website Data. And so in that view is where all your analytics data is going to be stored. So you can see my screen here. There's a lot of different settings you have. You have settings under the account, you have settings under the property, and you have settings under the view. So we're going to talk more about these settings in future webinars for advanced Google Analytics users. But for now, know that there's a bunch of settings that you have that you can play around with when it comes to Google Analytics. Anything from adding users to your Google Analytics account, your Google Analytics property or view. You can actually set up goals, you can set up filters, you can set up segments, you can link up Google Ads, you can, set up remarketing lists. There's a lot you can do in terms of the settings as it relates to Google Analytics. So know those settings are there. They're located right down here in this little sprocket icon. That's the admin icon. So if you need to get to these settings at any time, you could simply just click on the sprocket or the admin icon, and then you'll be prompted to choose any one of these settings here that you want to edit or alter. So now let's take a look at some Google Analytics reports. So once you've actually set up your account, you have a number of different reports that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So we're going to take a look at customized reports. We're going to look at real-time audience reports, acquisition, behavior, and conversion. So these are all the different reporting buckets, if you will, that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So if I'm an admin and I'm looking at the Google demo account, Let's start out by looking at real time. So if I click on the real time report and I just click on overview, so basically what this is going to do is show me at this point in time how many users I actually have active on the website. Okay, so that's why they call it real-time reporting, because it allows you to see the behavior of users who are currently on your website. And so this is the overview report under real-time. And you can see here, I can see that 79% of my users are coming from desktop, 18%, 20% are coming from mobile, and then approximately 3% are coming from tablet. Here I can see how they actually came to the website. So this is the referring source. If they came from, say, search or social, I can see the source there, and I can see what pages they're active on. And then here I can see what locations, where they're located. And so if I want to see a breakdown of everything in the overview, I can certainly do that. If I go to locations under real time, I can see a majority of my users are coming from the United States. Okay, where are they coming from? I'll just click on traffic sources. And here I could see the different sources and mediums. Medium is the means in which the traffic was driven. So if it's Google, it's either paid search or organic search. So I can see here it's organic. Then I can actually see what content they're looking at on my website. So I can see currently I have 3 active users on the home page, 2 active users on the Google's Women's White Tea page, so forth and so on. Now, most importantly, if you have event tracking set up, so if you've taken a look at our Google Tag Manager webinar, you know that you could set up event tracking in Google Analytics to measure engagement on your website, whether that be a form submission or somebody clicking on the play button of a video. So if I click on events, I'll be able to see what events are firing. So here I can see we have event tracking set up, and I can see how many different events are firing on my website in real time. So here I can see e-commerce, somebody clicking on the quick view click, a couple of users clicking on add to cart, a couple of users clicking on the promotion click. And as these events are fired, you're going to be able to see them highlighted. So if something gets fired, it's going to get highlighted. And I could see that these are the current events that I have currently firing on the website. And that's what's currently fired now. If I want to look at the events that have happened in the last 30 minutes, I could just click on this link here, last 30 minutes, and it's going to give me an overview of the events that have happened over the past 30 minutes. Okay, so that's event tracking. And then more importantly, we can also look at what conversions are happening in real time just by clicking on conversions. And so now I could see I had 1 active user who entered the checkout. So that's goal number 4. So in analytics, you can have up to 20 goals. And so here I can see we have goal number 4 has already had 1 active user. And so if I look at the last 30 minutes, I can see I still have only 1 goal over the last 30 minutes, and that was somebody who entered the checkout. So that's real-time reporting. In summary, it just gives you an idea of what's currently happening on your website. And so for me, ideally, if I'm launching a campaign, or let's just say you do a new website redesign and you want to see how users performing and behaving, then real time is a good option for you. So you can see how things are happening in real time. Now let's jump down to audience reporting. So if I click on audience, which is just right underneath real time, I'm going to see a number of different reports available to me under audience. And so let's click on the audience overview report. So audience reporting basically allows us to get a sense of who is coming to our website. When I say who is coming to our website, it doesn't necessarily have to be a specific person. In fact, Google doesn't allow personally identifiable information in Google Analytics. Personal identifiable information such as a specific name, social security number, credit card information, etc. However, we could still paint a nice picture on who is coming to our website, meaning what country, city, or state did they come from, what language, what device did they get to our website from, how old were they, okay, were they male or female or other, what interest did they have, what browser did they use. So we can paint a nice picture based on all this information that Google Analytics is providing us under audience. So if I go to audience overview, here I can see I have all these different options available to me to get a basic understanding of who is coming to our website. So for example, I could see a majority of the people coming to our website speak English and are from the United States. Okay, in fact, that represents 61% of the users. And so Google Analytics does a great job of giving me an overall percentage. So if I have 100% of the users, I could see 61% of those users represented English-speaking users from the United States. 7% represented English-speaking users from Great Britain. And so when it comes to analytics, we have users, and users are broken down into two categories. They're either returning or they're new. So when you add the Google Analytics tracking script to your website, what's going to happen is if a user or when a user goes to your website, they're going to get cookied. And if it's the first time they've been to your website, what Google Analytics is going to do is store a cookie in the browser. So when that same user comes back another day in the same browser, Analytics is going to recognize that that cookie is in the browser. And so then Analytics is going to categorize that user as a returning user. Okay, so that's how Analytics is able to differentiate new versus returning. So if that user doesn't have a cookie in the browser, then Analytics is going to recognize that, store the cookie, and then count that user as a new user. And so when you're looking at Analytics, you're going to be able to see a breakdown of new versus returning. So here I can see over 3/4 of my traffic over the past week. Here I can see April 6th through April 12th, over 3/4 are new users to the website. Here I could see about 24% are returning users. Okay, so I can get a good breakdown of what type of users are coming. Am I driving new traffic? Am I driving traffic that's been to my website before? What language are they speaking? Okay, I can also paint a bigger picture. How old are they? What gender are they? Do they come from mobile? So let's take a look at some of these different reports under audience. And so if I skip down now to demographics, I can click on overview, and when that report loads, I can see now under demographics overview, I can see the breakout of age ranges. And so here I can see the majority of the traffic coming to my site again over the past week. Now, if I want to change this date range, I could simply do that. I can change the date range just by clicking on the date range and then maybe going, say, the last 30 days. And I can even compare it to the previous period or the previous year. I'm going to choose the last 30 days. I'm going to click apply. Now I'm looking at data over the last 30 days. And again, you can change the date range to any range you want. You can only go back as far as when you actually created the Google Analytics account. You can't go prior to that. So here I'm looking at the last 30 days and I can see almost 47% of my users were in the age range of 25 to 34. Now, when it comes to gender, I can see 66% represent males. So I can get a breakout of gender and age as well as interest. I can click on interest and look at the overview there and see what the interest is of the users who are coming to my site based on in-market segments or affinity. I can also choose language and location. So if I want to know exactly where my users are located when they're coming to my website, I can click on location. And here I can get a breakout. 43% of the users of the last 30 days were from the United States. More importantly, I can align my audience with goals. And we'll talk about goals here in a minute, but here I can see if I have an e-commerce website, I can see of those 43%, 0.29% of those converted or purchased something. And that equates to 94 transactions. So I can get a good sense of not only how many users are coming from a specific country, but are those users converting? If I click on mobile, and mobile to me is one of those reports I tend to spend a bit of time on because I want to know what devices users are coming to my website. And so for my website here, or this is the Google demo website, I can see mobile represents approximately 27% of the traffic. So desktop still represents a majority of the traffic. So for you, you want to keep an eye on mobile because mobile is definitely a majority of what people use nowadays. That's how people start their day. That's how they transact via mobile, whether that's purchasing something, communicating, or searching. It all starts with mobile. So you want to keep an eye on mobile, and more importantly, you want to keep an eye on behavior. So Google Analytics is telling me that, yes, I have approximately 27% of my traffic of the last 30 days came from mobile. How are they interacting with my website? So if I look across this report, I'm going to be able to see different metrics. So if I'm measuring specific metrics against my dimension, in this case, the dimension is what we're measuring. And in this example, we're measuring mobile. I can see that the bounce rate is approximately 48%. And bounce rate means that if a user, in this case for mobile, landed on a page, they left the site without going any further. So they consider it a bounce. If they don't go to another page, if they leave the site from the page they landed on and they don't go any further, that's considered a bounce. So a bounce rate is the percentage of people who come to the site and leave the site without going any further. So in this case, we have 48% bounce rate. That's almost half of our users who come from mobile leave the website from the page they landed on. So is that good? Is that bad? Well, it's open to interpretation. It's definitely subjective. But you want to keep the bounce rate as low as possible. You want to keep people on your site, especially if you have an e-commerce website. You want people who come to your website to purchase. And so here we can see 48% mobile. In desktop, it's a little bit lower at 41%. Now, if I look a little bit further at engagement, I can see how many pages on average do mobile users look at. So versus desktop, it's a little bit lower. You can see 3.86. On desktop, it's 4.5. Now, if I look a little bit further in engagement, I want to be able to measure how long somebody from mobile stays on the website. If they're bouncing at 48%, but they're also looking at 3.8 pages, 3.9, almost 4 pages per session, then that means in this report, analytics is telling me they're spending about 2 minutes on the site. And interestingly enough, I can see that mobile over the last 30 days had more transactions. So 51 transactions versus 34 transactions from desktop. And interestingly enough, the e-commerce conversion rate is at 0.29%. That's higher than desktop at 0.07. It's lower than tablet, but it's higher than desktop. And mobile has the most transactions, and since they have the most transactions, they have the most revenue at 2,380. So yes, the engagement isn't exactly as great as it is as desktop, but we can see that people are still purchasing with their mobile devices. So it's something to keep an eye on, and mobile is something I definitely look at. In fact, since it's such an important report, one thing you can do in analytics is if you actually like a report and you think you're going to look at that report multiple times, then you can simply just go ahead and click save at the top here. So if I click save, I'm going to enter a name for this report. I'm just going to call it mobile report and click OK. And then what's going to happen is it's going to be located under Save Reports. And Save Reports is located under Customization. Customization is located above Real Time. Okay, so if I close that up, you can see Audience, Real Time, Customization. If I click on Customization, if I click on Save Reports, I should be able to see my Save Report here, and I do. So here I can see Mobile Report. If I click on it, I can simply go to the report I was looking at before I saved it. So Save Reports to me is a good feature in analytics because it allows you to quickly access a report that you've saved in the past. So let's take a look at one more report under Audience. And let's go to benchmarking. So remember when we were setting up our analytics account, we had the option to opt into benchmarking, and I recommended you do so. And so if you did actually opt into benchmarking, then you're going to be able to see how your site compares to others in the same industry. So if I click on benchmarking and then click on channels, what I'm actually able to do now is compare my website with others in the same industry. So if I go back to, say, jobs and education, and I choose education, all education as my industry vertical, I should be able to see websites that are in the same particular industry and how I compare with those websites. So I'm choosing all countries. I can narrow that down if I wanted to. I can just search for the United States. I can choose a specific state, and then I can choose a particular site size. So here I'm choosing sites by daily session. So these are sites that have an average of 5,000 to almost 10,000 sessions a day. And so in this vertical education in the United States, sites that have 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, that means that there are approximately 310 web properties contributing to this report, okay, based on this criteria I chose. Now, if my site is similar, meaning if I'm in the United States, if I'm in education, and I'm receiving 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, then I'm able to compare my site against 310 other websites. Now, Google's sharing this data anonymously from the other websites, and they're doing the same with your website to those particular websites' benchmarking reports. Okay, so it's shared data anonymously in particular industries and verticals. And so now I'm looking at a channel report. So if I want to see how I compare to others in my industry, then I can go ahead and see by channel. For example, am I driving as much traffic as others in my industry? And you can see I'm not. In fact, I'm 77% worse in terms of the amount of traffic being driven from organic search. So anything in red is going to show as a negative result, a negative comparison, whereas something in green is a positive comparison. So if I look at engagement, I can see that I might not be driving as much traffic, but I can see that the pages per session are better than the site average or the industry average. I can see if I go over again, looking just at organic search, I can see the bounce rate is better than the industry average. So the channel report under benchmarking allows you to measure how you compare to others in your industry. And you could do so by looking at location and devices. So if you opted into benchmarking when you set up your account, then you'll be able to compare your website against others in your industry, in your country, region, and based on the size of your website in terms of how many visitors or sessions you're getting per day. So let's go from audience to acquisition. So if audience is who is coming to your website, acquisition allows us to see how the traffic was driven to your website. So how did these users get to our website? And so under acquisition, if we click on overview, we'll be able to see an overview of how users, whether they're returning or new, came to our website. And so what analytics does by default is they have a number of default channels. And when we say channels, we mean analytics is grouping different channels based on how users got to your website. Meaning, how did users get to our website? Did they come via organic search? Meaning, did they type something into Google and find you in the organic listing? Analytics also groups users based on whether they came to your site directly, meaning did they type in the URL directly into the browser, or did they bookmark your website and come back via the bookmark? So they're grouping users under direct. They also group users under referral, meaning did they come from another website? They group users by social. Did they come from a social media platform like Twitter or Facebook? If you're running paid search, meaning if you're running paid search on, say, Google, then do they come from paid search ads? Now, if you're running display ads on, say, Google's network, Google's display network, that's a default channel. So analytics will group users there. So if they don't recognize a channel, then they're going to group it as others. So by default, Google Analytics groups users on how they came to your website via these default channels. And so I could see how many users came to the site from each channel. Now, if I want to drill down on this report, I can click on all traffic. And then if I click on all traffic, I can go to channels. I can look specifically at the channels report. And so now I can see organic search, again, over the last 30 days, is the #1 channel driving traffic. And they represent approximately, again, you can see this number here in parentheses next to the raw number of users. I can see that number is about 56%. So 56% of my traffic over the last 30 days came from organic search. And so those are the number of users. Again, as a metric, you're also going to have sessions. And you'll see sessions a lot as a metric. So users are broken down between new and returning. So every time a new or returning user comes to the website, basically what they're doing is initiating a session. So you can have a user who can come back multiple times. Every time they come back to the website, it's a session. So session is simply the start of somebody coming to your website, and the session ends when they leave the website. And so just like we looked at with the audience reports when it came to mobile, we can also look at engagement by channel. So just like mobile, we looked at bounce rate, pages per session, average session duration. We can do the same thing here with our channel report. More importantly, in addition to behavior, we can see conversions. And since we're running an e-commerce platform, we could see what the conversion rate is by channel. So organic search did drive the most traffic, and they did have the most transactions over the last 30 days. And the conversion rate in this case is 0.17. Okay, so how Google determines the conversion rate? They basically take the number of transactions and divide that by sessions. So that means that over the last 30 days, organic search drove 38,123 sessions. And of those 38,123, 64 actually turned into a transaction, which equates to 0.17, which also equates to 3,000 in revenue. So I'm able to determine not only how users are getting to my website by looking at the channel report, I can actually see if they're engaging and if they are converting. And notice when you look at a report in analytics, you can look at it by channel. You'll also get a summary. So here I can see a summary or a total based on my date range. So I can see over the last 30 days, I've had 54,000 users, 49,000 of them were new. Okay, that meant that out of those 54,000 users, I had 70,000 sessions. I could see my average bounce rate was 43%. The pages per session were just over 4. And the average session duration, how long did somebody stay on my website on average? About 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The average conversion rate was 0.14, and I had a total of 97 transactions totaling $5,500. Okay, and that's all over the last 30 days. So any report you look at in analytics is going to have a summary. And note that any report you look at in analytics is going to allow you to save it. So if it's a report you think you're going to go back and look at a future date, then you simply just have to click on the save button. Conversely, if you don't want to save it, you can simply just export it. So you can export it as a PDF. If I click on PDF, it's going to allow me to export that as a PDF. Now you have other options available to you as well. You can do a Google Sheet. You can export it as an Excel, or you can export it as a comma delimited file. So here you can see I can save it as a PDF if I want to. And if I click OK, it's going to save to my desktop or location of my choosing. And then I can go back and look at it in that format at a later time. So that's the export feature available to you in analytics. Again, if you could save it as well, or you can export it. Okay, some other reports under acquisition. If you're running Google Ads, note that you can connect Google Ads to analytics. And this is key because now I can see how many people are coming from Google Ads to my website, and are they converting? Now this is important because with Google Ads, I'm actually paying for the click. So you can see here, I'm running a report based on campaign data. So I could see what campaigns are driving traffic, how much I'm paying per click, and you can see on average I'm paying 34 cents per click. And then more importantly, I want to be able to see if they're converting. So you can see I've spent $810 over the last 30 days and received $858 in revenue. So you want to make sure that you link up your Google Ads account to your Google Analytics account. For this very reason, you want to be able to see how your Google Ads campaigns perform once the users get to your website. And so I want to see if they're engaging, and I want to see if they're converting. So there are all sorts of reports under Google Ads. So you can look at it by keywords, by search queries, by hour of the day. If you're running display campaigns, you can look at display targeting. So there's all sorts of reports under Google Ads. You just have to link it up, and you link it up under the admin. Now, there are other reports that you can look at. So if I go to campaigns, I can look at all campaigns. So if you're running all sorts of different types of campaigns, whether that be on Facebook, whether that be email, whether that be, other types of advertising, let's just say Twitter or Instagram, you're going to be able to see those campaigns here. And that's under all campaigns. And again, you'll be able to see the campaign name, and you'll be able to see metrics associated with those campaigns. And more importantly, you'll be able to see your e-commerce if you're running an e-commerce platform, or if you have goals set up. So you'll be able to look at how your campaigns are not only driving traffic, but two, are they converting? Let's go from acquisition reporting to behavior. So behavior reports are going to actually show you how users behaved once they got to your website. Once they landed on a page on your website, how did they behave? So when we looked at audience, we got a sense of who is coming. With acquisition, we get a sense of how the traffic got to our website. Did they come from organic, direct, social, etc.? The behavior reports allow us to actually measure how that traffic behaved once they landed on a page on our website. And so if I go to overview under behavior, now I'm looking at this graph here. It's showing me how many page views I've had. And a page view is simply, once a page is viewed, it's counted as a page view. So if a user comes to my site, they're initiating a session. And if they look at a page, then that page is going to have a page view. Okay, so a user can look at a page multiple times in a session, and every time they look at that page, it's going to count as a page view. So here I can see in this graph how many page views I've had, again, over the last 30 days. And if I look further at my overview report, I can see the specific pages and how many page views they've had. And I can also look at some other metrics. Okay, the average bounce rate, the average time on page. I can look at the exit rate, which means how many people actually exited, or the percentage of people who exited from that page. So I can dig deeper into my behavior reporting. So if I click on site content and I click on all pages, then I'm going to look at a report by page. This is my dimension. This is what I'm measuring, my page. And now I can see how many page views each page had over the last 30 days. Now note, you also have something called unique page views. So unique page views is equivalent to one per session. In other words, if a user came to my site and looked at the home page, then the home page is going to have one unique page view and one page view. Now, if the user in that same session looks at other pages, then every page that user looks at is going to have one unique page view. However, if the user goes back to the same page in the same session, then it's still going to be one unique page view. But in this case, the home page, if they look at the home page a second time, then the home page is going to have two page views. If they look at the home page 5 times in one session, then the home page is going to have 5 total page views and one unique page view. Okay, so that's why unique pages is equivalent to one per session, where page views is an accumulation of how many times the page was viewed in the same session. So in other words, you're always going to have more page views than unique page views. Okay, so this gives me a sense of how my pages performed. So again, I can look at total page views and then engagement. So ideally what you want to do with a report like this is, if a user is not engaging on the page, then that should tell you something about the page itself. If they're not engaging, if the bounce rate's high, if the time on page is low, if the percentage of exit rate is high, then you probably want to do something with that page. Now, these are all pages, but if I jump down to landing pages, my landing page report is showing me how many people actually landed on that page. And so here I can see under my landing page report, I can see the home page had 36,017 sessions in the last 30 days. That's how many people landed on the home page. So here I can see 71% were new sessions, meaning that I had a lot of new users who landed on the homepage. In fact, 25,000 or 52% of the people who landed on the homepage were new. I could see the bounce rates about 42%, but of those who didn't bounce, they went on to look at about 4.5 pages per session and spent about 3 minutes on the site. And the one thing I like about the landing page report is I can also see whether that particular page, in this case, the home page, did it help contribute to a goal or conversion. And in this case, I can see of those 36,000 sessions, I had 22 transactions, totaling $1,200 in revenue, and that's an e-commerce conversion rate of 0.06%. So the homepage over the last 30 days contributed to 0.06% of the revenue. So this gives you an idea of when somebody lands on your website and they land on a page, is that page helping to move that person along? Meaning, are they not bouncing? And is that page helping to move people towards converting? And so that's what the landing page in effect allows us to measure, is the engagement. And in this case, we're measuring transactions. Okay, so analytics also gives us some other reports under behavior, including site speed. So site speed to me is an important report to look at, just like the mobile report. To me, site speed's important because what Google Analytics does is they take a sampling of pages. And in this case, you can see over the last 30 days, they sampled 2,835 page views. And of that sample, they came back and said the average page load time is about 4 seconds. Now, ideally, you want to keep it as quick as possible. I would say even under 3 seconds. Okay, now there are other factors involved with page load time. The browser you're using, the country that you're actually browsing that page from might not have the best infrastructure. You may not even be on the best internet network, meaning you're on a cell network or the Wi-Fi is not that great. Or you can be on a page that just has a lot of images or a lot of code that may slow it down. So there are other factors involved. And so what Google Analytics does is show you what those factors are. So here I can see by browser what the average load time is. If I want to look at country, I could see what country is contributing to the load time. Now, the great thing about the site speed report is if I go to speed suggestions, okay, what speed suggestions is going to do is it's going to show me the page load time by page. And then it's actually going to provide a link where I can actually click on to get suggestions on increasing the page load time. So for example, I can look at this particular page here, this Google redesign shop by brand / YouTube page, line number 5. If I look at line number 5, I can see the average load time of this page is 8 seconds, almost 9 seconds. Okay, that's an eternity to some people. Now, notice this link next to it. So Google's recommending 7 total suggestions. So if I click on 7 total, what it's actually going to do, it's going to open up a new window and it's going to open up another Google report called PageSpeed Insights. And PageSpeed Insights is going to give me some information about what I can do to correct the page load of that particular page. So look at the site speed report. It's important because there is a correlation between site speed or page load time and user behavior of that page. And there's also correlation between page load time and a page ranking organically on search. So page load time is very important. It's so important that I'm even going to save it. So I'm going to click save and click on site speed suggestions as my name and click OK. And now that report is going to be saved under customization under save reports. Let's jump from behavior to conversions. Now, conversion reporting is arguably the most important section in Google Analytics, because what the conversions reporting allows us to do is see how people are converting, or if they're not converting, on our website. And so in Google Analytics, we have the opportunity to set up goals. Now you have the opportunity to set up 20 goals in your Google Analytics view. And so to set up a goal, okay, so you're going to click on admin, and under the view, you're going to see goals. And so if you don't even have goals, the first step is to create goals. And so you have 4 different goal types in analytics. So you have pages per session. So how many pages per session is, so if your goal is set to say 3 or 2, if somebody actually looked at 2 or 3 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. Okay, so if I look here, I can see I have pages per session set at 10. So that means that if a user came to the site, looked at more than 10 pages per session, then it's going to count as a goal. Another goal type is destination. So destination means that if somebody actually went to a specific page, then it's going to count as a goal. And in this case, I can see here that the goal is set to this particular page here. And so when somebody actually lands on that page, it's going to count as a goal. Now, there are 2 other goal types we can look at. One is duration. So just like pages per session, in our previous example, if somebody looked at 10 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. With duration, it's based on time. So in this particular case, if you set up a duration goal, and the duration is set to say 1 minute and 30 seconds, then that means if a user comes to my website and they spend at least 1 minute and 30 seconds, then it's going to count as a goal. Okay, and then the 4th type of goal in Google Analytics is an event-based goal. So when you set up event tracking, you could turn that event into a goal. So if somebody clicks on, say, the submit button of a form, you can turn that event into a goal. So here you could see the category equals contact form. So you can always verify if a goal works just by clicking on verify this goal. And in this case, this event is turned into a goal. So anytime somebody fires this event, it's going to count as a goal. So you have 4 different goal types in Google Analytics. You have pages per session, destination, event, and duration. And so once you've set up a goal, then you can measure goals under conversions. So now if I look at goals overview, I can be able to see how many total goal completions I've had. So if I want to look at it by goal, I can just choose the goal option here. So if I want to look at, for example, goal 2, engaged users, this was the pages per session, I can see that I had a conversion rate of 10%, meaning that I had 7,000 of all the users who came to the website, 7,000 goal completions, meaning 7,106 users looked at 10 pages or more on my website. And so that's how you want to be able to measure whether users, wherever they're coming from, whoever they are, whatever pages they look at, you want to be able to look at the conversion reports to see if they're actually converting based on the goals you've set up, whether that's pages per session, duration, destination, or event. Goal conversion tracking reports can help you measure who is actually converting. And then the great thing about Google Analytics here is that I can actually see by segment. So the default segment in a segment is just looking at a specific user set. So the default segment is always all users. However, I can choose a different segment. So if I want to choose, instead of all users, if I want to choose mobile traffic, I can select mobile traffic, hit apply. So I'm actually now looking at a subset of data. I'm looking at mobile traffic. So of all the mobile users who've come to my site, I can see 1,400 engaged or looked at 10 pages or more. Okay, and that's a 7% conversion rate. So the great thing about Google Analytics is you have the opportunity to set up 4 different goal types. Okay, based on those goal types, you can go to Goals Overview and look at the conversion rate of each goal, but you can also change the segment of that particular goal to see who exactly converted. Okay, another report I like under conversions is the multi-channel funnel report. So if I click on multi-channel funnel, basically what this allows me to do is see how different channels work together to convert. So remember the channel reporting we looked at under acquisition? Here I can see now how different channels work together to drive the conversion. So if I look at 3 channels, direct, organic, and referral, I can see all 3 together drive 2% of the conversions. If I look at direct and referral, 12.5%. If I look at direct and organic, 12.24%. So I can see how different channels work together. And so if I look at top conversion paths as an example, I can actually see how channels work together to drive the conversion. So in this example, I can see over the last 30 days that my top channel grouping was direct times 2, meaning that somebody came to the website directly, meaning they typed in the URL in the browser, or they bookmarked it and came to the site. Okay, they came the first time but didn't convert. But then they came back a second time via direct and then converted. So that combination is my top conversion combination of the last 30 days. My second best conversion grouping is organic search and direct, meaning that a user came to the website via organic search first, did not convert, and then came back via direct the second time and converted. So basically what analytics does is give credit to the last referral, meaning if you came to the website via referral, a referring website, and converted, then the referring website's going to get the credit for the conversion. But analytics does a good job of showing you how different channels work together. So a channel may drive a lot of traffic like organic search, but that traffic may not convert the first time around for a number of different reasons, whether it could be brand recognition, price shopping, reading content, whatever the case. Analytics is able to measure if that channel actually did contribute at a later point. And in this case, we could see organic search drove traffic that didn't convert, but that traffic came back a second time via direct and did convert. So that's our second best channel grouping. And so the multi-channel funneling report, top conversion paths, to me is a good report to look at. So you can actually see not only how channels work together, but you can see sources and mediums and campaigns and how all those different campaigns and different sources work together to convert. So that's just a good report to look at. There are so many different reports available in analytics. There's so many that we haven't even gotten to yet. So my advice, if you look at the demo report, you can get a feel for each of these reports under each section, whether that be audience, acquisition, behavior, or conversions. Take a look at these reports, see what makes sense to you, see what you can use to improve your website performance. How to set up goals in Google Analytics. So for this particular webinar, we're going to jump into Google Analytics directly and spend all of our time there because it's about learning practical application. So goals are important. Goals, let me just say this, goals are in analytics something that should be aligned with your business. And we call goals that are aligned with your business KPIs or key performance indicators. So it's very important as a precursor that you know how to set up goals in Google Analytics, because if you're using Google Analytics, you want to measure everything against a goal. So without further ado, let's jump right into Google Analytics. So if I go to Google Analytics and I log in, okay, what I want to do is go down to admin, click on admin here, and admin will take you to basically a screen that looks like this, where you have a account column, you have your property column, and then you have your view column. Now, the view column is where you're going to go to set up goals. Okay, so every view in every property has up to 20 goals. Okay, so by default in analytics, you're going to have at least one view for your property. So if I have a property, I'm going to have at least one view. But if I happen to set up multiple views like you see here, then I know for every view I set up, I have 20 goals to work with. So where are those goals? So under the view, I'm going to click on goals. And now I can see I have 20 at my disposal. Now you could see here by clicking on the recording column, I can see I have in this particular property, this particular view, I have 5 goals that are active. So you can use up to 20, but you don't have to have 20 active. Okay, you can have 1 active, 2 active. My recommendation is at least have 1 goal. Again, when you set up a goal, you're going to measure everything in analytics against that goal. Okay, so in this case, we have 5 particular goals we're measuring. So we have 5 active out of 20 total. So if I don't no longer want to use a goal, I can simply just turn it off. If I want to continue using it, just turn it on. Okay, it's that simple. You can turn on and off goals. So here I already have 5 set up. So if you want to set up a new goal, the one thing you need to know in Google Analytics is in order to set up a new goal, okay, you need to have edit access, at least the view level, I would say at the property level. So you want to make sure whoever's in charge of Google Analytics for your organization, or if you're in charge, okay, you simply just want to go to user management, and user management, you want to make sure the email address you're using to log into Google Analytics has at least edit permissions. So you're going to need edit permissions to add new goals. So I have edit permissions. I'm going to go to goals and I want to set up a new goal. But before we jump in and set up a new goal, what is it that we want to achieve? That's really the question we want to ask ourselves. What is the goal of the website? Well, if it's somebody downloading something, okay, are you measuring that download via an event? Okay, are they filling out a form submission before they download? So if they submit that form submission, is that the goal? Or do you have an e-commerce site? Is somebody purchasing something? So these are things you want to ask yourself before you actually set up the goal. What is it that I'm trying to measure? Now, when you actually do go to set up a goal, you're going to click on the red CTA button that says new goal. So analytics actually has some templates set up for you. Okay, you can see them here. Okay, if somebody's registering online or creating an account or reading review, downloading something, sharing something, you could choose all of these options here. What I normally do is choose custom. 99% of the time, I'm just going to choose custom. It doesn't really matter if you use the template or not. It's just a template is basically some free pre-filled configurations, but my recommendation is always just go with custom. You want total control over how to set up your goal. So we already have in mind what type of goal we want to set up. So for example, if somebody goes to fill out a form submission and they go to a thank you page after that, well, what's the URL of that thank you page? We want to be able to track how many people go to that page, because we know if somebody does type in or fill in a form submission and goes to that page, we know that they filled out the form. And so, for example, if I go to continue, I'm going to name my goal first. So I'm going to say thank you page as an example. Notice analytics is assigning an ID. So notice this is goal ID 15. That means that that's the next available goal. There are 20 goals available in analytics. And so what analytics does is they group goals together. So 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, 16 through 20 into goal sets. So for example, goal 16 through 20 is part of goal set 4. And why does Google Analytics combine these goals into different goal sets? Well, because it's easier to measure and look at data by goal sets. So for example, if I jump into any report here, if I go to all traffic channels, and I want to measure how many goals by channel, I can look at it by goal set. So if I have goal set 1 selected, then I know any goal I have active in there between goal ID 1 through goal ID 5, I'm going to be able to see those goals in goal set 1. And now I'm going to be able to measure every goal I have active in goal set 1 against the channel. So if I choose goal set 2, whatever goals are active there, goal set 3, etc. Notice I don't have any goals 16 through 20 active that are in goal set 4. Therefore, I don't have that option available to me. So back to admin, the bottom left, navigation, again, goals. Okay, we want to measure somebody going to the thank you page. We have edit access. We're going to choose custom as our goal setup. We're going to type in a goal name. I'm just going to say thank you. Okay, this is goal 15. Now, this is the important part. Google Analytics has 4 different goal types: destination, duration, pages per session, or screens per session. So screens per session is related to mobile because Google Analytics measures mobile app activity. And then you have an event. So we're going to cover all 4 of these, but for the sake of this simple example, I'm going to choose destination. Why? Because if somebody goes to that thank you page, we're going to go ahead and put in the thank you page as the goal URL. So for example, destination is my choice. I'm going to click continue. Now, this is where I'm going to put the URL. So if my URL is just simply thankyou.html, I can just go ahead and put thankyou.html. Or if it's just thank you, then I can just do thank you. Depends on the website, depends on the URI structure. So whatever that URL is, that's what you're going to put in. And when you're done, you can verify it. So what Google Analytics does is actually will verify over the last 7 days if anybody's actually gone to that particular page. So if we click verify, we can see 0% conversion rate. So that tells us that if this is the correct URL, then we've had 0% people go to that page. This is just an example. However, if you didn't see a conversion, then you might want to make sure you check the URL here that you put in. And if you do see a conversion rate, then you know it's working. So Google Analytics actually has options. So we're saying thank you is equal to, so the destination URL is equal to thank you or thankyou.html or thankyou.asp or whatever that thank you page is. Okay, you do have options. So if you have a long URL, you could say begins with, and you could say begins with, say, thank you. So this is the logic. We're going to say, hey, if anybody goes to a URL that begins with thank you, then count it as a goal. Or you could say equals to. So if anybody goes to a URL that equals to thank you, then count it as a goal. You have one more option here, regular expressions. So Google Analytics understands the language of regular expressions. So regular expressions are just special characters used to communicate with Google Analytics in order to hone in on exactly what you're trying to track. So we can always say, starts with or ends with. So we can, use characters like the $, ends with or begins with. So we can always do that. So you can use regular expressions as well if you're familiar with regular expressions. If you're not, then you don't have to use them, but there are special characters that you can insert in that are used as regular expression. So if you're not familiar with regular expression, don't choose that option. You could choose the other option of equals to or begins with. Now note that on all 3 of these options, I didn't put the domain. So if my domain is ama-foundation.org/ and then thank you, I don't need to put the domain because Analytics already knows what domain we're tracking. So you don't have to put in the domain here when you're entering in this case, the goal URL. So you can omit the domain. So when you put in that URL, you know that you have 3 options to work with. And then you always want to verify that goal URL. You always want to verify it because if you see 0% conversion, and in this case over the last 7 days, then that should tell you something. Either your goal is not set up correctly or you just don't have any conversion. Either way, you want to double check that. Now, when it comes to the destination URL goal, you do have an option here for funnel. So if I turn on funnel, then that means I have the ability to track how people went through my funnel. So if I have a cart and I want to be able to track how many people go in and out of the cart, then I have the option of adding specific pages as part of the cart. So we could say, step 1, which is basically cart. We could say step 2 is billing information. That could be /billing. We could say step 3 is shipping information /shipping. And then step 4 could be, confirm. And that could be /confirmation. So whatever your URL structure is for your cart, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a cart. Basically, all I'm doing is putting in a series of steps with URLs as each step. And why do I want to do that? Because I can then track how many people go through my funnel that I've created. Okay, so here I could see this is my funnel that I've created for this particular goal. Okay, and the funnel is only available for the destination URL. So the funnel is available if you want to see traffic through the goal. Okay, and how people go through the funnel and where they drop off. Now you have an option here to make the first step required. So if you make that first step required, then that means you're measuring the funnel through the first step only. Now, if I turn that off, then I'm measuring the funnel through each step, meaning that I can measure people as they drop in and out of the funnel. Where if it's required, the first step, then I'm only measuring traffic as it enters in the top of the funnel. So you have that option available to you, the funnel. And then for all goals, you do have a value. So if somebody did actually convert, okay, Google Analytics is going to count it as a conversion, and you can assign a value. So if you're not an e-commerce website, then you may want to think about assigning value. If you are an e-commerce website, then Analytics has the ability to track e-commerce revenue for your website. So you don't need to add a value. But in this case, let's just say you're a nonprofit organization and you're collecting donations. And on average, over the past year, every donation that somebody contributed was equal to $5. Well, you can just go ahead and put $5 in there as the value for that goal. So that means that if somebody did go to, in this example, /thank you and convert, Analytics is going to count it as a goal and then assign $5 value alongside that goal. So if you're non-e-commerce, if you're, say, a nonprofit like this organization, or you're B2B and you want to track some value, then you have that option there. So with the destination URL goal, you have the option of adding a funnel. With all goal types, you have the option of adding a value. All goal types, and we're going to go through the rest of them, you have the option of verifying that goal. So that's the structure of setting up a goal. Destination URL is just one goal type. We're going to talk about the other 3 goal types, because in Google Analytics, there are 4 goal types. Again, destination is one of them. With destination, as you do have the option with all goal types, is you have to be able to choose your logic here. So we're going to cover that with the other 3, but just know when you set up a destination URL goal, you have the option of adding a funnel. Now, when you actually do set up a funnel, what's going to happen is Analytics is going to measure traffic as it goes through the funnel. So where do you look for that funnel information? Well, you want to get out of admin. You want to go to the left side navigation. You want to click on conversions, then goals, then funnel visualization. So based on the funnel you set up, you're going to be able to see traffic as it goes through the funnel. So notice on this particular funnel, we don't have the first step required. Why? Because I could see traffic as it goes in and out of each step of the funnel. So let's go through this funnel and see how people react. So here I can see the first step is the storefront page. So over this particular period of time, I had 84 sessions enter the storefront page. So out of those 84, I can see 21 left the storefront page. 63 went on to the next step in the funnel, which is the cart page. I can then see 24 people went on to the cart page directly and 5 exited the site altogether. Okay, so that gave me 87 total. And from 87, I saw that 82 went on to the next page with the next step. What analytics does is they give you a percentage. So in the first step, we had 63 move on to the cart page. Out of 84, that's 75%. So from the cart page to the create your account page, we had 94% move on. So we didn't have anybody enter in the create your account page. We didn't have anybody leave the create your account page. So we have 82%, 82, create your account, and then we have 82, move on to the payment page. So that's 100%. Okay, we have 1 exit. So we have 81 that proceeded to be on the payment page, which was purchase. So 81 of 82 is 98%. And we started with 84. So that gave us, plus the 24 that we accumulated along the way, so that gave us a 75% funnel conversion rate. So 75% of the people who entered in the funnel went on to purchase. Okay, so don't be confused with the overall e-commerce conversion rate. So 75% is the funnel conversion rate. The overall conversion rate for this particular goal is 18.45% over this particular period of time. Why? Because that takes into account all sessions that have gone to the website. So 18% of all traffic went on to convert, but those that did go into the funnel, 75% converted. So that's a look at the funnel. So if you set up a funnel, that's what it's going to look like. You have the option to measure everything from step 1 and beyond, or measure as traffic goes in and out of the funnel. So the purpose of this is we're going to be able to see where traffic drops off, how effective our funnel is, what pages we need to address in that funnel. Okay, so that's the whole point of the funnel, and the funnel is available with the destination URL goal. So if I go back to admin, if I go back to goals under the view, I can actually see what that funnel looks like. So here we chose regular expression. So this is what the URL is. Okay, you can see our funnel and each of the steps we have set up. Notice we're using regular expressions here. And then if we verify this goal, we could see over the past 7 days, 19% conversion rate. So that tells me something's working in this particular, with this particular goal, because we do have a conversion rate. Okay, so that's the destination URL goals. So let's now talk about the other 3 types of goals. So the next goal type we're going to talk about is pages per session. So if you're not sure what type of goal to set up for your website, at the very least, you should try and set up either duration related goal or pages per session related goal. So let's talk about the pages per session. So basically what this goal is going to allow us to measure is, for example, if we set the goal to 3 pages per session, then we're going to be able to measure if how many people went to the site and looked at 3 pages per session. So let's take a look at that goal. So if I open up the goal, here I can see 3 pages per session is what we're naming it. So basically what we're asking analytics to do is anything greater than 2 pages, which would be 3 and beyond, count as a goal. So if anybody comes to the site, looks at more than 2 pages, 3 pages or more, then it's going to count as a goal. And so here we can verify it. So if we verify it over the last 7 days, we could see a 4.12% conversion rate. And that tells me that 4% of my traffic over the last 7 days looked at least 3 pages or more. So you're probably asking yourself, well, what number should I put in for the actual variable? So in this case, we see 2. Well, what you want to do is you want to look at, on average, let's just say year to date, you want to make sure you have statistical significance. So you want to look at a period of time. So if you go to analytics, go to audience, okay, and then if you go to overview, and if I change my date range to year to date, I could see on average right now, I have 1.21 pages per session. So that's on average. So we don't want to make our goal 1 page. We don't want to make our goal 2 pages. We want to make it 3. So we want to be able to basically measure at a higher rate. Okay, why do we want to measure at a higher rate? Because if 1.21 is the average, then 2 pages per session really isn't moving the needle. So what we really want to do is get people to stay on the site longer, look at pages more during their session. So look at more pages. And so we want to be able to see what segment of the audience is looking at more pages, what channels driving traffic that's looking at more pages, what pages are contributing to more pages per session. So the whole idea is you want to hone in on what your goal is and see what's working and then see what's not working so you can make adjustments. The whole idea behind Google Analytics is to improve website performance. And so if our average is 1.2, then if we change it to just 2, it may not be good enough. So in this case, we want to up the bar a little bit. So we're going to choose 3. Now you can choose 4 or 5. That's perfectly fine. Just know if your average is 1.2, I wouldn't choose 1 page per session as my goal, and I probably wouldn't choose 2. So I'd set the bar a little bit higher. Now, the third goal type available in Google Analytics is also engagement related, and that's duration. So just like pages per session, we can measure how long somebody stays on the website, and we could set up a goal for that. So in this case, I have a goal set for 1 minute 30 seconds. So my goal type is duration. So if I click continue, then basically I'm asking analytics, in this case, anybody who stays more than 1 minute and 30 seconds on the website, count it as a goal. And so before you actually put in the number of hours, minutes, and seconds, you want to look at that average. So if you go back to audience overview, here I can see 1 minute and 7. So do we want 1 minute and 30? Maybe we could do that. Maybe we can go with 2 minutes. So again, the whole point is you want to set the bar a little bit higher than what the average is. And so here I can see over the last 7 days, if I verify this particular goal, I can see 8% of my traffic over the last 7 days stayed on the site at least 1 minute and 31 seconds. Okay, they stayed greater than 1 minute and 30. And so the whole point is you can hone in because this is a goal. I can go in, this is goal, okay, this is a goal here. And so I could see that this is goal 13. So now I can go to acquisition as an example. I can go to channels as an example. Since this is a goal, this is goal 13. So that would be in goal set 3. So I can actually see what channel is basically driving that goal. Okay, in other words, what channel is driving traffic that is staying on the site at least 1 minute and 30 seconds. And so that's the whole idea behind goals. So likewise for pages per session, we can go into channels. And here I can see we've have over this period of time, year to date, pages per session, we have 3% conversion rate. And here I could see, for example, organic search has a 13% conversion rate. Here I could see social media has a 10%. So I could see that people coming from organic search are staying on the site longer, or they're looking at more pages than any other channel. So just like duration or destination or any goal you set up, you can measure that goal against any dimension. Just because it's engagement doesn't mean you can't. You absolutely can. And so the whole point of engagement related goals is to figure out what's driving traffic to the site, but what traffic is engaging. So you want to be able to pinpoint that so you can improve website performance. Now, the fourth goal type available in Google Analytics is an event. So if you click on New Goal, you choose Custom, click Continue, you have the option to choose an event. So an event is something that you can measure on your website that analytics can't measure by default. So if you want to measure PDF downloads or clicks on buttons or clicks on play buttons on a video or click on a submit button or click on an external link, I mean, you can measure pretty much anything with an event. then you want to be able to turn that event into a goal. So let's quickly summarize what an event is. So again, we want to be able to measure a particular event that happens on the website. So in order to do so, we need to identify that event. So if I go to, for example, this particular website here, and I want to measure how many times somebody clicks on the Donate Now button. Well, if I can measure that as an event. So when you set up an event in analytics, you have to actually assign a category and an action for that event. So that's the first thing you need to do when you identify an event-related goal. First, you need to set up the event. And in order to set up the event, you need to assign a category and action. Okay, so once you identify what you want to track as an event on your website, you're actually going to go in a tag manager or have your webmaster go in a tag manager and set up a tag. And in that tag, they're going to assign that particular category and action. And so here you can see we have this set up. Our category is named Donate Now and our action is Click. And that's what we want to do. We want to measure how many people click on that Donate Now button. So anytime somebody does that, then the category Donate Now is going to appear in analytics with the action Click. So when you actually do set up an event, you can go into analytics and you can test that event. So if I go to the website and I click Donate Now, okay, the reason why I have this as an event is because I'm taking to a third-party website to handle the donations. So here I can go into analytics and now I can see a category is being fired for header donate with the action Click. So that's my category and that's my action. So that category and action is what is firing after somebody clicks on that Donate Now button. So if I want to turn this event into a goal, I can easily do that. Now that I've set up the event, now that I've identified the category and action, I want to go back to admin and set up the event with these parameters in place. So it just turns out we already have the goal set up. So let's go through how this goal was set up. So first, we chose custom, we chose event, we gave it a name. So as a best practice, when you actually set up a goal as an event, or turn an event into a goal, I would add the prefix event : to it. And then that way, when you're identifying goals in your reporting, you know it's an event. So I'm going to click continue. And now that I actually have set up the event already in Google Tag Manager, I've given it a category, I've given it an action. Okay, see here you can see we have a regular expression set up. So anything with the header donate or donate is going to fire this goal. So over the last 7 days, I have a 0.81% conversion rate. Okay, I could have easily put in equals to and put in whatever the action or the category, which is Donate Now. Or I could have put action equals Click. I could have done that as well. So let me show you another example here. So if I do this, custom, continue, events, Donate Now. Here's my goal ID. It's going to be an event. So all I need to do is put in the category and action. So Donate Now and then Click. So that's all I have to do. And that's my goal. So I can verify it, okay, to see if anybody's fired it. And basically, that's what I need to do to turn that event into a goal. Okay, so you need to set up for an event. First, you need to identify the event, set it up in Google Tag Manager, which is another platform. And once you've done that, then you have your category in action. Once you have your category in action, you're again going to go into analytics and then simply put in that category and action into the appropriate fields to set up your event-related goal. Now, all events don't have to be turned into a goal. If you actually do set up an event and you're just not worthy of a goal, meaning it's not a KPI or doesn't align with your business goals, well, don't fret. You can always just go to behavior. Okay, you can always go to events. You can always go to overview and measure your events that way. So here you can see all of our events that are fired. Now we do have this one turned into a goal. So if it's important for our business, if then we want to make sure we convert that particular event into a goal. Okay, if it's not important, for example, somebody's just clicking on a social button, then you don't necessarily have to turn that event into a goal if you don't want to. Know that it's sitting here under events, under behavior. So the point I'm trying to make here, if it's important to your business and you're already tracking it as an event via Google Tag Manager, then feel free to turn it into a goal. All you need is that category. All you need is that action. And so one final note on that event related goal, just like any other goal, you can add a value. Okay, so if I have an event set up, I can choose to add a value here. Or in Google Tag Manager, if I've assigned a value to that event, so if I go back to the actual event in Google Tag Manager, you can see I have a value set up for $1. Then I could just go into analytics and say, you know what? I already have the value added. So go ahead and use the value added in Google Tag Manager. Okay, so I'm going to choose yes. Now if I choose no, I have the option to add the value here, just like I would with any other goal. So just keep that in mind. You can add a value to any goal type. With an event related goal, you can add the value right into the tag in Google Tag Manager, just as I've done here. So remember, when you actually set up your goals, whether it's a destination, pages per session, duration, or an event, you can just go ahead and choose that goal set that it's in and measure any dimension against that particular goal. So here I can see e-newsletter signups by channel. I can go into another goal set. Here I can see contact form submissions. Okay, I can see what particular channels driving contact form submissions. Okay, so just know that you can align a goal against any dimension. So if you have e-commerce, you don't have to set up a goal for that. That's separate. But if you want to take a look at your goals and analytics on its own, you can just go to Conversions, Goals, Overview. Here, I can actually get a good sense of how my goals are performing over a period of time. So again, if I choose, for example, year to date, now I can see, based on the goals I've set up, how many total goal completions, value, which takes into account the value we've added into these goals, okay, the total conversion rate. And here I can see it broken down by the goal I actually have set up. And I can see it by page, or I could see it by source and medium. So I could see Google Organic is driving the most goal completions, then Google CPC, Direct, and then I could see some others in here as well, contributing to goals. Now, I do want to point your attention to another report in Google Analytics that does take into account goals, and that's multi-channel funneling. So again, under conversion goals, multi-channel funnels, if I go to assisted conversions, I can actually see what channel in this example is assisting with the conversions I've set up. And so what do we mean by assisted conversions? Well, that means that if a channel, let's just say organic search, drove traffic to the website, and that traffic didn't convert when it arrived at the website and left, but it came back a week later via another channel, let's just say email. And when they came back via email, they did convert during that session. Well, what analytics does is they give an assist to organic search because they help drive the traffic to the website. So it's similar to the game of basketball. If I have the ball and I pass it to my colleague, and my colleague's the one who scores because they had the ball last, well, they get the credit for the point, i.e. the conversion, but I get an assist. And so analytics works the same way. They're always going to give credit to the last click or direct conversion, but they will give credits to the channel, in this case, that assisted with the conversion. So that's under assisted conversion, and that's based on the goals you have set up. You can highlight any particular goal here. If I want to hone in on, say, the donate clicks only, then I'm going to be able to see what contributed to that particular goal. So there's another report in here, top conversion paths, that I think is important. So after you set up your goals, you can actually see what channels in this particular example help to drive conversions. Again, this is year to date, so I can see all the different combinations of channels that work together to contribute to a conversion. So again, I can choose a specific goal, or I can choose all my goals. So those two reports are under multi-channel funneling. There's also another report that I think is good, and that's time lag, meaning how long did it actually take somebody to convert. So here you can see most of our conversions, 265 year to date, happened on the day somebody arrived on the website. But I could see I did get some conversions a day later, 2 days later, etc. So you have time lag, top conversion paths, assisted conversions. They're all under multi-channel funneling, and they're all available after you set up at least one goal. And so if you're not sure what goal to set up, okay, don't fret. You can always at least set up an engagement related goal. So that's available to you. Duration, pages per session. You also have destination and event tracking. And they're all available to you. You have 20 available per view. Now, if you're not quite sure exactly what type of goal to set up, there is an option available in analytics, and that's the gallery. So you can always import a goal from the gallery. So in other words, we could take a look at what other people have set up in terms of goals. So you just have to click on the button import from gallery, and it'll take you to the gallery, and you'll be able to see what other goals others have set up. How to set up event tracking in Google Analytics. So welcome, and let's get started. So many of you out there have a website similar to the one I'm looking at now. This is a nonprofit that I work with, Alma Foundation, and like this website and probably like your website, you probably have some interactivity on there that needs to be tracked. For example, buttons. If you have buttons like this one that says donate or newsletter sign up, or there's a PDF download or a video that needs to be, tracked based on the amount of people who click on the play button. So, all sorts of interactivity on a website. Have you ever wondered how to track that? Well, there is a way to track that, because by default, Google Analytics can't track interactivity and engagement on your website like you probably want to have your website tracked. So if you have buttons and videos and things of that nature that you want to have tracked, well, you're going to need event tracking. And if you're in analytics and you're always wandering around the data and you happen to find yourself under events, well, if you want events on your website and you want data to populate under behavior top events, you're going to need to set up event tracking. So event tracking is a two-part process, and we're going to talk about that two-part process. The first part of that is to identify what you want to track. Okay, so if we go back to our example website here, Alma Foundation, again, we noted there's a lot to track here. We got a donate now button, we got a newsletter sign up, we have some social icons. Okay, we got a donate now button here, we got a play button here, we got all sorts of interactivity. We got a button here that says, purchase tickets for an upcoming event. I can go throughout the website and find different buttons and things to track. Let me just say this. There's no shortage of what you can track on your website with event tracking. So event tracking is just basically, in layman's terms, tracking engagement on your site. Because Google Analytics by default is only going to track page view data, meaning how somebody got to your website, what page they looked at, how long they stayed on that page, what page they left from. More or less, they're timing how long somebody stays on the website and what pages they look at. So there's more to a website than just how long somebody stayed on a page. And so in this example, we want to be able to track everything here, not just the donate now button, but everything, because once you get the hang of event tracking, then it's very easy to set up. Okay, so step one, identify what you want to track. Okay, so there's a lot we want to track. We're just going to use one example to start off with, and that's going to be this donate now button. Okay, so this donate now button we want to track. Now we have a newsletter sign up, we have Facebook, and that's fine. You could track all that, but for the sake of going through a step-by-step process today, let's just focus on the donate now button. Let's focus on the Donate Now button, then we'll come back and start tracking these other things. But this is what we want to track to start out with. Okay, so step one, identify what you want to track. Now, when it comes to tracking events on a website, you want to identify those events. So we did that by choosing this Donate Now button. Now, once we identify what we want to track, we need to assign 2 parameters for that event. So with event tracking, you have 3 parameters, but one is actually optional. So you have 2 mandatory parameters that you have to assign to everything you want to track on your website. And that's the category and then the action. So event label is the 3rd parameter, but again, that's optional. Okay, so basically, when we identify an event on our website, we want to assign it a category and an action. Okay, so why do we want to assign it a category and an action? Because when we are in analytics, under behavior, under events, top events, we could see we have different categories here. And we have different actions, we have different labels. So if I click on any one of these dimensions, I'm going to be able to see some of the parameters I've entered in for previous events I'm tracking. Okay, so the whole idea is you want to be able to group different events together into a category and assign an action and assign a label to it. That's really what you're doing. You're just grouping and identifying the events you're trying to track. And so in this case, I have this Donate Now button sitting in the header. Okay, in fact, I have a lot of things sitting in the header. So if I wanted to, and I want to track all these buttons, I can create a category called header. And then if I track all these buttons can sit in that same category if I wanted to. Or I can create a separate category for each of these buttons. It's up to you how you organize your categories, because basically all you're doing is giving a name to what you're trying to track. And the name is equivalent to a category. So in this case, the Donate Now button is very important. I'm just going to call it category header donate. Now, I need to give an action to each category. And so in this case, I'm just going to say click, because that's what the action is doing. It's somebody's taking the action of clicking. Now, if it's a video and it's a play button, I can assign an action of play. It's up to you whatever you name these parameters. You just need to be organized and methodical about what you name it. That's all. And so in this case, header donate and then click. Okay, and so that's our category and action. And so that's really step 2. So step 1, identify what you want to track. Step 2, assign a category, action, and or label. But remember, label is optional. So if I go back in analytics here, I could see some categories. And if I click on action, I could see some actions that I've named. Now, step 3. So we've identified in step 1 what we want to track. We've assigned a category and action. So step 3 is going into Google Tag Manager to set up the event. Okay, so if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, then you can easily just do a Google search for Google Tag Manager, and basically you'll have all sorts of information on it. There's a good video overview of Tag Manager here that you can watch. So Tag Manager basically is what we want to use to set up event tracking. Now, Tag Manager is used for a lot of different things, but the main thing we're doing here is setting up an event for our website. And so I'm logged in to the same email address I'm using for analytics. Okay, so now I'm in Tag Manager and I want to set up my event for this Donate Now button. So what do I need to do? Well, for every event I want to set up, I need to set up a tag. Okay, so if I go to tags, I can see I already have some tags set up, and some of these are events. And so when you actually set up a tag, I recommend having a naming convention. So here you can see any event we set up, we start out by calling it GA-event- whatever it is we're trying to set up. And so in this case, we want to set up a new tag for the Donate Now button on our website. So we're in Google Tag Manager, because Tag Manager is what's going to fire that event. So if I click on New, okay, and I click on Tag Configuration, I'm going to choose Google Analytics. And then I'm going to choose Event as my track type. So we want the data to show up in Google Analytics, and we're tracking an event. We're not tracking a page view, we're tracking an event. And so now remember in step 2, you identified what you want to call that category, you identified what you want to call that action, and you have some optional parameters like label. So first things first, header donates the name of our category and our action is click. And if you want to add in a label and a value, so if you want to assign a value, you can. If you want to add in a label, you can. Okay, those are optional. So you just need to focus on category and action. And then the last setting here that's probably worth mentioning is a non-interaction hit. Okay, so this is automatically set to false. And why is it set to false? Because it's a non-interaction? No, that's false. We want this event, if somebody clicks on the header donate, to be an interaction. So for example, if I land on this page here and I click on that donate now button that I'm tracking as an event, and I actually leave the site, because I have my settings set to false, I want that click to be an interaction, then analytics is not going to count a bounce. If I change it to true, so from false to true, then that means it is going to be a non-interaction if somebody lands on the page and if somebody clicks on the button. So I don't want it to be a bounce. I want it to be an interaction. So my advice is leave it set to false. We're going to choose Google Analytics as our setting here. This is our variable for Google Analytics. So in other words, that variable is set to our analytics property ID. And more or less, that's what you need to do to set up the tag, okay? You need to, in step 2, identify the category and action, and or label, and or value. Now, value can be anything you want. You're assigning a numerical value, so if you just assign 1, anytime that event fires in analytics, it's going to have a value of 1. Okay, and so we have our non-interaction set to false. So anytime the event fires, it's going to count as an interaction and therefore not count as a bounce if somebody landed on that page. So that's more or less all you need to do to set up the tag in Google Tag Manager. Now, if somebody else is setting up the tag for you, then again, you want to revert to step 2. You want to be able to give that person the appropriate category, action, and or label, and or value. Why? Because you're the one that's going to be going into Google Analytics, and you're the one that's going to have to go to behavior, events, top events, and look for the particular category and action and or label. So you need to be able to communicate that information to whomever is setting up the tag. Now, if it's you, great. You already know what it is because you're entering that information into Tag Manager. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and choose a variable for my label parameter. And why do I want to do that? Because in Tag Manager, I have something at my disposal called variables. And variables allow you to see specifically things that are being tracked. So in this case, I chose page path. Okay, so page path is a URL. And why did I choose page path as my variable for the parameter label? Because if somebody does click on the header donate button, and the header donate button on our website is on every page. So if I go to the children's page, I'm still going to see that header donate button. And so for me, I want to be able to see what page somebody clicked on that header donate button. And so this allows me to actually see in Google Analytics what page somebody clicked on the header donate now button. And so now if I go back to GTM, Google Tag Manager, I have a category, I have an action, and I have a label, which is a variable. Okay, so note that in Google Tag Manager, you have a lot of different variables at your disposal. And variables are there to help you identify specifically what is being tracked. So take a look at all the variables at your disposal in Tag Manager. In this example, I'm using page path. So now, once you set up your tag, pretty straightforward. Again, tag types, Google Analytics. Track type is event. You are assigning the category, action, and or label, and or value. You're changing or leaving the default in place for non-interaction hit. And then you're choosing the variable for Google Analytics, which is your property ID. So once you've done that, you have a tag. The second part of setting up a tag is to assign a trigger to that tag. So Tag Manager needs to be able to know when to fire that event. And so here I'm going to look at a trigger I've already set up for this particular event. And so if I click on it, I'll be able to see that what it is a click on some links, not all links, but some links. I'm actually saying, hey, Google Tag Manager, fire this event when the click ID equals header donate button. Now, it just so happens that if somebody did click on this donate now button, they're going to go to another website. In this case, networkforgood.com. So in Tag Manager, I could have set the trigger to equal URL equal, instead of click ID, I could have said URL equal networkforgood.com. So that could have been my logic for my trigger. In this case, I decided to go with the click ID. And so in this case, that button has an ID associated with it called header donate button. So if you wanted to use click ID for your event, for your button, you could simply just go to the website. You can right click on that button and click inspect element. And so when I actually inspect the element, I can see now the button here. You can see it's highlighted in the upper pane, and in the lower pane, I can see where it's linking to. It's linking to networkforgood.com. But here you can see if I hone in a little, I could see ID equals header dash donate dash button. So that's the click ID. Notice there's also a class. I could have set the trigger to equal this class. Or again, I could have set the trigger to equal the URL or the page that this button is pointing to. I could have chosen any one of those, but I decided to go with the ID. So this is the ID I chose, and that's the ID I have in my trigger. Okay, so that is what's going to fire that event. So if somebody clicks on a button that equals header dash donate dash button, it's going to fire that event, which is going to equal category header donate action click, and then the label is going to be page path. So now that we've set up our event, we want to test to see if it actually works. So there's two ways to go about testing an event. And the first way is through Google Analytics. So if we go to Google Analytics and then we go to real time, okay, we can go to events, and here you can see one is already fired. So let's go ahead and go to and test this and go to the website. So if I go here, for example, and I click on Amagar alumni. Okay, so if I click on that, you can see I'm under our family. And if I click on that button, then go back to analytics and look at real time, I should be able to see this event fire. So if I click on it, I'm going to go to Network for Good. Now if I go back to analytics, here in real time, under events, per second, I can see that event firing. Category equals header donate. The action equals click. Now if I click on the category, here I can see the label. The label, remember, was page path. And here you could see this event fired on the Our Family page, which was the page I was just on. So that's one way to test to see if your event works. And in this case, analytics recognized the event, so it works, it fired, and so therefore it's going to show up under behavior, under events. You can go under overview or top events. Okay, and what am I going to look for? In this case, I'm going to look for header donate. Okay, if I click on header donate as my category, I'm going to be able to see my action. And if I click on action, I'll be able to see my label. In this case, homepage. And then later on, when the data propagates in analytics, I'll be able to see under label the page that I clicked on that header donate button, which is /our-family. Okay, the second way in which you can test to see if an event fires is if you preview. So if I click on preview in Tag Manager, okay, I'm going to go into preview mode. Okay, and preview mode allows you to see in analytics, in Tag Manager, and on the website what tags are firing. So here I could see I'm in preview mode now. So I'm going to go to the website and I'm going to refresh, and in my browser, same browser I'm using for Tag Manager, I can see the tags that are being fired on this page already, okay, because I'm in preview mode. So here I could see remarketing, I could see page views, I could see Google Optimize, I could see some tags that are already firing on this page. Now, if I click on this button here by holding down my Shift command and then click on that button, I'll be able to see that the tag fired in preview mode. There's my event, header donate, and I could see it fired. So now I can see it fired in the preview mode. So in addition to Google Analytics, in preview mode, I could see that that tag is fired and I know that it's working. So there you have it. You have two ways to test to see if the event fires. Again, you have real time and analytics. Okay, so in real time, if you just go up to real time, all you need to do is go down to events, go to your website, click on the button. If you see it firing in real time, then you know it works. The second version or second way to test your event is through the preview mode. Okay, if you see it firing in preview mode, then you know it's also working. Okay, so let's rehash our steps. First step is we want to be able to identify what we want to track. Okay, so it could be this newsletter sign up, it could be click on a Facebook, it could be anything we want to be able to track. An image, a click on a CTA button, whatever we want to track, identify it. Second step, identify the category, action, and label, because that's what's going to show up in Google Analytics. Remember, label is optional, value is optional. Third step, go into Tag Manager, actually set up your tag and your trigger. So if you set up a tag and it's an event, name it GA-event. So that way you can see in your list of tags in Tag Manager what event tracking you have already set up. So when you set up your tag, you set up your trigger. Your trigger is based on logic. That can be a URL, it can be a click ID, it can be a class ID, whatever you want to use to fire that event. And then once you do that, you want to test it. You could test it in GTM or you could test it in Google Analytics. If it doesn't fire, you want to tweak your trigger. If it does fire, then great. And then one thing I would recommend is if you're setting up various events for your website, as a best practice, what I would recommend is set up a spreadsheet. And in that spreadsheet, you want to put a note. What's firing? What are you doing to fire? It could be, in this case, when somebody clicks on the Donate Now button in the header. You want to put the tag name in here, the type. Okay, then you want to record your category, action, and label. And then the great thing about events is you could turn those events into goals. And that's as simple as going back into analytics. Okay, so if I go in analytics and I go to admin and I go to goals, if you set up a new goal, okay, all you need to do is choose custom, click continue. You're going to choose event as your goal name. And then from a naming perspective in Google Analytics for your goal, I would definitely put event first and then click on header donate. Okay, so if I click now continue, what is my category? It's equal to header donate. My action is click. And so I can verify to see if this is working. And here I can see in analytics that the goal would have a 0.22% conversion rate. So that tells me that the goal is working and I can turn this event into a goal. And when you turn something into a goal in analytics, then you can measure it across all dimensions. That's what I would recommend if the event is equal to a KPI or business goal, or it's of importance. It's something you really want to measure. Okay, if it's just a click, say on a Facebook button, I wouldn't recommend setting that up as a goal. Okay, so once you've set up your event, you recorded it in your spreadsheet, it's firing, you want to be able to then go back into behavior, back into events. Okay, you can go to top events. Okay, so top events tell you by category as a default what events are firing or what category is firing the most. Okay, so if I choose my date range, here I can just go to year to date. So here I can see my header donate button, fortunately for me, has the most total events. Now notice in analytics, you'll also see unique events. And so the difference between unique events and total events is that unique events are equivalent to one per session, where total events means that somebody can come to your website, initiate a session, and click on that button multiple times in the same session. So if I go to the Alma Foundation website, okay, I can click on that Donate Now button 3 or 4 or 5 different times in the same session. So what analytics is going to do is actually, in that session, count it once, but accumulate the number of clicks as a total event for that session. So you're always going to have more total events than unique events, because in some cases, users may click on the button more than once in the same session. And so here I can see total events, unique events, and if I added a value to that event, I should be able to see it here. So if I added $1 as an example to this particular event, because it had 164 unique events, I should be able to see 164 as my value. But since I see 0, that means that I did not assign value. And so average value basically is just giving me how much average I have per event. So it's taking into account the number of, or the value, the total value divided by the total number of unique page views or sessions. And so because I don't have value, I'm not going to have average value. But here you could see, because value is optional, here I can at least see how many events or how many clicks I receive for a particular button. Again, it could be a video. If I clicked on this video as an example, I can see how many people actually started it. I can see the unique and the total events. And if I click on label, if I have a label assigned, then I'll be able to see what page triggered that event. So if we go back again to our header donate button, back to category, if we click on label as our primary dimension, here we can see the home page had the most unique events, then followed by the children's page, the contact form, etc. So what you can do in analytics, you can also look at the pages that have driven events. So here I could see the home page has accumulated the most total events, followed by the contact us. So that's how you would look at the data in Google Analytics. Under behavior, under events, and then under top events or overview is where you can start analyzing your event tracking. So first you need to do, identify it, assign a category, action, and or label, set up that tag and trigger. Once you do that, once you test that it's working, this is where you're going to go to analyze the data.
Building a presence on YouTube is like fine-tuning the engine of a car to get maximum performance. In YouTube terms, this means maximum views and maximum subscribers to your YouTube channel. The instruments you have for this are the video itself, how you optimize it in YouTube, and the quality of the YouTube channel you create to promote your YouTube presence. If you do get maximum performance out of your YouTube presence, YouTube will reward you by giving you the opportunity to monetize your YouTube videos through the YouTube advertising platforms. By the end of this lesson, you will know how to use the new YouTube Studio Beta, how to upload and optimize a YouTube video, how to create and optimize a YouTube channel, how to create a playlist on your YouTube channel, how to make a great video, and how to monetize your YouTube presence. YouTube has just launched the new YouTube Studio Beta. Most of the YouTube features like uploading and optimizing your videos have been brought into the new YouTube Studio Beta. Some of the features, like creating your YouTube channel, still need to be accessed through the old version of YouTube Studio. Soon, these features will be brought into the new version, which will make the old version obsolete. When you are successful in YouTube, in views and subscribers, YouTube will give you the opportunity to monetize your YouTube presence. Upload video on desktop. To upload a video on YouTube, you can do that on the desktop and you can also do that on the mobile. Let's have a look at the desktop version of uploading your video. So what you do is you go to the youtube.com homepage. And as long as you're logged into your Google account, you see your little login account info here. You will then see on the left a little camera with a plus sign. and that's where you can upload a video. Click on that. You can then upload your video or you can go live streaming. So let's click on Upload Video. And that takes you to this screen where you can select the file to upload or you can drag and drop the video file. You can immediately add the settings for published, public, unlisted, private, or you can schedule the video. You can also import videos from your Google Photos drive. You can start live streaming from here as well. And there is a new feature which is called Premiere. This is where you can schedule a video and invite your followers to watch the video together with you. And when the schedule date is there, the video goes public on YouTube and you can watch it together on a Premiere screen. So what I'm going to do is to select the file to upload. I just click on the Finder and then I can drag the video file here in the box. And while it is uploading, I can enter basic info of the video. In this case, I will call it Flower Garden in Malaysia. You can then give a description, you can set tags. So when the processing of the video is complete, you can pick your thumbnail and then you click Publish and you will see that the video is live on YouTube. So let's select Set the Thumbnail. You can see that the processing is done and here I click to publish. The video is now live. So if I click here on the link, it will actually take me to the video and there is my video on YouTube, the Flower Garden in Malaysia. Upload video on mobile. To upload the video through your mobile, you have to use the YouTube mobile app. Once you start the mobile app, you will see at the top the little video icon. When I click on that icon, there are various options you can choose from. I can click record if I want to create a video that I want to upload. I can click on go live, that takes me straight into the live streaming of my video, or I can select a video from the video library on my phone. So for this demo, I will click on select a video and then I can select the video that I want to upload. There are some basic editing functions I have on the video. I'll show that in a later demo, and if I want to select this video, I click on Next. And as we saw with the desktop demo, I can add the name and the description of the video, and I can then upload the video on YouTube. The video is now uploaded. So once the video is ready, you will see it in the list of the videos. And then obviously you can go into the edit mode to add more details in the title or in the description and optimize your video. So now you see that the video is uploaded to my list of videos on YouTube, and you can also see it's just placed above the video that I just uploaded through the desktop version of YouTube. YouTube Studio Beta. YouTube has come up with a new version of the interface to manage your videos on YouTube. It's called YouTube Studio Beta. Not all the features have moved to the new version. For those features that haven't migrated yet, YouTube will direct you to the old version of the interface. Or, if you prefer the old interface, YouTube will still give you the option to switch back to it. But like they do with migrations to new interfaces, after a few months they will switch the option to move back off. The new interface is very simple to use. Let me show you the desktop version of it, and then I will show you the mobile app for it. To access YouTube Creator Studio Beta, you have to be logged into your Google account. And when you're on the youtube.com homepage, you click on your little photo here on the right, and then you click on YouTube Studio Beta. That will take you to the YouTube Studio Beta dashboard. What you see here at the bottom left is Creator Studio Classic, so you can still switch back to the classic format of the Creator Studio. And again, if you want to switch back to the Studio Beta, you click here on Creator Studio Beta to go back to the new interface. There are still a few features like creating playlists, translations, transcriptions that sit in the old version. When you select those, you will go back to Creator Studio Classic. So what's there to see on the dashboard? First of all, you have your latest video that you uploaded with some basic information. You can go to the video analytics of this particular video and the see comments. You also get a list of your channel analytics highlights. It gives you a link to your channel analytics and your top videos of the last 2 hours. And then here you see content that YouTube presents, like YouTube News and information about Creator Insider. Here they give you additional videos where you can learn about how to use YouTube. It will also show you some ideas on how to improve your channel, or in this case, help navigating the new interface. Here on the left, you have your main menu. You can go into your videos, analytics, check out the comments, go to the transcriptions of your videos and other features. And then down here you have your settings and link back to the Creator Studio Classic. So if we click here on videos, you have a list of all the videos that you have uploaded on YouTube. It's much friendlier and much better accessible than in the old Creator Studio Classic. So here you see the 2 videos that we've just uploaded. And then here you see what is the visibility of the video and the date that you published it. You'll also see how many views, how many comments and how many likes or dislikes. A really good new feature here is the inline editing, as we call this. If I want to quickly change the title or the description of this video, I don't have to open the video and click on edit. I can actually click it here. I can actually change it here inline. So there's a few things I can do inline. Edit the title and the description, get a link, promote for advertising, download or delete the video. So if I say edit title and description and add in Cotswolds, and then I'm just clicking and then I'm just clicking save. And you see it will automatically change the title. So this is a very easy and convenient new feature. I can click here and see the video directly on YouTube as well. And here you see the analytics. So when you click on analytics, it takes you to the general overview of the analytics where you can see what's the activity and what's the views that we got in our channel. What are the top videos that people are watching? What is the real-time activity happening on your videos? And then you can see here about the viewers, the interest of the viewers, the built-in audience and how to earn revenue. So we'll get back into the analytics later, but at least here you have an idea of what you can get from the analytics. You can then check out the comments that you had on the various videos. You can look at the transcription files that you've had for your videos and which ones have been published. And then it takes you to your other features as well. In the settings, you can set things like the currency that you're using, what your default experience is for the Classic or for the new YouTube Studio Beta. You can have your channel settings like the name of your channel, the keywords for your channel and the country for your channel. You can check on your community, you can add filters, you can look at the moderators and approved users that you can add, and you can look at other settings like your advanced channel settings or channel branding. But you will access these through the Creator Studio Classic. So this gives you a short overview of the Creator Studio Beta using YouTube Studio on a mobile. To access YouTube Studio on your mobile, you have to download the mobile app. And then when you open the mobile app, you get almost like a similar experience as on the desktop. It starts with your dashboard. This gives you an overview of your analytics of the last 28 days, the last videos that you uploaded, the last comments that you received, and the total number of subscribers you have to your channel. To access the menu, you tap on the hamburger button on the top left, and this gives you a similar list of options that you have on the desktop version. You can go to your videos, you can check your playlist, check the comments, go to your analytics and change your YouTube settings. When I click on videos, it gives you a list of all the videos that you uploaded. For each video you see the number of views, the number of comments, the number of likes, the number of dislikes. You can sort the videos by most recent, most viewed, and you can look at all the videos. You can filter by draft, by public, unlisted and private videos. The view from your mobile is very easy and it's simple to browse through all the videos that you've uploaded on your mobile. You can look at your playlist and make some changes to your playlist. And then you can also check the comments on the videos. If you click on Analytics, you get more detailed stats about your videos. You can see your overview, any revenue that you would have made. You can look at analytics for your playlist, and it also gives you analytics of any interactive content that you have used in your videos, like click-throughs or cards. Let's go back to the dashboard to complete this demo. This gives you an idea of what you can manage through the YouTube Studio app. Now that your video is uploaded on YouTube, there are two things that you may want to do first. You may want to edit the video, like trimming the beginning or the end, or adding some special effects to the video. And you definitely have to optimize the video for search on both YouTube and Google. So let's have a look at both of these areas, and to start with editing the video. Let's take for instance this video here, a video blog that I did a little while ago. If I click on the video, it takes me to the area where I can add the information to optimize the video, and I'll come back to that later. But here you can click on Editor, and this takes me to a full screen video editing mode. It's a very basic video editing, so it doesn't give you all the functionality like for instance iMovie or Adobe Premiere, but it does the thing for you if you want to make some quick changes to the video. You can trim the video, you can add music or play with the sound of the video. You can add an end screen to the video, and you could blur faces for instance on the video. These are basic functions, but they work really well. Let's have a look first at the sound. If I click here on audio and I open the audio library that YouTube has, it gives you a full library of royalty-free music tracks that you can add to your video. So for instance, I can select Hear the Noise. I can add that to my video. When it's too loud, you have a slider where you can say Favorite to the original audio. So now you hear my voice in the background.
In today's video blog.
Let's go back now and close this. You can also add an end screen to the video, and there are a number of templates you can choose from. An end screen will show during the last 20 seconds of the video. You can show a playlist or a subscribe button, or you can have reference to two different videos or two videos or playlists, so different formats that you can choose from. Let's pick the two video template. When I click on apply, then here you would see how that will show in the last 20 seconds of the video. When I play the video, you see that I haven't added any video, but this is how it would show as an end screen in your video. And then you can add blur to a video as well. You can blur faces, or you can blur specific areas in your video. This is all I will be showing you on editing your video. As I said before, it's a basic video editor, but if you want to do some quick editing on your video before you publish it, then this is a really good tool to do just that. So the next thing you want to do is to optimize your video for YouTube search and for Google search. So how do you go about it? When you select a video, let's take this one, Epic Fail, How to Ruin Your Life on an EasyJet Flight. You click on the video and that takes you to the basic optimization screen. There are a few things that are important here. First of all, the title. This title, Epic Fail, How to Ruin Your Life on an EasyJet Flight, is an interesting title. It tells people there's something happening here. It's very important to use a word like epic fail. People like seeing videos with epic fails. So remember, title is extremely important. There are two reasons why people decide to watch a video on YouTube. Number 1 is the title, number 2 is the thumbnail. And that's the next thing you want to optimize. YouTube will pick a few thumbnails based on your video, but you can also upload your own thumbnail. The third part is also important, the description of your video. It's important that the description of the video is in line with the title and what the viewer is going to see. Make sure you use keywords that are relevant to the video and to your business. And here you can add tags. Tags are key for the search. It helps people to find your video based on the tags that you've set. Here you can see the public URL of your video, and here you can decide on the visibility of your video. Do you want your video to be public, private or unlisted? Unlisted video will be public, but they won't show up in the search. Here you can select the playlist that you want the video to be part of. You can assign a video to the various playlists that you have on your channel. This is where you can create cards in the end screen. In the video editing demo, we looked at how you can add end screens and how you can add video cards to your video. If you click on it, then you see the editing mode, and here are the different types of cards that you can add. Like a video or a playlist or a channel, or you could even create a poll where you encourage viewers to participate. So you just click on the create and then you can pick a video from the list that shows up. That video will actually show up, and then here you see where the video card will appear. So if we go to the beginning of the video and we would click play, then here you see the suggested video popping up. So you can now save the changes and go back to the editor. So these are the basic settings for the optimization of your video, and you can also go to the advanced settings. There's a lot more that you can add in the advanced settings. You can add the recording date, the location of the video, and you can also add the license and right ownership of the video. If you are part of the commercial network with YouTube, you can select the syndication where you want your videos to show. You can select a category for your video, the language, and the caption certification when there may be television FCC regulations regarding closed captions. You can also upload your subtitles and closed captioning. YouTube will actually create subtitles for you, and then you can check that later. It is not 100% accurate, but at least it's a good starting point for your subtitles. Finally, you can set things like allowing comments and ratings and enabling age restrictions as well. You can allow people to embed the video, and you can also tick whether the video contains paid promotion like product placement sponsorships or endorsements. So lots of things that you can set in the optimization, and when you're happy with it, you just click Save. Google and YouTube will then include all these settings in the indexing of the video, and the better you do all this, the more likely your video will show up in the search. So let's go to Google and check this epic fail video. We have a good thumbnail and a good title. If you go to Google and search for epic fail EasyJet, for instance, then you see that the video immediately shows up here in Google, and that's obviously what you want for your videos. You want them to show up high in the videos or in the image section of the search results page. And if you do the same search in YouTube, then you would like your video to show up as well. And you see here immediately it shows up as the first video. So this is all there is to optimizing your video. Another important part, and we briefly touched on this, are the subtitles and the transcriptions that you may want to add to your video. First, you want to check if YouTube created transcriptions for your video. Take this video blog for example. If I select Other Features, you see here Translation and Transcription. The automated transcription from YouTube has not been brought into the new Studio Beta, so I need to go to the old Studio of YouTube. So I click here on the old Classic Creator Studio Translation and Transcription, and then here you see the link to the published transcript file. I haven't put these in. This is something that YouTube will do when it's a video that's worth transcribing. You could copy the text or you can download it and then use that for a blog post or for the show notes of your podcast. You can also add language and you can set the transcription on published or draft. Very useful features and very important to make sure that your video is optimized. Creating a YouTube channel. To create a YouTube channel, you have to go to your YouTube homepage and then you click on the little photo here that you will see when you logged into your Google account. When you click on the settings, it will take you to the screen where you will be able to click on the button See all my channels or Create a new channel. So let's click on this and now you will see the screen where you can enter the name of your channel. And in this case, I'm going to call it Riyad Farasha. I click Create, and you will then get to the page where you can start customizing your channel. If I click on Customize Channel, I see the blank version of the YouTube channel where you can add your logo, your channel art, and where you can add a channel description. So let's start with adding a short channel description. Welcome to my YouTube channel of Riyad Farasha. When we're done with that, we can add the logo. To do that, you click on the little pencil icon. It will actually take you to the brand page of your Google account. Click on Edit and you can upload a photo. Click on Upload Photo, and here we are going to upload this image. Once it has uploaded the photo, you can play a bit with the size of it. You can move it up a bit if you want, so I'm going to move it so I only show the mosaic. I click Done and then my brand page has been updated with the image. If I now go back to the YouTube page and I do a refresh, you will see that the image has been added to the YouTube page. I can do the same for the channel art. Click on the channel art. You need to be aware that you don't have a lot of space to play with for your image. So you need to make sure that you have a horizontal photo that will show enough of what you want to cover in the banner. A nice feature is that it will show you how it will look on the desktop, how it will look on the TV, and how it will look on the mobile. And if you're not happy with it, you can adjust the crop a little. So I can zoom in and then move it up. So at least I see a little bit of the mountains and a bit of the mosque on the photo. When I'm happy with it, I click Select and then you will see that you have uploaded the banner. And you are now ready to start optimizing your YouTube channel. Checking the YouTube channel settings. So the first thing you want to check when you start optimizing your channel is your settings of the channel. You can access the channel settings by clicking on the little cartwheel on the top right. Click on that and this will take you to the basic privacy settings. You can keep your videos private, subscriptions private, your saved playlist private. You can customize the layout of your channel and you can show the discussion tab. So you can basically switch all these options on or off. And you can also translate your channel info. The basic settings you can find on this little screen. But there are more options in the account settings and in the advanced settings. So let's look first at the options in the account settings. This is where you can look at what you're going to share on YouTube. You can look at your connected apps, for instance, in this section. Do you want any other apps to connect with your YouTube? You can also set how to connect your TV to the YouTube channel. You can connect your YouTube to a particular TV device. And you can look at your billings and payments and your playback and performance. This is where you can control your video experience. You can show annotations and in-video notifications. You can also set that the captions are always on, or when that's available, show automatic captions by speech recognition. You can also set the notifications for your YouTube, so you can receive emails about your activities, if you want updates from YouTube or notifications around channel subscriptions and other notifications like recommended videos. If I go back to the main channel page and I'm going back into the settings, I can then also go into the advanced settings for my channel. In the advanced settings, I can check the country that I'm based. I can set keywords for my channels. I can disable interest-based ads, and I can link my AdWords account. I can activate channel recommendations and display the subscriber account. This is also where you can integrate your YouTube channel with your Google Analytics. So look a bit further up here. I can see the branding options that I have, so I can add a watermark to my channel videos. I can also set defaults for uploading my videos. This can be quite handy if you have standard text that you want to use for every video. And I can set some standard tags, for instance. This can be helpful when you upload lots of videos, so the standard defaults are already set. And then finally, here you see the status and features of your channel. This is where you have all the different options that you have with your channel, and you can check what the status is. The different elements that are enabled and elements that you are eligible for, and the elements that you are ineligible for. For example, we're not eligible for monetization because we haven't signed up for it and we haven't passed the requirements for this. So for all these things, we can see whether we have it enabled, whether we are eligible, or whether we are ineligible. And that's all there is to the settings. So let's go back now to the channel by clicking on the logo, and we can then start looking at the optimization of our channel. How to optimize your YouTube channel. To start customization and optimization of your YouTube channel, you have to go to the standard channel page and click Customize Channel. Here you see the structure and elements of your YouTube channel. An important feature is that you can look at your channel as yourself, as a new visitor, or as a returning visitor. You can set a video at the top of your YouTube channel, which will change whether you're a new visitor or a returning visitor. But let's first look at the different elements of your YouTube page that you can change. You can add videos to your channel, you can add playlists to your channel, and you can connect with other channels. You can manage your discussions and you can put more info in your About section. This is also where you can link to your other social media pages. These will show on your channel banner. And you can feature other channels that you would like to promote on your YouTube channel. So you start with adding some videos to your channel. Click on videos and you see this channel has no video yet. Remember how we uploaded a video in YouTube? By clicking this little plus icon and we say upload video, we can then select the video that we want to upload. Let's take this short video, add some basic settings and set some tags. Once the video is processed, you can then publish it on your channel page. And if you go back to your channel, you will see that the video has been added. So that's how you can upload videos to your channel. You can then look at playlists. Here you can add a playlist to your channel. A playlist is a group of videos around a particular topic. And then you can feature those playlists as chapters in your YouTube channel. It makes it very easy to organize your videos. To create a playlist, I click on New Playlist. I give it a title Marrakesh in this case. I click Create and then your playlist has been created. Then you need to add videos to your playlist. If you go back to the video and play it to get into editing mode, then in the settings of the video I can say to which playlist I want to add this video. I select the playlist that I just created and click Done, and I save it, and then I have added a video to my playlist. So if I now go back to my YouTube channel, I can click on Playlists, and there is my Marrakesh playlist, and it currently has one video. I can add channels, so I can link to any other channel I may have. I can manage my discussions, and I can manage my About page in this section as well. I can activate business inquiries, so people can send me an email through my channel. I can specify my location, and I can add my social media links who will then show up in my YouTube channel banner. You can also add featured channels. For instance, I want to add the Social Media Examiner YouTube channel. I can add that, and I can click Done, and then it will show in the featured channels. If I'm happy with the settings, I can go back to my channel, and then you see what we've done to the channel right now. We've got our first video, we have our featured channel, and we have our playlist. So this is how I can optimize my YouTube channel. One more thing, I would like to show you, if I click Customize Channel, then I can see here the featured content which will show up on the channel for either returning visitors or new visitors. If I click here on Feature Content, and then I pick for instance the video that I just uploaded, then this is how it will show. I can add a heading for this content, so for example I can say Feature Presentation, and I click Save. And now you see I have a feature video for the returning visitors. I can also do this for new visitors. I can create a channel trailer. For instance, I pick this video and then I click Save, and that's how it will show for new visitors. So these are the basic things you need to look at when you want to optimize your YouTube channel. YouTube channel views and subscribers. Now that we know how to edit and optimize your videos and your YouTube channel, we will turn our attention to how to grow views and subscribers on your channel. First, there is your channel. Optimize your channel page, write a compelling channel description, use a great channel logo and a banner, and create a channel tagline. Then there are your videos. Make an awesome channel trailer video. Publish long videos of 10 minutes and more. Promote videos in your end screen. Add a branded watermark and add a subscribe button, and end your videos with a strong call to action. Thirdly, there is your channel management. Reply to every comment and heart great content. And finally, promote your channel. Embed YouTube videos in blog posts and promote your channel in ebooks, webinars, presentations, and lead magnets. Doing all these things right will certainly help you in growing views and subscriptions to your channel. TubeBuddy is a great tool that can help you in growing your video views and your channel subscriptions. It's a Chrome browser extension, and it adds a layer of functionality on top of your YouTube channel. It has features that focus on SEO, promotion, and analytics. And it also tracks the video rankings of your videos, but also the videos of your competitors. It's a great tool to find keywords for your videos. And you can go to your competitor video and check what tags they have set and use these as keywords for your videos. It also helps you in publishing videos on your channel. You can schedule videos to be published and added to playlists. You can make bulk updates to your videos, including the descriptions. And it also helps you to create eye-catching thumbnails.
Factors that make a great video.
Of course, it's not only the optimization of the video that makes the video successful. It is also about the video itself. Done well, you can use your iPhone to make highly professional, cinema quality videos that are being watched by millions. As Unsane, a feature movie from film director Steven Soderbergh, proved. Let me give you some tips how to make great video. Think about composition, point of view, and lighting first. Composition is about how you place the different elements in the scene. Put some thought into this. Use the rule of thirds and focus on people's eyes. I'll explain the rule of thirds shortly. Point of view is the angle you are using of the lens of the camera in relation to the subject. Be creative with this. Use a low angle or a high angle and change these regularly. Lighting can make the difference to a good or a bad video. Always be aware of your light source and also know that daylight is the best light source there is. But different times during the day can give different shadow effects in the video. For instance, noon sunlight creates unflattering shadows, whereas a cloudy day can produce more softer lights. Using the right equipment is also very important in shooting great videos. Obviously, your phone can fulfill most of the camera requirements, like shooting video and recording sound, and it will give you an acceptable level of quality. Make sure the resolution settings on your phone are on 4K or 1080 HD and it's set at 24, 30 or 60 frames per second. Avoid zooming, avoid backlights and use both hands. If you want to up the quality to professional, then you may want to use a high quality DSLR camera and additional gear like a tripod and a microphone. The Rode Lavalier microphone is a great mic that you can attach to your iPhone and your collar. It gives excellent quality sound and you can overlay that sound over the sound file of your video. Earlier I promised you I was going to explain the rule of thirds. They are part of the basic rules of composition. The rule of thirds is a compositional rule that suggests dividing the image into thirds and placing the subject on one of those sides instead of in the center. It is one of the most important composition techniques used by professional photographers. But there are others as well. For instance, using balance and symmetry in your video or apply leading lines in your video. These lines direct the viewer to a particular section of the screen. Finally, as I mentioned before, a simple rule is to focus on the eye. It gives a point of focus.
Monetizing your YouTube channel.
There are various ways that you can make money with YouTube, but it depends on how strong your subscriber base is and how many views you get on your channel. If you are qualified, then you can participate in Google's AdSense program, which means that you can get revenue from ads being placed before or during your videos when people watch them. This works very well and many publishers on YouTube get a significant revenue stream through this channel. You can also try to get sponsorships for your channel. This can take the form of brand or product sponsorship for which you will get paid. You can also look into affiliate marketing. With this, you can advertise products from your affiliate partners on your channel and you would get a percentage of the sales that comes in through your channel. And finally, if people like your videos, then they may commission you to make videos for them. As I mentioned before, you need to have a strong channel to qualify for Google's AdSense program, which means you need to have at least 4,000 watch hours in the previous 12 months and 1,000 subscribers. To sign up for AdSense, you need to go to the old version of Creative Studio and click on Channel and Monetization. You can set the monetization preferences and which video you want to run the ads with. If you qualify, Google will then approve your request and you are ready to start earning money with YouTube. Here are the key takeaways of this lesson. YouTube has recently launched a new version of YouTube Studio called YouTube Studio Beta. Getting views and subscribers on your YouTube channel is based on your video, the quality and optimization of your channel, and how you promote your channel. Composition, lighting, and point of view are important contributors to the quality of your video. And you can make money with YouTube through advertising, sponsorships, and commissioned work.
Welcome everyone, this is Rob Sanders and welcome to today's webinar, YouTube advertising. So today we're going to talk about YouTube advertising. So thanks again, I'm Rob Sanders and I'm with Simplilearn, and let's get started. And we're going to do a little role playing here. And let's just say you're an advertiser and you're not sure where you want to advertise your products. You have a product that you want the entire world to see. Well, if you want to advertise your products, and let's just say you have some really good video of your product that you want to get out there. Really, there's no other place to look to than one place in particular is YouTube. Hence the reason why we're doing this webinar, because today we're going to talk about all things YouTube advertising. And for those that don't know, YouTube is owned by Google, and a lot of what you're going to do is advertise on YouTube via Google Ads. So today we're going to talk about YouTube advertising, and we're going to focus somewhat on Google Ads. So buckle up and let's get started with why is advertising on YouTube a good idea. So why is it a good idea? Well, if you haven't been on YouTube of late, you should check it out, youtube.com, and just take a look at the vastness of videos that are on YouTube. Now, YouTube is a video platform, but if it was a search engine, it'd be the second largest search engine in the world, only behind its parent company, Google. So it's a very big platform with a lot of videos, and hence there's some good search functionality on YouTube. So you can look at it as a search engine. There's 1.9 billion and growing logged in visitors on a monthly basis. So you have a lot of people that go to YouTube and watch videos on a daily basis. Okay? It has local versions in more than 91 countries. So if you're an advertiser who's focusing on a specific market, or you're in a different market with a different language, you have 91 different options to hone in on. Okay, so a little bit more about YouTube here, and why is advertising on YouTube a good idea? Well, most YouTube users are on mobile. Almost 70%, almost 3/4 of those that use YouTube use it from their mobile device, which is staggering, but not so staggering considering most people in the world now have mobile phones or mobile devices, and most people use their mobile devices for multiple reasons, and watching videos is one of those reasons. So mobile advertisements receive viewer attention 83% of the time. So what do we mean by that? Well, on YouTube, we have the opportunity to get your ad in front of people who are watching those videos. So if a lot of people are engaged in watching a video on YouTube and you're advertising on that particular video, well, then you're going to get some attention. And so that attention has to be in the 80th percentile. Okay, so a lot of people are going to pay somewhat attention to your ad. And it's no secret, video ads have proven to be more effective and engaging, creating greater impact. And that's just not on YouTube. I mean, that's on Facebook. That's on other platforms like Twitter, Instagram. So video is an engaging way to communicate. It's a lot better than traditional text. It's a lot better than, say, a display banner, because it's engaging. People are going to watch what you have to say. And if they like it, they're going to share. They're going to comment on it. They're going to subscribe. There's a lot of things that people can do when it comes to video advertising. So video helps expand your digital reach. So basically, if you are running those text ads and display ads, well, having video kind of adds some more arsenal to your advertising portfolio, so to speak. So if you're running just those text ads and display banners, that's fine. That's great, because you can reach a lot of people. But having video just adds another piece of the element. And because video is so engaging, you might find that even for yourself, if you're advertising different types of ads, video, display, or text, you'll find that video does have really really expansive reach to a particular audience. And the other thing here about YouTube is YouTube helps to find a relevant audience for your ads using advanced targeting. So just like anything else that we've talked about here at Simplilearn when it comes to advertising, whether that be Facebook or Instagram or Google Ads, we can really hone in on our audience here. And that's really important, and we'll get to that later, because when you're advertising, you want to make sure your ad is in front of the right people. And if we're talking about video and we're talking about high engagement, if you have your video in front of a really relevant audience, then chances of that audience engaging are going to be even greater. And then YouTube and video ads themselves provides a situation that can be customized to fulfill your marketing goals. And so what do we mean by that? So basically, YouTube allows us some additional features where we can customize our ads. So meaning, if our marketing goal is to just get our ad in front of millions of people, well, that's not a problem. If our marketing goal is to get people who, we want to convert, well, we can customize our marketing goal towards that as well. So just like on Facebook and some of these other platforms we've talked about, YouTube is no different. And so we could set specific marketing goals for our video ads. Some other good pointers to talk about here with YouTube. So with YouTube, just like on Google Ads, we can enable running cost-effective campaigns. And what do I mean by cost-effective? Well, meaning we can really watch our budget. We can measure how much it costs for 1,000 people to watch our video, or we can measure how much it costs for somebody to click on our video ad. We can measure the cost of when somebody clicks on our video ad and converts. How much is that costing us? So you can really run cost-effective campaigns even on YouTube. And YouTube helps determine how successful your ads with advanced analytics. So not only do we have analytics on the YouTube side of the house, but we also have analytics on Google Ads. And so we can really hone in and use both platforms to really figure out exactly how our ads are performing. And then ads that have reported a 500% growth in views of the channel's other videos. So basically you can see growth in views just by advertising on YouTube. So let's get in now to what are the types of ads you can run on YouTube. So we discussed all the benefits of YouTube. We can go on for another 2 or 3 hours because there are plenty of benefits. But I think you get the point of YouTube being a place where you can grow, measure, and reach a custom audience. So you're already sold on YouTube. Now let's talk about those types of ads you want to run on YouTube. So depending on what goal you want to achieve with your ads, there are different types of ad formats available on YouTube. So our first set of ads evolve around building brand awareness and ad recalls. So if you're in the business of promoting your product or your brand or your service, then these are the type of ads you want to run on YouTube, building brand awareness and ad recalls, because what it does is it's really going to get your ad out there in front of thousands and millions of people, lots of eyeballs, lots of impressions. Impressions are the number of times your ad was seen. So ads centered around brand awareness are really ads that are going to put you out there in front of a large number of people with the goal of potentially attracting new customers and ensuring your brand is on top of their mind. So top of funnel, brand awareness is always introducing the brand, getting people familiar with the brand, and getting them to your website so that you can introduce them to your brand and service and product. So that's the whole idea behind the ads we're going to introduce behind the goal, building brand awareness and ad recalls. So let's take a look at what those are. So we can build brand awareness and ad recalls. So we call these types of ads true view for reach. Okay, so when we say true view, meaning our ad's going to appear in front of a video, and we want to make sure that that ad's in front of a lot of people. So skippable ads that will enable your brand to reach as many people in your target audience as possible at the most efficient price. So the whole idea is if we're trying to build brand awareness, then we could set it up on YouTube so that our ad appears before other videos. And that's going to ensure that our ad is going to show up in a lot of places based on the audience we target. And if we can get our ad in front of a lot of people, a lot of targeted people at an efficient price, then how can you say no to that? So these ads are skippable, have an open video length, and their bidding is based on cost per 1,000 impressions. So cost per 1,000 impressions, CPM, means that you're paying YouTube for every 1,000 people that looked at your ad. Okay, so that's what cost per 1,000 impressions, or CPM, means. That you're paying YouTube not when somebody clicks on your ad, but when 1,000 impressions occur. And an impression is when somebody looks at your ad. And so that's what you're going to be paying YouTube. You're going to be paying them for 1,000 views or impressions, basically. Okay, so the ads are skippable, but they have an open video length and it's based on eyeballs. So that's the whole goal there. When it comes to brand awareness, you want to go with a CPM model. That ensures you're getting your ads in front of lots of people to accumulate impressions and paid by impressions. So this is what the ad looks like. And now we're going to talk about the type 2 ad that you can run on YouTube. And we call these bumper ads. So they're non-skippable ads with which you can share your brand's message in 6 seconds to drive reach and impact. So we've all seen these videos before, and I'm going to share an example with you here. When you're on YouTube, you really can't get to that video that you really want to watch until you watch a few seconds of that video ad. And so that's what these bumper ads are. They allow you to really make sure that your ad is in front of that target audience still. You'd still pay by impressions, but you know that your ad's going to run for a few seconds. And the idea behind that is really you want to get your message out there, and it really does help to drive reach and impact. And so let's take a look at an example on YouTube of what a bumper ad looks like. So here's an example of a bumper ad on YouTube. Again, it's only 6 seconds, but this example is pretty popular on YouTube. It's been viewed a lot, and we're just going to take a quick look at this video here. This video ad is 6 seconds, but the whole point is to really look at the ad's purpose. And so if we hit play, so that was it. That was the ad, 6 seconds long. It appears in front of other videos as an advertisement. And the whole point of these bumper ads is really you have to get your message out there quickly because the video is going to start, and you want to really make sure that your message is being delivered, and you want to keep, in this case, maybe keep users guessing as to what it is. And so this is why it's a highly effective ad. You know, you got a diver jumping off a diving board into a pool that is basically drying up over a period of time. And so for curiosity, the old saying is curiosity kills the cat. A lot of people are probably going to click on that ad to figure out what is the subject, what are we all talking about here. And really the point of the video was to bring awareness about global warming, but that's it. That's a 6 second bumper ad example. And you really, if you're going to run bumper ads, you want to make sure that you get your message out there. So it has to have really high impact. Okay, so again, they're non-skippable. They have to be of 6 seconds, and their bidding is based on, again, cost per 1,000 impressions. So it gives you a chance to get that ad out there in front of a lot of people. Again, you're paying on a CPM model, you're paying Google for every 1,000 impressions. Okay, so could be 1,000 different eyeballs looking at that ad. So if it's high impact, you know, if it's non-skippable, then chances are you can get, you know, some clicks, some eyeballs over to your YouTube channel or to your landing page on your website. So let's take a look at this one from Alaska Airlines. Better yet, let's take a look at this example from Airbnb. I found it to be a little bit more impactful than the Alaska Air one. So let's take a look at this example, actually. So
we went on vacation with a toe dipper and left with a cannonballer.
Okay, so high impact ad, great ad by Airbnb, really impactful.
We went on vacation with
kids playing. You have your logo on the bottom right corner of the video, and you know, it gets people excited about travel. So Similar to the Alaska Airlines, which we didn't look at, this one is just as good, high impactful, getting people to, react within 6 seconds isn't exactly a very easy thing to do. So you got to make sure these videos really resonate within the time frame that you have. So let's take a look at type 3 here. So we're talking about reservation of 15 to 20 seconds. So these particular ads can span up to 20 seconds to increase reach and make a lasting impression. So unlike the bumper ads, which are 6 seconds long, these reservation ads tend to run a few seconds longer, up to 20 seconds. Okay, so they're also non-skippable, and like I said, can be up to 20 seconds, and bidding is based on a fixed CPM. And what do we mean by fixed CPM? Well, if you're bidding on a regular CPM model, meaning that you're paying Google for every 1,000 impressions, that number could be variable, what you pay Google. In this case, the fixed CPM is fixed at a certain rate. It could be $10 for every 1,000 impressions, $20. It really depends on where you're advertising and who else is advertising. So let's take a look at some examples of a reservation ad on YouTube up to 15 to 20 seconds long. So here is an example of a 15-second ad, also called a TrueView ad. So you can see this ad is going to run for about 15 seconds before the video actually plays. It's non-skippable. And so let's just play this ad.
A pitcher who can paint the corners is known as a Rembrandt. At GMC, we get that. Everyone loves that kind of precision. This is GMC.
Okay, so you could see the ad itself ran a little bit longer than your traditional or your 6-second non-skippable version. And the 15-second, allows you to get, more of the message out there. Still high impactful, but allows us to get the message out there with a little bit longer of a video, and that's non-skippable. So it's still going to run for its entirety up to 15-20 seconds before the video actually starts playing. So let's now turn our attention to the fourth type of ad you can run on YouTube, and that fourth type is an outstream video ad. And so these ads are going to reach users wherever they're watching, regardless of the site or application. It's the whole point of the outstream. We want to be able to get our ads out there regardless of the site or application. Okay, so these ads are also non-skippable, and they can be 15 to 20 seconds long, and their bidding is based on viewable cost per 1,000 impressions. And so what do we mean by viewable cost per 1,000 impressions? What we mean by viewable cost per 1,000 impressions is basically if you're paying for ad impressions measured as viewable, you can use this model. And basically what that means that an ad is counted as viewable when 50% of your ad shows on screen for 1 second or longer, or plays continuously for 2 seconds or longer. So there's some criteria about the viewable, but you're definitely paying for impressions. You're just paying when those impressions showcase the ad 50% or longer, or for 1 second or longer for other type of video ads. Or it plays continuously for 2 seconds or longer for video ads. So if it plays in short, if it plays for longer than 2 seconds, then you're going to pay for that impression. And so that's going to count as an impression, and that's viewable for 1,000 impressions. So if you get basically your ad to show for 2 seconds or longer, then that's going to count as an impression. So for example, with the viewable CPM, for example, if you bid on 1,000 viewable impressions and you pay for impressions that are measured as viewable, an ad is counted as viewable again when 50% of your ad shows on the screen for 1 second or longer for display ads and 2 seconds or longer for video ads. So that's basically what it's about. So really the key number here with viewable CPM is 2 seconds or longer. That's the difference between regular 1,000 impressions CPM and viewable 1,000 impressions VCPM. So let's talk about the next type of ad format you can run on YouTube, and the next one is masthead. And so masthead is unique in that basically they only run for 24 hours. Okay, and they run on YouTube's homepage. So you can imagine the amount of reach that you can have by advertising on YouTube's homepage. So they're highly visible. Okay, they can run on multiple devices, desktop, app, mobile, and basically these ads sit at the top of YouTube's homepage. So there are fixed cost per day pricing involved, and so the best thing to do is to contact YouTube if you're interested in advertising on YouTube's homepage. So that's the masthead advertising, and basically these ads are non-skippable. They have an open length, and again, their bidding is based on fixed price per day. So here's an example of what the masthead looks like on the homepage. So you can see here, this is that GMC ad. Okay, you can see that they have a video supported with a banner and call to action ad there. And so what YouTube is actually experimenting with are different ways for advertisers to buy masthead ads. Okay, so it's these ads are very prominent. So it's basically YouTube is now offering the option to buy masthead ads on a cost per 1,000 impression basis. So they're playing around with that cost format. So just keep in mind that this is a recent change by YouTube. So traditionally it's cost per day, but now they're actually offering the option for advertisers to buy a masthead ad on a CPM basis. So just keep that in mind. You do have the option here. So at the end of the day, if you're interested in masthead ads and having your ads show up on YouTube's homepage for 24 hours, I would still contact Google and ask them about, hey, I want to pay cost per 1,000 impressions. So YouTube is actually offering up that option on pricing model. So the second set of ads we're going to focus in on are centered around this strategy of growth, consideration, and interest. And the whole idea behind growth, consideration, and interest is really we want to get our ads in front of people who could be potential customers, but we want to influence them. Okay, we want to influence them at a point in time when we think they're going to be most receptive to our message. So that really means getting our ad out in front of the right audience at the right time, because the message we put out there is going to be centered around, getting them to not only take notice of our brand, but potentially take action. So it's moving our audience a little further down that funnel. So really, growth, consideration, and interest, it's all about placing your ad, your message in front of that potential customer when you think they're going to be most receptive to the messaging you're putting out. So that's what growth, consideration, and interest is. So let's go back and look at, let's talk a little bit more about those TrueView ads. So TrueView ads are one of the most popular ways of advertising on YouTube. So if you're interested in, getting growth, getting leads, getting conversions, you might want to think about some TrueView ads, because basically these ads can run before, during, or after videos on YouTube. Or you can run them on video partner sites and applications. Again, if you're interested in driving not just brand awareness, but clicks to your site. So if you're interested in driving impact for your brand or products, you might want to focus on the TrueView in-stream ads. Again, these are the traditional ads you've probably seen before on YouTube that run before, during, or after a video. And these ads are skippable. So you're likely to have seen the skip ad call to action button. They have an open video length, and their bidding is based on cost per view. So you're paying when somebody views your ad. And so what does that mean, cost per view? Well, let's break that down. Cost per view bidding is the default way to set the amount you'll pay for a TrueView video ad. So when are you actually paying? Well, you're paying when somebody views your video. But there's a threshold here. So a view is counted on YouTube when someone watches at least 30 seconds of your video ad. Or if it's shorter than 30 seconds, and let's just say it's 20 seconds, then that's going to be considered a view. So 30 seconds is the number here you need to be concerned about when you're running a cost per view model. So if you have a video that's 1 minute long and they watch 30 seconds, it's considered a view, and that's what you're going to pay. You're going to pay cost per view. So that's what the cost per view model is, and that's really the default model with TrueView ads. Whether that be before the video, during the video, or after the video, it's cost per view. So let's talk about the other type of TrueView ad, and that's the TrueView Discovery. And so basically what TrueView Discovery is your ads are placed in YouTube search results next to related videos or on the YouTube homepage. So you're getting your ad discovered more or less, throughout YouTube, and including the YouTube homepage. So here's an example of what that looks like. And so let's jump over to YouTube and take a look at that. So if I do type in, let's just say surfing, I may scroll down and I may see some ads. I may not see some ads. So basically, if you see an ad, it's going to have ad next to it. And so that's when you know your ad is being discovered on YouTube. And so here in this example, we don't see any ads showing up here. So remember, those TrueView Discovery ads are going to have something with the ad next to them. That way you know it's an advertisement, and they're going to be found in the search results on YouTube's homepage or any page where you're actually searching. Okay, third set of ad types center around driving action. And so the whole point of driving action is getting that potential customer to actually take action on the ad that they see. So in the case of videos, we're going to have some call to action, stronger call to action to get these folks over to the website to purchase or download or sign up for a newsletter or do something you want them to do in terms of your business model. So if your business model is selling a product, then the whole point of driving action on your ad is getting them to buy your product. So the whole point of driving action is making it easier for customers to take meaningful actions that you can measure. So the ads we're going to introduce are centered around getting potential customers to take action. Okay, so that's what driving action is, further down the funnel and getting folks to react to your ad so that they can take the action that's aligned with your business. Talking about TrueView ads now. And so again, these ads, discovery can show up on search results, on YouTube's homepage. You have your traditional in-stream TrueView ads where they show up before, during, or after. And then here you have TrueView for Action. And so these TrueView for Action ads are video ads to drive any action that's important to your business. So again, it goes back to that marketing strategy. So the ads we looked at early on were about impressions. So a lot of the cost models for a lot of the ad types were cost per 1,000 impression. And notice now that, it's now cost per view for TrueView ads. And you want to be on a different model when your marketing strategy is more aligned with getting people to take action. That's important to your business. For example, shopping or buying something or getting a quote or downloading something. So if that's your marketing goal, you want to go with a TrueView for Action if that's what's important to your business, because these ads are intended to get users to interact with a clickable button that leads to your site. So that's the whole idea behind TrueView for Action type ads. Okay, so these are skippable, they have an open video length, and their bidding is based on cost per acquisition. So CPA, different cost model. So let's now talk about what CPA is. So the cost per acquisition model is, in this case, since we're trying to drive action, we're going to pay when somebody actually takes that action. So if somebody actually does shop and they spend $20, then basically you're going to pay for that acquisition. So basically, if it's to download something, whatever it costs for you to get that person over and they actually download, that's what you're going to pay. So cost per acquisition is really a model based on action. So when somebody actually performs that action, that's when you're actually going to pay Google. So that's what CPA is, and that's what the YouTube TrueView for Action ads are all about, trying to drive action. So let's talk about the universal app campaign for video. And so this is all about driving action as well. So these ads promote your app on YouTube. So where your ads are more likely to be clicked and your app downloaded. So again, targeting an audience, and really it's about getting people to look at your application, your mobile app. So that's what these ads are all about. They're about promoting your mobile app on YouTube. Okay, so these ads are skippable. Okay, they have an open video length. Okay, meaning you can make them as long as you want. And again, their bidding is cost per acquisition, but you also have some additional models as well. So we already talked about what cost per acquisition is because this is a actionable based ad. So we want people to do something like download our app. But you also have another cost model here, cost per install, and you only pay when that person who watches or sees that ad clicks on it and actually does install the app. Okay. You also have another model that you can apply here, and that's the return on ad spend. And a return on ad spend basically is you're asking Google, hey, I want to make sure that if I'm going to run this type of ad, I'm getting my return on investment. Meaning if I spend $100, am I getting $101 back? So that's the return on ad spend. That's a cost per install and a cost per acquisition. So you have three models here for the universal app campaign. About some important metric for YouTube. So we've thrown around a lot of different cost models when we talked about the different types of advertising you can do on YouTube. And so with that, there's a lot of metrics. So let's go through some of these metrics here. You have views, clicks, you have view rate. So you have all these different types of metrics. And for some of you, it could be confusing. So what do I need to look at? What do I need to measure? So it really does come down to, what's important to your business. That's always first and foremost. But here we listed some of the most common metrics available to you with YouTube. Okay, so let's go through some of these. And basically a view is just, it shows the number of times people watched or engaged with your video ad. So a view rate is basically the number of views or engagement your ad receives and the number of times your ad is shown. Okay, so divided by the number of times your ad was shown into the number of engagements. So if your ad was shown 100 times and you had 1 like or 1 click, for example, then that would be 1%. So average cost per view is the average amount you pay when a viewer watches 30 seconds of your video. So remember, when you're on a cost per view model, remember 30 seconds is the magic number. So if your video is only 25 seconds, then remember that's going to be the view. So it's got to be minimum or maximum 30 seconds. If your video is under 30 seconds, it's 25 seconds or 20 as an example, then it's still going to count as a view. If it's a minute and somebody watched at least 30 seconds of it, then that's going to count as a view. So just keep in mind 30 seconds is the magic number here for the view. So if somebody watches at least 30 seconds of your video or engages with your video, that would be a cost per view. So that's the average amount you're going to pay. And watch time is basically, it measured the total amount of time people watched your video ads, shown in seconds. Okay, so it's the total amount of time. So it gives you an idea of how many minutes total your video is run. So let's focus on clicks. So clicks is a common metric across the board. It shows the number of times people actually clicked on your video. Not to be confused with the view. So view is the number of times your video was actually watched. A click is something also measurable, and it's when somebody actually clicked on it. So it's an indicator for how well your ads are doing with those who see it. And so, we want people to click on our ads. If we're running, actionable type video ads. If we're running those action type ads or universal app ads, we're going to want people to take action. Okay, if you're running ads just for impressions, that's one thing. So clicks is an important metric depending on the type of video ad you're running. So click-through rate is the number of clicks you receive from your ad divided by the number of times the ad was shown. So my ad was shown 100 times and I received 1 click, then that's 1% click-through rate. So let's talk about engagement. And engagement is the number of clicks on interactive elements, such as icons in your video ad. Okay, so that's what an engagement is here, the number of clicks on interactive elements. And then if we look at engagement rate, then any clicks on an interactive element that we receive is going to be divided by the number of times the ad was shown. So that's why we have engagement rate as well. So we want people to engage with our video. Is there something that they're doing on the video? If so, then what's the rate at which they're engaging? Earned views, so that's a number of viewers who have seen subsequent videos on your channel or watch pages after seeing your ads. So watch pages or videos on your channel, if a viewer has seen those after seeing your ad, then that's going to be called an earned view. So somebody's seen your ad and was impacted by what they saw. If we look back at the examples we shown earlier on with the global warming or the GMC or the Airbnb ads, if I saw those ads and I said, man, that's really a cool ad or that's really a good message, I'm going to go over to that watch page, or I'm going to go over to that channel and see what other videos they have. When you do that, that's an earned view. And then if you can get an earned view, you're probably going to get an earned subscriber, because it's the number of viewers who subscribe to your channel after seeing your ad. So again, going back to any of the ads that you've ever seen, if you've ever gone over to their channel and then subscribed to the channel, that's an earned subscriber. So your video ad is doing something for you. In this case, it's getting you a subscriber. So let's talk about how to create a YouTube ad. So this is going to require some access to Google Ads, and we'll go over that in a few minutes here. But first, we need to think about setting up a campaign and setting up a campaign goal. Okay, what's the goal of our campaign? So to get eyeballs, we want to pay cost per 1,000 impressions, or we want to run some actionable type ads to get people over to our website. So that really is step one. We need to identify what the goal of our campaign is. Then we need to create the ad. So we want to be able to create a video ad here that is going to show on YouTube and to our target audience. So, or whether it be a bumper ad that's only going to be 6 seconds long, we need to be able to figure out what type of ad we want to run. So here I am in Google Ads. If we're going to run a campaign on YouTube, we need to make sure that we're choosing a display campaign. And so remember, the first step is setting up that campaign, setting up that campaign goal. So we're going to go ahead and select a new campaign here. We're going to run a new campaign. And so what's the goal of our campaign? So if we're just out to generate brand awareness and reach, that's certainly fine. If it's all about sales or if it's all about leads, then the type of video run is going to be a little bit different. So if we select brand awareness and reach, okay, here we're going to select the campaign type. And so if we select video, basically what we're doing is we're going to tell Google we want to go ahead and set up some video ads on YouTube. And so here you can see the different types of video ads we discussed today. We got your bumper ads, you got your skippable in-stream, non-skippable. So the difference being that if it's non-skippable, somebody has to watch the entirety up to 15 seconds. Okay, so we have our outstream, which is basically our viewable CPM model. So we're going to go ahead and check one of these types of campaign types or ad types. So we're going to click continue, and then once we do that, we're going to get prompted to move forward with selecting our ad. So you can see here, after I set up my campaign, now I'm just going to go through some of the settings for my ad, and I'm going to give it a campaign name, a budget, okay, when it starts or ends, the bidding strategy. So again, we're going to focus on cost per 1,000 impressions, and then here's the network. So this is an important selection here. So we're dealing with YouTube videos. So we'll also have the option to select video partners on the display network. So that means that if you want your video to show on websites that want to host ads in video format, then you can select this option here. Notice you also have this option available if you're running certain types of ads on YouTube. We're running those bumper ads, so bumper ads aren't available on search results. So I'm going to stick with the video partners, okay, YouTube videos, and here we can get into some other specifics like language, country, the type of inventory. So here you can see the default is standard inventory. So that means that this is what Google recommends. We want to show our ads on content that's appropriate for most ads. Okay, so we can go expanded or limited. So we're going with the recommended here. Okay, and then when we go down, we're going to have an ad group. So when you create an ad campaign, you can have an ad group. So with an ad group, that means that we can have more or less a video in every ad group we have, but we have to have at least one ad group. So we're going to go ahead and set up, this ad group here. And here's where it gets interesting and important, because here is where we can start targeting our audience. So here we got demographics. Okay, so we can choose gender, age, parental status, household income. Okay, we can focus in on audiences if we want to. So we can choose a specific audience that we've set up. We can get some ideas or browse specific audiences. We could also choose a specific placement. So here you have YouTube videos, or we can go with YouTube specific channels. Okay, or we can even be on apps. Okay, we have to set a bid for our target CPM, and once we do that, basically it's all up to now for us to add our video ad. And so remember, in this example, we're going to the bumper ad, so we're looking at about 6 seconds, and once we do that, then that's pretty much the campaign. But I just want to stress here that when you're setting it up ahead of time, you want to make sure you identify what the campaign goal is, and then that's going to align with the type of video you're going to run. And then once you choose that type of video, then it just comes down to where you want that ad to be and who you're targeting. So it's really crucial here that you go through these steps and these options very closely. So because you want your video to show in front of the right audience on the right placement. So let's talk about how you can optimize your YouTube ads. So once you get your campaign set up, once you select your channel or the type of videos where you want your ad to be, and you select your target audience, and you're off and running with your video ad. Well, we're going to give you some tips here that you can focus on for optimizing those ads. And so going back to what I was just saying on the setup, you want to carefully define your metrics and goals. Okay, so that's step one. So when you're setting up the campaign, remember you have that option to choose the type of goal for your campaign. That can be brand awareness. It could be a sale, it could be a lead. So to me, that's a very critical step one. So you want to make sure you align your goal with your video. And then the second is track low performing ad placements. So if we just ask Google to place our video ads anywhere they want, then it's up to us then to go through and choose the ad placements and remove them. Okay, so let me show you an example of what that means. So if I'm back in Google, I'm going to go to my campaign and I'm going to select placements, and here I can see placements, but then I'm going to select where my ads showed. And so this is important. You want to be able to scan the list of placements where the ad was shown. So if you don't like one of the placements on YouTube, you can always select it, edit it, and exclude it from the campaign or ad group. So that's really the key, is you want to be able to manage your placements properly. And when we say low performing ad placements, we mean really what's your goal. If your goal is to get sales or leads, if that placement is not converting sales or leads, then you need to remove or exclude that placement. So it's all done within the Google Ads platform. And then you can also use a custom thumbnail image in your ad as well. It's always helpful in terms of optimization. So a couple of other pointers here to help you optimize. Okay, you want to drive people to perform a particular action with the appropriate CTA. So again, depending on the ad type, if it's a true view ad, 20 seconds long, you want to have a call to action. You want to maybe even have your domain name at the end of the video, so at least somebody knows where to go. So you always want to have a call to action with your video ad. You want to use negative targeting to specify who gets to see your ad and who doesn't. Okay, so that goes back to your settings. So you can pick and choose who your target audience is. You can pick and choose who you don't want your audience to be. Okay, as another setting, you can use closed captioning in your ads to make it more interactive. So that way people can actually see or read what the ad's all about, just to make it a bit more interactive. Okay, you can always perform A/B testing on your ads. So if you have one ad version, you can create another one just to see which one performs better. Testing is always a positive. Okay, so if you're paying too much, maybe think about reducing your bids. So if you remember, we set a $10 CPM bid. That may be too much. Maybe we don't need to pay $10. So we can always reduce our bids at the ad group level. So reduce bids in areas where you see lower performance. So in other words, you don't want to pay a lot for poor performance. You can also use remarketing to re-engage with customers. So if somebody views your ads and doesn't take action, you can always retarget that person to show your ad, even another ad format. It could be text ads or display ads. But if somebody looked at your video and they didn't take the action you preferred them to take, then you can always retarget them with another ad. So that's a good way to optimize. Okay, so we want to make sure the ad has content that viewers would find relevant. Okay, that really you want to make sure that your ad is with the end viewer. You don't want to put out an ad that isn't going to give somebody, a good feeling after they watched it. Okay, so you want to make sure viewers find the content relevant. So if they don't find it relevant, then that means your engagement rate and your engagement is probably going to be low. So you want to take a look at those metrics that we viewed earlier: engagement rate, engagement, and if they're low, then you probably need to look at the content of the ad. So try to make sure your ad conveys your brand's message in the first 6 seconds. So that's why bumper ads to me are so critical, because you got to get the entirety of the ad and make it impactful. And so with any ad you run, any video ad you run, you really want to make sure that that message is conveyed at the very beginning, early as possible. Otherwise, people are going to be turned off or not engaged and just going to go ahead and skip it anyway. So you want to make sure you get the purpose of it right up front and out of the way. Okay, you can also include visual and auditory components in your ad that can make it more memorable to the viewers. Okay, meaning music or other cool visuals. Okay, so again, you want to be able to play around and test different ads. And you want to be able to measure the ad performance based on the metrics we discussed. I mean, click-through rate, engagement rate, all of those are indicators whether the ad is of good quality or not with the end user. And when I say good quality, I mean, do they find it engaging? Do they find it interesting? If so, they're going to click. And if you don't have good click-through rates or good engagement rates, then you definitely want to try doing something different to the ad, like adding those audio components or other visuals that could be appealing to the end user. So go ahead and test some of those out with A/B testing, because you have nothing to lose but higher or lower engagement rates or lower click-through rates. So you want to be able to improve those metrics. Improving those metrics means trying some different components on different ads. So let's take a look at a case study, if you will, and let's focus on Superdry. So they're a good success story on YouTube. So Superdry leaned on some YouTube advertising to help lift one of their products. So in September last year, 2018, Superdry, if you're not familiar with the brand, they're centered some Asian markets, European markets, and they focus in on clothing, all different styles and sizes and genders, from jackets to jeans to t-shirts. And so they're a global brand. They really wanted to take a different approach here. And their approach was they wanted to focus in on sales. They wanted to see if video can help lift them with sales. And so what they've done is they set up some campaigns on YouTube, and their focus here was on jackets. And jackets to specific ages across the board, all genders and interests. And so what they did was they wanted to take advantage of all the different ad types that YouTube had to offer. And let's take a look at one of those ads here. So if we go to YouTube, and let's just take a look at this 1-minute ad here, 53-second ad by Superdry.
I'm ready now. Superdry and Paige Cakey. This is the jacket you're raving, the jacket you're waiting, the jacket you're pulling, the jacket you're play, pout and posing. You'll take 5 in this jacket. You'll want to find this jacket. I washed the jacket. It's ruined. It's your DOS at a mate's. Take away 3 AM plates. Catch your breath, not your death, in this jacket. It's the jacket you're preening. Be seen in. You're chilling, feel reeling. It's the jacket you're hiding. You're vibing. Love, live and thriving. This is the jacket. The jacket that will get you through.
So that's the video that Superdry ran. You could see that, it had some particular goals there. And so Superdry is pretty well known, so probably wasn't built around brand awareness per se. It was probably growth consideration and interest, and also driving action. Okay, so pretty cool video. It was definitely not a bumper ad because bumper ads are 6 seconds. So it was definitely a true view, probably take action. And so whatever ads they actually did run specifically, they did see a lift. And so we kept pulse on Superdry's account, and these videos actually had 4.8 million views. And so cool video, ran for 53 seconds, not a long time, not a short time. Was able to, target their audience, a younger crowd. You noticed in the ad, they had different jackets, both female and male, different gender types. So they were messaging a very broad audience of gender. Some younger people is who they were targeting. So younger people tend to slant on YouTube, and so they were able to get some nice views out of it, 4.8 million. But the more important thing is because these videos were to drive action. And so they were able to see a 4-to-1 ratio on return on investment. And as a result, these jackets saw a 138% increase in brand lift. The jacket ad. So it was a pretty successful campaign. See as well, choreographed, good audio, good video, just well professionally done. And they probably were able to now get a few more loyal customers under their belt because of this ad alone. So that's the power of video, okay? So you're able to know who your target audience is. You can go out and target them with a cool video. And given that YouTube is vast, then you can really take advantage of a lot of their ads. So what they probably did, again, was those TrueView in-stream ads with a cost per view through a skippable video ad format. And they also use the shoppable ad format. So that is another option on YouTube. So they took advantage of all YouTube had to offer in terms of who they were trying to target, the length of the ad, and given that their product or selling a product or promoting a product, they will take advantage of the TrueView shoppable ad format, which basically lists your products alongside the actual video ad. And so this is just a good case study. Superdry will probably do this again based on the numbers that they're reporting. And so basically that's the power of YouTube. Getting out in front of your audience with a really good video ad, targeting an audience, taking advantage of different formats.
Hey guys. Welcome to this video on YouTube Ideas for 2021. YouTube is the social media platform that needs no introduction. Launched back in the year 2005, YouTube was a fresh breath of air for the people who were slowly becoming aware of the hype that surrounded the internet. Several other platforms like Dailymotion, Vidme, and Vimeo, which admittedly have their own fans, have tried to stand up against the behemoth that is the YouTube and failed. Slowly but surely, marketers began to realize the enormous potential that YouTube offered. They could add small advertisements like they do in the cable TV, they could show banner ads and do much more, and all of the thanks to the robust advertisement features that Google already offered. If you're not already sold on why it's important to advertise on YouTube, here are some facts that might change your mind. YouTube has more than 2 billion users across the world. A good fraction of that audience could be shown your product and could turn from users to customers. Next important fact is that 8 out of 10 marketers consider YouTube to be one of the best platforms to advertise their products and services. Followed by that, people watch 1 billion hours of YouTube per day. As you watch this video, you are contributing to that number. Next, 62% of the business use YouTube to post content. This could be just videos on their products, tutorials, event announcements, and much more. 70% of the YouTube watch time comes from mobile. This means that when you create an advertisement for YouTube, you keep the mobile users in your mind. And finally, 90% of the people say that they've discovered new products or brands on YouTube, which means that by posting on YouTube, your brand awareness is highly likely to increase. Now, let's talk about the video ideas. The first one is behind the scene videos. These videos give you the opportunity to showcase your audience how your business or brand operates. A creatively made video on the inner workings of your business will show off a more human side of your brand and make you more relatable to your audience. It is also guaranteed to get you loads of views and engagement. Here's an example how Amazon showcases the warehousing and distribution aspects of its products. It takes the viewers into the factories and involves the various people working there. This shows to the audience that even a large organization like Amazon, how each individual has an important role to play in the overall process. Next we have the company culture. A video that highlights your company culture will tell the audience what your business goals are, what its values are, and why it exists. It can also focus on the various people who make sure the company works in the way it does. This can help better connect with your audience. Here's an example, a company culture video created by GoDaddy, the popular domain registrar. The video talks about how GoDaddy creates a fun, inclusive, and energetic environment for its employees. It includes interviews of employees talking about why they enjoy working in GoDaddy so much, and this helps the audience relate with the company and could also catch up the interest with some potential job seekers. Next we have the third idea, that is the marketing team. A brand is nothing without the people working behind it, and that's where these videos come in. These videos will help shine a light on the people who create the products that the audience knows and loves. This helps create a personal connection with the audience. These individuals can end up becoming mascots for your brand. Here's an example of Meet the Team focusing on Olympus Group. The video goes into the history of Mascot Maker's brand and the people that make it a grand success. The light-hearted tone of the video also greatly helps with making it more relatable. Now we have number 4, product showcase or announcement. A product showcase video aims to show the features and benefits of the brand's latest offering to its audience. These short, concise videos can inform the audience about everything they need to know about the new product or service. A product announcement video, on the other hand, can be used to give the audience a more detailed look into the product or service than the product showcase. It can include comparisons to older versions or competitors. The aim of such video is to show customers how the new product works and why they need it. Now, this video needs no introduction. Apple's iPhone videos have always been short but smooth, sleek and concise representations of what the product would be like. Next, at number 5, we have event announcements. These videos can build a hype regarding an upcoming event. It will also give you the opportunity to engage with your audience and build their interest. This promo video for the Data Innovation Summit 2020 hypes up the event, boasting the greatest minds in the tech, the most innovative companies, and much more. The next video idea we have at number 6 is the explainer videos. These videos are aimed to tell users how a particular product or a service works. These tend to be much more useful than wall of text explaining how something works. They also have an added advantage of simplifying complex concepts and features to your audience. For example, we have our own video on digital marketing. We cover a number of different concepts like SEO, social media marketing, search engine marketing, and more on a visual manner, making it more likely to grab the attention of a viewer. Next, at number 7, we have tutorials. Tutorial videos give users some actionable insights and knowledge that your users can learn from. These videos aim to be guides to information, complex concepts, hints, tips and tricks relating to your industry. Here we have our own digital marketing course video as an example. Unlike the previous example I mentioned, this video goes into much more detail regarding each of the concepts of digital marketing. On that note, if you guys are interested in learning about digital marketing, I suggest you start from this video. It's a great one to get started with. Now, on the next video idea at number 8, we have the product tutorial. A product tutorial video will take your audience through the various features of your product offers alongside its intricacies. It can also detail some additional insights about your product. You can also explain the best way the product can be used. Here's a video of how the meditation app Headspace explains the app's usage with an interesting and creative animated video. Now, let's go ahead with number 9. At the number 9, we have the webinar. A webinar, thanks to its nature, provides your brand with loads of opportunities to interact with your audience. They are usually very accessible and easy to make. They are also very cost effective and can be reused as video content after the session is complete. Here's an example of Simplilearn's webinar, where we talk to the industry experts regarding a wide variety of topics while involving the audience by having the guest answer the audience questions whenever possible. Next, at number 10, we have the live streams. Live streams for an event will help build excitement and hype for the event. It can be advertised on other social media platforms to generate some hype as well. These videos can also help you bring up your product to a larger audience and at a reduced cost. Here's an example of a live stream that constantly keeps a track of subscribers increasing for some of the most popular YouTube channels. Next, at number 11, we have AMA, or Ask Me Anything sessions. The AMA or Ask Me Anything sessions are usually live streams or pre-recorded sessions that feature questions collected from the audience. Although it originated from Reddit, these videos are finding a success on YouTube thanks to the interactivity that it offers. These sessions can also give your audience the opportunity to interact with you, provide suggestions, feedback, and much more. Here's an example of AMA session with the actor Matt Damon, where questions covering a wide variety of topics collected from Reddit were answered by him. Next, at number 12, we have interviews. Interviewing someone interesting or of an authority within your niche can go a long way to grow your audience. These sessions are doubly advantageous too. Firstly, you, and by extension your audience, get to interact with an industry stalwart, and since this video can be shared on your channel as well as theirs, you can expose your channel to a brand new audience. Here's an example of an interview between Marcus Brownlee, a popular tech YouTuber, with Bill Gates. The interview covers a wide variety of topics and maintains a pleasant theme throughout. Let's now go to number 13, testimonials. A testimonial video helps highlight the positive feedback from a client or a customer. They provide social proof and provide a unique perspective on your products and services. These videos can greatly help improve people's trust on your brand, shareability, and credibility. Here's an example of Simplilearn's testimonial video that covers a learner's journey as he grew in his career thanks to Simplilearn's certification. A video like this can be greatly relatable to the audience and even encourage some of them to take up a certification. Let's go to our next video idea, that is the number 14, whiteboard videos. A whiteboard video offers you a visually attractive way of explaining complex concepts. Usually, this involves a trained experts breaking through a complex topic on a whiteboard. Nowadays, there has also been the trend of digital whiteboard videos that work thanks to the visual style and charisma of the narrator. Here's an example of the whiteboard video Simplilearn created covering various concepts of social media marketing with the help of an engaging narrative and interesting visuals. Next up, we have number 15, competitions. Competitions or contest videos give your audience the opportunity to get involved with your channel. These videos enable you to generate fresh and original content with little from your end. In an interesting example for foldable flight channel, users submitted their ideas for paper airplanes that would go to the farthest distance. The channel received a significant amount of submissions and saw considerable growth. Next, we have 16, the lists. List videos are some of the most commonly found content on YouTube. Most users enjoy this type of content thanks to it being small, easily digestible, and bite-sized. These videos can cover a wide range of topics like options to choose from, the best products, techniques, and much more. The main advantage of these videos are they provide users with value while further involving them with your channel. Here's an example of a list that we have created on the top 10 skills you need to become a data analyst in the year 2021. If you're interested, don't forget to check it out. At number 17, we have case studies. Case studies talk about how your product or service have benefited clients and users. Videos like this can greatly improve relatability and making your brand seem more likable. Here's a video that analyzes Coca-Cola's marketing campaign and what it made one of the most popular brands in the world. Now, let's talk about content that may not be necessarily for a brand, but for individual creators. At number 18, we have tech unboxing. These videos usually involve packages being opened for the first time. While these are fairly common for technology, these videos have also found success in fashion apparel. These videos enable the users to experience the products for the first time, sometimes even helping them decide between rival products. Here's an example of PS5 being unboxed by Marcus Brownlee, who goes into detail regarding each of its console components, controllers, and other specifications. At number 19, we have tech reviews. With tech reviews, you can talk about the various features of a particular product, what you liked about it, what you didn't, its price, and other practical information, and much more. Here we have an example of OnePlus 8 Pro being reviewed in detail, covering its many features, advantages, disadvantages, and much more. And finally, we have number 20, reaction videos. Reaction videos are exactly what the name says. You giving an emotional reaction to something like a movie trailer, music video, or TV episode. These videos encourage a large amount of engagement from the audience and make your brand seem more relatable. Here's an example of a reaction video involving teenagers reacting to the latest TikTok videos. These videos usually enable a large amount of likes, comments, and shares.
Today we're going to talk about how to increase YouTube subscribers. So with YouTube, it's all about subscribers. The number of subscribers you have on YouTube, it's just one of the key metrics to measure success. So gaining more subscribers can help you achieve more view counts on your YouTube videos. So it's all about how to get subscribers, and today we're going to talk about how to get more subscribers. And before we begin, let's just show you what we did at Simplilearn. So if we look at the past 365 days on our YouTube channel, you can see we started here back in, if we look back at March 9, 2018, we had 208. And you can see just over the course of the year, it kept creeping up, creeping up, creeping up, and creeping up. We've gained, a significant number of subscribers over the last year. And what's our secret? Well, it's posting videos. So you can see we've posted a number of videos over the course of the year, and then our subscribers have gone basically 165% over the last year. So you can see it's part of it is about posting videos, because when you post videos, you have people who can watch those videos. When you have people watch those videos, you can have engagement. And then when you have engagement, you have shares and people who like it, and then other people who see it. So it's kind of a halo effect, so to speak. So getting subscribers, it takes a lot more than just posting videos, and today we're going to talk about some tips to help you increase those subscriptions. And so let's start out with some of those tips. We're going to start with creating engagement and informative content. So engaging in informative content, that's where we're going to start talking today about how to increase subscriptions. Then we're going to talk about publishing videos frequently. So with Simplilearn, you can see the past 365 days, we were consistent in publishing videos consistently throughout the month and the weeks. So another tip we're going to talk about is how to optimize your YouTube videos. So there's a lot that goes into optimization, but this is a key tip to pay attention to, because when it comes to publishing videos on YouTube, you need to align certain things like keywords and content and metadata. So optimize on our videos, we're going to talk a lot about that. Then we're going to talk about optimizing the YouTube channel. So there's some tips and tricks here you want to do to optimize your YouTube channel. Producing high quality videos, we're going to talk about that. Adding a subscriber watermark to your videos. Okay, that's another tip we're going to mention today. Engage with our audience. Okay, that's what we want to do. We want to engage with our audience. That's a really key tip. And we're saving the best for last. Promote your videos in different platforms. So all of these tips we're going to talk about today. So let's get started and talk about create engaging informative content. So that's the first place we want to start. Okay, so create engaging and informative content. So if we want to gain more subscribers on our channel, we have to create highly engaging and informative content. Why? Because if not, our audience is not going to pay attention, and they're not going to watch the video, and then the engagement's not going to be high, and they're not going to share the video, and they're not going to tell their friends or like it. And so this is where it all starts. You have to be able to plan your content, and not only planning your content, but you got to create it so it's engaging and informative. So how do you do that? Well, let's talk about that. So the first thing is you have to know your audience. Okay, so when you create a video, who you're creating the video for? I mean, that's where it all starts. So when you're creating your content, you're creating your content for your audience. You're not creating it for the entire world. Now, we know on YouTube there's a lot of cute videos about kittens and jokes and, people playing games, and, everybody likes positive things on YouTube. But, when we're talking about a specific topic, we really have to hone in on a target audience. And so if you know who your audience is, then you can really hone in on your content. Okay, so that's the first thing. Ask yourself, who is your audience? And then build your content around that specific audience. Don't build it just for the mass general population, because it's not going to be engaging and informative. So that's the first place to start. Then you want to engage that audience with relevant content. So if you know your audience, and depending on the topic, you want to make sure that whatever the topic is, the content matches the topic. Don't veer off course. If you veer off course, you're not going to engage your viewers. Your viewers are coming to watch the video for a specific reason. The reason is the topic. Okay, so if they're your target audience and they want to watch the video that's a specific topic, then the content has to align. So plan your video script. So if you know who your audience is and you know you want to engage them with relevant content, go ahead and plan the script out. So what I normally do is, have an outline, and then once I have the outline, then I go ahead and create my slides, if I will, or my topics, points I want to talk about, and then I write out those points. I want to make sure I get all my points in, and that's what you should be doing. You want to plan it ahead of time so that you can get all your relevant points across. That's what makes a video informative. Okay, you want to ensure to give maximum information to your audience. So the key here is maximum information. So you don't want to overload the audience, but then again, you want to cut out information. So you want to make sure that when you're planning your script and you're writing the outline, that you're making sure you include all your points that you want to get across. Once you include those points, then go ahead and, write your script and make sure all the information for all those points are in the script. That's how you're going to ensure you give maximum information. But you don't want to overdo it. So if you feel like it's too much information, it probably is too much information. Back off a little. Use the information to create another video. So it's all about knowing your audience. So all of these points play against one another. So be clear and use more examples in your content, just like we're doing here. Okay, just like at the beginning of this session, I showed you an example of Simplilearn subscribers over the past 365 days. And so that's what we want to do. We want to be clear, but use examples to punctuate the content or the point we're trying to get across. So we want to include sources from high quality sites. So if you're going to use examples, make sure they're from relevant high quality sites. And when I mean high quality, meaning does your audience know who that source is or that site? If it's really specific and your audience may not know, then it's probably not high quality. So just keep that in mind. Always play to your audience. So you want to start your video with an interesting hook. So again, I go back to this example. If you're still watching this, then the hook worked. We showed you our subscriptions. We showed you how we grew over the course of a year. You could see our growth, and part of it was posting a lot of videos with relevant and informative content. And so you see how we did it, so you're paying attention. You want to know how to do it. And so part of what we did is exactly what I'm telling you now. We know who our audience is. We plan out our scripts. We use good examples, and we start our videos with interesting hooks. Now, when we do our videos, we also create original content. So that goes back to planning your script. Okay, you always want to, come across as original and informative. When you do that, you're going to be engaging. But if you're leveraging somebody else's content, then the engaging part may not resonate because it's not your content to begin with. So always, always, always use original content. Okay, so keep the content flow organized. So again, that goes back to an outline. Feel free to change up the outline so the flow makes sense. Add visuals to your content and make it appealing. Always include images. To me, if you can use images in your videos and play off the video or the images, then it's just going to flow and make it a little bit more engaging and appealing, meaning the content. So visuals help guide and aid in the points you're trying to make. So don't make it so text heavy, accentuate it, balance it with some images. Use simple language and crisp sentences, meaning don't use jargon, don't come across and talk above your audience. You always want to talk to your audience and talk in a language that they're going to understand. So it goes back to point one. If you know who your audience is, you're talking to them as if they're right in front of you and not you're above them or they're below you. You want to talk at them. So add cards, end screens, and pattern interrupts to engage your audience. And so YouTube cards are just interactive panels that slide in and out when a video is playing. So it encourages interaction by the viewer. Okay, so you can add up to 5 cards, which include images, text, or clickable links. So feel free to play around with some of these features that YouTube has to offer to make your content more engaging. So tip 2, publish videos frequently. So creating and uploading videos consistently will help you increase your YouTube subscribers. So suppose you haven't published videos for more than, say, a month or 2 months. It's likely that that audience is not going to subscribe to your channel. So think about YouTube videos as a popular TV program that comes on once a week. When a new episode comes on based on the regular schedule, it's consistency. And that consistency is what helps your users stay engaged. So for example, if I go back to our YouTube channel, you know what helped us gain subscribers was our consistency in publishing videos. You could see we were consistent in publishing a couple of videos a week, every couple of weeks. And so this helps users stay engaged. They know when the video is coming out. They know that Simplilearn is good for 2, 3, 4 videos a month. And the great thing about publishing videos is that when somebody does subscribe to your channel, they're going to get a notification, or YouTube has an option where they can get a notification via email. So I subscribe to Simplilearn's channel. I subscribe to other channels like Google Analytics, for example. So anytime Google Analytics publishes a video, I get an email that says, hey, Google Analytics YouTube channel just published a video. And the great thing is I'm checking my email and I'm getting this notification in Gmail. So guess what? I can watch the video right then and there just by clicking on the link in the email. I don't even have to go to the channel. But knowing that if you publish consistently and somebody does get the email once a week, then it's more likely they're going to engage, especially if the content is original, engaging, and informative. So frequent video publishing equals more subscriptions. So according to Social Media Examiner, YouTube channels that publish videos more than once a week are performing much better. So if you can afford to publish more videos more than once a week, the chances of you gaining subscribers quicker are going to be greater. So keeping a fixed frequency can help you quickly gain more subscribers. Posting videos is almost like blogging. I always say start small. If you could do 1 blog post a month, and then once you get in a routine, then you can ramp up the frequency. So from 1 blog post, you could do 2 a month, then 4 times a month, then once a week or twice a week. Same with the YouTube videos. You want to get into a rhythm, start with once a month, then ramp it up. Okay, you'll find that the more you ramp it up, the more subscribers you're going to get. So tip 3, optimize your YouTube videos. So optimizing your videos will help your content rank higher on YouTube. So this is a must. It's not a given, it's a must. You must optimize your videos if you want people to see them. Of course, if you don't optimize, people aren't going to see them, then people aren't going to engage and then not subscribe. So it's just kind of a snowball effect. So this is an important tip. So I mentioned it at the beginning when we were going video ads, all the items we're going to discuss. This is the one item that is a must and a given to some degree, because if you don't optimize your videos, they're just not going to be found. So you need that audience to watch your video. So audiences who tend to interact more with your content have more chance to subscribe to your channel, but they're not going to subscribe if they don't even watch your video. So there is a snowball effect in play here if we don't optimize your videos. So, okay, Rob, what are some of the tips to optimize your YouTube video? Well, let's go through some of those tips. So to ensure your videos reaches the relevant audience on YouTube, you need to optimize the title, description, and the video tag. Okay, Rob, what do you mean by title, description, and video tag? So let's take a look at that. So when you actually create your YouTube video, you're going to have an opportunity to put in a title. You're going to have an opportunity to put in a description, and you're going to have an opportunity to add tags. So those are the 3 key areas. Okay, so once you put in that, what it looks like on the front end is this. So if I go back to YouTube, and here you can see another video that we did about a month ago, you can see see what is SEO. So if that's our topic, that's our title or of the content of the video, then the title of the video is going to be what is SEO. And you can see we also added in some other content for the title. So what is SEO and how does it work? SEO tutorial for beginners, and then our brand name. So we have some content to work with for the title. Okay, and then the description, we have a lot of characters to work with description. So use as much as you can here to describe what the video is about. Here you can see we did that. And so it's always good to include this information. Okay, and then you can see we have tags up here: SEO, SEO tutorial for beginners, digital marketing. So we put in the necessary information here on this video to help us rank, because if we don't optimize it, we're not going to rank. And so you can see we just put a lot of relevant content around the description, around the title, and around those tags. By doing so, we're able to optimize this video and get found. So that's just an example. 3 of the things you can do to help optimize your YouTube video. So if you want to watch more on how to optimize meta tags, then I suggest maybe watching the other video we did on the subject, how to rank YouTube videos. So this goes into more detail about how to optimize the title, the meta description, and the meta tags. But those are 3 quick fields or areas that you can use to optimize your video. So just something to keep in mind: write a long description with keywords, timestamps, and links. So when I mean by timestamps, with timestamp, an audience can choose the section of the video that they want to look for, and then links, prefer to include relevant links of your other videos. So those are just some additional tips to help keep your content engaging. So remember, when your content is engaging, then people are going to like it, people are going to share it and watch it later. So upload a captivating thumbnail. Okay, so you want to include a thumbnail that's going to grab people's attention. You want to upload a transcript of the video. So that goes back to when you're creating your content, when you write your original content, you want to keep a transcript of the content of the video so that you can upload that as well. And then add a start screen and end screen to your YouTube videos. So that way, you know, when somebody plays the video, they're going to see it, what it looks like up front. And then when you finish it, they're going to see an end screen at the end. And so you just don't want to keep it dark and black and non-descriptive. So according to Backlinko, using an exact keyword in your video title can help you with rankings. So high ranking, more views, more subscribers. So that's what I've been saying all along. You need to get these videos optimized. So again, use an exact keyword in your video title. So let's go back again to that video I just showed you a couple minutes ago. What is SEO? So here we started out with a question: what is SEO? That's the name of the title. That's our exact title of the video. That's our exact keyword. Okay, so what is SEO and how does it work? And then SEO tutorial for beginners. So what is SEO is our exact keyword, and that's part of the video, that's the content of the video, that's in the title, and we use it throughout the description as well. So using that exact keyword in your video title can help with the ranking. So whatever your topic is, your title of the video or the topic of the video, include it in the title. So Backlinko also mentions that there is a moderate correlation between a channel's total subscribers and rankings. And so for some of you, this may be common sense. It's just like organic search. If you're not ranking, you're not going to get traffic. On YouTube, if you're not ranking, you're not going to get eyeballs on your videos, and you're not going to get subscribers. So higher rankings can help you to get more subscribers, but you can't get those rankings unless you optimize. And so again, just for the sake of simplicity, going back, focus in on your title. Make sure your title matches the title of the video itself. When you're publishing your description, use all the amount of content available to you. So you can see it, this entire description has a lot of content. Maximize the content, and then use tags. Using those 3 fields, those 3 areas can help you optimize your video and gain the necessary ranking you need to get viewers, which will turn into subscribers. So tip 4, optimize your YouTube channel. So we just talked about optimizing our videos. Now we're going to turn our attention to our YouTube channel. So one of the easiest ways to ask your viewers to subscribe to your channel is really by creating a great YouTube channel trailer. You also want to add channel keywords, a description, and some good artwork, and then having sections and playlists to keep your videos organized. These are all good tips to creating a good YouTube channel. So let's talk about some of these tips here. So we want to give your audience a preview what your channel is offering. So this is by hooking your audience with a trailer. So you can create a trailer to, just give your audience an idea of who you are as a brand, what kind of videos you're going to be posting, and give them a kind of a taste of what the future videos are going to be like. Okay, you can even tell them your release schedule in the trailer. So you can start off by saying, hey guys, we're new to this. We're going to be posting 1 video a month, but as we get rolling, maybe 2 per month and 1 per week. Just being honest and open and talking to your audience and get them excited about future videos. That's what the trailer is all about. So you also want to keep it that the channel description short and interesting. So in your channel, you want to have a description of what the channel is all about, what kind of videos you're going to be posting. So in addition to the trailer, you want to write something short and interesting. Then we want to use keywords in our channel description, just like in the videos with what is SEO. We included what is SEO in the title. We included, what is SEO in the description. And so we want to be true to what our channel is. So pick keywords, not only include those keywords in the videos, but include them in the channel description. Pay attention to the first 100 to 150 characters of your channel description, because that's what's shown next to your channel in the search results. So for example, here you can see we have a description here. Simplilearn is one of the world's leading certification training providers. We partner with companies and individuals to address. And so you can see those characters, 100 to 150, are what shows up in the channel description. When somebody's trying to understand, hey, Simplilearn just uploaded this video. Who is Simplilearn? So you want to write short, interesting channel description so that when somebody's first introduced to your video, they could see what your brand's all about. So, and your description with an appropriate call to action. So short, interesting, good call to action at the end of the video. A good call to action would be, hey, check out our next video or check out our latest video. Something that's going to gauge somebody and get them to watch one of your videos. So you want to pick interesting channel art. So let's turn our attention to the Simplilearn channel page. And here you can see we recently had reached a milestone. So recently reached the 200,000K subscribers. So 200,000 subscribers is a big achievement for Simplilearn. We went ahead and updated our channel art. And I'm sure when we reach 500K, we'll update the artwork then too. But the point is you want to keep your channel art kind of interesting, hip, and cool. And feel free to change it out every once in a while. So you have that option in YouTube to do. I mean, it's just very simple. So here you can see Simplilearn's channel. If we go home, we got all our videos listed here. We got the About Us, something very short and interesting about us. Here's our call to action. For more information, visit Simplilearn. So you want to make sure when you create your channel, get some good artwork in there, put your description in play, and create your first videos and get them posted up there and optimize them accordingly. Okay, so some other tips to go with that channel art and description is a profile picture relevant to your brand. So you always want to maybe put the company logo up there. Okay, so here you can see we have the company logo. Add accurate and relevant channel keywords. So if we go back to who we are, who are we? We're the world's leading certification training provider. Okay, that's who we are. Okay, we partner with companies and individuals. So we're all about training, and training is one of our keywords. So you can see at Simplilearn, we provide online training in machine learning, AWS, Amazon Web Services, DevOps, big data, digital marketing, project management, a lot of different topics. So make sure that's included in the channel description. Feature the playlist on your homepage. So if we go back to the homepage, we can see here we have our channels. So you can see we have AI, machine learning, trending technologies, cloud computing tutorials, DevOps tutorials, popular videos, big data. We have a lot of different channels. So you want to organize your videos into different playlists. So those playlists are going to feature on the homepage of your channel. So how you organize the playlist is totally up to you, but I would certainly create a playlist for different sections. So depending on your product, your services, think about how you want to organize. Don't just stick all your videos in one playlist. Then optimize the playlist playlist titles and descriptions for search rankings. So just like the videos themselves, just like the channel description, you have an opportunity to optimize the playlist titles and descriptions. So be very keen on aligning the right keyword with the playlist title. So here you can see programming language tutorials, project management tutorials, digital marketing tutorials. So we're very clear on how we go about choosing our titles because we want to optimize those playlist titles. Okay, we can rearrange our videos in a playlist. So we want to rearrange the videos in a way that we're maybe putting the freshest, the most newest, the video that's been published last first. So almost in descending order, if you will. So we want our users to see what video has the latest in that particular playlist. So they're seeing the most recent first. But you can rearrange your videos any way you want. Feel free to play around with it. Of course, you can also take the video that's the most popular and put that up front so people could see that first. Vice versa, you could take a video that maybe hasn't gotten a lot of views or isn't ranked particularly high. Maybe put that video up so it can get some views and some shares and likes. So how you rearrange your videos is totally up to you. Just have some rationale behind that. So choose a playlist thumbnail from a top performing video. So for example, if I go back to our YouTube page, you can see the top performing videos here. You know, for example, this one, we got a nice thumbnail here. What is machine learning? So if I click on that, that's one of our most popular videos. So 3,000 likes on this video, a lot of views, 250,000 plus views. So have a thumbnail to go along with that particular video. So according to Backlinko, YouTube SEO ranking factors study discovered that channel keywords have a small yet significant correlation with higher YouTube search rankings. So channel keywords. So when you're optimizing your channel and you want to include keywords, start with your description. So if I go back to our channel, okay, if I go back about us, make sure your description has those relevant keywords in it. That's where it all starts. So in case you have any doubts, if you're not sure about everything we talked about on optimizing the channel, go ahead and drop a comment below because we do respond to every comment that gets posted on our videos. So if you're not sure how to go about optimizing your channel, when you say align keywords with the channel, what does that really mean? So if you want some clarity on that, go ahead and drop us a channel. If you're not sure about the trailer video, drop us a comment. We're more than happy to expand upon the explanation of how to best optimize your channel. Okay, tip number 5, produce high quality videos. So we need to get in the habit of producing high quality videos because viewers don't prefer to watch videos that have poor audio and video quality. It's just that simple. You need to know what it takes to produce high quality videos. If you don't, you're just going to discredit. You're not going to come across as relevant. You're not going to come across as qualified, professional. There's a lot of things attached to poor quality videos. So we need to create high quality videos for the end user. So let's talk about some ways in which you can create high quality videos. And so the first is to avoid any noise in the background. So you want to have a nice quiet atmosphere, no distractions, so people can hear you clearly and only you clearly. You want to use good audio recording equipment. There's plenty of options available on the internet. Usually I would recommend going with something paid, not overly expensive, because you get what you pay for. So if you use something free, it might not be of good quality and you might not have all the features and bells and whistles with a free option. So, use good audio recording equipment. Again, it could be online or it could be some software. Just make sure that you're able to produce good high quality video and audio. So when you do purchase that audio recording equipment, you want to have something similar to an input volume meter. That way you can see whether your audio is coming across or not. So if you're not seeing green lights, then your audio is not coming across. If it's red, it might be distorted. And so you want something that's going to signify that you're really pushing out good quality audio. You want to create your videos in 1080 pixel size. Okay, that's HD. And so you want to have at least minimum 1080. So anything less than that, it's probably going to come across as not so good. Maybe staticky, blurry, not professional, not high def. So you want to create a high def video, and 1080 is about the minimum you want to go. And then you want to plan your video script before filming. So it goes back to some of the other points I made earlier. You always want to have a video script available so you know what you're saying when you're recording your audio. That way you're not doing something on the fly. And then you want to use good lighting for video recording. So you don't want to be in a dark place. You want some nice lighting so your video comes across well lit. People could see you. They're not struggling to strain their eyes on what it is you're trying to show and appear because of poor lighting. Again, it just comes across as professional. So if you can, shoot a high def video with good audio, speaking clearly, having a professional script with some good lighting, then people are going to take you serious and they're going to start to listen and engage and see the video as good quality and very relevant and informative and share it. So use slow motion and jump cuts wisely. So there's some features you could do with your video. Using slow motion and jump cuts are some of the features you can use to accentuate your points. And then set up a green background for recording. Again, this is for making sure that the video part of it comes across in good quality. And stabilize your video recordings with a tripod. That way you're not moving your video camera all around and again it's coming across as shaky and poor quality. Shoot horizontal videos. You don't want to go vertical. It tends to cut the screen. So you want to stay horizontal so that people can see everything that should be included in the video. Okay, you want to capture a wider shot using a clip-on lens. Again, a good feature, a good tip to use that wider shot. Okay, so you could do that using a clip-on lens. And then choose good video editing software. I can't state this enough because you're putting all this time and effort into a video. You need to be able to edit it, to cut out, some of the things you didn't want to say, or maybe some poor quality, or you just want to have a smooth, professional output for your video. And so you gotta have good video editing software. There's plenty of options available on the internet. Again, I would go with something low cost but paid. Usually free isn't exactly the way you want to go if you're trying to create a high def, good quality video. And at the very least, review your work before publishing. I just said it a minute ago. I'll say it again. You want to be able to have a really professional video in high def. When you have a good professional video in high def with good audio, horizontal shots, nice green background image, nice well lit, it's going to come across as professional. And if you have a professional video, then people are going to take you seriously. They're going to see you as a professional, and then share or subscribe and like, and then they're going to watch more videos. And that's how you start to build up a reputation as being a very professional organization. So just following these simple tips on producing high quality videos. So you want to review your work, because if you don't, you put all that effort into it and then you're going to realize, hey, your video is low quality, and then you're going to have to do it all over again. So follow these tips, get a high quality video, and you should be on your way to ranking. In fact, according to Backlinko, YouTube preferably ranks HD videos. So you got to have that 1080 pixel size. That way, your video is going to come across crisp and clear, and YouTube prefers that. Tip 6, add a subscriber watermark to your videos. So this is a great feature in YouTube. So it's a feature that allows you to add a watermark that can be shown on all your videos. The reason why you want that watermark, because you want to keep reminding your audience to subscribe to your channel. The watermark can be whatever you want, but normally it's going to be some type of logo or brand and a call to action. And so how do you add a watermark to your video? Well, you log into your YouTube account. It's pretty simple. At the top right corner, you're going to select your Creator Studio icon, and then you're going to go to Channel, select Branding, and then add a watermark to your video. So if we look at that in YouTube, so here, Creator Studio, on the left side navigation, I'm just going to click Channel, then I'm going to click Branding, and then once you click Branding, you have the ability to add your watermark, and then you can add it to the entire video, at the end of the video, at a specific start time, and then just click Update, and that's pretty much it. So you want to be able to add this so that you can brand your videos with an image and then add that CTA. So this is a good feature for YouTube. It allows you to be consistent consistent with all your videos by branding and adding that call to action. Tip 7, engage with your audience. So you want to be able to interact with your audience as much as possible. Just because it's a video and you can't see people doesn't mean you can't engage with them. So when you interact with your viewers, especially when you interact with them immediately, there's gratification. Everybody likes to be responded to. Nobody likes to be ignored. And so when somebody is responded to, there's a higher chance that your viewers are likely to going to become customers. It's just customer service is how you really want to look at this. Okay, so when you engage, you're creating a service for your customers. So here are some tips on how to engage with your audience. So first is at the end of every video, convey a thank you message to your viewers. Thank you for spending the time out of your busy day to watch this video. Some of our videos go an hour plus long. And so when somebody's taken an hour to watch a video, it's only the least you can do is thank them. Now, you can thank them and give them some information about where to go for more information. Because if they watch the whole video, they're already engaged and they're probably going to want to learn more. So you always want to follow up the thank you with where to go for more information, just like our videos always convey at the end. Okay, you always want to ask your audience for their feedback or ideas on the video. So with YouTube, there's a comment section and you always want to encourage comments. So comments can be in the form of feedback. So as you're watching this video, feel free to leave feedback on other ways to engage with your audience or some other tips to increase your subscribers on YouTube. So we're always looking for those ideas. We want to keep it engaging. So somebody may have some other ideas that we didn't think about. And so we always appreciate that from our audience. So we very much appreciate the feedback that our audience gives us. So not all the feedback is always going to be positive. Some of the feedback could be less than positive or even negative. There could be mistakes. So the idea behind getting feedback is you want to look at it, you want to read it, and you want to react to it. You want to react to it positively in the form of, a thank you for the feedback and looking at the feedback, weighing it, and incorporating the feedback. So you don't always want to make the same mistake twice in a video. So if there's something definitely wrong with the video that we're doing, for example, and somebody looked at it and gave us feedback on it, we'd definitely take a deep look into that and try not to do the same mistake twice, because likely that user is going to watch the video again. So you always want to learn from your mistakes, okay? And you want to turn those mistakes or turn those comments into future videos, okay? So create videos based on your commenters' request. The audience is giving us feedback. We should take that as positive, and sometimes that's creative. Sometimes there's ideas for more videos. Okay, you always want to ask questions to your audience and reward excellent commenters. So we try to ask questions in our videos, and when users respond with their answer, if there's an excellent comment or excellent answer, we can reward them. Reward them in the form of, say, some type of gift card or gift certificate or promotion or something. There's always some way to incentivize somebody who provides excellent feedback. You can always give emoji hearts. There's so many emojis out there that you can use emojis just to engage with your audience based on the feedback they're giving. The point is, if your audience is taking the time to give feedback, you always want to respond to it. And you want to respond to it positive. So emojis tend to have a positive connotation to them. And so responding with an emoji, especially to a favorite comment, goes a long way. So you can reward your community both on and off YouTube for their engagement and support. And that's just being creative. You can reward in many ways, not necessarily monetarily, but by recognition. You could do promotions, you could do something fun. There's always ways to reward. And prefer to host live streams and interact with your audience. So you don't always have to do a pre-recorded video. There's certainly, YouTube has them, other platforms like Facebook have them, Instagram. So you can certainly reach out to your audience with a live stream. And that's talking directly to your audience right there in the flesh. So when you can have an opportunity to talk to your audience and engage with them, that's always going to work because they can see personality, they can see what you're all about, and there's two-way conversation. And so that will lend to more of a, relationship, so to speak, with your audience. So you want to create videos for subscribers. Subscribers can get impressed when a channel dedicates a video for them. So, take the time out to create a video just for your subscribers. Subscribers are the ones who are most likely going to engage with you. Okay, they're your loyal fan base. So if you create something for them, that's a form of a reward. So you can captivate your viewers by uploading interesting YouTube stories as well. You can also hear from your audience and get their videos and use their videos and upload them to your channel. So according to Backlinko, video comments have a very strong correlation with ranking. So as you create a video, feel free to talk to your audience and ask them, hey, if you have any comments, feel free to put them in the comment section right below this video. I see that a lot now with a lot of videos, and I'm going to ask my audience right now to do the same thing. If there's anything you see about rewarding the audience or engaging with the audience, feel free to comment. We'd love to get your suggestions, because if you can engage with the audience even more, then that's only going to net positive results, not only in rankings, but with your subscriber base. So comments are the way to go. Solicit comments, respond to the comments, reward the comments. Tip number 8, promote your videos on different platforms. So promoting your videos on different platforms has been around for many years. It's a good strategy. Once you create your video on YouTube, you want people to see it. You want to get it out there. So if you want to increase your YouTube subscribers, this is a strategy you have to perform. So let's take a look at all the ways you can use and leverage different platforms to increase your subscribers. So before you do that, you want to research and discover how you can use different platforms. So the first thing you want to do is look at the platforms you're already using. If you're using Facebook and Instagram, that's probably a good place to start. But there's other platforms you can also leverage, and we're going to talk about those. So social media, most companies, most individuals are on in some form or fashion, amongst the most popular like Facebook and Instagram. So you can start there. So with Facebook, you can post something, include the link of your YouTube video. With Facebook, if you're a business, you have a business page, you're communicating with your community. And that's a great way to get started by promoting your YouTube video. You can also do the same on Twitter or Instagram or whatever platform you're on. Go ahead and post something or tweet something and include that link to YouTube. You can participate in forums and blog discussions. So there's plenty of forums and blogs out there where you can participate in a discussion and include a link to the YouTube video if it's relevant and natural. So for example, here, there's a blog about machine learning. You can include, if you have a video about machine learning, in the response to that conversation. In this example, we've done that on Reddit. Okay, you can list your video in relevant and reputable directories. There's plenty of directories out there. There's plenty of video directories, okay, that you can just go ahead and publish your video on. You can use testimonial link building, okay, so somebody can provide a testimonial, include the link of your video. You can opt for influencer marketing. So if there's somebody that is associated that likes your brand or product and has a large following, you can ask them to post the video on your behalf. It's a great way to reach an audience fairly quickly. Okay, you can earn backlinks from relevant and authoritative websites. So for example, if you look at this website here, TechGenics, okay, there's a article here about, certificate of achievements, okay, for AWS. So if you scroll down, we could see our video is included here in this particular web page. So this is a high quality web page, okay, that's generating a backlink for us. Not only is it generating a backlink, it's also generating traffic and awareness for the video. Go ahead and find out if there's any websites that are relevant to your video topic and see if you can collaborate with them on producing a web page to include that video. You can also take advantage of email marketing by adding your YouTube link in the email signature. For example, it's a simple email. Any email client like Gmail or Yahoo or even Hotmail or Outlook is going to have an ability to, or give you the ability to add a signature. In the signature, you could simply just include a link to the video or to your YouTube channel. It doesn't have to be to a specific video, but it's a way to get people to your YouTube page or to that video. So the whole idea is more eyeballs, more potential subscribers. subscribers. Engage your audience by posting your video links on community pages. So for example, we're promoting something here on a community page, and that's going to get some additional traffic over to us. You can always bookmark your videos on bookmarking sites like stumbledupon.com. Again, this is free, very little time to do this, but it's a chance for you to get the video out there and even generate a backlink. You can collaborate with other YouTube channels. This is always a good strategy. If you're creating a video on a particular topic on YouTube, chances are there's probably somebody else out there doing the same thing. It doesn't have to be necessarily a competitor. It can be a complementary product or service. And if you offer that, then go ahead and collaborate with them and see if you can exchange your videos on their channel. And you could take their video and put it on your channel in a particular playlist. Okay, so that's a way to collaborate with other YouTube channels, is swap videos. You could join high PR QA sites and post answers to the questions related to your video. Like Quora is always a good example, or eHap. Okay, so Quora, there's always a question being posted, and if you have the answer to that question in the form of your video, then go ahead and post a response with a link to the video on YouTube. It's a great way to get the video noticed, and it's relevant and natural. Okay, you can embed videos in your blog posts, or if you're using a platform like WordPress, for example, very easy to go ahead and just take that video. You can even just put the link in the blog post. I like this option. I think blog posts are always good because you don't have to be text heavy with a blog post. You want to create a blog post that's nice and balanced with an image and text, but if you put a video to support your blog post, that goes even further. And blog posts themselves can be engaging and interactive with your audience. So having a video in your blog post always goes well, in my opinion. Okay, so you can promote other videos in your end screen. For example, at the end of your video, you can always promote something related, like we've done here in this example. So lots of ideas. Get your video out there. Use them in email. Use them in your blog post. Go to free bookmarking sites like StumbleUpon. Collaborate with other people on YouTube. Go to Quora, respond to a question. Use social media to your advantage. There's lots of opportunities to get your video out there. The more you can get your video out there, the more traffic you're going to get. The more traffic you get to the video, the more subscribers you're going to get. So that's how the game is played in order to get your video out there. But these are relatively, low time consuming ideas to get your video some subscribers. In a world where a lot of competing different products satisfy the same requirement, you have a lot of advertisers who want you to try their product. And then you have other advertisers who want you to try their product. Try my product. Try my product. Try my product. Try my product. My product's the best. No. My product's the best. Try my product. Well, I want you to forget all that and try my product. Forget about those other advertisers. Try my product. Well, there's only one way you can prove your product is better than the rest, and that's with powerful advertising. And one of the best ways to advertise on the internet is via social media, and through the largest social media platform in the world, and that's Facebook. So today we're going to talk about Facebook ads tutorial. And I'm excited to teach this class. My name is Rob Sanders. I'm with Simplilearn, and today we are going to talk about all the different ads that Facebook has to offer. So, introduced back in 2007, the Facebook ads platform has grown tremendously over the last few years. Almost $4 billion of revenue in 1 year. So what does that mean? That means there's a lot of advertisers. Why is there a lot of advertisers? Because a lot of people use Facebook. It's a popular platform. So not only is it popular, but it's popular with advertisers because if you're advertising on Facebook, you have the opportunity to share your product and your brand with users who you think are going to buy your product or associate with your brand. And on Facebook, you can do that a number of different ways, specifically in somebody's newsfeed. And specifically that person's newsfeed that again is potentially interested in your brand, your product. So there's a lot of ways to advertise and a lot of reasons why you want to advertise. So I just mentioned one of the reasons. Hey, it's an opportunity for you to reach out to people who are targeted, who are specific to your product and your brand. So not only that, but you combine that target audience with the amount of time that people spend on Facebook. Okay, people spend a lot of time on Facebook. In fact, not only do people spend a lot of time on Facebook, there's a lot of people on Facebook. In fact, 2.27 billion in the third quarter of 2018. And so when we say spend a lot of time, we mean going to that Facebook profile at least once a day. Okay, so a lot of eyeballs throughout the day checking their newsfeed on Facebook. Facebook also enables you, the advertiser, to find the perfect audience. And so that's the great combination. A lot of people on Facebook and targeted audience. So it's a platform that allows you to put your product in front of people based on specific interest, specific demographics, specific location. So you're really putting your product out in front of the right people at the right time. And so the other positive and pro about Facebook is it's lesser spend, greater reach. And what do we mean by that? Well, traditionally, Facebook is a little bit cheaper than other online advertising models. It is definitely a lot cheaper than your traditional advertising models. And Facebook has been known to have good return on investment because it's cost a little bit less than other advertising models and other advertising platforms. So that's the other benefit to being on Facebook. So if you're into building a brand, you want to be on Facebook. Why? Because it helps you increase your brand awareness. It's going to help you allow users to know what your brand is all about. Because remember, you're putting your brand in front of like-minded people or people you think that are going to associate with your brand, that are going to associate with your product. So you put your brand out there, you incorporate your advertisement in somebody's newsfeed, it's going to add value. It's going to establish trust and credibility, especially if that person's friend is associated with that brand. So instant credibility if friends and family members of a person on Facebook are associated with your brand. So it has the opportunity to really lend a lot of credence to somebody who is on Facebook, active on Facebook, and is your targeted demographic. And the great thing about Facebook is it also has other features, other advertising features such as retargeting. So you could target people who've already expressed an interest in your service or product. But if they didn't go through the conversion process, meaning they didn't go all the way through and buy your product, you can certainly reach out to them again. Just like your traditional retargeting options on, say, Google or some other advertising platform, Facebook works the same way. We want to be able to reach out to people who aren't fully committed at the point in time, but we can reach out to them at another point in time. And so Facebook's advertising platform allows us to do that. So it's a great feature that we could take advantage of that we'll talk about more throughout this session. And then it helps increase revenue, sales, and leads. And that's primarily what most advertisers are after. You know, more revenue, more sales, more leads. So Facebook allows us to educate our audience, again, a targeted audience, about a specific product we have to offer. So the more our audience knows about our product, especially if their friends and family members and colleagues are using the product, then the more likely they're going to purchase. So if you go back to the other feature, higher revenue, less spend, this is the primary reason. Because you have a chance to influence somebody who's very targeted, who's very active on the platform, and who may have like-minded people in their life associating with your brand and product. So it's a perfect combination for advertising. Perfect combination. And so today we're going to talk about all the different types of Facebook ads. And we're going to start out with the single image ad. And the single image ad are just single image advertisements that have an optional text on top and a link description that links to the website. So single image ads are probably the most popular. You can see them on probably your own Facebook feed if you look. So in fact, I'll just jump over to my Facebook feed right now. And if I go there, what do I see? I see a single image ad here. and it's from Shopify partners. So become a Shopify partner, add e-commerce to your list of qualifications. So Shopify must be, a brand that is trying to woo my business. Okay, so they know that somebody that I'm associated with, or maybe I fit their demographic, so they're targeting my newsfeed with a single image ad. So that's what a single image ad looks like. It's simply just one single image with some description. And the great thing about this single image, if you haven't noticed, is the pixels are pretty large. It's 1200 by 628, so it kind of stands out a little bit. It's not your traditional thumbnail. It really pops when you look at the newsfeed. So again, if I go back to my newsfeed here, you can see it just really stands out within the newsfeed. So I can't miss it. If I'm a targeted part of their targeted audience, it's hard for me to, not see this ad interact in some way, especially, again, if I know somebody in my network on Facebook, or either that be a friend or family member, is associated with that product. Okay, in addition to the single image ads, Facebook also has multi-product ads, or also known as carousel ads. And so what the carousel ads do is allow you, in carousel form, allow you to rotate different ads with different messaging and different call to action. And so here you can see Simplilearn has a example of a carousel ad where they're showcasing their different courses. So this allows users to view a range of all your different products and services. If you have multiple products and services to offer, then the carousel ads would be a good option for you. So in addition to the carousel ads and single image ads, it gets a little bit more sophisticated in terms of technology, where Facebook allows us to offer up video ads. And so video ads are interactive. It's a good way to really showcase your product, your brand, your service. And the great thing about the video ads is they can go from just a few seconds all the way up to 2 minutes, or all the way up to 120 minutes. And so you can really, really put a lot of time and effort into the video ads to really put your brand out there. And so the one thing about video is it is interactive. Most people engage with video, and they tend to get about 10 to 30% more views than other forms of ads. So the video ads are really a popular way for you as an advertiser to put your brand or product out there. So you can put your brand and product out there in not just a few seconds, but really tell a nice complete story to get the engagement, to get the person to take the action you want them to do. So that's why video ads have become very popular, because they tend to get more engagement, more interaction than your traditional single image ad or say your carousel ad. So Facebook also allows us to advertise something called lead ads. And what lead ads allow us to do is obtain user details. Okay, so we can acquire or get an email address or phone number from somebody who's interested in our product or service, and that person doesn't even have to leave Facebook. So if you look here in the example, here we have the ad, somebody clicks on sign up, and they get this form submission. And the great thing about the lead ad is that it can sync up with any CRM, or most of your popular CRMs. I should say, for example, Salesforce as an example of a CRM, where somebody fills that out, the information goes directly to Salesforce. And so lead ads are really good if you're trying to generate, leads for your business. And the form itself, the interaction stays right in Facebook. And so that's the great thing about it. They don't really have to leave the platform. Another form of advertising on Facebook are slideshows. Okay, so unlike the carousel ads, which rotate, and the carousel ads, remember, rotate and showcase different products or services, these ads are interactive, but they're rotating different imagery. So it allows you to really put your best images out there with a really strong call to action, just like you see here with the Simplilearn example. Okay, so they're showcasing, their different classes, and then they have the Get Started Today call to action to really punctuate the slideshow ad. So what's interesting is you can really gauge a person's interest by throwing different products or images out there. You can really immerse a user's experience here by showing different images. And then The last type of ad on Facebook is called a collection ad. And so these ads combine basically your video, your slideshow, or your product images taken from your product catalog. Okay, so if you're an advertiser who wants to advertise several products at once, then this could be a great option for you, the collection ad. So here you could see the Simplilearn example. Here they're showing, not only, some good slideshows and imagery with some good messaging below that. So before we get into the steps for creating an ad on Facebook, let's talk about some of the important changes that have happened on Facebook recently in light of data sharing. So really what Facebook's done is they made an important change on how user data is being used for advertising. And so what Facebook's done is they removed something called a partner category, and that was an ad targeting program which the targeting option was based on data provided by a third-party partner. So if you're an advertiser and you had a third-party partner that provided some targeted options to you, that was known as a partner category. And in summary, Facebook has removed that program. And so now the only way you can gain user information is if they provide that voluntarily, like the lead ad, for example. Now, you have to get the data directly from the third party now. So you can't have that third party give you that targeting option anymore. You could certainly, again, capture the data yourself by relying on lead capture landing pages, as an example, or the lead ads. And you can certainly still outsource your advertising to lead gen agencies and media buying companies. Okay, but the partner category has more or less gone away. Okay, so now let's get into how to create a Facebook ad. So what are the steps? So the first thing you'll have to do is set up a campaign. So when you're setting up a campaign, you have to select what kind of spending you want to do for your advertisement and what you want to achieve. Okay, so you have to, in other words, identify the goal. Okay, so with Facebook, you have two opportunities at hand here. You can jump into an auction. Just like Google, what you're going to do is your ad's going to enter into an auction. And so this is where you can decide how you want to spend your money to achieve your goals by choosing an appropriate bid strategy for the auction. So in the auction, you're competing with other advertisers. Another option is you could do reach and frequency. And so with reach and frequency, you'll be able to advertise to your brand's audience with a fixed cost. So reach and frequency allows you as the advertiser to better predict the delivery, cost, and reach of your branding campaigns. So with auction, you have more choice, you have flexibility, you have scalability, but not a lot of predictability, okay? Because again, you're going into an auction, and your auction is going to be competing against other advertisers. So this option is available to all advertisers, and you can have pricing that you can change during the auction price process. So that's the unpredictability part, is the pricing. So pricing can fluctuate during the auction because you have different advertisers who are trying to achieve the most prominence for their ad. With reach and frequency, you'll be able to plan and set up your campaigns and actually set it up so it's more predictable on how the delivery is going to be done with reach and frequency. So more predictability with reach and frequency because you could set everything up in your campaign. Okay. So again, with the reach and frequency, you'll be able to advertise with a fixed cost. Auction, you're not necessarily going with a fixed cost, you're going with more scalability, flexibility on cost. That can change. Okay, so once you choose your objective for your advertisement, then you need to choose the type of advertisement you want to do, and it's based on your objectives. So what's your objective? Is it awareness, to drive awareness? Is it to drive consideration? Or is it to drive a conversion? So these are the three objectives available to you for your advertising. You want to choose one of those objectives. So let's take a look at each of these objectives available to you. Okay, so let's start out with awareness. So awareness can help with creating an interest for your product. or your service. So when we say awareness, we're thinking maybe brand awareness or product awareness to get out there in front of people. Okay, so with consideration, it's a little bit different than awareness, but not so different in that we're really aiming to get people to think more about our product and service and have them take the next step. So with awareness, you're introducing your product and service. With consideration, you're getting people to take the next step and start looking for information about the product or service you're advertising. And then conversion is kind of that final step. If you're really after conversion, you really want that person to make the decision. Okay, so they're either going to buy or use your product or service. Okay, and so that's the conversion objective. So you have to choose one of these three objectives here. Is it going to be awareness? Is it going to be consideration? Or is it going to be conversion? And so let's go back to awareness. Okay, so if we look at awareness, under awareness, we have brand awareness and we have reach. Okay, so when we look at brand awareness, really what we're trying to do is we're trying to increase awareness about our brand or the product in our brand. So these types of objectives, meaning awareness, don't really emphasize interaction. Okay, you're not really trying to get somebody to purchase or buy something or opt into a newsletter. Really, your goal as an advertiser with brand awareness is to get your product out there so people are aware that it exists, okay? Let alone forget about buying it or opting into a newsletter. Your goal with awareness and brand awareness is to get people to see that you're existing, your product exists, your service exists, it's available. And really, the aim is to create high brand recall amongst users rather than focusing on generating revenue. So when we say, high brand recall, what we mean is, hey, if your brand is out there and you are really pushing it out there amongst a large targeted demographic audience, then the next time that audience sees your brand, they're going to be able to associate with it. Okay, it's not going to be foreign to them or the first time they ever seen it. You really want them to recall, hey, I know that brand. I've seen that brand before. Okay, that's kind of the reaction you want to get from a brand awareness. Hey, that's a cool looking logo. Or, man, that product looked interesting. Now I'm going to take the next step. So that's what brand awareness really needs to do. It needs to create that recall for your audience. Okay, so let's take a look now at reach. So with reach ensures that our advertisement is seen by the maximum number of people within our target audience and budget. So with reach, we're really trying to reach or get our ad out there to as many people as possible, given who we're trying to target and given the amount of money we have to spend. So it helps to target a smaller audience to visit your website, watch your video, or even convert on your website. Okay, so that's with reach, we're just really trying to get it out there. Okay, so let's move on to consideration. So we talked about awareness, we talked about brand awareness and reach. With consideration, we have, people who are willing to take that next step. Okay, so if we're targeting a specific demographic and we're looking at consideration, we really want them to do something with our ad. We don't want them just to recall it or see it for the first time. We want them to take that next step. And so with consideration, we have traffic. So if we have an ad, the least we want somebody to do who's seen our brand before is at least click on our ad. Okay, so we want people to, click on our ad and go to our website. Really, that's a goal of consideration is, hey, I know that brand. I've seen that brand before. Let me click on this and see what they have to offer. So this might involve them listening to a podcast or reading an article or being introduced to an app. So really you're setting the stage for further down the funnel by further introducing them to something that's on your website. So you really want them to take that next baby step. The next baby step is clicking on the ad, going to your site, and further educating themselves about your particular product or service. So Facebook shows these advertisements to people within your target audience based on their past behavior. Okay, so that's a great thing about Facebook. You can really, really get targeted here with your audience. Okay, so engagement. So we talk about traffic, we're going to talk about engagement. So these types of ads are useful when we want users to engage more with our ad. For example, we can, really have an advertisement or a post that will allow people to like it, they can respond, or even take advantage of an offer. So that's what we mean by engagement. We really want people to react positively within Facebook about our ad or our post. Okay, so it can help with building an engagement audience for your Facebook page that can be used for future advertising campaigns. So we're really getting people to take that next step. And what's that next step? If they don't go to our website, they can like what we have to say. And then we can have app installs. So that's another option to us for consideration. So app installs are great if we want to send users to an app store, for example, so they can download our app. So if we're really, really pushing an app that we just developed, then an app install could be a good opportunity under consideration to allow that user to take that next step and download your app so that at a later stage they can go and interact with the app. We have video views. So video views are good advertisements when you're promoting your product or service and you really want a high number of views. So remember, early on we were talking about the types of ads available on Facebook. We talked about video views, how they get 10 to 30% more engagement. Well, that's really what we want videos to do. Under consideration, we really want people to understand what we're trying to do and really engage with our product. And so they could turn around and like it. They could turn around and push it out to their friends. So video, we know, is high engaging with an audience. And so having a video allows you to really allow that video to potentially go viral. Okay, so video views help users engage and enables the creation of an audience which can be used for future advertisements. Okay, so highly engageable, interactive, allows people to, really, really take that next step with your product or service by really getting to know what you're all about. Okay, then we have lead generation. So lead generation is interesting because remember those leads ads we mentioned when we were talking about the type of ads that Facebook has to offer? Well, lead ads, or if you have a lead generation type ad, really what you could do is you can just collect the information. So if really somebody's interested in your product or service right away, then you can generate a lead ad and allow them to say, hey, you know what, I'm interested. I'm going to sign up for your newsletter. Or yes, I'm interested in your product or any future giveaway or promotion you have to offer. Here's my email address, here's my name, here's my phone number. So lead ads are great for consideration because somebody knows your ad, they've likely engaged with you, they like what you have to say, and they're willing to take that next step. And you can integrate your lead ads with third-party apps that's tied to your CRM. So, for example, Salesforce. Lead ads can sync up right with Salesforce, and then you can then follow up with that user at a later point. So that's consideration. So we have a lot of good options available to us under consideration. We could drive traffic, video views, app installs, just regular engagement, and then we got lead gen. So we got a lot of opportunities for consideration if you're really trying to target people who are already familiar with your brand or product or service. And then last but certainly not least, we have messaging. So with messages, these ads aim to convert a user's interest in a product to a successful sale or conversion. So it targets people who are more likely to respond through Messenger. So Facebook Messenger is a service that is integrated nicely in with Facebook. And so with Facebook Messenger, you can communicate with that person directly just through Messenger. Okay, so it could be a chatbot or it can be a rep who can act as customer support or provide more information about the product or service. So you can use Messenger to your advantage. You can talk right away to somebody who is really interested in considering your product or service. So this is kind of the capstone of consideration because it takes into account one of Facebook's most popular features, which is Messenger, and allows you as an advertiser to use that feature to engage with your targeted audience directly. Let's turn our attention to the last objective, which is conversion. So under conversions, we have conversions, product catalog sales, and store visits. So for conversions, really, this is the end of the funnel. This is really the part of the funnel where we want people to take action. So ads related to the objective of conversions really aims to increase, whatever the goal is of your website. So if it means signups or registrations for your services or sales or downloads or any desired action on your website, then that's the conversion. Okay, so that's what we're aiming to achieve when we are tying our ads to conversions. Okay, so you have conversions and you have pure product catalog sales. So for product catalog sales, these could be ads to help promote your e-commerce store or other products in your store portfolio, So think of Amazon, think about all the products they have on their website, they are probably likely going to choose, product catalog sales because it really will help really push traffic to the store and really get somebody to convert either for a particular product or get them to look at other product categories and buy something there. So really, product catalog sales are really great for future campaigns when you're really looking for sales. And then we have store visits. And so store visits really help direct traffic to your location, and really it helps deliver ads based on your user's current location. Okay, so if we really want to get somebody to the store, if you have a brick and mortar store, for example, then you can use store visits as your objective under conversions to really drive traffic to that location. So that's what store visits are. We really want people to, take that next step, get to your store and check out your store and purchase. So that's what store visits are under the conversions objective. So within each of these advertisement objectives, we can create split test, also known as A/B testing. And the reason why we call it A/B testing, because what you're doing is you're testing one variable from the other. So really you have two advertisements that really are the same, except the only difference is there's one thing that's altered from the other. So in this example, we have A with one promotion, and then we have B, which is the same audience, same everything except a different promotion. So you're really changing one variable when you do a split test. And so that's available to Facebook, just like any other type of advertising. Let's say you do, search advertising on Google. Split testing is available. Let's say you do email marketing. Split testing is available with subject lines. Facebook's no different. It allows split testing, or allows you to use two versions of the same ad and able to change one of those parameters. So you can see really what ads performs best. That's the whole idea behind a split test. Okay, so if it's the original sale of 25% off, then hey, so be it. You know it works because you tested it against another variation. And then the great thing about testing, it never ends. So if 25% off works over, say, $2,000 off, then you try something else to see if that will increase sales. That's the whole idea behind testing, is you always want to see what works. Okay, so really what it comes down to is it could be a promotional offer, or it could be something as simple as changing the call to action. A different color on the call to action. It could be anything you want to test, as long as you're able to, figure out what works and then apply what works so you can continue to improve your advertising. That's really the whole idea behind A/B testing. Okay, so it really is identifying an element you want to test. And then really once you identify that element, and you test it and you know what wins, then you can move on to other things to figure out what else works. So if you tested the promotion, then go on to the CTA. So you could test things like colors and call to actions and imaging and messaging and positioning. And you could play around with your target audience and test a segment of a target audience against another. So there's lots of things you could test. when you A/B test. The most important thing to note, though, when you A/B test is you always want to keep in mind what metric you want to measure the test up against. So some of the metrics you could use are click-through rate, which is CTR, cost per click, CPC. You can use conversion rate, also known as CR, or just clicks. The whole idea is when you do a test and you're testing a promotional offer, you're testing even the call to action, you need to measure that up against a metric. So that metric is what's going to determine the winner. And so it doesn't have to be overly complicated. It can be as simple as testing, one call to action against another and determining which one gets more clicks. And if one gets more clicks than the other, then hey, you have a winner. Okay, let's go through the steps of creating a new campaign on Facebook using Facebook's Ads Manager. So you're going to log into facebook.com/ads manager, and you're just going to click on the Create New Campaign button. And when you do that, you're going to see a screen that looks just like this. And you're going to go through a series of steps. So as we presented earlier, the first step is always choosing your objective. So we have awareness, consideration, and conversion. So recall that awareness was getting your brand out there to people who never seen your brand or product or service before. So it's a matter of trying to reach as many people as you can to get your brand out there. And so you have brand awareness or you have reach. Remember, one is controlled, one is uncontrolled, okay? So reach is a little bit more controlled because you can set your budget. Okay, and you can control your budget a little bit better. So brand awareness is just getting it out there, having Facebook plop it in front of the ad in front of as many people as possible. With reach, you are trying to maximize how many people you show your ad to, but it is a little bit more controlled against the budget. Okay, either way, choosing awareness is going to set the objective of trying to maximize your exposure for your brand, your product, or your service. Okay, if somebody has already seen your brand or somebody's already familiar with your product or your services, then you may want to choose the objective of consideration. And so these are people who, again, are already familiar, who you want to take that next step. Remember, Facebook is an environment where you're targeting a specific audience. So you're targeting people have likely seen your brand, product, or service. So you want them to take that next step. That's what you want them to do. Okay, so here, under consideration, we have traffic, engagement, app installs, video views, lead gen, or messages. All of these choices are getting somebody to do something for you. For example, app installs. You want them to install your app. Or engagement, you want them to like or share your post. Video views, watching your video or messaging. You want them to interact with you via Facebook's Messenger feature. So all of these are interactions of some sort where somebody's taking that next step. They've seen your brand, they're interested, but they're not quite ready to purchase yet. Okay, so that's what consideration is. Then you have conversion. This is people in the funnel who or think want to convert. And when I say think meaning, you're really targeting people who you've targeted before, who maybe has purchased from you before, or is exactly the type of audience you're looking to purchase. Okay, so you have conversions, you have catalog sales, and you have store traffic, meaning driving foot traffic to a store. Okay? So these are people further down the funnel who you don't necessarily want to take a smaller action like just share your Facebook post or provide their email address and name. Okay, so you want them to purchase. So these are the three marketing objectives you're going to choose from. Okay, so we're just going to choose conversions for the sake of this example. And then when we go to choose conversions, remember we can create a A/B split test. Okay, so that's a choice you should always choose because you always want to be testing something. Okay, in this case, we might want to test the ad. We might want to test, say, the call to action because we're looking for conversions. So it could be as simple as having one ad with a buy more and the other ad that says, hey, check out our website. So you have that option to A/B split test, and then you have budget optimization, which basically allows you to set your budget evenly across your different ads. Okay. And so what Facebook's going to do is basically make sure that the best performing ad is going to be seen more often. So that's budget optimization. You're maximizing your budget towards an ad or ads that you want to be able to have more control over in terms of what's working and what's not working, versus not selecting this option. Your ads are just going to randomly show, and there's not going to be any necessary control over how much spend each ad gets. So that's the first step in creating your campaign. It's always choosing your objective with a few options built in. So the next step in the process is ad set. Okay, and as you can see here, before you even get to ad set, what Facebook is prompting us to do is look at basically how the A/B test is going to work. So here they're explaining how an A/B split test works. Okay, so basically what an A/B split test does is serve up 50-50, the original versus a variation of the original. Okay, so that's more or less how an A/B split test works. And so Facebook is doing us some good by showing us this messaging, okay, because that's what we chose. Now, notice we chose conversion as our objective, okay? So what we're going to be required to do is put a conversion pixel on our website so that Facebook can actually track conversions. And so what we want people to do is purchase. And so what we need to do then is add a Facebook pixel to our website so that Facebook can actually track how many people purchase from your campaign. So this is very important. And so if you're driving traffic to your website and you want them to convert, then you need to make sure all the tracking's in place. So the next step in setting up your ads is setting up an offer. So if you have an offer that you want to provide, go ahead and select on, because the default is set to off. Okay. What you could do is you can associate it with your particular company page on Facebook, and then you're going to create your offer. So I'm going to put my offer title. I'm going to put a little bit more details in there. I can put an end date when the offer expires and a specific time. So based on what you put, this is what people is going to see with the ad. And here you have the redemption section where you can have people redeem the offer online or online and in store. So if it's online, you need to provide Facebook with a URL where people can go and redeem that promotion, that offer. And then you have a chance, an opportunity to add a particular code. So you don't necessarily have to have a code with your offer. It could be a one-time code, or it can be a unique code, okay, or unique codes, okay? And then you have an advanced option here. And this advanced option is pretty important because if you're setting up an offer and you only want a specific number of people to see that offer, then, and you don't want them to share that offer, then what you could do is hide the share option. So that way people won't be able to share the promotion with friends or family or whatnot. Now they could still copy and paste the link of the offer, but they won't be able to easily do it with the share option. And here you can put some terms and conditions. Okay. So that's the offer, okay? And it's pretty intuitive in the wizard. My recommendation is you should always put out an offer to get people to, again, your objective is to get people to convert. So an offer always helps incentivize conversions. Okay, here we have our variable because we're testing, we're split testing, okay? So here we're choosing what we want to split test. So if we choose creative, basically what we're doing is we're telling Facebook we want to test our creative, our ad. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to select the audience. And so we could choose a custom audience, a lookalike, or all. So here you can see we have a lookalike, and a lookalike basically is what Facebook does is they're trying to find people who are very similar to your customers. Okay, so that's who you want to target, people who look like your customers on Facebook. Okay, so you could choose a lookalike audience, or you could choose a custom audience if you already have one. So we're going to create a new custom audience here, and basically what we want them to do is website traffic, and we're just going to call it website traffic. And basically it's going to be all website visitors. Okay, so we're going to create this audience here. So we've done that, and basically now what we're trying to do is we're trying to tell Facebook, okay, if our audience is all website visitors, where are those visitors going to come from? So we want to choose a location. So it could be everyone in a particular location, everyone who lives in a particular location, or recently in the location, or traveling in a location. Okay, so here you can see we have it set to United States, but we can always change that. So you can really pick and choose areas or cities, and even exclude areas. You can even upload locations in bulk. So if you have a specific set of locations, you can upload that. After you choose your location, you're then going to choose your age. So here you have, if you look, all the way down to 13 years of age, and then your range goes all the way up to 65 years of age. Then we have our gender. We can choose both men and women, or just men and just women. And then we can target a specific language. If we want to target Spanish people, or people who speak Spanish, then we can choose Spanish. Notice we can add multiple languages. Okay, so if we want to do some specific targeting, for example, we can do interest or specific behavior. So if I click suggestions, then for example, Facebook's going to offer us up some suggestions. So if we want to target people who have an interest in foreign language, or charity and causes, or mindfulness, or it could be specific job titles. Okay, so we can get really detailed with our targeting. We also have connections. So who do we want to target? So are these people who like our page, who are friends of people who like our page? We can also exclude people who like our page. Okay, so remember, your advertising is tied to a Facebook page. However, you could still drive that traffic to your website. But what Facebook does is once you connect your ad or your campaign to a Facebook page, then they have an idea of the profile, then they have an idea of what type of community you have on Facebook. Okay, so that really helps them offer you more detailed targeting in the form of connections. Okay, so when we're done, we could save the audience. So I'm just going to name it English and Spanish. Click save. Okay, now I have my audience saved. And the important thing here is that this audience is saved. We can use it at a later date, or if we're setting up a new campaign, we can pull from the same audience under use a saved audience. So if I just type in English and Spanish, you'll see my audience here. Okay, and we can always edit it if we need to. Okay, so next is the placements section. So here, placements is where we want to show our ads. Okay, so we want to be able to place our ads in the proper placement. And so what Facebook does is they actually recommend you do an auto placement. And so Facebook will, based on your audience, show your ad in different spots or different placements throughout Facebook based on the people you're trying to target, the audience. Okay, so in this case, we're targeting both Spanish and English, okay? And we're targeting 13 to 65-year-olds who live in the United States. And so what Facebook's going to do then, because we have automatic placement set up, is they're going to be able to place our ads based on our target audience. So this is an option I always recommend you do, and Facebook recommends as well. If you're specific about where you want your ad to be placed, then you can just select edit placements. And notice when you select edit placements here, you have different options. Not only on Facebook, but on Instagram as well. Okay, and Facebook's network, and in Facebook Messenger. So you have all these different options available to you if you really want your ad placed in a specific position. So here, if I just scroll over here, I can see what it looks like in a feed, in-stream video. I can scroll down to Instagram. That's what it looks like in a feed on Instagram. Okay, you have Instagram stories. If I want to go and advertise on Facebook Messenger, then I have some options here in Messenger inbox or sponsored messages. Okay, so you have a lot of options available under edit placements, meaning picking your placement specifically. But again, I recommend, as does Facebook, just go with the recommended placements for now. unless you're really clear and you really understand how Facebook works and where these placements are actually going to be. But remember, if you choose edit placements and place it in a specific position, let's just say on Messenger inbox, remember your audience may not be there. So going with the automatic placements, is a way for Facebook to help you get your ad in front of the right audience. Here, the next section, delivery optimization. Okay, how much of our ads are optimized and delivered? So remember, we chose conversions here, so we're going to optimize our ads for conversions. So what Facebook's going to do is take into account each conversion that each ad is getting. And they're going to show that ad that's getting more conversions more often than the ads that aren't getting as many conversions. Okay, so they're optimizing the ad delivery based on how many conversions each ad gets. And there's an option in here as well. So you can put a cost control in place. So you have an average cost per purchase. Okay, so Facebook will aim to get the most purchases and spend your entire budget. Okay, if you put in an average cost per purchase. So for example, if I'm selling t-shirts, I may not want my average cost per purchase to be $20 because I'm not going to make any money. So I'm probably going to choose maybe $2, $3, $4, even as high as $5 on a cost per purchase, because I want to make sure I'm not spending a lot of money just to get a purchase. So you have that option available to you to put in as a cost control. And here we have a conversion window. And so what this conversion window is going to do is, help Facebook optimize your ads a little bit better based on the number of conversions that happen in this window. Okay, so you have some other options in here. You want to do standard delivery, ad scheduling. You can run your ads on a schedule, or you can run them all the time. Okay, and then moving down to the next option in our ad set is we have split test budget and schedule. So we have the opportunity to put a budget in place for our ads, okay, and we can schedule the A/B test to start running immediately if we want to, or we can have the A/B test run at a specific date, and we can have it run for a specific period of time. So this goes all the way back to the first option where we chose A/B split test on step 1. So we have a series of options available to us for the split test. Okay, once we have all our options in place, okay, we're going to click continue. And then the final step is actually setting up our ads. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to name our ad, in this case ad A. Okay, it's going to be tied to a Facebook page. It's going to be tied to an Instagram account. And then we could choose the format of our ad. So remember, we have a lot of different options available to us on Facebook. We have the carousel, which allows us to have multiple images scrolling horizontally. We can have that single image ad. We can have a video. We can have a collection of images. So we have a lot of options available to us. And then what we could do is we can link up our ad to a specific page. Okay. Now, before we do that, we want to be able to upload our images. Okay. So we're going to manually choose images, videos, and links. Okay. And then we're going to add some text to support that image. Okay. And so when we add text in for our ad, we have the option of setting up a headline. Actually, it's not an option. It's actually mandatory. The description is actually optional. Okay. But my recommendation is you want to add a headline that's going to grab attention, and you want to add a description to support that headline. So I always recommend putting in a description. And then once you do that, you're going to add your destination URL, and then you're going to be able to preview your ad. Okay, so if we have an image here, okay, we can just say, hey, come check out our new product. And so as I add this information, I'll be able to view it on the right side. Okay, so it looks like Facebook at this point is not able to view the image, but normally you're able to see a preview. In this case, it's on the mobile news feed. So if we drop down, we can see desktop right column. Okay, so we need to really choose our images. So we're going to change an image here. Let's see if I can choose another image. Okay, I'm going to choose an image here. And so now I can see the image. Now I could see the headline. And then I can see what it looks like just by changing the placement. Okay, so if I want to choose Facebook stories, whoops, that's not available. If I go to, for example, instant articles, okay, here I can see what my ad looks like on instant articles. So it wasn't available on certain placements because of the type of ad we chose. But the point being, when you set up your ad, you choose your image and you write your headline and put your destination URL in, then you'll be able to preview it on certain placements, depending on what type of ad you chose. Okay, once you're set up, and remember, we're setting up A/B testing. So that was ad 1. Now we want to test the second ad or the variation. And so basically what we want to do is choose the same type of format. Then what we want to do is pick a variation. What is that variation going to be? It could be maybe just a different headline, okay? Or it could be a different URL. You need to decide what it is you're going to test, okay? Once you decide what you test, you're going to add that to variation B. Once you add that to variation B, then you have both ads set up. Once you confirm, Facebook is going to confirm for you whether the ads meet their criteria. Okay, and if it doesn't, in this case, you could see we have some errors. Then we need to go back and fix them. So I'm going to go back and choose single image ad. Okay, so now I could just choose my one image. So I can browse a library of images I already have. Now here's my single image ad. I'm going to add some text in there, a website URL, a headline. Remember, you want it to be catchy. Okay, you can change the call to action here. Okay, you can add multiple languages. So you have a lot of options depending on the type of format you choose. So remember, we chose A/B test, so we're going to set up both ads, ad A and ad B. Okay, and when we do that, again, we can have Facebook review it. Once they review it, they can confirm. You can see we still have some errors on ad A, so let's go ahead and fix that. I'm going to choose single image because that's what ad B is. I'm going to browse my library. Maybe I'll just test a different image. I'm going to click continue. And so basically keep everything the same. What I'll test is maybe the image. So you have to go into an A/B test knowing what it is you want to test ahead of time. Okay, once you do that, you're going to go ahead and continue to add B. And then once you do that, here, let's go ahead and fix this error here. The link field. So let's just go ahead and put a link in there. Continue to add B. Once I confirm, then I have two ads ready to go on specific placements, or excuse me, automatic placements in this option, that's the option we chose. And basically the ads are set to optimization against conversions. We have a set budget, and we're going to be able to then, once our ads go live, is look at some reports to see how they're performing. So that's the steps in setting up a campaign on Facebook. You're choosing your objective, okay? Then you're setting up your ad set, okay? And then once you set up your ad set with your target audience, then you're actually going through the motions. In this case, we set up two ads because we chose A/B testing, okay? And if you didn't choose A/B testing, then you would just choose to set up the first ad. And once you do that, you confirm, and voila, your campaign is set up based on these three steps. Okay, so let's review with some do's and don'ts of Facebook. So we mentioned the types of ad that Facebook has. We mentioned how to set up a Facebook ad itself and choosing the right objectives. And so some of the do's involved are just what I mentioned. We always want to do A/B testing on our ads. Whether that's, again, just changing out the color or changing out an image, you always want to do A/B testing. because Facebook has, carousel ads, and because they have, ads that can rotate, and you can use even video with your ads, you always want to take advantage of what's given to you. And so Facebook allows you to do it. So if you have the opportunity to have a video ad, then use the video ad. Highly recommend it. Remember, video ads have higher engagement. So definite do is use engaging videos and imagery. So you don't necessarily have to use a static ad or image ad. You can use the carousel, for example, or the presentation mode, where you could show multiple images to really showcase your product and service. So with all the advertising that you do, you always want to align your messaging. So use a message that will stay with the audience. Okay, so use something that's going to be able to trigger. Remember, it depends on the funnel and where you're at. So if you're awareness or consideration or conversion, that has to align with your messaging. So if you're, targeting ads, and you want people to convert, then your message is going to be as such. You're going to talk to people as if you want them to convert, as if they're ready to convert. And you want to keep your message consistent and simple. So remember, the ads are available to you, and you have so many different features available to you within those ads, but that doesn't mean you got to convolute it with messaging. So keep your message consistent and simple. If it's brand awareness, definitely keep your message simple so that people can understand exactly what it is your product or service is all about. Then you want to alter your reach so that the ads are shown to the appropriate audience. Okay, so you always want to keep in mind who you're trying to target. Okay, so you don't want to target somebody who's not in your demographic. So alter your reach so that the ads are shown to the appropriate audience. Remember, you have, reach available to you, and reach allows you to really pick and choose exactly who you're targeting to and how often. Remember, you want to reach as many people as possible, but you don't want to reach the wrong people. Okay, some of the don'ts some things you want to stay away from is you don't want to put all your money on one campaign. So you want to separate out your budget, allocate your budget across different campaigns. And I would even take that a step further and, put different types of ads in different campaigns just to see what works. So again, it depends on where you're at in the funnel. If it's just brand awareness, okay, maybe create a campaign for that. If it's consideration, create a campaign for that, because in consideration, you might have lead ads in there. Say with the awareness campaign, you may just have a single image ad, okay, just to introduce your product to somebody with a simple message. So you want to, definitely think about how you want to separate out your campaigns, but don't be afraid to separate your campaigns by the type of ads. Don't put too much information in the ads. Remember, keep it consistent and keep it simple. That's the best thing I can say. And remember, a lot of these ads are image based. So images tell 1,000 words. They tell 1,000 stories. A video will do the job if you have to say too much. So if you're saying too much, think about a video. But if you're using an image, let the image tell the story. Okay, don't forget to proofread your ads. I can't stress that enough. Remember, if you're an awareness campaign, this is the first time somebody's seen your product or service. So you definitely want to get the messaging not only correct, meaning consistent and simple, but grammatically correct. You don't want to be so active on your Facebook page. So, when I say don't be so active on your Facebook page, really, it depends on where you're at. You're trying to introduce a product or service. So that doesn't mean that you need to go out and tell everybody to start buying your product. Remember, these people may not even know who you are, what product and service you offer. So you want to be able to approach your audience on your Facebook page in a manner which is suitable for your audience. And then have an image that doesn't correspond to the product being advertised. So you want to be able to, have an image that does correspond. So if you're targeting a specific audience with a specific product, then make sure the image on your Facebook page aligns with that. Okay, don't be inconsistent. Don't confuse the audience. Be consistent with your imagery as well as your messaging. Okay, so those are some of the don'ts, things you want to stay away from when you're advertising.
One of the biggest challenges Facebook faces is to keep people and businesses happy with continuously driving change in its functionality. Recently, new challenges have been added in this light of privacy of user data and fake news. The engine of Facebook's platform to drive all these changes is the Facebook algorithm. Understanding Facebook without understanding the Facebook algorithm will limit you in efforts to use Facebook successfully. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to discuss the recent newsfeed changes, to explain the concept of organic reach in Facebook, explain the new Facebook algorithm and its main components, identify the 3 active interactions in the Facebook algorithm, and discuss the future of the Facebook newsfeed. The Facebook algorithm is Facebook's secret sauce in which is decided which post to show in your newsfeed, whether it's your friend's post or a post from a business. Facebook has recently announced a cleanup of the newsfeed, which particularly affects how businesses should use Facebook. It is now commonly understood by businesses that to use Facebook successfully, they have to pay to play. In this lesson, you will learn about these Facebook changes in the algorithm and what you can do to improve your organic reach. And we will close the lesson with looking at the future of the newsfeed. The Facebook newsfeed and organic reach. The Facebook newsfeed is the core of the Facebook platform. It was launched as far back as 2006 and it has seen many iterations since. Initially, the newsfeed was the place to see posts from your Facebook friends. It was the Facebook way to stay up to date. And the Facebook algorithm decides which posts show up in what order. On top of the feed you see the What's on Your Mind, in which you can do your own status updates, and it allows you to add photos, videos, tag people, check in, and so on. Facebook continuously adds new features that you can add to your updates.
Newsfeed is the place where you can see the activities of your friends and the pages that you follow. You can access the newsfeed on the mobile app or on your desktop. I'm going to show here how to access your newsfeed on the desktop. By clicking here on the home button, you get access to your newsfeed, and in the newsfeed you can see all the posts. On the top of the newsfeed you have your create post section. We'll come back to that later. And then immediately below that you can see the posts of the various companies that you follow or the people that are your friends. And obviously the Facebook algorithm, and that's what we're talking about in this module, will decide which posts it will show based on your activities of your friends, how engaging are their posts, and how many comments are they getting on their posts. And that is a whole sort of calculation that Facebook does to make sure it shows the most engaging post in your newsfeed. You can see how many likes they get, how many comments. So you see this is a very engaging post. And here you can like, comment, share the post yourself. If I click on the company name, for instance, here, then I would go to the company page. And then on the company page, I can see all the posts that company has done, and not necessarily all those posts have made it to your newsfeed.
Companies can use Facebook by setting up a Facebook page and get people to like the page and become a fan. Posts done by the company would then show up in the newsfeed of their fans. In the early days of the Facebook pages, this was like the gold rush of the 18th century in America. Companies like Coca-Cola got tens of millions of fans and had a tremendous exposure on Facebook, and all for free. But when Facebook started to monetize their business through advertising, they needed to find a way to push businesses in using Facebook advertising. The way they did this was to slowly erode the organic reach in Facebook. Let's look at this organic reach in a bit more detail. On this slide you see how organic reach has dropped over the years and how the Facebook share price has increased. They are clearly related. The share price has gone up because a continuous drop in organic reach forced businesses to use Facebook advertising to reach their audiences. And this strategy clearly works. What started as small-scale advertising opportunities for businesses on the side of the newsfeed then in the newsfeed, and then on the mobile. Next, businesses could advertise in videos, and with the acquisition of Instagram and the launch of the new Facebook Messenger, new advertising opportunities emerged for businesses. But this drive towards growing advertising revenues came at a price. Where the newsfeed once was the place where friends posted updates on what they were doing, it became a garbage bin of business posts, ads, trivial videos, fake news, quotes, and other irrelevant stuff, practically impossible for the algorithm to manage. You may have noticed this yourself when you checked your newsfeed over the years. It used to be a place where your friends shared what they were doing, and it became a place where you could find stuff that the Facebook algorithm believed you liked. Facebook knew it had to do something about this. The growth in new users was slowing down, there was an increase in fake accounts, fake ads and fake news, and on top of that there were many issues on data privacy that got reinforced because of the introduction of the GDPR. So it was time for a change. The Facebook algorithm today. January 13th, 2018 goes into the Facebook history as a significant day. So much so that Facebook lost nearly $119 billion market value in one day. It was the day that Facebook announced to clean up the newsfeed. Zuckerberg said in a statement that they got feedback from their community that public content like posts from businesses, brands and media are crowding out the personal moments that lead people to connect with each other. Zuckerberg continues that it's easy to understand how we got there. Video and other public content have exploded on Facebook in the last few years. But what he doesn't say is that Facebook is a big culprit itself in polluting the newsfeed by pushing more and more businesses into advertising and by offering more and more places on Facebook, Instagram and Messenger to advertise. And all this pollution of the Facebook newsfeed is driving Facebook away from the most important thing it does, helping people to connect with each other. To cut a long story short, Facebook has dropped organic reach to less than 3%. And businesses now understand that they have to pay to play, or in other words, use Facebook advertising to reach their audience. So, where in the early years of the Facebook page you could build your audience and your brand organically on Facebook, and then use Facebook ads to give your reach a boost, nowadays you have to pay to play. But don't let this scare you, it doesn't have to be expensive. And Facebook has created an amazing advertising platform that can help you achieve your business goals. And don't worry, there are still ways that you can beat the Facebook algorithm and improve your organic reach. In the next few slides and lessons we will explain you how to do this. So let's look at today's Facebook algorithm in a bit more detail. The Facebook algorithm has to make sure that it selects the most relevant posts for you from the thousands of potential posts that may be displayed in your newsfeed. It analyzes the posts and arranges them in a way that you would like to see them. Its aim is to give you a better overall experience. It does this by looking at 4 different elements. It looks at all the available posts, it analyzes these posts on various factors called signals, and it predicts how you would react to the posts. It then summarizes all this with a score. And the posts with the highest score will feature higher in your newsfeed. Let me explain the signals to you on the next slide. These are the signals Facebook looked at before the cleanup announcement. Time spent on the content, overall engagement, when it was posted, story type, how informative is the post. But with the cleanup, Facebook fine-tuned the algorithm. And here is what it's looking for now. The Facebook algorithm will now put extra focus on the engagement on a post and the usage of other Facebook tools like Facebook Live or Facebook Messenger. Which means business posts that do not drive engagement, like commenting and sharing, will not show up in the newsfeed. Posts with short videos, quotes, quizzes, polls, and links to other websites are now being demoted. So what can you as a business do about this? That's not an easy question, and many businesses are still searching for the answer to this. But let me give you a few tips. Let's look at today's top ranking factors in Facebook. Top ranking factors in the Facebook algorithm. For the cleanup of the newsfeed, businesses use their posts to get people to click. We call this link bait, to watch a video or view an image by hovering over it. These were all passive actions, nothing to do with engagement. In the new algorithm, Facebook now looks at 3 interactions: commenting, sharing, and reacting. Commenting is at the core of the updated Facebook algorithm. Posts that will lead to high volume of comments will show high in the newsfeed. These are the posts to generate conversations between people. Comment baiting is definitely a no-no in Facebook these days. Facebook will demote posts that use engagement bait like comment, vote, react, or share. The algorithm will also reward posts that are being shared. Facebook likes posts that are shared within Messenger, and also business posts that have engagement when shared by friends. But sharing alone is not enough. Facebook will favor those posts that are shared and lead to conversations between people. Facebook also likes it when you use reactions. Although not as powerful as comments and shares, but it remains a form of active engagement. Facebook will promote your business posts to more people when people use the reactions buttons on your posts. So here are the new tactics that will help you increase your organic reach of your business posts. Call for quality instead of quantity. Post once a day instead of 5 times a day. Understand and analyze your fans. Check when they are online and post accordingly. Think about your content. Create specifically for Facebook and use video and Facebook Live. Facebook Live is a key tool that will help you improve your organic reach. There is also a little secret in Facebook called See First when somebody likes your page. It is set at default when they like your page, which means all your business posts will go through the Facebook algorithm. But when you set it as See First, your post will guaranteed show up at the top of the newsfeed of your fan. Analyze your posts and see which posts have lots of engagement. Recycle these posts or boost them with advertising. Learn from other Facebook pages. Experiment with your content and certainly make sure that you will reply on every comment you are getting. Another way of driving your organic reach is to start using Facebook groups. Facebook has revamped the group functionality recently and are promoting groups to be used by businesses as well. And this brings us back to the basics of marketing. By implementing these new algorithm changes, Facebook now forces businesses to understand their customer, to understand their target audiences. To understand their challenges, their motivations, what they like to interact with, what they care about. Because only then will you be able to create content that sparks emotion. Because emotions will generate comments, likes and shares. The future of the Facebook newsfeed. So what will happen with the newsfeed when we look into the future? The newsfeed has been around for more than 10 years now, and the concept has become a bit outdated. Obviously, it won't disappear straight away, but there are many new features emerging that will drive new types of engagement. If we look at stories, messaging, Facebook Live, and community features like Marketplace, dating, these are areas where you don't need a newsfeed and where you naturally find more engagement. Instagram is a good example of this. It's a fact that today's Instagram users spend more time in looking at people's stories than spending time on the Instagram newsfeed. But for now, make sure you understand the newsfeed and you understand the Facebook algorithm, because that will put you in an excellent position to take advantage of everything that Facebook has to offer. Here are the highlights of this lesson. Recently, Facebook announced that it would update the Facebook algorithm to only show posts in the newsfeed to lead to genuine conversations between people. As a result, organic reach for business posts on Facebook has dropped to the lowest position ever. Most businesses now understand that to reach their audience on Facebook, they have to pay to play, which means using Facebook ads. Fortunately, there are still ways to beat the new Facebook algorithm. Using Facebook Live is one of them. With the increase in commerce on the internet, it is obvious that e-commerce is also moving into Facebook. In fact, for years, social commerce has been an important word in Mark Zuckerberg's vocabulary. Enabling people to open a shopfront in Facebook and then linking it to their existing online shop. But the next step is to let all this commerce take place in Facebook and of course on the mobile. On top of that, Facebook now features many different ad types that shops can use to promote their products, linking back to the online store. Now watch this space, we've only seen the tip of the iceberg. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to set up a Facebook shop, connect your Facebook shop with e-commerce sites like Shopify, create a Facebook catalog, use Facebook dynamic ads to promote specific products, and promote your Facebook shop. Facebook has many options for e-commerce. You can set up a shop on your Facebook page and tailor it to your own products. These products can be presented on your page and you can advertise for them as well. And you can also add a catalog to your shop, which gives you the opportunity to promote and target your product advertising more specifically. Setting up your Facebook shop. Facebook allows you to set up shop on your Facebook page. By doing this, you can promote your products on Facebook and offer prices for your product. You can also add a Shop Now button. Once people click on the products, it will take them to their website where they can place the order they want to buy directly into the shopping trolley. Setting up a Facebook shop has many advantages. You don't need an existing catalog, so you can add an unlimited number of products you want to feature in your shop. Like any shopping catalog, Facebook allows you to organize your products in collections so people can easily find the products they are looking for. And by activating the messaging button, people can ask questions or even place an order.
To create your Facebook shop, you have to add a shop tab here on the left side menu. Now the way to do that is to go to the settings, and then in the settings you click on the templates and tabs, and then here you see you currently haven't got the shop as a tab, so you click add tab, and that's where you have shop. So you simply click add tab, and that means your shop has been added, and then you can drag the shop to a higher level in the tab menu. And then you can go to the settings of the shop, where you can switch it on and off, and where you can also copy the URL of the shop. But the main settings of the shop are also within the tab when you are on your page. So now that we've installed the tab for shop, you now see on your home page of your Facebook page, you here see as the third item the shop. Click on the shop, and the first thing obviously you need to do is to agree to the terms and conditions for your shop. You click continue, and then you're basically going to set up all the details in your shop. Now, the first question you need to answer yourself is, how do you want people to buy the products from your shop? They can either send you a message to buy, you can activate that, or you can drive them to your website. For instance, where you have your online shop, you can just get them to the link of that particular page. So for this demo's sake, let's click message to buy, and we'll click on continue. You select a currency and then you click save, and you're getting to the next screen of your shop setup where you're going to add products, and you can also add the description of what you sell. So when I click here on describe what Simply Business sells, I have 200 characters to describe what my business does. So I can just add, for instance, for the demo's sake, social media, training, products, and services. And I click Save Changes. And then I'm going to add products. So if I click on Add Product, you're going to add visuals for your product. You can add a video of your product. You can add name, the price, whether the product is on sale, a description of the product, whether you want to share this product on your Facebook page. You can give inventory information, different options about your product like sizes and colors, and how you want it to show up on your page and who do you want to be able to see the product. So let's add some products. So here we're going to go to the photos that we're dragging from the desktop. So let's say that is product 1, and we're going to use that. This is social media book, and the price is £10, and the description: how to attract, date and love your customers on social media. This going to leave these as standard options, and I click Save, and now I have my first product added. And I can add more products. Here you see how the product features in the product list. I can add my next product and add a photo, select the files. Here I'm going to product number 2, and this is social media training, and we'll say that is £50. Description: introduction to social media. Keeping those settings standard. That's product 2. And then I'm going to add product 3. Product 3 is, let's say, a LinkedIn training. And I'm going to say, again, LinkedIn training. The price is £50. I'm clicking Save, and then the fourth product that I will be adding is product 4, and that would be the Facebook training. And that would be, let's say, £50 as well. Introduction to Facebook, and I'm clicking Save. Yeah, if I now do a refresh of the page, you will see that all the products show up. Now there is another area where you can actually put products in different collections. So for instance, if I want to do the Facebook training and the LinkedIn training in a collection, I can then click here, Add Collection. Yeah, so these are the products that are currently in the catalog, but if I'm going to add a collection, I'm going to say training products. Yep, and then I can add the products to the collection. The one I wanted was Facebook training and LinkedIn training. I've now added 2 products to this collection, and I can then click Save. And if I now go back to my shop, so let's go to the page, and I'll go to the shop. You now see that I have 2 collections that I can sort of scan and browse through, and I have my different products. So I can now start promoting my shop through Facebook advertising or by sharing particular products from my shop on my timeline.
Here you see an example of a Facebook shop. You can see the desktop and the mobile version of it. On the desktop, you can see the shop tab on the left. You can decide what position the shop takes in the tab listing. You can do this in the settings. And you can see the products by category, and also you see the Shop Now button and the send message. On the mobile, you can show the product specs, a photo, the price, the details, and the link to the website. In the shop setup, you can manage all aspects of running your Facebook shop. You can add products, you can add collections, you can get an overview of the orders and the pending orders. The Facebook shop also allows you to tag products. You can tag up to 30 products and links in your shop. You tag these in your page posts. When people see your product tags in your posts, they can then click on the tag to shop for the tagged product. Finally, it is important to connect your Facebook page with a payment engine. You can set up your payment within your Facebook page, so people can buy your products directly on your page. But this only works in the US. For those shops outside the US, you need to integrate your Facebook shop with e-commerce platforms like Shopify. Fortunately, many online store builders who have e-commerce engines can integrate your existing products on their store with your Facebook page. This means that you can connect your existing online shop with Facebook, and your existing products will automatically be uploaded in your new Facebook shop. Creating your Facebook catalog. To expand the capabilities of your Facebook shop, you should use or set up a Facebook catalog. Consider this catalog as a folder with all the products you want to promote and advertise. Once you've set up your Facebook catalog, you can target people with specific product ads based on their browsing behavior in your shop. For example, when somebody clicked on a specific product in your shop, you can target them with an ad for that product the next time they are on Facebook.
Now that your shop is ready, you can target people who visit your shop or your online shop on your website through setting up a Facebook catalog. Now, in order to set up a Facebook catalog, you have to be in the Ads Manager. And when you click here on the Ads Manager, you go down under Assets, and that's where you see catalogs. Because we've created a catalog when we set up our shop, it will automatically show up here in your list of catalogs. And when you click on the catalog, you get to the screen where you can select different type of ads that you want to run for the particular products. You can see what products do we have in our catalog, what product sets do we have in our catalog, and what are the data sources for the catalog that we're using. And there is the settings for your catalog as well, like what's the name of your catalog, what notification settings, etc. So back to the diagnostics area of your catalog. This is where you are going to decide what type of ad you're going to use for your catalog. So you can have generic ads or you can have dynamic ads. Generic ads is basically where you can feature an ad for a specific product in your catalog, or when you do a dynamic ad, you can actually retarget people who see specific products on your website, and they can then receive an ad with that particular product that they saw on your website, but then on their Facebook, just as a little reminder that may push them to buy the product. So if I click on the ad to drive traffic, it will ask you which accounts do you want to use. And then it takes you to the Ad Manager, where you go through the standard process of your campaign settings, your ad account settings, your ad set, and the creation of the ad itself. Now, I'm not going to show you all the details of how to create an ad. We've done that in other demos. But a very important section that you have here is that you can create an instant experience, which is a much more multimedia type ad that you can select within your catalog. For instance, you can select which products do we want to select for the ad, how do you want to order the products, like dynamically, or you can even specify an order. Are there specific sort of collections that you want to use for this ad? Where do you want to use a cover video or a cover image? And then what is the call to action button that you want on your ad? And once you're done with that, you're going back into the ad set creation, where you are looking into the traffic for the ad and the audience segmentation, and then you follow the process of developing your ad.
Using Facebook dynamic ads. Here are a few more details about the Facebook dynamic ads. They promote products from your catalog to people who are more likely to respond to them because they have seen that particular product before in your shop or in your app, or they have shown an interest in the category. For instance, if people are browsing hotels on your website but don't make a reservation, you can then target them with specific product ads from your catalog based on their travel preferences. Finally, it is important that you promote your Facebook shop. There are many ways you can do that. You can promote your products by making them stand out through videos and really good photography. And another effective way of promoting your shop is by enabling ratings and reviews. Often people look at customer reviews before making a buying decision. And if you have a physical store, it will also help if you add all your shop details, like the address and the opening times. And it goes without saying that when people message you with questions or even an order, make sure you respond instantly. So what did we learn in this lesson? Setting up a Facebook shop will enable you to list and promote products you sell. You can even connect your shop with e-commerce sites like Shopify. You can set up a Facebook catalog that holds all the items you want to promote across all of Facebook's social media platforms. And Facebook dynamic ads automatically promote products to people who have expressed interest on your website or in your app. 3 simple elements for promoting your shop: respond quickly to messages from customers, encourage people to leave reviews, and add the address of your physical store. Facebook Live, setup and how to use for business. The final Facebook tool that businesses can use is Facebook Live, which basically allows you to live stream video to your Facebook audience. Live streaming started on Twitter a few years ago through Periscope. It soon moved to YouTube and Facebook and is now a really exciting communication tool to connect instantly with your audience. Live streaming has caught the media world by surprise. I can now be at a live concert and stream it live to my Facebook friends. Where do media rights fit into this? The industry is still trying to come up with answers. Fact is that Facebook Live allows you to start your own live TV program and broadcast it instantly to a global Facebook audience. And on top of this, Facebook loves you to use Facebook Live and will reward you for using it by giving your Facebook Live post a higher organic reach. Facebook Live has lots of opportunities for businesses. It gives natural engagement by people liking and commenting during the live broadcast. And Facebook gives you lots of opportunities to promote the live event before and after the live broadcast. At the end of the broadcast, Facebook will ask you if you want to save the broadcast and post it on your feed. Often, this leads to lots of additional views and engagements. On this site, you can see where in the world Facebook Live broadcasts are happening right now. You also see a lot of live activity in Southeast Asia. So let's look at some of the features. Facebook Live covers 3 aspects of communication. First, it allows you to have live conversations with your followers. And Facebook Live turns these conversations in very engaging experiences with likes and emoticons flowing over the screen as they come in, and comments showing up as well. Second, you can turn your live broadcast into a visual story like you want to tell it. You can add filters, colors, texts, overlays, etc. Adding augmented reality features is not far away. And thirdly, you can target audiences in multiple ways for your broadcasts. And on top of that, Facebook will give your live broadcast a higher than average organic reach. Old Spice Brazil is a great example of a Facebook Live campaign. They did a 2-day live broadcast to put their antiperspirant product to the test. They turned it into a big marketing campaign with which they reached over 9 million people with the time of the broadcast. There are many ways businesses can use Facebook Live. It's a great tool for promoting your products or services. You can do live tutorials or product launches. It can be used to support your live events. You can do a broadcast during your event and interview an expert who attends the event. It can also be used to support your customers. You can do a live Q&A, ask for feedback, hold a webinar. And Facebook Live also lends itself for sharing news, announce a sale, or organize a sales party. Lots of opportunities. It may take a while to build traction with your broadcasts, but if you can maintain the momentum, you can generate plenty of coverage and engagement. A good way to maintain engagement is to turn your live broadcasts into recurring episodes, weekly or monthly, so you can build your campaign around this and build up a library of great content.
It is very easy to start your Facebook Live video. When you are on your company page, what you do, you click on the Publish button on your mobile, and then in the different options you see, one of them is Live Video. You click on your live video, you immediately see what you want on the screen. You can have different background settings if you want to, different filters. You can select where you want to post. And you can then basically click Start the Live button. When you start a live button, you're live, you can still add different effects, you can invite people, you can chat, and basically we are now live. If I now would go to my other phone, and let me just quickly do that, I will go to Facebook and I will go to the Facebook page of Simplilearn, and I can see that Facebook, let me go here. Yeah, so I go to the Simplilearn business page, and I can then see that the video is live on the page from Simplilearn. And here I can then engage with the page. You can now also see here in the screen that I have one viewer, and that is me in this case. Here you can also see that I can like, and this is, I think, a really cool feature of the Facebook Live, which shows you the engagement that is happening during the broadcast. It can be a thumbs up, it can be a heart, it can be a smiley face. And I've seen companies do polls with give me a smiley face if you like the product, give me a sad face if you're not happy with the product. And then you can count the number of likes that come in that way. You can also see who is watching, and that's in this case is Mark Ampman. I can then also put in a comment to this post, and I can just say hi and post it, and that comment that will show up on the feed as well. So a very engaging, very interactive process to run your Facebook Live broadcasts. So when I click finish, then what Facebook will do is will save the video, and it will then give you the option to save it on your newsfeed, on your timeline. You can upload it in high definition. So when you save it on your timeline, then when you can share it straight away, or you can save it on your disk. I click share, and now you see that on my business page, in a minute, the live broadcast will show up. Actually, it's already shown up here. And you can then see who was on the video. Yep, you see the comment that came in, and you can see the video, and you can see the engagement in the video as well. So very powerful concept to run Facebook Live broadcasts.
Greetings everyone, this is Rob Sanders, and today I'm going to present Facebook advertising tips and strategies. So thank you for joining. Today we're going to cover a number of tips to help you gain a better advantage on advertising on Facebook. So let's get right to it with tip number one. And with tip number one, not all advertisements need to sell something. So remember, you have different objectives on Facebook. You can advertise an event, you can promote a customer story, you can send traffic to your website, or you can get them to download an app. So it all goes back to your objective. So if we go to Facebook and I want to create an ad, remember, my first option is to create an objective. So you have awareness, you have consideration, and you have conversion. So depending on what you want somebody to do, that's the objective you're going to choose. So just keep that in mind when you're setting up your campaign on Facebook. You need to align your objective with what you want people to do. So tip number two, we want to use Facebook Messenger for advertising. So Facebook Messenger is a feature that can be used with advertising on Facebook. And it's a good tool tool. It's a good practice because it allows you to, as the advertiser, to commute with individuals directly. So it's a feature that you should take advantage of because it allows you to quickly engage with your target audience. So that's the beauty of leveraging Facebook Messenger with your advertising. The communication tool is available and for you to engage with your target audience. So it's great for not only interacting, but taking care of any other objections that they have as an audience or prospective client. So you can answer any concerns they have right away. So it's a lot more personal and interactive than other forms of advertising because you're directly communicating with your audience. Tip 3, use video advertisements. I can't stress this enough. Video is very engaging. In fact, it's not only engaging, but it's very easy to use. So if we go to Facebook, really, Facebook is telling us for video, all we need to do is have basically a phone handy and an app and just to be able to upload it. So with Facebook video, you can really drive awareness and you can really drive sales. I mean, you can really make some really splashy videos on Facebook. All you need is a mobile camera. So with Facebook videos, it's really very easy to create. You just got to be creative. That's really the key to videos. You know they're going to be engaging to the end user. Say something, do something that's going to really grab their attention and get them to do what you want them to do. So these are just some of the examples you can see on Facebook, and you can see how creative advertisers are getting. You know, clear call to action, great video or great imagery, good promotional use. So there's a lot you can do with video and really make it interactive. So I can't stress video enough as an option for Facebook. It really is one of the better features with Facebook advertising and really very limited use of resources. All you need is that web camera, an app, and the ability to upload that video. That's really it for video advertisements. So keep in mind, and the reason why I'm harping on those video ads is they tend to outperform your traditional Facebook image ads in other formats like the carousel or the presentation mode. So there's other types of formats on Facebook. Video tends to give it that extra edge because it's very interactive. And in the form of interactivity comes engagement. So in this example, people are going to react, they're going to comment, they're going to share the video. And that's what you want as an advertiser. You want to grab as much reach as possible towards your target audience. And so video will help you do that. It will help you not only engage with the person, but allow that video to be shared and expand your reach towards your target audience. So remember, video can range from a few seconds all the way up to 120 minutes. So you're really going to get more views regardless of how long the video is because it's just going to be so interactive. So just keep that in mind. It doesn't have to be full on 120 minutes. It could be, anywhere from 1 to 5 minutes. To me, that's probably a good range, but just know that you have that leadway if you wanted to. So remember, video ads always perform better than single image ads or other type of image ad formats on Facebook. And they also perform better when they have subtitle support. So just keep that in mind as well, because you may have, individuals watching the video from, different countries speaking different languages. So tip 4, when you're placing your advertisement, where you place your advertisement will play an important role in deciding how many people come across it. So Facebook offers a number of different options to choose from. So remember, you got the news feed, you got instant articles, right column, you got suggested videos. So you got a lot of options at your disposal. There's lots of other options too. So you can have Facebook actually automatically place your ads, or you can specifically tell Facebook where you want to place your ads. And that's all part of the Facebook setup. So if we go to Facebook and then we go to create your campaign. So if we close ad set, here is where we're going to be able to choose our placement. If we click on choose placement, we'll be able to, allow Facebook to place it, or we can edit the placement specifically. So just keep that in mind. You have a lot of different options here. Again, feeds, instant articles, in-stream videos, you got right column, you even have Instagram. So you have a lot of options available to you. So my recommendation and Facebook's recommendation is always go with the auto placement, but you could specifically choose your placement if you want to when you're setting up your campaign. So start the advertising on the newsfeed could be recommended. The newsfeed is where you're probably going to get your most eyeballs. Most users spend most of their time there, and it has the highest chance of grabbing their attention. So the newsfeed could be a good place to start. Again, you can have it at auto placement, and your ads may be there as well, or you could specifically choose just the newsfeed or other placements. So tip 4, just be careful where you place your ad. It's really important. You want to place your ad where you're going to get eyeballs. So tip 5. Facebook ads also offer you the option to advertise on Instagram. So you have that option available to you. As I mentioned in tip 4, you have the option to advertise through stories, carousel ads, photo ads, and video ads. So again, that's all part of the ad setup. When you go to choose your placements, here you got Instagram feed, you get Instagram stories. And again, with both of those placements on Instagram, you can work with several different types of ads, including that carousel ad, including that video ad. So just keep that in mind that Instagram is an option for you. Take advantage of it. There's a lot more eyeballs on Instagram these days, and it plays off nicely with what you're trying to do with Facebook. So go ahead and give it a try. Okay, so let's take a quick break from the first few tips we went over, and let's take a look at an ad. So it's an ad break time. So let's take a look at this ad, and this is by New Scientist. And so what makes this ad so great? Well, there's been a lot of shakeup in the world today about fake news. You know, what is fake news? So New Scientist is actually playing off of that. They're mentioning, hey, fake news, not in our world. So they're actually playing off of that term fake news. And so that's an attention grabber. So I think that's what makes this look so good. But this is a single image ad. And you can see here they're promoting this ad with a promotion. So try 12 weeks for just 36 euros. Okay, so they have a promotion in there. So, and you notice the image of the magazine, they're also displaying that, hey, you can look at this digitally on a laptop, a tablet, or a mobile phone. So you have other options as well. So they show you that in the image, which is placed on the right side of their messaging. So for me, this is a good ad because of the placement of the image, the type of image they're using, the play on fake news, and the promotion that they're offering up. So this is really a good ad. It's very eye-catching, and hopefully the promotion's good enough to get you to sign up. Okay, so tip number 6. We want to continuously do A/B testing. You want to always have this option going for you. You want to be able to test variation A versus variation B, because you want to be able to find out what works and what doesn't work with your audience. And on top of that, it helps you really put your best foot forward by showing your best ad. So by doing A/B testing, you're getting feedback from the audience and turning that feedback into positive returns. So you're then turning your ad that does work well in front of an audience, and you're going to continue to do that. So A/B testing is always a good option. So remember, when you're setting up your ad in Facebook, go ahead and choose to have your A/B test set up. And when you do that, you choose that option, you're going to be able to then go in and choose what it is you want to test with ad A and then with ad B. So you're going to, again, align your test with a Facebook page. You're going to choose an ad format. Once you choose your ad format, then you're going to be able to go ahead and, put your ad in there, and then you're going to choose your call to action. So the whole idea behind an A/B test is you want to be able to find what it is you want to test. Is that going to be the call to action? Is it going to be the messaging? Is it going to be the ad format? So there are lots of things you can test with Facebook on A/B testing. So it's all part of the ad setup. So things you can change, again, are the color of the elements, imaging, text, the call to action, the position of the ad. There's lots of things you could test. That's all part of the Facebook setup. So the thing is, you want to continuously test. That's the key. Continuously test certain elements of an ad. So testing can be done initially on broader elements and then smaller, finer details like statements in your ad copy. So my advice is when you're actually setting this up on Facebook, think ahead, think what it is you want to choose to test. My advice is maybe start out with a call to action. So if you're in Facebook itself, you have an opportunity to test different call to action. Try that. That's an easy way to test. And then, when you test the call to action, once you find out what works and doesn't work, then you can move on to something more sophisticated, like maybe the image type, or maybe trying different types of imagery or ad types, like the carousel versus single image. So start small, start easy, and then work your way up. Tip number 7. So we want to choose an appropriate call to action in your advertisements that will attract potential customers. So what do we mean? Well, you have different call to actions available to you. You want to choose one that aligns with your ad. So, for example, the Simplilearn ad about, hey, learn how SEO works, search engine optimization. So if you're trying to get somebody to, learn or take one of your courses, you're not asking them to actually shop now. You really want them to sign up. So that's the key. We want them to sign up. So use a call to action that makes sense. Tip number 8, choose the right audience for your advertisement. Okay, so what do we mean? So for this, you can consider, website visits, interests. It all depends on your objective. Okay, what is it you want people to do? If it's, customers in the buying process, then that's our objectives to get conversions. Then we want to move somebody over to a product page and get them to purchase. If it's focusing on just website visits, then maybe it's the objective of consideration. Maybe you just want to get people to your website to learn more about your product. So that's the whole idea behind, choosing the right, objective, because you want to align the objective with your ad. Okay, so tip number 9. Create lookalike audiences. And I like lookalike audience because what Facebook does is they create an audience that's similar to the audience you already advertising to or customer base you already have. So in other words, Facebook already has an idea of who your audience is. You can also, provide them with additional information like an email list to give them a better sense of who your audience is. And then what Facebook does is they take that information and they'll put your ad in front of an audience that looks just like the audience you already have. That's why they call it a lookalike audience. So it's a great feature by Facebook. It really allows you to reach a target audience, an audience that's very similar to the audience you currently have. And one example, provide Facebook with an email list. With that email list, they're going to be able to map that email list and be able to identify an audience that you could target. So that's the whole idea behind lookalike audience. It's a great feature by Facebook. Definitely recommend taking advantage of that. Why? Because it will increase the number of people who will find your advertisement relevant. Remember, you're targeting people who are similar to your actual audience, to the people who are already connected with your brand or already liking your page. So if they're similar to those people, then the chances of them engaging with you are going to be greater. So lookalike audiences tend to perform well because you're targeting an audience that's very similar to your actual audience. Tip number 10. So use the golden point rule on your ad creative. So what do we mean by golden point rule? Well, let's take this ad here as an example. So what we want to do is we want to divide the creative into 9 equally sized boxes. So what we want to do is draw 2 horizontal lines and 2 vertical lines, just like a tic-tac-toe box. And so ideally what we want to do is place the main subject of your ad in the cross sections of the drawn lines. And so what that does is encourages the user to place their focus on those points. The lines are just simply there as a guidance to help you position your messaging. So that's the golden point rule, really, is we want to be able to position our messaging accordingly. So time for another ad break. So let's take a look at another ad here on Facebook. And this one's by Blue Apron. And so of all the tips we've talked about, this particular ad takes into account a lot of them, okay? So this is, again, they're using multiple images in this ad here. So again, what they're doing, promotion, they're offering up a $30 off promotion here. And what they're asking you to do is sign up to get that $30 off. So you can see the call to action. We already mentioned that on one of our tips. The call to action matches the ad, so they're asking you to sign up. They're using really good imagery here, and they're supporting that with some good copy and text. So this is what makes this ad so good. I mean, who doesn't like good looking food or tasty food and healthy food? Okay, so they're definitely taking advantage of the imagery with a promotion and with a good call to action. And so remember, we want to A/B test. So Blue Apron is likely testing this ad. So what they could do with this is test different imagery, or they could test a different promotion. So there's a lot they can do here on the A/B testing side. So for me, if I were to test this, yeah, I would probably be testing the imageries, because we want to be able to see what images get people to sign up. Alternatively, we can also test the offer as well. What offer is going to get somebody to click on that sign up button? So ideally, there's a lot to do here from the A/B test standpoint, and the way they've structured this ad, it makes it very easy to test. So that's what makes this ad really good, is it shows good imagery, has a good promotion, and aligns the CTA. Tip number 11. So we want to place the product in the right hand of your creative. So the right side should contain our product imagery. So why is that? Why? Because there's been a study called the Perceived Product Heaviness and Package Evaluation, and that states that depending on where a product is placed, users would react differently to it. And so the study found that users tend to react more positively when the product is placed on the right side of the ad creative. So here you can see countdown to Black Friday. This is an Amazon related ad, and you can see the product is basically a litter box, which is placed on the right side. So it's a Black Friday ad. They didn't place the image on the left side, they placed it on the right side, because people tend to react positively when the product image is on the right side. So keep that in mind when you're placing your imagery. Try to place it on the right side. Tip number 12, don't use images that have more than 20% text. Okay, so you want to use images that are clean. Remember that Blue Apron image we looked at? That was a very clean image of food. No text overlaying the image. So we want to try and stay away from images that have text on the overlay. Okay, so there's no limit to how much text you can add to your creative, but Facebook and myself recommend, hey, the lesser text you have, the more likely it is for your ad to have its desired impact, meaning somebody's going to click on that ad. Okay, so keep that in mind. Let the image do the talking for you. You don't necessarily need to overwhelm the image with words or messages. Tip number 13. So we want to use an ad creative that's attention grabbing and is relevant for your business. So again, going back to that Blue Apron ad, hey, who doesn't like good looking food, good looking healthy food, green food? Well, switching gears, we're looking at a Nike ad. Who doesn't like a good looking shoe here? This is a good running shoe, and Nike is definitely taking advantage of the opportunity to place the shoe against a nice looking background. So here, the image on the left, you got a nice mauve looking color, the shoe on the right on a nice red background to kind of really play into the color of the shoe. And so that's attention grabbing. So the colors kind of match and go with one another, and it tends to grab your attention. So Nike's doing a good job here of just not showing an image of a shoe. Really what they're doing is put the shoe as the central focal point and supporting that with additional color. And they're really putting the messaging kind of as the background behind the shoe. So they're making it as attention grabbing as possible here. So Nike's done a good job with this ad. Me personally, I'm not the biggest Nike fan when it comes to shoes, but hey, this ad definitely grabbed my attention because now I could see, this shoe is really popping to me. We don't want to use clip art in your ad creative, okay? And don't use low resolution pixelated images as well. We want to use high quality imagery. And use images that are well lit. Natural lighting always tends to work well as well. So when you're doing a placement for a product, whether that be food or shoe, you could see here in this plated example, they're putting it on the right image, they're putting it in a natural environment, on a table, on a plate with some paper next to it, and then you could see the one on the left, it's of a person holding a box with the image of plated on it. And so to me, that's not stock imagery or clip art. That's an actual person holding the product. So it's real life. You want to make it as real life as possible and as clear and quality as possible. So when you create attention grabbing ads, show images of people people benefiting from your product instead of just having the product itself. So that's always a good idea. In the case of Coca-Cola, these people are enjoying their bottle of Coca-Cola. Well, going back to the Nike ad, they could have had a person wearing that shoe or, running with that shoe. That could have been an alternative for them as well. So the whole idea is just make sure your ads are attention getting and they grab your attention. And if you're going to use people, make sure the person's enjoying it. Just like on the previous image, the person holding the box. We could see she's got a smile on her face and she is enjoying holding that box. So to me, you want to use people with the images to the best of your ability, and that means use that person who's enjoying it. So that's really going to put the product in the forefront. Okay, tip 14, don't hesitate to experiment with your advertisement's creative or its copy. Okay, so what do we mean by that? Really, we want to be refreshing our text. We want to be refreshing our images, okay? So if you're going to place an ad on Facebook, don't let that be the only ad, okay? If you're using a single image ad, feel free to change out that single image from time to time, especially if a lot of people have seen that ad. So if you're using reach as your objective, and you're trying to reach as many people as possible, just keep in mind that if that ad is reaching the same people over and over again, it's going to get stale. And you want to be able to update that ad. So feel free to change out the imagery. Changing out the text is just as easy, okay? So feel free to play around with the text. Even if you're not doing A/B testing, you can always change out the text just to see, hey, if changing out the text actually gets you better engagement or meets your goals. Tip 15, plan your campaigns for the holiday season, okay? So can't state this enough, towards October, November, December, there tends to be a lot of holidays, across multiple religions. Okay, so it's really the time of year where people are in full ad mode and audiences are in full watch mode. So advertisers are really pushing ads that time of year, especially Christmas, and people are accepting of that because they're used to it. So you want to be able to plan accordingly. So if you're doing your ads, you can easily engage with your audience if you're aligning your ad with that time of year. So during Christmas, most people are in the mood for shopping. So it's a time of year where you can really take advantage of increasing your sales, increasing your conversions. So you want to plan accordingly. And so if you're planning, months in advance, you don't have to do a full year. But, for me, if I'm thinking I'm going to do a lot of advertising during the holiday season, I'm probably going to go out maybe once summer ends, probably August, beginning of September. Beginning of September, seasons change a little. I might start thinking about the holiday season. And when you can plan appropriately, you can come out with really good ads. You can think about what you want to say. And so in this case, Target, this particular ad is really promoting Black Friday. So Black Friday is the day after Thanksgiving in the United States. And so here, they're letting you know Black Friday's here and there's deals to be had. So planning in advance gives you an opportunity to really tweak your messaging and come up with some good creative ideas. So let's take another break and let's look at another good looking ad. This example, we're going to look at Dell. Okay, so Dell, I've seen their ads all over Facebook. They do a lot of different advertising types between videos, carousels. Again, this is a single image ad. What they're really trying to do is get you over to the storefront so you can buy one of these good looking, Dell computers. Okay, so, here, again, they're promoting their latest computer, the Dell Inspiron 3000 series, all in one desktop. So to them, anytime they create a new product, they're going to go ahead and put out a new ad for that product. And here they're putting a little bit of a different twist on it. If you notice, the ad itself is just the image of the product. There's really no promotion here. They're letting the product image speak for itself. They're really showing you, hey, look how good this computer looks. This is our new model. And, we got a shop now CTA. So if you're interested, go ahead and click on that shop now. So they're really putting the effort into the image itself. They're not offering any promotion, no discounts. What you see is what you get with the image, and you click on it, you're going to go right to their storefront. So Dell does a good job of really, cranking out their new products whenever they go to market. So tip 16, shorten the amount of time between retargeting your audience. So target people who have visited your website within the span of a month or 2 weeks. So retargeting is reaching out to people who you've already engaged with. So if somebody's seen your ad or somebody's went to your website, somebody's even purchased from you before, you have the opportunity to reach back out to that person. So how often you reach out to that person or how long between their initial engagement and when you retarget them really does depend on what it is you're selling. So if you're selling a pair of shoes, if you're Nike, then chances are somebody's looking for a pair of shoes. It's not going to be a long purchase window, meaning they're not going to wait 2-3 months. So if I'm Nike and somebody's seen my ad, I'm probably going to target that person in a short period of time for retargeting. So it really depends on your product. But you don't want to wait too long between the time they've initially engaged and the time you retarget. So it really depends on your product. Again, if you're selling merchandise, retail, it's probably going to be a smaller time frame. If you're Dell computers, that's a bigger purchase. Somebody's going to take their time. So, you want to target people, for their Dell computer, probably, over a longer period of time. Okay, so just keep the product in mind. You don't want to wait too long. You don't want to keep it too short. So you want to find that nice balance of when you could retarget someone. Okay, tip number 17, keep altering the hook of your ad copy. What do we mean by altering the hook? So here you can see a couple of different options. Option 1, we're talking about, hey, if you're interested in getting some DMCA certification, this is what you need to do. Option 2, a little bit different of a hook. Hey, start your journey to get your DMCA certification. So, just altering the way you're trying to talk to somebody is really what we're after here on tip number 17. You have an ad, especially the text. Remember, we always want to refresh that copy, but if you're testing it, try different hooks, try different ways to talk to people. Okay, it always works well when you can have different types of messaging because people react to different messaging. So an effective strategy would be to create multiple ads with different hooks and see what performs best. So this is an option for A/B testing. Okay, you have an option to add messaging. Go ahead and talk one way in one option and then tweak that messaging, tweak that hook a bit in option B and see what resonates with people. So that's a good option for A/B testing, is always, look at the way you're going to try and, get somebody to convert. Tip number 18, okay, respond to lead ad responses as soon as possible. So remember, one of your ad formats is a lead ad. Okay, so if you have a lead ad, basically what you're asking somebody to do is add their name, their phone number, and their email. If you get that information, don't sit on it. React to it. Just like the messaging, the Facebook Messenger, how it's almost instantaneous. Think of the lead ads the same way. Okay, you have somebody who's engaging with your ad by providing information. You don't want to sit on it. You want to respond as soon as possible. In fact, when you do engage with that person, let them know you're available on Facebook Messenger so they can actually then reach out to you via Facebook Messenger just to expedite the communication. But when you get that valuable information from the customer, respond as soon as possible. It's good customer service. Because the longer you take to respond, the less likely the customer will want to continue interacting with you. So there's no real good rule of thumb here, except for do it as soon as possible. Okay, tip number 19, add scarcity to your advertisements. So what do we mean by that? Well, in this example, we could see the top 100 registrations get free access. So by putting this into your ad copy, we're hoping your prospects are more inclined to buy your product due to that fear that they're not going to be one of the first 100 registrations. Okay, so it allows you to really put some sense of urgency in the ad to get somebody to react. So that's what we mean by, scarcity. Okay, so by doing so, it could affect the long-term credibility. We don't want to come across as fear-mongering by any means, but hey, if your promotion is the first 100 registrations get free access, then why not? Go ahead and put it in there. Some other examples could be, only 3 days left to register, or first 50 get 50% off, or, hurry now, there's only 2 days left. So there's other language you can put. So play around with the language. But if you only have certain slots available or a certain amount of days left, there's nothing wrong with putting that in the ad copy to get people to react. And so that's the whole idea behind, the scarcity, is you want to be able to let people know, hey, there's a limited edition going on here. If you're interested, go ahead and take advantage. Tip number 20, keep track of your ad relevance scores. So your ads do get scored. So the score ranges from 1 to 10. Okay, so what that score does is it's an indicator to signify the quality and engagement levels. So, if your score is between 1 and 6, then the ad isn't reaching the relevant audience and your audience isn't reacting to it. However, if your relevance score is between 7 and 10, then your ads are reaching the appropriate audience and you're getting a lot of interaction. So keep an eye on that. The lower the number, that means, hey, our ad's not getting to the right audience. And if it's not getting to the right audience, our audience isn't going to react to it. So it all starts with making sure you're reaching your audience with your ad. When your ad is reaching your audience and you're doing A/B testing, your audience is going to react to one of those two ads. So that's always going to help your relevance score. So keep an eye on that relevance score. Okay, so let's take another break here and let's take a look at an ad here by Blue Bottle Coffee. Okay, so I'm a big coffee drinker myself. I frequent Blue Bottle in San Francisco a lot. And so here, this is a nice image, a nice close-up image of coffee, and I really like this. Notice there's really no call to action here. Okay, so they're putting their website URL, the domain, bluebottlecoffee.com. They're saying, hey, we source great coffees, we roast them to perfection, and get them to you fresh. So I can vouch for that. Really putting their brand out there. Okay, so this is more of a brand awareness type ad. That's their objective. Their objective is, if you're going to drink coffee at some other location or with some other brand, hey, take a look at ours. We got good coffee too. We roast them pretty good and we make sure that you get them fresh. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to introduce their brand to you. So this is a good example of a brand awareness ad, single image ad. They're definitely making use of the ad, the image itself, with a nice close-up shot of that roasted coffee. So that's what makes this ad so special. Brand awareness. The image is telling us, hey, this coffee looks pretty good. It looks nice and roasted. It looks pretty fresh. And maybe I'll give Blue Bottle Coffee a try. So that's why they're putting their domain there. Okay, so it's a good brand awareness ad, and the hope is to convert some people over to their brand. Okay, so tip number 21, include emojis in your ad copy. Okay, so emojis we know are popular. You use them in text. You use them on social media. There's hundreds of emojis nowadays that you could pick and choose from. They are really specific. And so here you can see in the case of Simplilearn, hey, if you're taking a digital marketing course with Simplilearn, it doesn't hurt to have some emojis support that message. So you always got the thumbs up, it's a good emoji. The image of the graduation, that's a good emoji. So, you always want to align, really fun, relevant emojis with your messaging. It kind of just helps it stick out a bit, and people resonate with emojis. And so it doesn't hurt to add those emojis in your ad copy. And especially if your competition is not using emojis, you want every advantage you can to have your ad stick out. So emojis is a good way to get your ad to stick out. Tip number 22, use UTM parameters to your ad, which can feed into your Google Analytics account and provide tracking information. So I can't stress this enough. If you're using Google Analytics to track your campaigns, then you want to use UTM parameters. So what do we mean by UTM parameters? Well, let me show you an example. So all you need to do is type in UTM tracking or URL builder in Google, and then you're going to actually get to this page here. So what this does, this is a tool to help you create UTM tracking. So if we're Simplilearn and we want to advertise and drive the audience to a specific page, in this case, artificial intelligence master's program page. So this is going to be the URL, but we want to append that URL with some UTM tracking parameters. Our campaign source parameter, we're going to put Facebook because that's the source of where we're advertising. The medium in which we're driving that traffic to the page from Facebook is CPC, which stands for cost per click. And then we're just going to put campaign name AI engineer to identify what it is that campaign is related to. So notice that the only required parameter is campaign source. In this case, we're going to put Facebook, but we can also use campaign content if we want to differentiate the different ads that we have. So you can use campaign content parameter as well. You don't have to. The only required parameter is campaign source. My recommendation, go all lowercase, okay? And then when you're done, you have a URL that you can use in your advertising. So when somebody actually goes to that URL, notice the URL includes the UTM tracking, and then analytics is going to be able to pick up that campaign from where? Facebook. The medium is going to be CPC, and the campaign in this case is going to be AI engineer. And that's what you're going to look for in Google Analytics. So it helps you track your ads more closely, because if you don't use UTM tracking, for example, on Facebook, then analytics might interpret that traffic coming from that ad as, organic social. So we want to be able to identify specifically the campaign you're running by putting in different variables for those parameters. So that's what UTM tracking is. You want to use it for all your Facebook advertising. Okay. So it really helps you, in analytics, identify how your campaign's performing. Not only is it driving traffic, but is the campaign converting for you? So if you're trying to get somebody to sign up for a class, then analytics is going to help us measure those conversions. But with UTM tracking, we can bridge the gap between how many people Facebook delivered or drove to our site from the ad and how many of those people actually converted. So UTM parameters help bridge that gap. Tip 23, use exclusion marketing to improve your Facebook return on investment by not including people who have already taken the action desired by you. Okay, so this is a very key feature here. So if we've already advertised and people have reacted to our ad and they have subscribed, then we don't want to target that person again. So that's what exclusion marketing is. We want to be able to, target people that we're really after. So if somebody's looked at our ad and did not convert or did not go to our website or did not download something or whatever it is we wanted them to do, then those are the people we want to focus in on. Okay, so in this case, exclusion marketing, we're going to exclude people who have subscribed. In this case, we're going to retarget people, meaning advertise again to people who have not subscribed. So that's what the exclusion marketing feature does. It helps you really hone in on where you're targeting and retargeting. So that way you're not hitting the same people over again. And that's only going to lead to poor performance. Tip 24. Track the right metrics for your business. So keep your eye on important metrics. What are those metrics? Those are going to be KPIs. KPIs are key performance indicators, and KPIs differentiate from metrics because KPIs are related to business goals. So track the right metrics for your business. What are the right metrics for your business? More than likely, it's going to be conversions or conversion rate, but you could be running a brand awareness campaign, just like Blue Bottle Coffee did. And so if you're running a brand awareness campaign, then maybe your KPI or metric is going to be a click, okay, or click-through rate. How many people are actually reacting to our ad? Okay, so you always want to align the right metric with your business. Okay, it's just very important that you're measuring against the right metric. If you're not, then it's going to be misaligned in terms of how you judge the campaign performance. Another set of metrics could be reach and frequency. So reach and frequency allow us to measure how many people saw the ad, and post engagement can determine how many users are reacting to your ads. CPC helps us determine the cost effectiveness or how much we're paying for every click. You could see that information in your Facebook ad manager. For example, if I go to Facebook's ads manager, here I'm looking at some ads that we're running, Here, what can I see? I can see my reach, how many people I'm actually reaching, the frequency in which they're seeing my ad. Notice I can see my relevancy score. I can also see my cost per result. I can see the total clicks. So I have a whole set of metrics available to me. Really what I want to do is pick and choose the metrics that are most important to the ad I'm running. Okay, so if it's reach, am I reaching the full amount of people possible if I'm running a brand awareness campaign? Or it could be some other metric like conversion. So we want to be able to align the right metric with the right ad. Tip 25, take advantage of Facebook's location tracking tool for your advertisements. So Facebook allows us to advertise up to 25 countries with different states, provinces, cities, districts, and zip codes. So we can really hone in location-wise on where we want to target. So Facebook allows us to do that. So basically, it could be somebody in a particular area, or people who have recently been there, or traveling to that location, or actually live there. So really, you can hone in on a specific location based on certain set of criteria. So with this, you could take your marketing to the next level by approaching your competitors' customers by offering them better discounts. So that's the whole idea. Targeting your advertising on a specific location, and then knowing that your competitors are there, you can really put out some really good ads with some really good offers to really convert some of those people in that audience. Okay, let's take a look at another ad. Okay, so Grammarly, this is an ad that they've put out there. And again, you notice there's no real true call to action associated with a single image ad. Here, it's all about messaging. Here, they're saying, hey, download it free today. Okay, and so it's a browser extension that they're promoting. And really, they're trying to get you to identify with this particular brand that offers a specific product. So they do have a promotion in there. It's brand awareness. Hey, your life is about to change. I mean, the messaging is pretty, matter of fact. They're trying to get you to, hey, I need this in my browser as an extension. So for me, this ad is all about the messaging here. Okay, so with Grammarly, if you're in Gmail, you're in Word, you're in Outlook, they got you covered by using their browser extension. It's free, and by using it, it's going to make your life a lot easier. So for me, the ad works from a messaging standpoint. Not really big on the imagery, but it's really about this is who we are, and we can really rock your world if you use this browser extension. So they're really putting a lot of emphasis on the messaging. So for me, anytime somebody says my life's about to change, they've got my attention.
Now let's get started. First off, let's have a look at an introduction to Facebook. Facebook was first launched in February 2004 and was initially known as the Facebook. In 2005, it removed the from its name, and it has now become the Facebook we all know today. It is now the world's most popular social media and social networking service. Next, let's have a look at Instagram. It was launched in 2010 for iOS and then in 2012 for Android by Kevin Systrom and Mike Krieger. Instagram has now evolved to become one of the fastest growing social media platforms in the world. In April 2012, thanks to its popularity, it was acquired by Facebook for approximately $1 billion in cash and stock. Now let's compare some stats between Facebook and Instagram. First, let's have a look at the worldwide stats. First off, Facebook. Like I mentioned earlier, Facebook is the largest social media platform in the world. Reaching almost 60.6% of the internet, it has 2.5 billion monthly active users and approximately 1.6 billion active users. In fact, as of Jan 2020, the US has approximately 190 million and India has approximately 280 million Facebook users, an indication of a market that's still ripe for the picking. Now, let's have a look at Instagram. Instagram, although having released significantly later, earns its title of the fastest growing social media platform with 1 billion monthly active users and 500 million daily users. In the United States, there are approximately 120 million, and India has close to 88 million Instagram users. Next up, let's have a look at the next statistic, age group of the user base. First off, Facebook. Although there's a general opinion among the younger population that Facebook isn't hip or isn't used all that much anymore, this statistic has something different to say. Turns out more than 65% of Facebook users are between the ages of 25 and 34. For Instagram, it's no surprise that 71% of the user base are under the age of 35. Next, let's compare the usage time of both these platforms. Let's take Facebook first. In the United States, users spend approximately 1 hour on Facebook every day. In India, users spend an average of 3 hours a day on Facebook. Shockingly high numbers for a platform that's assumed to be dead, isn't it? On the other hand, in the United States, users spend 23 minutes on average on Instagram. In India, users spend approximately 45 minutes. Now for the most important stat, marketing. For Facebook, 86% of marketers use it for advertising. Instagram is used by 71% of businesses for their marketing requirements. Now let's have a look at some industries that can work well on both these platforms. If you do belong to any of these industries, if you're not taking advantage of these platforms, you're missing out. So let's have a look at some industries that can capitalize on Facebook. Food and beverage companies, news and media, e-commerce, automobile, and packaged goods. Next time you're on Facebook, take a closer look at your feed. There's a good chance you'll see most of these industries' posts on it. Next up, Instagram. We have industries like fashion, athleisure, cosmetics, automobiles, and food and beverages. I can guarantee that if you take a closer look, you can find all these industries advertising on Instagram. Now let's take a closer look at how Facebook can help with marketing. First off, let's have a look at Facebook business pages. Now these are basically platforms where you can create an online presence for your organization for free. Moreover, they've got some great advantages to offer you as well. First off, your business page can keep your customers or potential customers informed. It can be about a new product launch, a webinar, a live broadcast, a new store opening, anything. Whatever it is, it can go on your Facebook business page. It connects people with your products and services. With your page, you get greater visibility, letting people know about the products and services that you offer. You can offer customer service as well. In fact, according to American Express, 90% of users use customer service as a deciding factor for whether or not they continue to do business with an organization. So, customer service is pretty important. Like I mentioned earlier, your business page provides a place where you can offer your followers offers and other advantages. And finally, the page lets you build a community, a highly targeted community that has a higher possibility of buying your products and services. Next, we have Facebook groups. With Facebook groups, you can build a community of like individuals. Some of the advantages that come with this are it provides a highly targeted audience. I mentioned earlier that business pages provide you with a highly targeted audience. Groups take that to the next level. It enables everyone to learn from one another. With a large community, there's a good chance that some members know things that others don't. Your group will enable them to communicate with each other and learn these new things. You also get honest feedback. Your customers, who are also likely part of the group, will be able to give their feedback on how they like your product and perhaps even give you tips on how to improve. Now, since your group is filled with a community that's highly interested in your brand, you can also increase engagement in an organic manner. And as an extension of the previous point, you also get more leads and conversions. Next, Facebook has events. With Facebook events, your organization will be able to mobilize your brand and enable online consumer marketing. Basically meaning that you have a platform for letting people know about important announcements. Not to mention, there's also the opportunity to get some free advertising done. Events also help you increase brand awareness. Most people get to know about your brand by attending the event or just seeing the promotion for it. Now let's have a look at Facebook stories for groups and pages. A feature that is available for both groups and pages, it provides you the ability to appropriately represent your brand or business directly from your mobile device or desktop. Now, some of its advantages are that it helps you engage with your audience with stuff other than the usuals, like articles, videos, and other similar posts. This way, you can also vary the kind of content that you post. Moreover, stories can help you humanize your brand. Rather than seeming like you're pandering to your audience or seeing them only as potential leads or customers, stories help your brand show that you're genuinely interested in your audience. You can also reach your appropriate audience with greater frequency. Next, Facebook has Facebook Messenger. With Messenger, you can connect and interact with your audience at a personal level. In the last few years, Messenger has proved itself to be a great marketing tool. It helps acquire more customers. Now, people are more loyal to a brand that genuinely cares about them, and by directly interacting with them through Messenger, their loyalty towards you is certainly set to improve. And as an extension of the previous point, you also get a greater number of transactions. And even if a customer doesn't give you a transaction, at least you're increasing your brand awareness. Then we have Facebook Live. Facebook Live gives you a platform to interact with your audience in real time. It can be used to diversify your content, providing your audience with something different from what they've received from your brand initially. Live can also be used to show what happens behind the scenes in your organization, further helping humanize your brand. And finally, you can also provide instant questions and answers to your audience, increasing engagement with them. Next, we have the Facebook Shop. The Facebook Shop is a business page tab application that enables your customers to purchase your products directly from your store. It also has the following advantages. Firstly, you can use the shop to drive new sales. You can give the customers who are on the fence about your product a small push by engaging them. And how can you do that? With deals and promotions. You can also reward advocates of your brand with special benefits to be availed from your store. And finally, you can build brand awareness and recognition. Now let's have a look at Facebook ads. Facebook ads help spread product or brand awareness in the newsfeed of a specific targeted audience on Facebook. Now, some of the advantages of Facebook ads are that they help increase brand awareness, they enable you to advertise your products and services to the appropriate audience, and it provides you with greater reach while making you spend lesser amounts of money. It also helps you re-advertise or retarget your products to an existing audience. And finally, it helps increase revenue, sales, and leads. If you guys are interested in learning about Facebook ads, you can check out our Facebook ads video. I'll add it in the live chat, so you can check it out if you're interested. Now let's have a look at the final feature Facebook offers to help you with marketing. Facebook Insights. I'm sure all of you have heard about Google Analytics. Let's just say this is Facebook's version of that. With Insights, you get information that can help you refine your brand strategy by tracking and measuring results. It can help you determine reach and engagement, actions, people who are viewing your posts, when your fans are online, the type of posts that are working for you, and much, much more. That brings us to the end of the ways Facebook helps you with marketing. Now, let's move on to Instagram. First off, we have Instagram business accounts. Instagram business accounts enable brands to be recognized as businesses. Now, it also has the following benefits to offer. It's only with a business account that you can get Instagram Insights. We'll talk about Insights in a little more detail in a little bit. You can also add a contact button on your profile, enabling users to connect with you directly. You can also specify what kind of service you offer by adding what industry you belong to in your bio. And finally, you also have the ability to add links to your Instagram stories. Now, I'm sure you've all seen the see more option in your stories, so now you know how that shows up. Now, if you guys are interested in finding out how you can increase followers on Instagram, you can check out our video on the same topic of the same name. I'll add the link in the live chat. Next, let's talk about Instagram stories. With Instagram stories, you have the ability to grow engagement, build brand awareness, and to drive sales. You can also use stories to provide recent updates about your brand. Now, some of the advantages of Instagram stories are that they help businesses grow their audience and can enable them to engage with their audience regularly. With stories, you can also drive traffic to other websites, like your company's website. It can also help diversify your content, setting it apart from the usual videos and photos. Next up, let's talk about Instagram DMs or direct messages. DMs help you grow your business by interacting with customers at a personal level. It can also help build connections with your users. By building a personal connection with your followers, their loyalty towards your brand is improved. Not only that, it helps you make or grow your connections within the industry. And as an extension of the last few points, this leads to easier lead generation and increased sales. Next up, we have IGTV. Now, IGTV is a platform that's gotten really famous recently. It enables your brand to get closer to its audience and enables it to be discovered by new people. Other benefits include greater visibility of your products and services, having the ability to educate and entertain your audience, improved engagement, and greater chances of conversions. Finally, it also helps build a community of a highly targeted audience. Next, we have Instagram Live. Instagram Live enables you to communicate with your audience in real time, further improving your discoverability and strengthening your connection with the audience. Moreover, it provides a lot of visibility. Your followers are immediately notified when you go on a live stream. And finally, it helps you interact with your audience in real time. This helps further humanize your brand. Next, we have Instagram ads. Instagram ads provides you with control over advertisements. You decide how they appear and who sees them. Like Facebook, Instagram has a number of different ad types to offer. They are photo ads, video ads, carousel ads, slideshow ads, and stories ads. Next up, Instagram offers an Instagram shop. The shop helps you incorporate your product catalog with your Instagram profile. At some points, even enabling users to access the shop directly from an image showing the same product. One of the major advantages of the Instagram shop is that it provides easy product discoverability. And since it provides visual marketing, it also leads to more sales. And finally, Instagram Insights. Instagram's answer to Facebook Insights and Google Analytics. Insights is an analytical tool that provides data on follower demographics, their actions, and your brand content. It helps determine engagement, impressions and reach, best and worst performing content, profile visits, website clicks, and much more.
Instagram is one of the fastest growing social media networks. Its appealing format and functionality have driven people and businesses away from traditional networks like Facebook. Video content is the most popular content type on Instagram, so it's obvious that we need to dedicate one lesson to how to create, optimize, and promote your video posts on Instagram. We will start this lesson with showing you how to make great Instagram videos and talk about the different types of videos for Instagram. And we will then demo you how to use the various video capturing and editing tools you will find in the Instagram app. We will close this lesson with how businesses can use Instagram and how you can make money with it. Instagram has extensive features to create and promote videos, particularly with the growing appetite in using Instagram stories. Video is the most important content form on Instagram. It is important, though, to make sure that before you start creating your video, you have a good idea of what you want to achieve with it. Is it to create awareness, to generate leads, or are you answering questions that clients may have? Utilize the video editing features that Instagram has, or use some external apps if you want to go beyond what Instagram has to offer. There are enough tools for you to make your Instagram video a visual feast, as you can only create that on Instagram.
Shooting and editing a great video.
Video is now the most shared content type on Instagram. Where in the early days Instagram video was only 15 seconds long, nowadays you can upload 60-second videos and turn multiple videos from your camera roll into one video clip. And today Instagram has lots of different options within the app to create videos and optimize them for the newsfeed or for stories. Recently Instagram announced IGTV. They're trying to take on YouTube with a dedicated video sharing app for vertical and landscape videos with a maximum length of 60 minutes for verified accounts or accounts with a large audience. However, anyone using the app will be able to upload up to 10 minutes of content to the platform. All in all, Instagram today is a fantastic network for brands to build brand awareness and to showcase their products or services. To shoot great videos for Instagram, you need to be aware of a few things. First of all, you need to shoot the video for Instagram. And Instagram has its own video formats. Video for the newsfeed tend to be square, whereas video for the stories must be vertical. The aspect ratio for vertical videos is 9:16, which gives you a perfect 90 degrees flip for normal widescreen video. It's also better to use your phone's native camera. This will give you better control over exposure and focus. Instagram will allow you to upload multiple clips and then edit them within the Instagram app. Also think about short form versus long form videos. Stories are good for short clips, whereas IGTV lends itself for longer videos. Short videos are great for explaining things that can be chopped up in steps like recipes or how-to videos. Long videos are good for brand experiences and interviews. Additionally, it goes without saying, you always need to think about what you want to achieve with your video. What's your end goal? Do you want new followers? Do you want to get into engagement with your followers? Or do you want to drive traffic to your website? All questions you need to think about before you start shooting your video.
Video editing in external apps.
Once you have shot your video, you can do some basic editing within the Instagram app. You can also edit your video outside Instagram. The best environment for editing your video is on your desktop computer. Apps like Adobe Premiere from Microsoft or iMovie from Apple will give you an extensive range of video and audio editing options. You can then save the edited file and move it to your phone via Google Drive, for instance, after which you can import the video file into Instagram. There are also many video editing apps for your mobile. They won't give you as many features as the desktop video editing, but they come a long way. One of my favorite apps is VideoShow. What I like about VideoShow is that it has a wide range of templates you can use as a format for your edited video. It also comes with an extensive song and music library.
Video categories.
So what type of video would work best on Instagram? Instagram lends itself for what we call snackable videos. A snackable video is short, compelling and entertaining. And they are designed to drive the viewer to some sort of action, like driving them to a landing page or to a fill-in form. Here are some examples of topics for your next Instagram video. It can feature your product features to show your followers what products you carry and why those products are unique. You can show your product in action. This is great for breaking up the monotony of staged product features. You can also give a sneak preview. In these type of videos, you announce news with a teaser, which gives your followers a sneak peek of what is to come. Behind-the-scene videos work very well on Instagram. They are great for building a more personal relationship with your audience. Think of office tours, staff introductions, a day in the life of. Tutorials will show your fans how to use your product. And finally, video series. They are great for building a community and for engaging with them. Once your community has seen an episode and they like it, they may want to come back for more.
Video types.
Besides different topics for your videos, you can also think about different formats for your videos. Looping videos can be created within the Instagram app. Looping videos start automatically from the beginning after the clip finishes. They can be very creative and work well to showcase movable product features. Stop motion video is an animation that is captured one frame at a time with physical objects that are moved between frames. When you play back the sequence of images rapidly, it creates the illusion of movement. Both iOS and Android have lots of apps to create stop-motion video. In a time-lapse video, you capture lots of photos of a scene over a period of time. These images are then put together to create a seamless sped-up video. Time-lapse videos work very well to show how something is built or made. And finally, hyperlapse videos. These are videos that allow you to squeeze several minutes of film into the 1 minute maximum set by Instagram. They are a bit like time-lapse videos, but the camera is moving. These videos are great to show behind-the-scene footage. How to use Instagram video options. There are various ways that you can make a video on Instagram, so let me show you how to do that. If you go to the Instagram app, it takes you to the news feed where you can browse. To make a quick video, you just click on the plus button, and that takes you to this shot of my phone, for instance. You need to make sure you activate video. If you click on the button, you can then make your video. You click again to stop recording and your video is ready. You can now play the video, and if you are happy with it, you click next, and then you can add a filter if you want to. I will come back to filters and editing later. Then you just click next, write a caption, tag people, add a location and share it. Your video is now posted on Instagram. This is the simple way. There's also a more advanced way of making your video. So let me discard this video. Go back to the newsfeed. We're now in the newsfeed. The creative way to create a video is go to your Instagram stories. To access your Instagram stories, you can swipe to the right. Or you can also click on the little camera on the top left of your screen that takes you to the same video screen. And now you see that you have more options. You can see that here at the bottom. You can do live video, you can do normal video, you can select boomerang video, you can do super zoom, you can focus on your video, rewind your video and record hands-free. So let me explain these in a bit more detail. For normal video, you just click on the video button and then you can see that it's recording. And when you're ready with the recording, then you let go of the button. And what you see now is that you have some extra options at the top, where you can add effects, stickers, drawings or text. So this is the simple way of making a video with added effects. You can also go for live video, and this is just like Facebook Live. When you click on Go Live, then Instagram will announce it to your followers. And then you can start your live broadcast. When you're ready with your live broadcast, Instagram will ask you if you want to post it on your stories or in your newsfeed, and then you're done with your broadcast. A very creative way of making videos is using Boomerang. Boomerang was a separate app which became very popular. It was then acquired by Instagram. A Boomerang video is a video that repeats itself. If I click on Boomerang, I'm going to get the phone and I will turn it. Then when you look at the video I created, you see how the video repeats itself all the time. You can do a lot of creative things with the Boomerang effect. You can make people move back and forwards, you can make objects move up and down, and then post them as short repeating videos. You also see that you can change the camera into selfie mode and you can add some special overlay effects as well. So there's different filters. I quickly scan through those. When you're in selfie mode, you can have funny face alterations as well. So lots of different effects that you can create here. So now let's look at the super zoom video. The super zoom is a bit like paparazzi video, also with different effects that you can add to it. So for instance, I want hearts on this video. Click on it and then it will zoom in and you will see hearts popping down. And here is the stamp effect. Click on it and there you go. When I do a focus video, it makes the background blurred. With rewind video, you can make the video playback by itself. And then finally, there's the hands-free video. If you click on hands-free, you don't have to keep on pressing the record button. So you have more freedom in camera movement when you choose this option. So these are the different types of video that you can make on Instagram. How to use Instagram video options and filters. To show you how the effects work on Instagram, I can go to Instagram and then into the story creation mode. And here I can just make a normal video. I can pan and move the video around a bit, so the video is ready now. And here I am in the screen where I have the different options to add creative effects to my video. So this is what I can do. First, I can download the video on my phone by clicking the downward arrow. I can then get different effects. I can add stickers. I can play without sound. I can draw on the screen and I can add text. There are many different options. And when you click on the effect button at the bottom, you see the effects that you can add to your video. There are effects that can be added when there is a face on the screen, but there are also effects that can be added as an overlay over the video. We can also add stickers like a location sticker and a mention or a hashtag sticker. Interesting thing about these text type stickers is that when you add these, Instagram will actually understand the text and will add them to the index for search. You can easily move the stickers over the screen, you can add a time or a date, and you can also add quizzes. So you can ask a question, for instance, do you like this? And then people can actually answer by dragging the slider. You can do a poll, and there's a whole range of other stickers that you can add to your video. You can draw as well. You can have a thin line or a thick line. You can change the color, you can do special effects, and you can erase as well. So you can do many different effects with this. You could create an effect where you wipe out the whole screen, and then with the eraser you can reveal sections of the video. You can get text, and then when you're done with it, you can add the video to your stories or save them as highlights on your profile page, or you can share it on your newsfeed.
Monetizing your Instagram videos.
There are many different ways to make money with Instagram. You can make money as an influencer by creating sponsored video posts. These are videos where you promote a product from a brand, and the brand will reward you for giving them access to your followers. Tap Influence is an excellent app to connect brands with influencers. You can also sell your videos. Instagram is a great place to showcase your content. 2020 is an excellent website where you can promote and sell your video content. And of course there is affiliate marketing, where you can promote your products from your affiliate partners and get a commission on each sale. ShareSale is a website where you can search for potential affiliate partners. Or why not sell your Instagram account if you no longer want to manage it? FameSwap is the place where you can do this. Finally, Instagram can also help you indirectly to make money. You could use it to promote your YouTube channel, and as we have learned in this course, there are many ways of making money through YouTube. Takumi is one of the leading online platforms where small influencers can get connected with big global brands. When you have more than 1,000 followers and you have good content, you will be able to use this network to identify brands to work with. Here are the takeaways of this lesson. Video has become the top content type shared on Instagram. And today Instagram has a whole range of options to create and optimize your videos for the newsfeed and for the stories. Short videos of maximum 60 seconds are best for Instagram. Instagram uses looping videos. They start automatically from the beginning after the clip finishes. Use looping videos to showcase a fun or versatile product feature. Instagram has many different video styles in the Stories camera, And once you've shot your story video, you have plenty of options to customize them. Takumi is an online platform where micro-influencers can connect with big global brands to sell their original content.
Greetings everyone, this is Rob Sanders and welcome to this Simplilearn webinar. Today we're going to talk about how to increase Instagram followers. Today's webinar we're going to have some tips and best practices for you to take advantage of to increase Instagram followers. So let's get started and talk a little bit about Instagram. So Instagram is not really an up and coming platform, it is already up and coming. A lot of users. In fact, 500 million daily active Instagram users. 500 million daily. The user base growth of more than 300% year over year. So it's growing and growing and growing. It's become more and more popular ever since it's launched back in 2010. And then there's more than 100 million photos uploaded daily. So it's a platform where you can upload photos, tag those photos, even use and implement videos. And photos have become very popular with the advent of mobile technology that the Instagram app makes it easy for you to post your photo. So there's no surprise there's a growth, there's no surprise there's a lot of users, there's no surprise that there's 100 million photos plus uploaded daily. And then there are 400 million stories posted daily. So when you post something, you can create a story out of it. And there's 400 million of those per day. And then there's more than 50 billion photos shared to date. So since 2010, platform now, which is now owned by Facebook, has become really, really popular. A good place for you if you have your own company, if you have your own brand, if you have your own product, it's a good place for you to really showcase that service, that product, that brand because of the user base, how easy it is to use, and the wide reach it has for you in which to tell your story. As I mentioned, there are lots of photos shared to date, close to $7 billion revenue generated through Instagram mobile. So on top of everything I just said, there's a lot of e-commerce going on here too. So Instagram is a platform in which there's e-commerce integrated within the platform. So as a business who offers up products, you can actually generate revenue for yourself. On the flip side, Instagram, which is owned by Facebook, has an opportunity to sell advertising space on Instagram. So Instagram is an e-commerce platform to say the least. In fact, Instagram is, because it's so popular, because it's part of Facebook's advertising platform, there are more than 2 million advertisers on Instagram. So amongst all those stories, videos, and photos and hashtags, you'll see some ads. And then because you'll see ads, because you'll see users, you're going to see businesses. It's just a good place to really set up shop and really tell your story through the world of photos and videos. So 25 million plus businesses have already migrated over to Instagram, and that's growing and growing and growing. So it's an opportunity for you to work with other businesses. So the arrow is definitely pointing up on Instagram. There's a lot going on here. Easy to use application, especially when it comes to photos and videos. So we're going to go through some tips and tricks today, and we're going to talk about everything there is to know about Instagram and how to increase your followers. So let's take a look at tip 1 here. So because Instagram is an application, everything you do on it is through the application. Now you could certainly view a web page version on it, but you really can't do much out of that. So if I go to my Instagram account, for example, using my desktop, I could see my profile and I can edit my profile to a degree, but everything you're doing is through the application. So when it comes to that, tip 1 here is take advantage of your bio. So regardless of what industry you're in, who you are, you really want to have a clear and concise and compelling bio. Why? Because this is your introduction to the world. You want people to know who you are. And because if you don't really become very clear to people, they're not going to follow you. So this is where it all starts. You need to take advantage of your bio, have a clear and concise bio, and have a link to your website or some contact information. So to me, this is where it all starts. You got to have a bio because that's what people are going to look at, and they're going to decide whether to follow you or not based on primarily really that bio. That's where it all starts. So make sure you have a good bio. That's tip number 1. So you'll have to make sure that your landing page is also mobile optimized, since most Instagram users are on mobile. So if you're going to put a link to your website and somebody's on the Instagram app and they see your bio and they like it and you have a link to your website, make sure that landing page they go to is mobile optimized. So tip number 2, everything you do on Instagram when it comes to posting evolves around hashtags. So that's the backbone of the platform. Just like most platforms out there, social media platforms like Twitter or Facebook, Pinterest, you're going to have hashtags accompany those posts. So Instagram's no different. But in this case, you really, really want to take advantage of the hashtags. So hashtags are there to help users find your content. So you want to start out by using hashtags that are relevant to your business. So if you're in the food industry, you're going to post something related to food. Do the appropriate amount of research to find hashtags to describe your brand, and also are being searched on Instagram. So what does that mean? That means do a little bit of homework on Instagram. See what searches or see what other brands in your industry are using for hashtags. Don't be afraid to use the same hashtag, but mix it up. Hashtags are important. So don't be afraid to put a hashtag in there that really defines what your business is about. But if it's relevant, use other hashtags that are popular or people are using to find information. So mix it up, but the key here is relevancy. You want to make sure you align your hashtags with your content and making sure the connection between the hashtag and the content is relevancy. So using the popular tags on your photos or videos might get you some immediate engagement, but it may not help with future goals like long-term engagement, new interested followers, and sales. So here really what I'm trying to say is, look, pick and choose your hashtags carefully, because if you use something broad or something non-relevant, yeah, you may get that click to your Instagram page, but that doesn't necessarily mean somebody's going to follow you, or that doesn't really mean somebody's going to be interested in what you have to offer. So if you use something really popular and broad, yes, you're going to get short-term gratification, but not long-term interest. Tip number 3, post your content at the right time. So according to Sprout Social, which is a social media scheduling platform, among other things. So they deal with a lot of people using their platform and posting content via their platform. They have data, and they're telling us, based on the data they've collected, that the best time to post is between 2 and 3 p.m. and the best day to post is Thursday. Now, that may be all fine and true according to a Sprout Social study. And so you may want to go with this 2 to 3 p.m. and this is probably local, in case you're wondering what time zone we're referring to. So this is all local to you. So go ahead and try that out. Try 2 to 3 p.m. on Thursday. The thing is, what you're going to have to do eventually is figure out what the best time to post is. Okay, so if you're putting out a lot of content and you're putting out content throughout the week at certain times of the day or throughout the day, you're going to have to determine which time of day and what day is generating the best engagement for you. Who's looking at your post at what point of the day, what day of the week. And so you're going to really have to lean on a social media platform to help you determine that, because they're going to have the data that you need to determine what the best time of day to post is. Okay, so we'll talk about social media platforms here shortly. We just know that when you post with some rationale in mind. Ask yourself, before you even push that publish button or before you even schedule that post, this time of day and this day of the week makes sense. So you always want to post at the right time, because you could be missing your audience. So remember, when you do this, you're going to be working with some platform, and Instagram also has some analytics for business accounts. So Instagram will also give you some feedback as to how your posts are performing. And we're going to talk about that here shortly as well. So let's move over to tip 4 here. So steal followers from your competitors. Okay, so if you're dealing in a very competitive industry and your competitors have a lot of followers, it's very, very easy to see who's following them. So the easiest way to do this is just interact with your competitors' followers. You could follow a user, like or comment on their photos. And so the more you engage with people, the more you stand to gain from them. So you could see who your competitors competitors' followers are, and you can add them as a follower just by following them. So start engaging with them. If they're liking your competitor's brand, then the chances of them liking your brand could be great. So check out who your competitors' followers are. If they seem like somebody who you would want to be following your brand, then go ahead and interact with them. And how you interact is, again, you can like something that they post, or you can comment on something that they posted. Okay, engage with them. Okay, it doesn't take that much time. It's a good way to gain followers. So if we're on Instagram, we can simply just click on the brand's followers. So here I can see this brand has 127 followers, and here I can see all the followers. And what I could do is simply just click on one of the followers, and I can go to their profile. And from there I could see what they've posted in terms of videos and images, and I can like or comment. So just doing something as simple as this gets you an opportunity to engage with somebody who can then turn around and follow you. So tip 5, pay for sponsored posts and product reviews. So a number of ways you could do this here. So pay for a sponsored post. So you could find an influencer who satisfies a couple of requirements. They have large following and an email address in the profile. So you can connect with them and ask them for sponsored post pricing. So it's as simple as that, as reaching out to somebody who has a large following. Okay? So if you do this, then it's going to put you in front of a large number of people. And so by doing this, it'll help expose your brand to that larger audience and help build your credibility, because you're connecting with somebody who has a large audience as well. So do a little bit of homework, find people out there in your industry who has a large following, and make sure they have that email address in their profile so you can contact them. And when you contact them, ask them for sponsored post pricing. So if the influencer has an email address, then they're open to sponsored post or shout out. So that's the key. So they got to have that email address. And when they do, then it's all about asking them and connecting with them on being a sponsor to one of your posts. Okay, you want to get yourself out there in front of people. This is the quickest way to do that. Okay, so tip 6, we want to use geotags for easier discoverability. Okay, so tag your images, videos, or stories by tagging the location, city, or venue where it was posted from. So very easy to do as you're posting. Just go ahead and there's an option in there to say, hey, where are you located? Or what city are you located in? So locations have their own feed and stories which you can contribute to. So go ahead and add that extra element to your tags. So if somebody's in that location, the chances of them engaging are going to be great. And it's good for local businesses, because if you're local and you're posting your location, then again, somebody in that location is likely to engage with you. So tip 7, use Instagram stories to attract followers and grow your user base. So stories, a really big feature on Instagram. So what stories could be used for is just show footage of an environment. So it could be your office, it could be your home, it could be, the playground, it could be the golf course, it could be anywhere that you want to show footage of. So you want to post news relevant to your industry. So if you're in the food industry, hey, why not go in the back into the kitchen and post a story about how a particular bread or cake is made? Okay, show off your product. So if you are in that food industry and say you're in the pizza making business, perfect opportunity to show people via an Instagram story how to make that pizza and how you make that pizza, what ingredients you use. How unique is your particular product? And that's really what you want to get across when you do a story. You want to show something unique and relevant that's going to grasp people's attention. You can promote a company event. So if you're celebrating, say, 200,000 subscribers, create a YouTube video, or you can create an Instagram story. It works just as well. So you can endorse your company's blog post. You can post positive user reviews. So these are all features of a story. Increase interactivity with polls, sliders, etc. And then you can also mention other companies that work with or follow you. So great use of Instagram stories is do a shout out to somebody else. So Instagram stories is a really big feature with Instagram. Check it out. You can just do a search for Instagram stories. In fact, let's get some of you users involved. What best practices do you have when creating Instagram stories? Why don't you go ahead and share your Instagram story with us by putting putting that Instagram story in the comment section below. So we want to get everybody involved here because there's thousands upon thousands of great Instagram stories out there to be shown and viewed and engaged with. So go ahead and share your Instagram story. If you have any other tips or tricks, then go ahead and put those in the comment section so that everybody can benefit from them. So the only thing to keep in mind when you're creating these stories is, what are your followers interested in seeing? So your stories could teach or promote something to your user base. So always keep that in the back of your mind. For me, I always go back to what industry are you in? If you're in the food industry, hey, people who are following you are interested in food. If you're a pizza company, show off that pizza. If you're a bakery, show off how you make your breads and goods, baked goods. Whatever it is you have, show it off, because if somebody's following you, that's what they're interested in. So tip number 8, highlight important stories. So you want to highlights serve as the easiest way to create a first impression for a potential follower. So with highlights can be used to tease what your content's about, create a trailer for what your brand offers, promote your product. So highlights are there. It's a good feature. It's a first impression for potential follower. So it teases what the content's about. It creates a trailer, so to speak, for your brand and promotes your product. So use highlights. And again, any users out there who have good examples of highlights, go ahead and put those in the content section or comment section right below this video. So remember, stories have only a 24-hour lifespan, so highlights can be used to give them a second wind. Okay, so highlights serve a purpose. It teases what the content's about, it promotes the product, and it really kind of accentuates that story. Tip number 9, ask for followers. So sometimes people need a little push before they can follow you on Instagram, even if they enjoy your content. So you can ask users to become your followers in the caption, the comment section, or even work it into your content. So in other words, when you're posting something, don't be afraid to say, hey, follow me. I got some good stuff here. Be confident. You don't want to do it for every post, of course, but pick and choose. If you feel you have a really good post, really good image that you think is going to gain a lot of followers and engagers, then you don't necessarily need to put a caption in there. But if it is popular, then go ahead and say, hey, this is a popular post. Think about following me, or put something in the comment section. You want to do it kind of succinctly. You don't want to be begging, but just work it in to some degree. Okay, but don't be afraid. Have some confidence in asking for followers. So when you do this, it's very similar to how we do it on YouTube. So you can ask viewers to subscribe to their channels at the end of the video. So if on YouTube, basically you're saying, hey, if you like what we have, go ahead and subscribe. It's no different on Instagram. If you have something you've posted, just go and say, hey, you like this? Go ahead and follow us. It's that simple. So tip number 10, take on the latest trends to get more followers. So align your content to cater to trending topics or hashtags to improve engagement and discoverability. So really what we're trying to say here is your competitors follow influencers. What are the latest trends? And you can get an idea of the latest trends by you looking at hashtags. So what hashtags are trending? Which ones are people using the most? So really what you want to do is whatever's trending in your industry, ride that wave, so to speak. Now, it doesn't have to take on your entire profile, but there's nothing wrong with 1 or 2 posts. If something's really taking on popularity, then go ahead and post about it as well. For example, in the wine industry, if there's a new wine that really came out that's really gaining some popularity, go ahead and post about it with the same hashtag and with the unique hashtag. So don't be afraid to, ride the wave of popularity, so to speak, because it shows that, you know what you're talking about. It adds some credibility, and it's going to get some, viewers over to your Instagram profile. So keep in mind, you need to keep your content relevant, because if your audience is interested in what you have to offer, then they're going to be engaged. However, if you're joining the discussion in a relevant manner, keeping in mind whether your audience will interact or not is important, but just always keep in mind, you always want to stay within your industry and relevancy for your target audience. So tip number 11, run contests and giveaways. And so just like on YouTube, just like on Facebook, Instagram is no different. You can increase reach and exposure by running contests. Since most followers would tag their friends to let them know about it, it's a good idea to run contests. And so what's an idea of a contest? Well, again, if you're running a pizza parlor, you could say, hey, what's your favorite pizza? Or give me your favorite pizza ideas. and you can run a contest, and you can have people even create their own pizza and post an image of it. You can have people create stories on the best ways in which they create pizza or their experience in another pizza parlor. There's lots of things you can do to create a contest, and you don't always have to give something away. You could just do something for fun, especially if you have a lot of followers. If you have a lot of followers, then somebody's going to take part in it. So don't be afraid to run contests just to make it fun and light it up a little bit. So each tag can bring you a new audience member who could be a potential follower. So anytime you run a contest, people are going to tag their friends to let them know about that contest. So those friends are going to come over and likely engage. So that's the beauty of running a contest or giveaway, is chances are word's going to spread and it's going to get you some new followers. So that's the end benefit, so to speak. But the real benefit is keeping your audience engaged. So tip number 12, we want to stay consistent with posts. So having a consistent pace and theme for your posts can have a huge impact to convert visitors. So when we say consistent, if you're again that pizza parlor, stay within pizza. You could branch out a little maybe and talk about salads or talk about beverages to, as a complementary factor to the pizza. Okay, but don't talk about hamburgers if you're focused in on pizza. So we want to stay consistent with your theme. This method involves less effort with a faster production of Instagram content. So that means what we're really trying to say here is focus. Stay focused on who you are. If you do that, if you're consistent and you're gaining some followers, and that's what people are coming to you for, the content that you're good at, for the industry you're in. Okay, so if you start varying it and branching out, then it's going to muddy the water, so to speak, and you're probably going to get less engagement. So set a theme on Instagram by maintaining consistency in your personality, filters, colors, and layout. And really what I'm referring to is post. And when you have post something, you're really creating a personality for yourself. Okay, so if you're in fashion, for example, and you're in the jeans industry, well, jeans, right? That's your personality. Accentuate it with different outfits related to jeans. But, when you start talking about dresses and shoes, and that kind of blurs your personality a bit. So if you stay consistent within jeans and outfits that go with jeans, then I think people are going to start to pick up on that personality. So tip 13, keep track of your Instagram following. So you can analyze the growth of your channel with tools like Social Blade that can tell you how many followers you've lost over time and how engaged they are. Okay, so you can use data gathered from here and from Instagram business account to diagnose where you're faltering. So let's take a look at Social Blade as an example here. So if I go over here, I'm going to go to Social Blade. Here I can enter in basically any account after I register, and I could see how that account has performed. Where they rank, how many uploads they have, what country they focused on, what industry. And the beauty here is I could see, and I'm looking at YouTube as an example, I could see, how my post to perform. Well, you could do this for Instagram, you could do it for Facebook. So you can really get an idea of how your account's performing. So Social Blade's a great platform for measuring. And again, you do also have Instagram Business Insights. So with Instagram Business Insights, basically what you're going to do is you're going to go to your app, right? And then from the app, you could basically look at your insights from there. So in the app itself, you're going to click on the upper right, 3 lines, and from there you're going to see insights. And when you go to insights, you're also going to see, what your reach is, how many impressions, and some engagement metrics in terms of your audience, where they're located, the age range. Okay, you're going to also see some content related information. So there's a lot you could see from the Instagram Insights, Analytics Insights, but you can also see additional information from Social Blade. So the key here is when you're looking at your data, you want to look for patterns. In post, what post received the most amount of engagement? So if you see something working, obviously replicate it. You don't want to replicate it immediately, but make note of it and use it for future content. So tip 14, use Instagram ads. So Instagram ads give you complete control over advertisements. So how they appear and who sees them. So with Instagram ads, you can run photos, you can run videos, carousels, slideshows, stories. So we mentioned this on other webinars for Facebook advertising. It's worth repeating. So if I go back into, say, Facebook Ads Manager, I can pick and choose my placements. And really what I want to do is pick and choose, for example, Instagram. And so I have Instagram feed, I have Instagram stories. So, and I could see what the video requirement or the media requirement is for running on Instagram. So with Instagram, you can run stories, you can run videos, single image ads, you can run carousel. So really you could put your best forward, meaning take the post that's performing well and maybe you want to advertise that, promote it. So you're going to run this through Facebook Ads Manager, and it's going to tell you, what your audience size is, your potential reach, okay, what your daily results would be. So you're going to get all that information when you run your ads on Facebook Ads Manager. But it's a great opportunity for you to really push forward. If you're running a promotion, it's really an opportunity for you to push forward that promotion. Other advantages: scalable pricing, self-serve and instant, robust reporting, and highly refined audience retargeting. So all of that is in the Facebook Ads Manager. You can get all the reporting you need, meaning, who saw the ad, did they click on it? Okay, you can refine that target audience. You can go back into Facebook Ads Manager and refine who your audience is. So lots of flexibility here on advertising on Instagram. But the key here is, if you want to run advertising on Instagram, think about what it is you're trying to promote. If you feel something needs to get promoted, then go ahead and, you can either, again, reach out to somebody and have them sponsor it, or you can run it as an advertisement. So let's move on to tip 15. So we want to create visually attractive and eye-catching ads. So if you are going to run ads, here's some things to keep in mind. Okay, you want to use images that are natural and seem native. Okay, you don't want to use any stock photography. First off, you want to use something that you've done. Okay, you want to minimize the amount of text, so let the image do the talking. You want to ensure your caption relates to the image and resonates with your audience. Okay, so you have an opportunity to add some text below the image. Okay, so make sure it resonates. And then of course use hashtags to show your ads to target your audience, but a wider relevant audience. So hashtags do play a role here as well. So these are some tips. If you're going to create ads, you want to take these into account. The whole point of the ad is to get people over to either web page or to your profile page, okay, so that they can engage and take action. So Instagram ads will help showcase your product, service, or brand in a way that's memorable and unique. So if you really want to get your vision, your brand, your product out there in front of a lot of people, then advertising on Instagram is a good way to do that. So since we've been talking about pizza throughout this webinar, this is a good Instagram profile here about pizza. I'm getting hungry just looking at this. Hopefully this is an example for all veg and non-veg pizza consumers. I mean, you can see this profile here. They got the website, they got the handle. Okay, so they have a lot of followers. So, if I'm in the pizza industry, I can go ahead and, click on their followers and see who's following them, who they're following. So some really good shots of pizza here. It looks like, a lot of people were involved in this. You could see lots of different examples here. Some cute ones, some funny ones, some humorous ones. So, just taking a look at something like pizza, which, most people enjoy, most, and you can kind of appreciate how much of an advantage Instagram can be, because you can accentuate photos, you can have fun with it, you can really run some contest here, give us your best pizza photo. So here, you could say use daily pizza as a hashtag for a feature. Okay, so they're even encouraging you to use a specific hashtag. So you can really do a lot here on Instagram. This is just a good example of what you can do and have fun with, with an example like pizza, just to give you some ideas. So let's move on to tip 16. Take advantage of Instagram tools. So you can use scheduling tools like Later, Hootsuite, and Buffer. So I can't stress this enough. When it comes to measuring the engagement of your Instagram post, you're definitely going to need a social media tool. So you're also going to need it if you do a lot of posting on Instagram. So let's take a look at an example. We'll use later.com. So if I go to Later, here I can see, I can use this to upload my images to my profile. So here you can see it's scheduled throughout the day of the week. So that way we're not overlapping. We're scheduling based on the times of the day that people are going to look at this. So here I could see, particular stories, if any stories are posted. Okay, I can look at it from a weekly or monthly preview. I could see what's been posted. Okay, and more importantly, as a schedule tool, I can also see the analytics. I could see, how many were posted, how many followers. So this is really important because, if my profile is growing, I want to be able to see what post performed best, what the audience was like, by gender, by age, by location. So again, I can look at it by post performance, story, or hashtag analytics as well. So later really goes into details about, what's driving engagement. So here you can see some hashtags that this particular company is using on Instagram. So here you can see how many posts with this hashtag, and what and kind of engagement did they receive? Did they receive likes, comments, impressions? How much reach did they get? How many saves? And it really just does go into detail. So Later does a good job. I like this platform, especially for Instagram. It's great for scheduling, but more important, in addition to the Instagram analytics, you can really lean on, this particular platform to get a really good idea as to, how particular posts are performing. Remember, if a post is performing, you want to reuse it at a certain point in time. Okay, learn from best practices, learn from what's working, learn from what's not working. If something's not working, then don't do it again. So you can really get a good breakdown here in later.com. So remember, these tools place an emphasis on automation, okay, enabling you to automatically post at a scheduled time. So you want to lock it in at a certain period of time and not have to worry about it. So it allows you to really hone in on that particular time of the day and day of the week so that you're really maximizing your chances of getting good engagement. Okay, so develop your own signature style. So set up a style and content theme so that you're able to stand out amongst the various competitors. So, again, just going back to our pizza example, lots of good photos of pizza, but this is their style. This is who they are. They're not a particular brand. They're just, people who like pizza. Okay. And they're having fun with it. Okay. So that's their style. They're posting really good shots of all this different types of pizza, different styles, different toppings, and just to give you an idea of how popular pizza is and what you can do with it. Okay. So again, this is a good basic example of what you can do with something as simple as pizza. So don't be afraid to experiment, try something different with your profile, do something different. You don't always have to follow what everybody else is doing. That's the great thing about Instagram. It allows you to be free and creative. In fact, if anybody has any styles that have worked for them, feel free to put something in the comment section. We'd love to hear your thoughts. So tip 18, use user engagement to your advantage. So I just mentioned that using the Later example. So we want to be able to learn from what's working and not working. So user-generated content shows off your brand to be authentic and improves your relationship with your followers. So, you want to be unique with the content that you're posting. So if you do that, you're likely to build that relationship and increase your followers. And you want to be able to see of that user generated content, that UGC, which is performing, which is not performing. Okay, so basically your followers and your audience are telling you what's working and not working. So take advantage of that. Remember, going back to hashtags, you could set up your own unique hashtag and ask your users to post images or videos relating to that, which you can post in your brand's account. So just like the whole pizza thing, they're saying, hey, look, use daily pizza for a feature. Okay, that's a good example of something you can do as well. So you could set up a unique hashtag and say, hey, use this hashtag, and that'll help you gain some followers. That'll help you gain some notoriety and some visibility on your platform. Tip 19, use high quality images and videos. Just like on YouTube, just like on Facebook, Instagram's no different. Images must be of high quality, authentic, and original. Again, one more time, going back to the pizza, these images look to be pretty high quality. If you have a decent mobile phone, that's all it takes. A mobile phone with a camera, that is. That's all it usually takes. You want to be able to get that right shot. You don't want to use anything that's of low quality because it really is going to take away from, the story you're trying to tell. So you don't have to be professional per se. Just make sure what you're posting, whether it be video or whether it be an image, is of high quality. And remember, videos needs to be fun and informational without causing the user to lose interest. So, if you're going to create a video, go ahead and, you can make it short, make it fun. Okay, you can see here, these guys are just showing you how pizza's made. It doesn't take a long time. They're just going through the motions. They're not boring you with details. They're not talking. Really quick and easy. Just to give you an idea. It doesn't have to be as serious, it can be fun. So video content needs to be fun and informational without causing users to lose interest. That's the key. Short, sweet, unique, authentic, and fun. Have fun with it. So worth repeating, don't use stock images on Instagram because, they don't really bode well for your particular brand. It's Instagram. It allows you to post original content. That's the whole purpose of it. Okay, and on the video side, be concise, high quality, and informational enough. Okay, so you have to hold the user's attention here. So when we say concise, don't make it a 5-minute video. Obviously make it high quality, relevant to what you're trying to offer. And if you can do that, you're likely going to hold the user's attention. So tip 20, promote your Instagram page and other social media channels. So Facebook and Instagram are part of the same family. So this seems like a natural, but don't be afraid to promote it on other channels like Pinterest or YouTube. The whole idea is to get users to your Instagram page and encourage them to follow it. So, you can always put that URL in, other platforms like YouTube. Nothing wrong with that at all. Okay, you can also promote your page offline with print ads and during other relevant events. And then I would even take that a step further, is you'll probably see, an Instagram logo on a web page along with other social media icons. So you always want to help promote Instagram on your webpage as well, but you can do it for offline with print ads. So you can simply just put, whatever your slug is for Instagram, whatever your ID is, whatever you're using on Instagram, that's what you can use. Don't be afraid to promote it offline or online.
Instagram is a social media platform that needs no introduction. With nearly 1 billion monthly active users and 500 million daily active users, Instagram is a platform rife with marketing potential. More than $7 billion revenue has been generated from Instagram Mobile, and it's home to more than 2 million advertisers. Not only that, marketing on Instagram has the following advantages too. You have increased conversions. According to research, more than 1/3 of the people using the app have used it to purchase products, which means by marketing your products on the app, there's a higher chance of conversion. You also have advanced targeting options. This is in part thanks to Instagram's parent company, Facebook. Instagram has access to just about all advertising features offered by Facebook ads. With this, you can advertise to people based on their age, location, gender, interests, and much more. You can also build better brand-follower relationships. You can stimulate conversion with your followers and build a connection with them. You'll also get a greater understanding of what your followers like and dislike based on their engagement. This enables you to make content they enjoy more and increase the chance of converting a user to a consumer. So let's have a look at how marketing is done on Instagram. Let's start with number 1, optimize your bio. Your bio is the first thing people notice when they get to your page. That's where they make the first impression of your brand, and that's why it's important for your bio to be informative, captivating, and engaging. Use your bio to provide a brief description of your brand or product, the type of content you'll be posting, brand hashtags, links to other social media platforms, and more. Your bio should also include a URL to where you want to drive traffic to, be it your brand's website or a page for a particular product. Make sure to track this link as well to see how much traffic it brings. Here's an example of how Samsung uses its bio effectively. You can see it's a very straightforward. It's got a branded hashtag. It talks about all the services Samsung offers. There are links to other pages and a link to the website as well. It's to the point and covers everything you need to know about it. Next up at number 2, we have create a content calendar. Now, if you ask anyone who works with social media, one of the most important things they'll tell you is to have a content calendar. A content calendar enables you to keep track of your posts. It'll help you plan ahead and automate the process of publishing your posts when your audience is most active. A calendar helps you decide what content, caption, hashtags, videos goes live on what day, date, or time. A consistent post schedule will enable you to make the most out of Instagram. It'll also keep your audience engaged and also give you access to historical posts if you want to repost your older content. Next up, we have number 3, get greater reach with ads. Paid ads can enable you to get more followers, engagement, leads, and conversions. The caveat here being that you'll need to pay for it too. The ad options are pretty similar to what you have on Facebook, like audience segmentation based on likes, interactions, buying habits, and more. You also have a variety of ad formats to choose from, like story ads, image ads, video ads, collection ads, and more. Moreover, they can also be set up from Facebook Ads Manager. Here's an example from an ad from Body Shop, in which they're using a single image ad. The advertising works because of its interesting, creative, and attractive ad copy that attracts the customer to interact with the post and click on the link. Let's go to number 4. Have a visually consistent feed. Instagram is a platform in which people gravitate towards aesthetically pleasing content. To authentic expressions and diverse perspectives, the objective is that your feed needs to match with your brand's identity and must appeal to the audience within your industry. What works nowadays are candid shots, muted, earthly tones with a low-key editing style. Your content must feel down to earth and your brand approachable. As you can see in the images, all of them have aesthetically pleasing images and a somewhat blue or underwater theme. And that's the kind of thing you should aim for. Your content following an understandable and interesting aesthetic depending on the product you're trying to sell. Now for number 5, tell a story. The images, videos, and stories you post need to tell stories that can captivate your audience and establish a connection with them. This makes it more likely that they feel closer to your brand and buy your products. Your captions can tell stories that can help your brand appear more human and build deeper connections with your audience. Your content needs to align with what your audience cares about or solves problems they face. Here's an example of how the page Patagonia talks about forests in America. Each of their posts tells stories about a different issue that affects nature. Their brand on Instagram revolves around bringing awareness to such issues. That's the kind of stories you should tell with your brand. Next up, number 6. Use the right hashtags. Using the right hashtags can make the difference between your post showing up on the Explore tab for everyone to see and it getting lost in the sea of content. Your hashtags shouldn't be too generic like #NewYear or #style since they'll have too much competition. Instead, mix up trending and industry-specific keywords to connect with your followers. Research on successful hashtags and limit yourself to less than 7 in each post. The more the hashtags in your post, the more likely it seems spammy, untargeted, and unprofessional. Find out what and how many hashtags your competitors use and how you can do something similar. You could also create a hashtag for your brand. These need to be short, easily memorable, and involve your brand name in some way. Let's now go to number 7. Take advantage of UGC. UGC or user-generated content gives your followers to further involve themselves with your brand. UGC also by them as well. Regardless of the field your brand belongs to, UGC can be used to convert followers into advocates of your brand. Here's an example of how Starbucks uses user-generated content and takes advantages of their audience to advertise their products. In this post here, they are attracting customers with an image of happy children dressed in products sold at Starbucks. The post posted by another user would be appreciated by the audience and improve brand loyalty. Next up, number 8. Take advantage of video ads. Most Instagrammers state that users have visited websites, searched, or told a friend after being influenced by posts. Even though photo ads are still the more popular form of advertising, video advertisements aren't too far behind. There are 3 key video formats when it comes to Instagram ads. Single video ads that can create 60-second ads, carousels are a combination of images and videos, and Instagram stories that enable you to combine images and videos to create visually attractive ads. Here's an example of the brand Pizza 73 using story ads to advertise their pizzas. It's successful because they're showing off the product they are advertising with well-shot videos and captions. Now for number 9, partner up with influencers. Connecting with influencers will enable you to connect with thought leaders within the industry and enable you to show off your brand to a larger audience. By connecting with them, your brand will have greater authenticity and authority. Influencers need to be given new tools, resources, and guidance to carry out their role effectively and to work together as partners. Micro-influencers are also considered to be more affordable and they have a closer connection with their audience. Here we can see how Ralph Lauren have collaborated with an influencer to advertise their products. The influencer is showing off the latest Ralph Lauren has to offer. This encourages his interested followers to check out the page and buy something for themselves. Next, for number 10, host contests and giveaways. Contests enable your audience to engage with your brand with 3.5 times more likes and 64 times the comments. You can give away a product or a service which enables you to boost engagement and brand awareness. Contests and giveaways need to be planned, brands need to be partnered with, contest rules need to be identified, posts need to be created, and much more. Monitoring the contest and then running it is also really important. You would need to track your contest performance and promote the results on other social media platforms as well. Here's an example of a contest run by Domino's Pizza which encourages people to contribute their own short stories and connect better with the brand. Number 11. Take advantage of stories and IGTV. Stories enable you to create a combination of photos and videos that disappear after 24 hours. Stories can greatly influence your reach and engagement rates, even giving your story the chance to show up in the Explore section. It can also help make your brand seem more approachable and authentic. Adding links to the Instagram stories can also help with driving traffic to your website. IGTV, on the other hand, although now seemingly on the decline, still has a few advantages to offer to the savvy marketer. IGTV provides you a unique, mobile-friendly layout that serves as an evergreen content very well, like featurettes and interviews. Another new tool they have introduced is Instagram Reels, Instagram's answer to TikTok. Instagram released Reels through which users would be able to upload 15-second clips, and since it released very recently, it's rife with marketing potential. Finally, we have number 12, track and learn. Identify effective hashtags, visual styles, and the best times to post. Doing this, you can develop the best practices for your brand. Social listening and analytics will help you fine-tune your marketing strategy and increase Instagram engagement.
Now, let's get started. First off, let's have a look at an introduction to Facebook. Facebook was first launched in February 2004 and was initially known as the Facebook. In 2005, it removed the from its name and it has now become the Facebook we all know today. It is now the world's most popular social media and social networking service. Next, let's have a look at Instagram. It was launched in 2010 for iOS and then in 2012 for Android by Kevin Systrom and Mike Krieger. Instagram has now evolved to become one of the fastest growing social media platforms in the world. In April 2012, thanks to its popularity, it was acquired by Facebook for approximately $1 billion in cash and stock. Now let's compare some stats between Facebook and Instagram. First, let's have a look at the worldwide stats. First off, Facebook. Like I mentioned earlier, Facebook is the largest social media platform in the world. Reaching almost 60.6% of the internet, it has 2.5 billion monthly active users and approximately 1.6 billion active users. In fact, as of Jan 2020, the US has approximately 190 million and India has approximately 280 million Facebook users, an indication of a market that's still ripe for the picking. Now, let's have a look at Instagram. Instagram, although having released significantly later, earns its title of the fastest growing social media platform with 1 billion monthly active users and 500 million daily users. In the United States, there are approximately 120 million, and India has close to 88 million Instagram users. Next up, let's have a look at the next statistic, age group of the user base. First off, Facebook. Although there's a general opinion among the younger population that Facebook isn't hip or isn't used all that much anymore, this statistic has something different to say. Turns out more than 65% of Facebook users are between the ages of 25 and 34. For Instagram, it's no surprise that 71% of the user base are under the age of 35. Next, let's compare the usage time of both these platforms. Let's take Facebook first. In the United States, users spend approximately 1 hour on Facebook every day. In India, users spend an average of 3 hours a day on Facebook. Shockingly high numbers for a platform that's assumed to be dead, isn't it? On the other hand, in the United States, users spend 23 minutes on average on Instagram. In India, users spend approximately 45 minutes. Now for the most important stat, marketing. For Facebook, 86% of marketers use it for advertising. Instagram is used by 71% of businesses for their marketing requirements. Now let's have a look at some industries that can work well on both these platforms. If you do belong to any of these industries, if you're not taking advantage of these platforms, you're missing out. So let's have a look at some industries that can capitalize on Facebook. Food and beverage companies, news and media, e-commerce, automobile, and packaged goods. Next time you're on Facebook, take a closer look at your feed. There's a good chance you'll see most of these industries' posts on it. Next up, Instagram. We have industries like fashion, athleisure, cosmetics, automobiles, and food and beverages. I can guarantee that if you take a closer look, you can find all these industries advertising on Instagram. Now let's take a closer look at how Facebook can help with marketing. First off, let's have a look at Facebook business pages. Now these are basically platforms where you can create an online presence for your organization for free. Moreover, they've got some great advantages to offer you as well. First off, your business page can keep your customers or potential customers informed. It can be about a new product launch, a webinar, a live broadcast, a new store opening, anything. Whatever it is, it can go on your Facebook business page. It connects people with your products and services. With your page, you get greater visibility, letting people know about the products and services that you offer. You can offer customer service as well. In fact, according to American Express, 90% of users use customer service as a deciding factor for whether or not they continue to do business with an organization. So, customer service is pretty important. Like I mentioned earlier, your business page provides a place where you can offer your followers offers and other advantages. And finally, the page lets you build a community, a highly targeted community that has a higher possibility of buying your products and services. Next, we have Facebook groups. With Facebook groups, you can build a community of like individuals. Some of the advantages that come with this are it provides a highly targeted audience. I mentioned earlier that business pages provide you with a highly targeted audience. Groups take that to the next level. It enables everyone to learn from one another. With a large community, there's a good chance that some members know things that others don't. Your group will enable them to communicate with each other and learn these new things. You also get honest feedback. Your customers, who are also likely part of the group, will be able to give their feedback on how they liked your product and perhaps even give you tips on how to improve. Now, since your group is filled with a community that's highly interested in your brand, you can also increase engagement in an organic manner. And as an extension of the previous point, you also get more leads and conversions. Next, Facebook has events. With Facebook events, your organization will be able to mobilize your brand and enable online consumer marketing. Basically meaning that you have a platform for letting people know about important announcements. Not to mention, there's also the opportunity to get some free advertising done. Events also help you increase brand awareness. Most people get to know about your brand by attending the event or just seeing the promotion for it. Now let's have a look at Facebook Stories for groups and pages. A feature that is available for both groups and pages. It provides you the ability to appropriately represent your brand or business directly from your mobile device or desktop. Now, some of its advantages are that it helps you engage with your audience with stuff other than the usuals, like articles, videos, and other similar posts. This way, you can also vary the kind of content that you post. Moreover, stories can help you humanize your brand. Rather than seeming like you're pandering to your audience or seeing them only as potential leads or customers, stories help your brand show that you're genuinely interested in your audience. You can also reach your appropriate audience with greater frequency. Next, Facebook has Facebook Messenger. With Messenger, you can connect and interact with your audience at a personal level. In the last few years, Messenger has proved itself to be a great marketing tool. It helps acquire more customers. Now, people are more loyal to a brand that genuinely cares about them, and by directly interacting with them through Messenger, their loyalty towards you is certainly set to improve. And as an extension of the previous point, you also get a greater number of transactions. And even if a customer doesn't give you a transaction, at least you're increasing your brand awareness. Then we have Facebook Live. Facebook Live gives you a platform to interact with your audience in real time. It can be used to diversify your content, providing your audience with something different from what they've received from your brand initially. Live can also be used to show what happens behind the scenes in your organization, further helping humanize your brand. And finally, you can also provide instant questions and answers to your audience, increasing engagement with them. Next, we have the Facebook Shop. The Facebook Shop is a business page tab application that enables your customers to purchase your products directly from your store. It also has the following advantages. Firstly, you can use the shop to drive new sales. You can give the customers who are on the fence about your product a small push by engaging them. And how can you do that? With deals and promotions. You can also reward advocates of your brand with special benefits to be availed from your store. And finally, you can build brand awareness and recognition. Now let's have a look at Facebook ads. Facebook ads help spread product or brand awareness in the newsfeed of a specific targeted audience on Facebook. Now, some of the advantages of Facebook ads are that they help increase brand awareness, they enable you to advertise your products and services to the appropriate audience, and it provides you with greater reach while making you spend lesser amounts of money. It also helps you re-advertise or retarget your products to an existing audience. And finally, it helps increase revenue, sales, and leads. If you guys are interested in learning about Facebook ads, you can check out our Facebook ads video. I'll add it in the live chat, so you can check it out if you're interested. Now let's have a look at the final feature Facebook offers to help you with marketing. Facebook Insights. I'm sure all of you have heard about Google Analytics. Let's just say this is Facebook's version of that. With Insights, you get information that can help you refine your brand strategy by tracking and measuring results. It can help you determine reach and engagement, actions, people who are viewing your posts, when your fans are online, the type of posts that are working for you, and much, much more. That brings us to the end of the ways Facebook helps you with marketing. Now, let's move on to Instagram. First off, we have Instagram business accounts. Instagram business accounts enable brands to be recognized as businesses. Now, it also has the following benefits to offer. It's only with a business account that you can get Instagram Insights. We'll talk about Insights in a little more detail in a little bit. You can also add a contact button on your profile, enabling users to connect with you directly. You can also specify what kind of service you offer by adding what industry you belong to in your bio. And finally, you also have the ability to add links to your Instagram stories. Now, I'm sure you've all seen the See More option in your stories, so now you know how that shows up. Now, if you guys are interested in finding out how you can increase followers on Instagram, you can check out our video on the same topic of the same name. I'll add the link in the live chat. Next, let's talk about Instagram stories. With Instagram stories, you have the ability to grow engagement, build brand awareness, and to drive sales. You can also use stories to provide recent updates about your brand. Now, some of the advantages of Instagram stories are that they help businesses grow their audience and can enable them to engage with their audience regularly. With stories, you can also drive traffic to other websites, like your company's website. It can also help diversify your content, setting it apart from the usual videos and photos. Next up, let's talk about Instagram DMs or direct messages. DMs help you grow your business by interacting with customers at a personal level. It can also help build connections with your users. By building a personal connection with your followers, their loyalty towards your brand is improved. Not only that, it helps you make or grow your connections within the industry. And as an extension of the last few points, this leads to easier lead generation and increased sales. Next up, we have IGTV. Now, IGTV is a platform that's gotten really famous recently. It enables your brand to get closer to its audience and enables it to be discovered by new people. Other benefits include greater visibility of your products and services, having the ability to educate and entertain your audience, improved engagement, and greater chances of conversions. Finally, it also helps build a community of a highly targeted audience. Next, we have Instagram Live. Instagram Live enables you to communicate with your audience in real time, further improving your discoverability and strengthening your connection with the audience. Moreover, it provides a lot of visibility. Your followers are immediately notified when you go on a live stream. And finally, it helps you interact with your audience in real time. This helps further humanize your brand. Next, we have Instagram ads. Instagram ads provides you with control over advertisements. You decide how they appear and who sees them. Like Facebook, Instagram has a number of different ad types to offer. They are photo ads, video ads, carousel ads, slideshow ads, and stories ads. Next up, Instagram offers an Instagram shop. The shop helps you incorporate your product catalog with your Instagram profile. At some points, even enabling users to access the shop directly from an image showing the same product. One of the major advantages of the Instagram shop is that it provides easy product discoverability. And since it provides visual marketing, it also leads to more sales. And finally, Instagram Insights. Instagram's answer to Facebook Insights and Google Analytics. Insights is an analytical tool that provides data on follower demographics, their actions, and your brand content. It helps determine engagement, impressions and reach, best and worst performing content, profile visits, website clicks, and much more. And there you go, that's every way Facebook and Instagram can help you with marketing. Now we've laid out the facts for you. Keep in mind your requirements and make a wise choice.
With that, we have reached the end of day 6 of our Digital Marketing Week. I hope the past 6 days were really interesting and informative and helped you learn the leading digital marketing skills. If you have any queries, please feel free to put them in the comment section of the video. We'll be happy to answer them. Thank you all for watching this live session. Thanks again and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.